Open your eyes.
Darkness surrounded Lin Yu. Where am I? His voice trembled, confused and groggy. Slowly, his vision adjusted to the dim light. In the murky shadows, he spotted a faint glow, star-like and circular. The light seemed to pulse, casting faint illuminations around its edges, revealing the outline of a man.
Hey Lin. You okay?
Finally woke up. Another minute and I'd have bet you were a goner. The voice jolted Lin Yu fully awake. He blinked rapidly and focused on the speaker. A man with a sharp mustache and a goatee, his chest glowing faintly with the circular light. The sight was familiar, almost iconic.
Lin Yu squinted.
The figure, with his cocky posture and technological glow at his chest, looked exactly like
Tony Stark. Iron Man?
Lin Yu's thoughts raced.
Wait. No, this has to be cosplay, right?
But where am I? His brows furrowed as he took in his surroundings. It looked like a cave, cramped and chaotic, filled with scraps of metal, scattered tools, and the overpowering stench of gasoline and scorched metal. His stomach churned at the pungent mix, making him nauseous. Lin Yu glanced down at himself. He was wearing a tattered soot-streaked black outfit that looked like something a war correspondent might wear, but it was blood-stained and grimy.
Tentatively, he touched his face. Pain shot through him.
His cheek was swollen and tender, like it had been slapped, or worse, beaten repeatedly. His whole body ached as though he'd been through a brutal scuffle. What the hell is going on? Lin Yu's mind reeled. This wasn't just a bad dream. The pain in his cheek was all too real.
Could it be?
I've transmigrated. The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. His gaze shifted back to the man in front of him. That face, that iconic glowing arc reactor, there was no mistaking it. Are you really Tony Stark? Lin Yu asked, his voice a mix of disbelief and awe. Tony Stark turned to him with a raised eyebrow, pausing his work on what appeared to be a crude welding project.
What do you mean, really Tony Stark? Of course, I'm Tony Stark.
What's wrong with you, Lin? You hit your head or something? Lin Yu stared, his confusion deepening. Before he could reply, a sudden rush of memories flooded his mind, overwhelming his senses. For a moment, his head throbbed painfully as the memories settled into place. Then, everything clicked. In this world, Lin Yu was still Lin Yu. But here, he was someone entirely different, a figure with a unique identity. He was the adopted son of Howard Stark, making him Tony Stark's younger brother. When Howard and Maria Stark were tragically killed in a car accident, Tony had essentially raised him, though their relationship was far from perfect. Tony, in typical Stark fashion, had tried to mold Lin Yu into an inventor like himself. But Lin Yu wasn't interested. Instead, he pursued a career as a photojournalist, much to Tony's annoyance. Their differences eventually caused a rift, with Tony even freezing Lin Yu's bank accounts in a fit of frustration. Defiantly, Lin Yu had left the mansion and lived on his own. The brothers barely spoke for years. Fate, however, had brought them back together. Lin Yu, now a war correspondent, had traveled to Afghanistan to cover the chaos in the region. There, he'd stumbled upon Tony, who was in the area showcasing the Jericho missile. Before they could even argue about Lin Yu being in such a dangerous place, a terrorist attack struck. Both brothers were captured. Lin Yu exhaled, overwhelmed by the flood of memories. So I'm in the Marvel universe, and I'm Tony Stark's younger brother? He glanced down at himself again, noting the dried blood and bruises. This is so dramatic, he muttered, grimacing at the absurdity of it all. His mind lingered on the memory of a frozen bank account, millions of dollars as pocket money. The sheer wealth Tony had considered trivial boggled his mind. And I gave all that up to play at being a mediocre journalist?
He shook his head.
What's the point of being rich if you can't avoid situations like this? Still, Lin Yu's focus shifted to the here and now. He remembered the events of the Marvel timeline, how Tony would escape the cave by building the first Iron Man suit. Tony would make it out alive, but what about him? Lin Yu wasn't part of the original story. If anything, he was expendable. Ethan didn't survive, Lin Yu muttered under his breath, thinking of the scientist who had helped Tony in the original timeline. What are my chances? Just as panic began to creep in, a mechanical voice rang in his mind.
Ding.
The check-in system has been activated. Host is located at an unregistered check-in location, Iron Man's birth point.
Do you wish to check in?
Lin Yu froze, then his eyes widened in disbelief.
A system? Now?
Finally. He nearly laughed out loud.
Yes, I want to check in.
The moment he confirmed, a golden roulette appeared in his mind's eye, its edges gleaming with brilliance. 7 segments, each adorned with a gem of a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. As Lin Yu watched, a golden pointer emerged at the center of the roulette and began to spin rapidly.
His heart pounded.
It's like a lottery wheel.
Does red mean a bad reward?
Purple has to be the best, right? The wheel spun faster, the gems blending into a rainbow blur. Then, with a sharp click, the pointer began to slow. Lin Yu held his breath as it came to a stop, on the segment with the purple gem.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have received a rare purple reward, Superman, Man of Steel.
Lin Yu's jaw dropped.
His eyes lit up as a surge of power coursed through his body.
Superman?
For the first time since waking up in this chaotic cave, Lin Yu felt a surge of hope. Tony might have his suit, but I've got something better. A slow grin spread across his face. Things were about to get very interesting.
Man of Steel.
When Lin Yu saw the reward, his heart leapt with excitement. He had read countless web novels and knew how systems often started slow, handing out weak or growth-oriented abilities designed to test one's patience.
But this?
This was Superman's invincible body of steel.
Strong enough. I like it.
Lin Yu muttered, barely suppressing his grin. He thought about the potential. The body of steel was practically synonymous with Superman's incredible resilience. But his enthusiasm was tempered by a nagging thought: this is the Marvel Universe. A world with beings like the Ancient One, where magic is a legitimate threat. Superman's magic resistance is basically zero. Still, Lin Yu reasoned, starting with an invincible physique was better than he could have dreamed. I can work with this. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the roulette's golden pointer pulsed brightly, and a burst of purple energy surged from his right eye. It coursed through his body, spreading to every limb and cell like a tidal wave. For a moment, Lin Yu felt his entire body scream with vitality. It was as though every cell had been awakened, swelling and transforming. His body, which had been bruised and battered, began to change. Lin Yu observed the transformation in awe. On the surface, he still looked the same, lean and wiry, but internally, he was completely different. His muscles, bones, and even internal organs had strengthened exponentially, their density increasing by 10, 20, even 50 times that of an ordinary human. His excess body fat vanished in an instant. The wounds on his body healed in the blink of an eye, leaving his skin flawless. Although his frame didn't swell with the bulk of a bodybuilder, the dense musculature gave him a lean, explosive power. If anyone saw him now, they'd compare his build to Bruce Lee's, defined, flexible, and radiating speed and strength. Even his senses were heightened to an unimaginable degree. Lin Yu's ears twitched, picking up the faintest sounds beyond the cave walls, the murmurs of terrorists outside, the clinking of their weapons, and even the faint scratching of ants carrying food crumbs across the dirt floor. When he focused his eyes, they seemed to pierce through the cave itself. His vision turned into something akin to X-rays, allowing him to see through the walls. He could make out every detail of Tony Stark, hammering away at his makeshift armor, and the terrorists pacing beyond the cave's entrance. This is incredible, Lin Yu whispered, clenching his fists experimentally. Bang! The air around his hand compressed with a sharp crack, the force of his grip creating a small shockwave. The noise startled him, and he glanced at his hand in disbelief. I barely even tried. Curious, he gave the wall a light tap. Thud. His fist sank into the solid rock like it was made of tofu, leaving a gaping hole. Lin Yu stared at his handiwork, half amused and half shocked. Well, he muttered with a chuckle, I'm going to need some practice with this power. Fortunately, Tony's hammering drowned out the sound of his unintended feats of strength. Lin. Tony's voice pulled Lin Yu out of his thoughts. He turned to see his brother cooling a red-hot piece of metal in water, steam rising as it hissed. I need to say something, Tony began, his voice uncharacteristically serious.
Lin Yu blinked. What's gotten into him?
I've been doing a lot of thinking ever since we got captured, Tony admitted, his gaze distant. And I owe you an apology.
Lin Yu was caught off guard. Tony Stark, apologizing?
Tony set the metal aside and turned to face him fully. His eyes flickered with regret. I still remember when Mom and Dad brought you home for the first time, Tony began, his voice tinged with nostalgia. I was young, arrogant, and rebellious, always picking fights with them. Back then, I thought they adopted you just to knock me down a peg, to make me feel insecure about my place in the family.
Tony let out a bitter laugh. But then, they were gone.
And you were all I had left. My last connection to them. Lin Yu listened in silence, his expression softening. I thought I could make you the happiest, most successful brother in the world. But I went about it the wrong way, Tony continued. I pushed you to follow in my footsteps, to be an inventor, because I thought that's what it meant to be a Stark. When you chose to be a journalist instead, I was furious. I was so focused on preserving the Stark legacy that I didn't see how much I was hurting you. Tony's voice grew heavy with emotion. I froze your bank account, threatened to cut ties with you. I might be the worst big brother in the world. Lin Yu's heart ached at Tony's words. In his memories, their relationship had been rocky, but it was clear now how much Tony truly cared. I'm sorry, Lin, Tony said, his eyes filled with remorse. I dragged you into this mess. If I hadn't insisted on you coming here, you wouldn't be in danger right now. Lin Yu opened his mouth to respond, but Tony cut him off.
Here.
Tony held out a crude but sturdy steel helmet, the beginnings of his Mark I armor. His hands trembled slightly as he offered it. The armor's almost done, Tony said, his voice resolute. When the final setup is complete, you're getting out of here. Put this on, suit up, and don't look back. I'll cover you. Lin Yu stared at the helmet in Tony's hands, his heart heavy. He could see the determination in Tony's eyes. This wasn't just a gesture of protection. It was Tony's way of making amends, of trying to give his younger brother a chance at survival, even if it meant risking his own life. Lin Yu took a deep breath and reached for the helmet, his grip firm.
Tony, he began, his voice steady.
We're getting out of here. Together.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Feeling the warm feeling of the steel-armored helmet in his hand, and the smell of electric welding contained in it, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little moved. He didn't think so. Tony didn't build this steel armor to protect his own life, but to protect him as a younger brother. Even looking at Tony's appearance, he is completely determined to die. What is needed to activate the steel armor is naturally the energy in the arc reactor, and now this arc reactor is specially designed to protect the missile fragments in Tony's body from entering the heart. It can be said that it is specially used to save life. Once that thing is gone, Tony could be said to be dying soon. Lin Yu felt the heaviness of the helmet in his hand all of a sudden. I thought I would die in the plot, but looking at the situation, if I didn't get a body of steel, the only person who survived would be me, right? I feel a little complicated inside. Also a little warm. In the previous life, Lin Yu grew up in an orphanage and never experienced the warmth of family affection until he grew up and went to school. He didn't expect that he would be able to feel it in a dilapidated cave prison after crossing. Although Tony and him are only brothers in the legal sense, obviously, Tony has always regarded him as his own brother, his real family, and only family, will give each other their lives for each other. There was silence for a while. Lin Yu didn't have much hesitation. Put the helmet in Tony's hand again. No, Tony, I don't need this. Lin Yu. When Tony saw Lin Yu returning the helmet, he was in a hurry. He quickly wanted to put the helmet into Lin Yu's hands again, and said at the same time, listen to me, quickly put on your helmet and put on your armor. Those terrorists who are on our side will see through the surveillance without a trace. Last time Ethan and I bluffed them, but the next time we won't. For sure, when they come back and see this finished steel armor, they will definitely kill us without hesitation. Now, it may be your last chance to escape. Tony had a desperate look on his face. He even wanted to force Lin Yu to put on the helmet and the rest of the armor, but soon Tony found it depressingly. Lin Yu, this boy did not know what was going on, but his strength was surprisingly strong. He tried his best, but he couldn't defeat Lin Yu at all. Instead, Lin Yu had to put a helmet on his head. Hey, Tony, Lin, no, that terrorist leader is here again. He must have found something. That's when Ethan sounded the alarm. Ethan is a scientist, but he is thinner. Unlike Tony because he is rich, he eats, sleeps, works out, and exercise all day long. He is healthy and has a lot of muscles. Therefore, in the later stage of steel armor casting, Tony is responsible for blacksmithing, while he is responsible for investigating the situation outside, and terrorists. Communicate and appease the emotions of the terrorists outside. They secretly made steel armor on the grounds that those terrorists were building weapons and missiles. Although those illiterate idiots couldn't understand Tony's operation, even with surveillance installed, they can't figure out what they're doing. However, the more the armor is manufactured in the later stage, the clearer the outline, especially for components such as limb helmets. As long as the terrorists are not too stupid, they will eventually find something wrong. At this moment, in Ethan's view, the leader of the other party's terrorists is coming over, menacing, obviously finding something. Lin, hurry up. Tony got even more anxious when he heard Ethan's alarm. Lin Yu, on the other hand, smiled wryly. He has a body of steel. This steel armor is really useless to him. Bullets can't hurt him at all, even missiles can't break his defense at all. Those terrorists were nothing but scum in his eyes. Ugh, never mind. It seemed that something had to be shown. Tony, look. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly raised his finger and pointed to the cave wall beside him, and said to Tony, Tony looked over, stunned. Seeing that there was nothing there, he turned back to look at Lin Yu, and said with a solemn expression, Lin, don't do this childish behavior for me. Now, as a big brother, I order you to quickly put on your armor. Whoa, but it wasn't over yet. A hot and dazzling red light suddenly lit up in Lin Yu's eyes, and he swept towards the wall next to him, rumbling, and suddenly there were 2 shocking deep scars on the wall of the cave, which collapsed, still surging. With a curl of smoke. Tony froze for a while. Then he rolled his eyes. Take a breath. Immediately following Lin Yu, he looked at Lin Yu as if he was looking at a monster, and the whole person seemed to have seen a ghost. Lin, you, your eyes will fire. It's more than just eyes that emit lasers. The red light in Lin Yu's eyes gradually subsided, and the fiery light disappeared. He just used one of Superman's housekeeping skills, hot eyes. He smiled at the stunned Tony. Lin Yu walked over to the casting table where the steel armor was made, and picked up a piece of scrap iron at random. And in front of Tony, a pinch. Click. Then the scrap iron turned into powder. Tony couldn't help but open his mouth, chin about to fall to the ground. As for Ethan on the side, from the moment he saw Lin Yu's hot eyes, he was stunned and froze in place, screaming in his heart, "It's so blue. Tony, look, my strength is also very strong now, and my skin is very tough, and bullets should be able to ignore it easily." Lin Yu quickly showed Tony his body of steel again. Take a knife and stab him. Click. The knife was bent all over. Tony was completely at a loss for what to say. After finally recovering, Tony looked up and down at Lin Yu incredulously. His eyes were full of surprise and some worry. Lin, what happened to you? On me. Lin Yu naturally thought of a reason for why he had such a sudden change. But at this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded. Ding. Hint, the mission system has been activated. You get a permanent mission, play as Superman and increase the reputation of Superman's character in the world. Task reminder, whether it is positive reputation or negative reputation, it is all reputation. The greater the popularity gained by playing the corresponding character, the more corresponding playing value can be obtained. Defects, powerful themselves, can also be used to detect and unlock time-limited, unknown, and higher-level check-in locations. The host can inquire about his current basic situation at any time. Lin Yu inquired about it. I can see that I have 2 more values in the system at this moment. Superman reputation, 0. Play value, 0. So it turns out, it seems that getting Superman's body of steel is just the beginning. In the future, I can continue to play Superman and increase Superman's reputation, so as to get playing value, something similar to strength points and currency, so as to further strengthen yourself. The system says it can also make up for deficiencies. That is to say, the shortcoming of Superman's steel body with 0 magic resistance can be supplemented? That's right. If that's the case, maybe my steel body at the moment can evolve into a silver Superman, or even a golden Superman. In the Superman series, Superman, who is just a man of steel, can only be regarded as a starting point. In the Marvel world, Superman can't walk completely sideways. Even on Earth, there are Ancient One and others from the magician lineage that can be restrained. For example, one palm will knock out your soul, so what else can you do? But now there is a chance to supplement the magic resistance and continue to enhance the evolution, then it will be fine. It seems that I will increase my prestige a lot in the future and earn acting points. The more the better. Thought here. Lin Yu turned his eyes. With a solemn look on his face, he said to Tony, "Tony, I don't really know what's going on with me, but just while I was in a coma, I felt like my consciousness had reached a Kryptonian place, where a consciousness told me that his true identity is a son of Krypton." Son of Krypton. Tony's eyes moved when he heard the words. So, Lin, you might be an alien. Maybe it is. Anyway, since I had that dream, I felt like something was awakening in my body, and suddenly it became extremely powerful, indestructible, and my eyes were able to release hot vision, and even, I felt like I can fly. Talking. Lin Yu's body moved. Whoa. All of a sudden, he floated up in the air in front of Tony and Ethan. Although they have been shocked by Lin Yu's hot eyes before, but now seeing Lin Yu fly again, Tony and Ethan are still shocked in their hearts. This, Lin, you are simply Superman. Ding. You initially constructed the concept of the role of Superman, and gained additional prestige rewards, 10,000, role value, 1,000. And with Tony and Ethan shocked, even shouted the word Superman. Lin Yu immediately found that his reputation and acting values had skyrocketed. In Tony and Ethan's mind, there was no concept of the role of Superman. What they called Superman was actually just a description of their inner exclamation. But start when they say the word Superman, this character. It was officially born in the true sense. Lin Yu didn't expect Tony to be so close to him, and he helped him establish the concept of Superman at once, and he is indeed his good big brother. Originally, he thought he had to spend a little more time, and judging from the reputation reward that suddenly increased by 10,000 points. Obviously, the increase of prestige and role value is the easiest in the early stage, and it is also the fastest growing. Maybe it will trigger some hidden mechanism and usher in a wave of explosive growth. So after solving the terrorists this time, Lin Yu thinks, you may have to use all the resources you can use, strike while the iron is hot, and build your reputation as quickly as possible on a large scale, such as holding press conferences, using media phishing reels, and so on. Even making Superman IP movies and selling Superman IP peripherals. Make use of all available resources. And, the system has said that, whether it is positive reputation or negative reputation, all are reputation. In this way, there are basically no restrictions for Lin Yu. He can give full play to his talents and use various means. The role of Superman is constantly hyped up and down, and all resources are maximized. It seems that after I go back, I have to plan some big moves. Tony naturally didn't know what the hell was going on in Lin Yu's mind. At the moment, look at Lin Yu who is flying in front of him. He was still in shock. Goddamn, just shocked my mom. Turns out my brother is an alien. Tony faintly seemed to realize why his father, Howard Stark, suddenly took Lin Yu as his adopted son and brought him home. With what he knew about his father, Tony had serious doubts. Howard should have known about Lin Yu's special identity as son of Krypton? Forest. Swallowing his mouth, Tony finally recovered a little. He looked at Lin Yu. Seems to be thinking about something. The brows gradually furrowed. In the dream you mentioned, can you see what the Krypton you said looks like and where is it located? Since you are the child of Krypton, why did you come to Earth? Tony, to be honest, I'm not too sure about that. Naturally, the more vaguely you can say about this, the better. In the real sense after all, there is no Krypton in the Marvel Universe. However, since you want to establish yourself from Krypton, as a Superman, you can't be too vague. So when Lin Yu shook his head, he pretended to be thinking about his memories and said, however, although I don't know where Krypton is, in my previous dream, I could see a scene like a doomsday natural disaster. There were wars, spaceships, and the barren land everywhere. I felt like I was dreaming. Krypton seems to be about to be destroyed. Maybe that's why I was sent to Earth when I was very young. Tony nodded thoughtfully. He thought so too. But in this way, he couldn't help but become more and more interested in Krypton in Lin Yu's mouth. Lin, it seems that you are full of many mysteries. I suspect that everything is not simple, but don't worry. As a big brother, I will help you investigate everything clearly. Tony said to Lin Yu seriously, I will help you find your hometown, Krypton? You should be curious about your former homeland now, right? Look at Tony's serious look. Listen to this again. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Tony. I feel like I'm taking this a little too seriously. Lin Yu doesn't know if this is a good thing. However, Krypton does not exist in the Marvel world anyway. Just let this guy Tony investigate slowly. Lin Yu doesn't care about that. Boom, boom. At this moment, the iron door holding their cell suddenly vibrated, and at the same time, there was a sound of gunshots and cursing outside. Obviously the terrorists are here, and started banging on the door with violence. Originally, terrorists had keys and could easily open the door, but Ethan did some tricks on the door, making the key completely useless, so he could only use violence to open the door. This can hold the terrorists out for a while. But obviously, it won't be long. Tony, Lin, what should we do next? Hearing the loud bang of the iron door being violently smashed, Ethan subconsciously felt panic and nervousness. But when he looked at Lin Yu who was floating in the sky, thinking of Lin Yu's powerful hot sight before, I can't help but feel a strange feeling. It seems, there shouldn't be any need for him to be too nervous. After all, there is a Superman on their side. Those terrorists should be swept away by Lin Yu, and they should be eliminated directly, right? Okay Tony, you put on the steel armor. Ethan, come and start the armor program. I'll go out and help you take a while. Lin Yu said nothing. He put the steel helmet on Tony's head. At the same time, Ethan was called over and asked him to activate the intelligent program of the steel armor. Although the first generation steel armored Mark I is not very good in appearance, it looks like a big iron can, but it is still equipped with a set of intelligent systems. Although it can only be regarded as pseudo-intelligence, but it can assist people in the armor to perform a series of operations, such as energy supply, release weapons, flight, and so on. After putting on Tony's steel helmet and steel armor all over his body, and after starting the activation program, the iron door blocking the terrorists was almost on the verge of collapsing. Lin, are you really okay alone? Although I know that Lin Yu is a Superman now, has incredible ability, but look at Lin Yu. Tony still looked a little worried. Don't worry, Tony, maybe by the time your armor is activated, I'll have finished all the terrorists out there. Lin Yu gave Tony a reassuring smile. In fact, he was already thinking about how to use those terrorists to improve his reputation as much as possible. All of them were simply killed locally? Do not. A person dies at once, where can one go to increase their prestige? Whether it is positive reputation or negative reputation, in a word, it is to make others feel respect, admiration, shock, fear, etc. to you. And what Lin Yu intends to do, it is to let those terrorists, one by one, feel the coming of Superman, extreme fear. These terrorists belong to a mysterious organization called Ten Rings. Its leader is a bald man. At this moment, the bald male leader has a gloomy face, followed by a bunch of terrorist minions to the Iron Man who has come to the cell in the cave. Outside the door, how's it going? The bald-headed male leader looked sternly at one of his subordinates. Boss, that damn Tony Stark somehow blocked the door from the inside, and we're trying to force it open now. Men connected. Break away. The bald-headed male leader sneered. Humph. Stupid. Bring a pack of dynamite and blow up the door. But, with explosives, the cave may collapse directly. Boom. However, before he could speak, the bald-headed male leader raised his hand and shot him, jumping him. Then he looked sternly at another terrorist subordinate. You, go get the explosive pack. Yes. This subordinate didn't have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly went to get the explosive pack. After all, it is an iron gate dedicated to the prison cell. It is too laborious to break open. Directly using explosives is undoubtedly the most efficient. However, the environment here is a cave. Exploding explosives is cool, but at that time the entire cave is likely to collapse directly. However, the bald-headed male leader is already full of anger. What he hates most is to be deceived and even insult his IQ face to face. And these two minefields. Tony. There is no doubt that they are all stepped on. Tony Stark, how dare you deceive me? I asked you to help me build Jericho missiles, and you secretly don't know what the hell you're doing. Are you looking down on me? Now, it's time for you lies paid the price. Soon he came over with a pack of explosives. And I took several at once, all of which were pasted on the iron door. Followed by all to avoid far away. And the bald-headed male leader gave the iron gate a vicious look, although it was a pity that Tony Stark didn't make him the Jericho missile in the end. But this time he kidnapped Tony Stark, mainly for the money and his life. In any case, he is not at a loss. Drip 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 dash. The countdown to explosives has started. Just 15 seconds. The terrorists all ran to a place not far from the entrance of the cave. Once the cave really collapsed, they can also escape as soon as possible, but if the cave does not collapse, then if it is bombed, whether it is the Iron Gate or Tony Stark and others in the cell, there is no doubt that even if they don't die, they will lose half their lives. At that time, no matter what resistance you do, it will be of no use at all, and you can only let them ravage. Soon. The countdown is less than 7 seconds. The bald-headed male leader and his subordinates of terrorists all stared at the Iron Gate. Breathing gradually slows. But suddenly, all their eyes shrank suddenly. Because at this moment, I heard a click-shaw dash. That iron door was actually opened from the inside. The bald-headed man's eyes narrowed. As the iron door opened, a young Asian man came out. He was wearing a somewhat tattered reporter's uniform. The whole person looked like a bully, honest, and immature. The bald-headed male leader frowned slightly. This guy, he remembered, was Tony Stark's younger brother, who came to the field as a war correspondent. He doesn't care about this little role at all, and catching this guy is just a matter of convenience. He originally thought that he could get more money from Obadiah Stan. After all, this guy is also a legal member of Stark Industries. One of the heirs, Tony Stark, would be a logical competitor to Obadiah after his death. But the Obadiah guy bluntly said that this Tony Stark's younger brother was just a piece of trash, and worthless. Not a penny at all. This made him very speechless at the time. He didn't expect that Tony Stark's younger brother named Lin Yu would have such a low position in the entire Stark industry. It made him almost forget about this little character. However, now, why did this little character suddenly open the door of the cell and come out? What is he doing? Looking for death? The door outside had already been unlocked, but even if it was locked, with Lin Yu's power, he could easily open the door and come out. Lin Yu used his clairvoyant eyes to see everything that the terrorists had done just now, so as soon as he came out, he took off all the explosive packs that were attached to the door one by one. Immediately after, in the eyes of the terrorists as if looking at a lunatic, they took a big step. Swish! In the blink of an eye, it came directly to the terrorists at the entrance of the cave. He lifted the explosive pack with less than 5 seconds left in the countdown in his hand. A bright smile. Hey guys, may I ask, any one of you dropped something? Hiss. Seeing Lin Yu in the blink of an eye, in less than a second, actually came to him in an instant, the terrorists couldn't help taking a deep breath. However, it made them open their eyes even more, and even felt terrified. It's the dynamite bags that Lin Yu is holding with a countdown of less than 5 seconds. Run. So many explosives are enough to blow up the thick iron gate, and the entire cave can collapse, not to mention people, and their limbs will definitely be turned into blood slag on the spot. Although the terrorists were not shocked by Lin Yu's elusiveness, but the survival instinct immediately suppressed the question mark in his head. On the spot, a few people spread their feet and ran frantically towards the outside of the cave, trying to stay away from Lin Yu, not to mention the bald male leader. He was smart and took his life, so he was the first to run when he realized something was wrong. However, how could Lin Yu let these terrorists escape so easily? These heads are all excellent tools for his reputation. Just raise your hand. Laugh. He grabbed a terrorist's hair, and then lifted his entire body abruptly. Excuse me, are these things yours? Lin Yu shook the explosive pack in front of the terrorist and smiled. Death? You die for me. The terrorist screamed in horror, kicked his feet in the air, and immediately picked up the submachine gun in his hand and fired at Lin Yu. Bang 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 bang. Fierce tongues of flame spit out instantly from the muzzle. At such a close distance, even the steel plate might be beaten into a hornet's nest. The terrorists were afraid of the explosives in Lin Yu's hands, not Lin Yu himself, so the first thought in his mind was to kill Lin Yu, and then get away from the explosives that are about to explode. But soon his eyes widened. When the bullets of the submachine gun hit Lin Yu, but they couldn't even rub Lin Yu's skin, as if he was holding a toy gun at all. Not even a toy gun? Whoa! As the bullets fell from Lin Yu to the ground, the terrorist seemed to have seen a ghost. His voice trembled and screamed in fear. You are not human at all. You are a monster. A devil. Do not. Lin Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth grinned open, and his eyes glowed with fiery red light. As you can see, I should terrify you more than monsters and devils. Don't know what happened. Those terrorists who fled first, especially the bald-headed male leader, heard an extremely shrill, desperate, and terrifying scream after 2 seconds. Everyone's scalp is numb. What exactly happened? The terrorists have fled outside the cave. The relatively empty environment outside suddenly relaxed their hearts a little. However, when they heard the screams of their companions from the cave, each of them quickly shuddered, and looked at the cave in surprise. All of them nervously raised their submachine guns in their hands. 1 second. 2 seconds passed. It should be less than a second before the explosive pack explodes. In the next moment, a roar should sound, and the guy who took the explosives off and held them in his hands should be smashed to pieces immediately, right? Look. What is that? But at this moment, a shadow flew out from the entrance of the cave. Everyone looked intently. And seeing this, everyone took a deep breath. I saw that the shadow was the terrorist who was caught by Lin Yu, but at the moment, this guy's stomach was bulging, as if he had undergone an anatomical operation, and then forced something into it, and in the end, the open stomach was welded back with strong heat. And what's even more amazing is that this guy is still not dead. Just eyes full of fear. The ultimate fear? The whole person seems to be completely broken. That is, when the bald male leader saw this scene, he instinctively felt that it was very bad. Suddenly he looked at the bulging belly of the terrorist, as if he realized something, and his face changed sharply, and he roared, "Run! Run quickly!" But the voice has not yet fallen. Boom! The terrorist's body suddenly burst open, the blood rains wildly. The terrorists who got close and didn't have time to escape were blown to pieces by the explosive pack of human flesh on the spot, and the scene was instantly filled with a bloody smell of corpses mixed with gunpowder. The blood mist even lingered in an instant. Damn! The bald male leader ran farther, so he wasn't too affected. But being so shriveled, or even shriveled, doesn't make sense at all, but it filled his heart with extreme anger. It was at this moment that he saw a bazooka that he scavenged, a bazooka manufactured by Stark Industries, and there was no hesitation. He picked up the bazooka and carried it on his shoulder, then aimed at the entrance of the cave. And at this moment, a shadow came out from the blood mist that still hadn't dispersed after the explosion. The bald-headed male leader saw this, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. "You, give me death." One pulled the trigger of the launch cylinder. SHH. In an instant, the rockets bombarded the figure at the entrance of the cave with a roaring sound. Oh, rockets. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Lin Yu found a rocket bombarding him. He glanced casually. Then, like chasing flies, he waved his hand. Whoa! A gust of wind howled up, followed by the rocket. The whole thing actually flew back upside down. At the moment, the bald-headed man's eyes were still full of ferocity. He wanted to see the scene where Lin Yu was smashed to pieces, but the next moment he saw that the rocket was swiped by the opponent, and he flew back upside down. On the spot, the whole person's shocked eyes were about to pop out. This is impossible. How is this possible? The shock in my heart can't be expressed in words. Is this possible? Seeing the rocket flying towards him, no matter how shocked he was, he had to turn his head and run away. Finally, boom. As the rockets fell on the ground and exploded, the bald-headed male leader swooped hard, wiping the edge to avoid the fatal explosion. But the whole person is also disgraced, with blood dripping from the scattered shrapnel all over his body. He will see. It seems that a figure flew down from the sky. Then, it grabbed him by the throat. Lift him up with one hand like a chicken? The bald male leader's pupils shrunk wildly. He saw clearly. The guy who grabbed his throat was Lin Yu, Tony Stark's younger brother, but Obadiah Stan called him the trash in the Stark family. But, from the elusive speed at the beginning, to the bloody operation of stuffing all the explosives into the human body, to the power that is now flying from the air, one hand can grab his throat and lift him up. How could it be something that someone called trash could do? This Lin Yu is clearly not an ordinary person? Obadiah? You asshole? Are you saying you lied to me? The bald-headed male leader felt that he couldn't breathe. He kicked his feet wildly in the air, trying to break free, but everything was of no avail, and the fear of death was getting closer and closer to him. Linear beg, let go. Oh, what did you say? Can you be louder? I can't hear you. Lin Yu watched the terrorist leader with interest. The power of Superman's steel body is really not comparable to ordinary people. If he really did his best to deal with these armed terrorists, it would be a bit like killing a chicken with a knife, so Lin Yu was just playing with these guys from beginning to end. Just get used to your strength. Definitely. Murder or kill a few. Not killing people can't penetrate the fear of death into the hearts of all terrorists, nor can it achieve the effect of brushing fear reputation. The human flesh bomb just now had an initial effect. At this moment, more armed terrorists have gathered around. Although a lot of people died in the explosion just now, there are still dozens of people left in this organization. But these guys have just seen the bloody scene of the human flesh bomb exploding, and the scene where Lin Yu lifted a rocket with one hand. At this moment, I saw Lin Yu holding their leader by the throat like a chicken. Suddenly, no one dared to approach. Looking at Lin Yu's eyes, there was a faint trembling and inconceivable. Who is this person? This is no longer an ordinary person, but a Superman, right? Let me go. The instinct to survive made the bald leader begin to beg Lin Yu for mercy, but Lin Yu didn't seem to hear at all. His body moved. Take this guy directly to fly. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had reached a kilometer high in the sky. You said you wanted me to let you go. Lin Yu smiled at the bald-headed male leader. Okay, I'll let you go. Then let go. The bald man is still facing the fear of suffocation and death at the moment, but just when he felt his throat loosened, he could breathe, and he felt the hope of survival. The whole person fell from the air again. Do not. He meant to let him go, but not in this way. This feeling of going from hell to heaven and then falling to hell suddenly made the bald male leader even more desperate. Falling to the ground from a height of 1,000 meters. Definitely a dead end. It would be good to find a few stumps and broken arms. But just when the bald-headed male leader thought he was going to fall to his death like this, when he approached the ground less than 10 meters, he felt as if he was caught by someone again. Then, fly into the sky again. The bald-headed male leader was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help gasping for breath, with extreme horror in his eyes, his head slowly, looking at the existence that caught him. That's right. Then, it was Lin Yu. You, what do you want to do? The bald-headed male leader was about to scream in an instant. He suddenly had a very, very, very bad feeling in his heart. He felt that his hell was probably just beginning. It's alright, I just don't think the posture that threw you just now was perfect, so I want to help you change to a more perfect posture to ensure that after you fall to the ground, there is only a pool of blood left, and you can't find any trace of it. Stump. Lin Yu gave a devilish smile. Then he took the terrorist leader to an altitude of 1,000 meters and placed it in a big shape. Well, this posture should be good. Finally let go. Oh no dash. The bald-headed male leader let out a desperate scream again. If it just died, that's fine. Now he wants to let him experience this feeling of falling to his death again. What kind of devil operation is this? You are absolutely the devil? Whoa. In seconds, the bald-headed male leader was about to come into contact with the earth again, and fell to the ground. This time he really felt that he was going to die, and he had given up struggling. But at this moment, there was another feeling of being caught, and the bald-headed male leader was going to be sluggish. He looked straight at Lin Yu, his voice almost hoarse at this moment. Can you give me a good one? I don't think you are professional. Lin Yu, on the other hand, showed disgust at this guy, shook his head and said, compared to the first time, I feel that your screams are not loud enough. It will not work like this. You can't even die openly. Why are you such a failure as a human being? You? The bald-headed male leader felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. You are crazy? Let me die for so many demands. Remember, the screams should be louder and louder, otherwise we can only do it again. You have to be professional, otherwise I will be very tired from flying around. The bald-headed male leader is simply speechless. Okay, you are the uncle, I will listen to you. That's it. With Lin Yu let go, the bald-headed male leader fell from the sky again. This third time he actually couldn't shout at all. Mad, he was going numb, but in view of Lin Yu's words, he could only scream again at the top of his voice. Ah dash. But soon he was caught by Lin Yu again. The bald-headed male leader was going crazy. His scalp was numb, his eyes were cracked, and he wanted to curse, but the moment he looked at Lin Yu, his whole body suddenly softened. You said, this time, what's wrong with the way I died? Well, I can't tell what's wrong. Lin Yu pretended to think, all in all, I just don't think it's right. Forget it, let's do it again. Tears of the bald leader, just about to flow out. He was about to cry. He felt that compared to Lin Yu, all the sins he had committed as a terrorist in the past were pure and naive, like a child playing house games. He can even say that he is really too kind. That's it. After a few minutes. Whoa, with the figure falling rapidly from the height of 1,000 meters. Lin Yu's figure was reflected in the pupils of despair and fear. When he was dying again, the bald male leader felt that he was not looking at a person at all, but a devil? A complete devil? Please don't play with me, let me die, just die like that? He's completely gone, he has no desire to survive at all he has is the instinct of thinking, and now he just wants Lin Yu to give him a good one. Either way, just let him die. But there is no surprise, this time, he was caught by Lin Yu again, and it was still only a few centimeters away from the ground. When he almost died as he wished. The bald male leader he was completely speechless, his eyes were completely dull, he lost all hope, and his whole person was completely broken. But this time, Lin Yu no longer took him to the sky. Instead, he put him on the ground. He seemed to be muttering something. Well, after several constant practice, I can almost control my strength, speed, and flight ability to the level of subtle. Not bad. Puff. The head of the bald man spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Feeling is just a tool to practice ability from beginning to end? However, after going through this life and death struggle, the bald-headed male leader has fully understood that Lin Yu, he is simply a superman, an absolute powerhouse that he cannot provoke and confront at all. The thinking of terrorists is actually very simple. Respect the strong. Now that he can't beat him, he can't even kill him. The bald-headed male leader took advantage of Lin Yu to finally stop torturing him, and immediately showed no hesitation. Pfft. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and knelt down directly to Lin Yu, tremblingly said, Master, you are my master. From today, now, I will be your slave forever and ever. Be a cow and a horse, go through fire and water, and do whatever you want. Oh, do you think I'm the master? Lin Yu watched the terrorist leader with interest. It's easy to kill someone. However, this terrorist leader is not a little guy after all. If he is a lackey, it will be more useful for him to gain reputation. After all, there are only dozens of people left in this small terrorist organization, and he is the Superman. Fame spreads among them, and even if they fear it, there is only so much that can be gained. But it is possible to make these terrorists as tools, constantly help him spread his reputation, and let his Superman's reputation continue to spread in the right and wrong place of AFCon. You must know that the people in the war zone are very insecure, so many local people believe in religion. And with his Superman reputation, whether it is to frighten the evildoers, make them fear, or bring hope to innocent people, let them regard him as a superhero, it is only good for Lin Yu, not bad. Okay, I can make you recognize me as the master, but... Lin Yu looked at the bald male leader and said, you have to complete a mission first. The bald-headed male leader was overjoyed. Although Lin Yu didn't immediately agree with him, since he was given the task, it meant that he had already agreed to half of it, and he finally no longer had to suffer from the torment of the wandering death. Master, you said, I must complete the task perfectly. The bald male leader continued. Well, very good, the task you want to give you is... Lin Yu whispered a few words in the ears of the bald man. All in all, let him use all the resources at his disposal to spread that Superman defeated the terrorists and saved the people's reputation, but there is no need to say Superman is him Lin Yu at the beginning. It's just that the image of Superman is gradually established in people's hearts, powerful, mysterious, and able to save everyone from suffering. Superman is superhero, even a messiah or something. It's better for those who are religious to convert all to him. Lin Yu naturally doesn't mind telling the world that he is Superman, but now is not the time. He needs to wait for the name of Superman to reach the sky, when everyone is curious about who Superman is. Then suddenly announced. Detonate the topic. In this way, the topic of Superman can be completely popular to the greatest extent, thereby further increasing its prestige. He can even come up with some topics such as Death of Superman, Return of Superman and so on to make hype. All in all, reputation is like traffic. Whether it is good or bad, as long as there is hype, the topic is hot enough, and the communication circle is deep enough and wide enough, it can constantly bring Lin Yu acting value, and then constantly getting stronger. This is a trade that will never lose money by taking advantage of the fisherman. Boom. At this moment, a mechanical roar suddenly sounded in the cave. I saw a large metallic silver armor rushing out of the cave. The left hand was raised to reveal a small missile. The right hand was raised, and the flamethrower was ready. Tony looked around cautiously. At the same time, he shouted with concern. Lin, where are you? Are you alright? Don't worry, I'm here. The Mark 1 armor has been activated, and the two of us, together, can definitely kill all these terrorists to scum. Tony in a tin can be described as menacing. But soon he felt something was wrong. It seems to be too quiet outside. He had just heard the sound of the explosion and thought that something terrible had happened, so as soon as the armored program was started, he rushed out, wanting to fight side by side with Lin Yu, and even activated the flight system, which would consume a lot of energy, so it can be seen that how urgent is his heart. But now look around. I saw a pile of broken limbs on the ground, extremely bloody. The rest of the living terrorists hid away one by one, as if they were hiding from a plague. Occasionally, a few daring ones would pop out their heads to look here, but they would quickly back away. Not far away, the bald terrorist leader was kneeling beside Lin Yu with a look of gratitude. Good. He knelt beside Lin Yu. It looks like a pug, very well behaved, where is the fierce look from before? Tony was immediately startled. Could it be that it's over? Is this too fast? He swallowed his anger, racked his brains for so many days, and finally made his first set of steel armor with a pile of junk-like materials. Tony actually wanted to show his skills. However, at this moment, everything has been solved by Lin Yu. Tony couldn't help but feel a little depressed. What's the matter? Boom! The flamethrower under his feet turned on, and then flew to Lin Yu. The visor of his helmet opened, revealing an expression that didn't know what to say. Lin, I said, are you giving me some chances to play anyway? Don't worry, Tony, there will be opportunities for you to play in the future. Lin Yu smiled slightly, then glanced at the bald-headed male leader who was kneeling at his feet, and said, okay, then tell me everything you know about the kidnappings and conspiracies. Yes? The little one said it right away. The bald-headed male leader was really surprised when he saw Tony coming out wearing a thick steel armor, but compared to Lin Yu's terrifyingness, everything was insignificant. He immediately said to Tony, Obadiah Stan? That damn old Obadiah Stan told me to do it all. He gave me a lot of money and told me to kidnap you and kill you. Everything, it's all behind his back. He wants to annex your property and Stark Industries. He's a hypocritical old fox. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue for Tony. Obadiah Stein. Tony's father is also Lin Yu's adoptive father, a close friend of Howard Stark, and a partner who trusts each other very much at work. It is entirely possible to say so. Obadiah grew up watching Tony and Lin Yu. Especially for Tony, after Howard passed away, he was in depression for a time. It was Obadiah who helped him out of the predicament, and gave him great support, and finally saved the entire Stark industry, which was in decline, and made great progress all the way. Has become a multinational arms company that is rich and rivalry. Over the years, Tony has even regarded Obadiah as his second father. But now, someone told him, All the kidnappings and plots to kill him were all done by this person whom he trusted so much? No, it's not true. Tony was in a trance. He was unbelievable. Tony, as to whether all these things are the ghosts of Obadiah Stan, we can check it slowly when we go back, just keep an eye on it. Lin Yu patted Tony on the shoulder. I think you can pretend that you don't know everything and continue to communicate with Obadiah as usual. If he really wants to harm you and see you alive, one day he will, no matter how hard it is. It will not be too late for us to deal with him by then. Lin Yu naturally knew that everything was the conspiracy of that old fox in Obadiah. For him, it is too easy to solve Obadiah. It's as easy as eating and drinking. But if the old guy Obadiah was killed like this, it would be too cheap for him. You must know that Obadiah is also a celebrity, a person from the well-known wealthy class, originally with a great reputation. For Lin Yu, this is an excellent tool for gaining prestige, especially when he wears steel armor and becomes the Iron Overlord. If he finally solves it by himself in a place where one person is more conspicuous, he can completely become a great debut for him as Superman. And I can also create such an opportunity. Tony fought hard as Iron Man and Iron Overlord, and suffered repeated setbacks. When he was about to fail, at a critical moment, Superman came like a savior. This script is good. Lin Yu did it after he decided. And that's the real reason why he appeases Tony, suggesting to let him communicate normally with Obadiah first, pretending that he doesn't know everything. It definitely couldn't leave Tony ignorant at all. In this situation, the terrorists have already been solved by him, and they have even been recruited. When Tony returns, he will not have much motivation to develop and improve his steel armor. In this way, the next plot is very likely. No longer will it develop like the original movie. Tony wasn't going to be Iron Man, he was just going to remain a dude. So Lin Yu had to give Tony a sense of crisis. Obadiah, without a doubt, is an excellent candidate to give Tony a sense of crisis. Well, okay, Lin, I'll listen to you. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Tony finally calmed down and nodded. Anyway, he also has the Lin Yu family by his side. And Lin Yu is also a Superman, and he has incredible ability from the beginning, which also makes Tony feel more at ease. Lin, come back, go back to Stark Industries, go back to the home you grew up in. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly looked at Lin Yu with a hint of hope in his eyes. Your room, I have always had someone clean it. It's as clean as ever. Don't worry, I won't stop you from doing anything this time. I will respect your interests and dreams. You like taking pictures and photography. As a reporter, I can even open a company for you to do these things. Lin Yu was slightly silent. He knows how Tony longed to have a family, especially when he knew that Obadiah Stan betrayed and even wanted to kill himself. His heart seemed to be torn apart, very painful and sad. Lin Yu nodded, patted Tony on the shoulder, smiled and said, well, let's go home. The terrorist incident quickly passed, and Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, came to the rescue in a helicopter, and the news about Tony's kidnapping also made a lot of noise. The specific process is similar to the plot of the movie, but it's different. At the same time, another voice is gradually resounding internationally. It is said that a mysterious and powerful existence named Superman rescued Tony, who was kidnapped by terrorists. Superman is not only powerful, he can knock out tanks with one punch, but also has a body of steel, and bullets hit him like scratches. It was so ticklish that it could even fly in the sky. At the same time, a mysterious video gradually circulated online. The video is naturally slag quality. It looks blurry, but it's this ambiguity that gives the video its visceral mystery. The content of the video is a mysterious figure who seems to be protecting someone who flew out from the sky of the explosion. It is very exciting and thrilling to watch, and makes people curious. Who are the people in there? Can actually fly? Could it be the Superman who saved Tony Stark? For a while, the topic of Superman on the internet gradually fermented. There are even some people who are already calling Superman a savior comparable to Jesus, saying that Superman is the God who came to save them all from suffering. The topic of Superman has become more and more popular, and even once appeared on the international hot search. But it quickly dropped again. In the end, it remained in the category of a niche discussion circle. After all, for many people, watching this kind of hot news is just a pleasure. It is difficult to decide whether it is true or not, let alone have emotions such as longing, admiration, yearning for Superman, thinking it is superhero, etc., and often these emotions are the main factors in the formation of prestige. At the moment, it's been a few days since Tony was kidnapped back. To celebrate Tony's return, Obadiah Stein, the second-in-command of Stark Industries, hosted Tony with a gala dinner at the Stark building, and a press conference tonight. Hey Lin, where's your big brother Tony? At the party, Lin Yu was wearing a tailored black suit and was leisurely admiring all the beautiful beauties around her. Suddenly Obadiah was holding 2 glasses of golden champagne. Pass a cup to Lin Yu. He then raised the other cup and asked with a smile. Oh, Tony. Lin Yu glanced in one direction. I just saw him and a beautiful female reporter going to the room over there. Maybe they are doing something mysterious. You know, my brother's traditional arts. He is such a bohemian person. Forward. Obadiah was a little embarrassed when he heard the words. How could he have thought that Lin Yu's words were just words of a tiger and wolf, which made him not very good at speaking for a while. However, he was a smooth person, but his expression was not fluctuating. He took a sip of the champagne in his hand and said with a smile, So that's the case, then I won't bother Tony. Lin, why don't we, let's chat. In fact, Obadiah said that he came to find Tony, but in fact, the fundamental purpose was to talk to Lin Yu. The terrorist kidnapping was carefully planned by him. He thought Tony would definitely die, but how could he have imagined that this playboy would finally escape? Obadiah was very upset and even more puzzled. He scoffed at the rumors that Superman saved Stark circulating on the internet. But after contacting the terrorist leader, the other party told him that a terrible existence called Superman rescued Tony Stark and almost wiped out the base of their terrorist organization. Obadiah is a little lost in the field. What's the situation? Is there really a Superman? So where did this Superman come from? The real existence of Superman makes Obadiah curious, amazed, and at the same time has a faint sense of crisis. So he wanted to talk to Lin Yu, find out about the existence of Superman. After all, Lin Yu was kidnapped by terrorists and rescued by Superman. And in Obadiah's point of view, Lin Yu, the adopted son of the Stark family, is nothing more than a scumbag. It's easy to get words out of such a young chick, and it couldn't be easier. Oh, let's talk. Lin Yu also took a sip of champagne, then looked directly at Obadiah, and said with a smile, no problem, Stan, we haven't had a serious chat for a few years, and I'd love to catch up with you. Woolen cloth. Lin Yu looked directly at him. For some reason, Obadiah felt like he was being stared at by a tiger and wolves for a moment, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. But that feeling soon dissipated. He wondered for a moment, but soon ignored it. He only thought that it was his delusion that he was under too much mental pressure. After all, Lin Yu is just a useless adopted son who has no skills. How could he be a threat to him? Well, I'll send someone to prepare a room where no one will be disturbed. Let's go there and talk. Obadiah said and left the party scene with Lin Yu and went deeper into the Stark building. He always had a polite and kind smile on his face, but deep in those eyes, but it hides Senhan's sneer. There is no doubt that Obadiah can't wait to get started. In the days when Tony was kidnapped, Obadiah had already started to annex all the industries of Stark Industries. He only thought that Tony was dead, but how could he think that this kid would finally come back alive? And all the moves he made to annex the Stark industry were simply impossible to stop. Otherwise, it will cause huge losses to him. So it seems calm now, but in fact Obadiah knows that his time is running out, and he has to take measures to continue to kill Tony further. It just so happened that he knew that Tony was very protective of his younger brother Lin Yu, and the two brothers are now reconciled. In addition, Obadiah was eager to know a series of things about Superman, so he set his eyes on Lin Yu, planning to start with Lin Yu, and firmly control this kid in his hands, so that he could understand Superman's relevant information, but also to seize a weakness of Tony. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, where does Obadiah know? Lin Yu is Superman. What he grabbed was not the soft underbelly, but the body of steel that could smash him into patties with one punch. And Lin Yu is more than just Superman now. Looking at Obadiah's back, Lin Yu's mouth curled into a strange smile, and at the same time, a very pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in at the time-limited sign-in location Stark Building's Hungman Evening Party. You got a purple rarity reward, Joker, deadly joke. Oh, Joker. Another purple rarity reward. Lin Yu is very satisfied with his European bloodline. That's cool. As for why Joker is a rare purple reward, it is the same as Superman's body of steel. Lin Yu feels that the system may not judge rewards based on strength. Although Joker is really inferior to Superman in terms of strength, but this guy is like Batman, as smart as a demon. No matter how powerful his opponent is, he will always find the opponent's weakness and defeat him. And the strength of Joker is not to say that it is really just ordinary people. Its later development is also not trivial. Lin Yu knows that on top of the deadly joke Joker, there are also 5-dimensional Jokers and even Emperor Jokers. Such Jokers, not to mention Superman, can even be used by the entire universe. It plays with the applause, and with a flick of the finger, the steel body can be wiped out. Definitely, if you want to upgrade to such a Joker, it is estimated that you will need a lot of performance values to advance. Unlike Superman, if Joker wants to increase his prestige, it is estimated that he can only take the evil route, but this is just right. I just need an evil character to play Obadiah, and let Obadiah become my tool, help me expand Joker's reputation. He. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled yinly. In the blink of an eye, there was an indescribable sense of wickedness in his whole body. Unlike Superman's Iron Man who gave Lin Yu an absolutely powerful strength, Joker's fatal joke, the reward, greatly enhanced Lin Yu's wisdom in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, he can come up with 100 bad ideas. And at this time, the system has an additional phantom function. He can think. In an instant, the whole person turned into a Joker appearance. Joker makeup was painted on his face, a terrifying smile appeared on both sides of his mouth as if being cut off, his hair was dyed green, and he was wearing a purple suit. It's very similar to the operation of switching skins and characters, but he doesn't need to bother to make up himself. And it's worth mentioning. After the switch, it does not mean that he has really become an ordinary human physique like Joker. His Superman steel body is still there, and his bloodline and strength have been firmly engraved in his genes, but it does not mean that changes will change. Your current reputation statistics are: Superman, 52000, Joker, 0, total roll value, 5,200. Hint, before 1000 W, the prestige value of each character can be converted into a 10:1 ratio. After 1000 W, the conversion ratio of the prestige performance value is 100:1. The ultimate function will be activated after the prestige reaches 100 billion saturation. Lin Yu checked his reputation statistics. 2 days ago, he bought an international trending search and hyped it up a bit. Coupled with the propaganda of the terrorists from the bald male leader, his Superman's reputation has grown quite well in the past 2 days, and has reached 50,000. Many. But this time. But there is one more rule prompt. Lin Yu glanced at it, and his eyes moved slightly. This rule is equivalent to encouraging me to find more places to sign in the early stage, so as to get as many characters as possible to play. After all, each character starts from 0 reputation, and the reputation value is before 1000 W. Earning the performance value is the most efficient, and the performance value earned can strengthen the shortcomings or advantages of any character. That is to say, can I design my own comprehensive strength arbitrarily? Every time a character is acquired, its strength and characteristics coexist in Lin Yu, and there is no such thing as switching to someone else and the strength of another character disappears. After all, this is equivalent to a disguised weakening. But when you play more roles in the future, there will be too complicated situations. Like a pot of stew, people can't figure out the beginning and the end. Should every role be strengthened to the extreme? But it won't suffice to make the performance value conspicuous. And it's the same thing as the saying goes. Most of the limits of the strong have many similarities, which will also lead to repetition of strengthening, resulting in the occurrence of meaningless strengthening. So this reflects the importance of self-designed comprehensive strength. For example, Superman's body of steel is very strong, while Lin Yu eliminates the weak magic resistance. He can continuously strengthen the body of steel without thinking, and the others can be ignored. For example, Joker's wisdom is extremely high, and ghost ideas emerge in an endless stream. Lin Yu can specially strengthen his Joker's wisdom and tricks on this basis, until the wisdom reaches the level of the 5-dimensional field, and the rest can be ignored. Each role has a strengthening focus. Finally combined. It was Lin Yu's original strength. He is both a legion and a supremely powerful individual. Lin, this is the room, let's go in. At this moment, Obadiah's voice entered Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu glanced. Here. It can be regarded as a remote place in the Stark Building. Stark Building is a comprehensive office building with 100 stories high. The design inside is intricate, and there are many dark floor designs. If he were an ordinary person, Lin Yu didn't have to think about it. Once he entered this room, it was equivalent to entering the gate of hell. Obadiah can manipulate him at will in the next time until he is turned into a corpse. But well, this kind of environment is also very suitable for him to play. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Next, how am I going to play Obadiah and make him the best joke at the party tonight? Hehe, I can't help but feel the anticipation. Stan, isn't this too far from the party scene? Lin Yu looked at Obadiah and questioned. Hehe, Lin, in fact, what I'm going to talk to you about next is a very important matter. I don't want the situation where the walls have ears, so I can only be cautious. Obadiah smiled and said, forgive me, this matter has a lot to do with Tony, and I'm also thinking of Tony. I think you won't mind, right? Definitely, since it's an important matter related to Tony, I naturally wouldn't mind. Lin Yu also laughed. Open the door. Enter. This room is just an ordinary conference room, but it wasn't empty at the moment. Instead, there are 2 black bodyguards stationed. Obadiah explained with a smile in advance, this is my subordinate, and they can ensure that the conversation between us will not be heard by any sneaky person. Saying that, he gestured with his eyes. One of the bodyguards in black saw this, nodded, left the room, and was stationed outside the door. Another bodyguard in black walked up to Lin Yu and said expressionlessly, Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Lin Yu sat down. The bodyguard in black did not leave. Standing behind Lin Yu like this, he glanced at Lin Yu vaguely. If it is an ordinary person, there will definitely be a feeling of being on the back at this moment, which is very uncomfortable. But Lin Yu is quite relaxed. He seemed to know nothing and said to Obadiah without seeing anything. Okay, Stan, what important thing do you want to talk to me about Tony? Can you say it now? Definitely. Obadiah looked into Lin Yu's eyes with a smile on his face from beginning to end. Lin, I have always been a person who likes to get straight to the point, so I won't be around the corner. What I want to tell you is, was there a being called Superman who rescued you when you and Tony escaped a terrorist kidnapping? That's it? I'm not quite sure. Lin Yu shrugged and said, actually, Stan, to tell you the truth, I was terrified at the time, so I immediately fainted, and when I woke up, I found that I had been rescued, and I was in Colonel Rhodes' helicopter. I'm confused from beginning to end. I think you may ask Tony more clearly about this. Obadiah was a little speechless when he heard the words. That's it? Hehe, this Lin Yu is indeed a waste in the Stark family who has no ability or value. He really overestimated this kid, thinking that he could get valuable information from the other party. Shake your head. Obadiah naturally also thought that Lin Yu might be lying and wanted to hide the identity of the Superman. But his stereotype of Lin Yu is very deep. He has always regarded Lin Yu as waste and trash for a long time. When Howard adopted a child of Chinese blood like Lin Yu, he also strongly opposed and rejected Lin Yu. It can be said that he has a deep discrimination against Lin Yu, but his fortress is so deep that it doesn't show on the surface. So at the moment, he still prefers that Lin Yu is a piece of shit, and indeed fainted out of fear at the time, without getting any useful information. Hihi, Lin, I have to say, I think you are really a bit of a waste. Obadiah looked at Lin Yu with a smile on his face at this moment. He began to gradually plan to tear his face off. Since he couldn't get any valuable information from Lin Yu, he could only forcibly use some not-so-good means to forcibly squeeze the last value that Lin Yu could give him. Huh? Stan, what did you say? You say I'm trash. Lin Yu frowned when he heard the words, showing a sullen look, and even wanted to stand up at once. But right now, the black-clothed bodyguard behind him violently held him down. Not knowing when a gun appeared in his hand, he pressed the cold muzzle unceremoniously on Lin Yu's head, and said coldly, "Sit down obediently." You. Lin Yu showed a furious expression, stared at Obadiah viciously, and growled, "Obadiah Stan, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that Tony will know about it all?" "Huh, Tony." Obadiah sneered. "Get up." He leisurely took a whiskey glass from the wine rack aside, scooped ice cubes, added golden high-end whiskey liquid, and said with a sip, "Lin, I have to say that you are really stupid and naive. For this sake, can't you guess who is trying to kill Tony? Do you think those terrorists are so capable that they can join the army so easily? Feng hijacked Tony? Isn't all this due to the intelligence and weapons I gave? It's you? You want to kill Tony? Why?" Lin Yu showed a shocked expression. "Why?" Obadiah gave Lin Yu a disdainful look. "Why do you say that? Waste? Don't you think that the reason why Stark Industries is now, shouldn't be due to me alone? And what did Tony Stark do? He's just a piece of shit. He's a little smarter, he can tinker with some inventions, but he's not qualified to be the head of Stark Industries at all. Hihi, if Stark Industries only depended on you two trash brothers, it would have collapsed long ago and I don't know where to go. Stark Industries, everything that Howard left behind, only I, Obadiah Stan, are qualified to truly inherit. I can speak all the truth in my heart." Obadiah can be said to be very cool. But pretend was cool for a while, and thunder struck the crematorium. He didn't notice Lin Yu at the moment at all. The expression in his eyes was as if he was watching a monkey show, full of hilarity and banter. "Okay, now, it's time for me to perform. Snap your fingers." Snapped. All of a sudden, the lights in the entire room seemed to be hit by some invisible blow. They all cracked and went out, and the sizzling electric current penetrated out. From time to time, a little electric light was lit up, which could illuminate a corner of the room. Obadiah's hand holding the wine glass paused. Brows furrowed. "What's the situation? Is the circuit shorted? Hurry up and investigate for me." "What?" However, what responded to him was the screams of the bodyguard. The bodyguard stationed outside the door heard the sound of the change, and immediately picked up the gun very alertly and wanted to open the door and enter. However, before he opened the door, a hand suddenly stretched out from the door, grabbed his neck suddenly, and forcibly pulled him in directly, followed by a bang sound. The door is closed and locked up. This series of changes was too fast. Obadiah didn't react very much from the beginning to the end, and found that the situation that was originally under his control had been completely out of control, and it had become strange. ZZ-. The sound of electric current kept ringing. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Obadiah opened his eyes wide, and saw that the place where the electric light was slightly lit was where Lin Yu was sitting. However, there was no one on the seat at the moment, and it seemed that a figure could be seen lying beside him. That should be Lin Yu, right? Did he faint? Still dead? What about the two bodyguards? Guru. Obadiah couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He didn't know who came here suddenly. This unknown sense of fear made his heart speed up wildly. After pausing for a second or two, and feeling that there was no movement around, Obadiah did not have the slightest hesitation. He quickened his pace sharply, trying to find the location of the door, open it, and leave the room by using the flashing light of the electric current leaking from time to time, as well as the memory in his mind. But at this moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. ZZ-. I saw the light flash again. The illuminated corner. In the place where Lin Yu was sitting, a figure suddenly appeared. The other party had a pale and weird Joker makeup, green hair, and a purple suit. He looked like an elegant gentleman, but the smile on his face almost reached his ears, and it looked extremely scary. Obadiah was so frightened that he almost died on the spot, and lost his voice. "You? Who are you? Since you asked the question sincerely, then I will tell you with great mercy." Lin Yu said a classic line with great interest. At this time, the flashing electric current light went out. When it lights up again, Obadiah was startled, and saw that the other party had disappeared from the seat. A pale hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, and a creepy voice sounded beside his ear. "You can call me Joker. Little Joker." Obadiah's neck turned stiffly and slowly, and under the flickering electric light, the mysterious and terrifying Joker could be seen, who had appeared behind him at some point. Left hand on his left shoulder. The face with the scary Joker makeup appeared on the right side of his face. At such a close distance, Obadiah could even see the red makeup on the Joker's face. It seemed that it was not just dye, but his blood. Especially the smile on both sides of the mouth. That blood-red smile. It was as if it was cut from the corner of the mouth, and it made the scalp tingle just by looking at it. It's no longer human at all. This is clearly a pervert, a monster. What are you trying to do? Are you here to save this kid, Lin? Or are you hired by Stark to protect these brothers? Obadiah broke out in cold sweat, but he tried his best to keep his composure. After all, he is an old fox who has been in the business world all his life, and his psychological quality is still good. Now he just feels an invisible fear, but his psychological defense line has not collapsed. Even, he was still thinking about whether he could kill the other party? Save this kid? Employed by Stark? Haha, Obadiah Stan, you are very good, and you told me a very good joke as soon as you came up. Lin Yu's figure moved. He suddenly sat down in a chair like a ghost. He put his feet up leisurely on the conference table. Under the dim electric light that flickers on and off, he seems to be performing a one-person stage play, mysterious and comfortable, while enjoying the whole process. He looked at Obadiah, the only spectator, and smiled slowly. No, Obadiah, I have no interest in being a superhero, and I'm not hired by anyone. The reason why I'm here is because I'm here to find you. Come on a special trip to find me. Obadiah was slightly taken aback. Good. Lin Yu said, I really like your treacherous, cunning, shameless, and extremely depraved character. In my eyes, such an ugly you is really a very good treasure. Obadiah was speechless. So you are complimenting me? Are you still scolding me? I'm definitely complimenting you. As if he could see through Obadiah's mind, Lin Yu continued leisurely, actually, I am now recruiting some evil and hateful enough people to set up an organization called the Injustice Alliance. Obadiah, I like you very much. However, although you are shameless enough and your character is bad enough, you still have a flaw. Tisk tisk tisk, that is a very fatal flaw. Recruit me. At this time, Obadiah had actually gradually calmed down. This Joker doesn't seem to want his life, not an enemy, but to recruit him? An organization founded by pure villains? Injustice? He was a little bit interested. And at this time, with the weak flashing light, he just happened to find a pistol that fell on the ground, which should have fallen from the two black bodyguards. And, not far from him. This made Obadiah's heart completely calm. With a weapon, no matter what kind of monster the opponent is, it is still human after all. He doesn't believe that this guy called Joker can resist bullets? You say I have a fatal flaw? What flaw? Secretly discovered the existence of the weapon, which made Obadiah directly confident, and the voice of speaking at this moment became slightly louder. It's simple. Lin Yu said, your flaw is that you won't tell a joke that's good enough, catchy enough, and deadly enough. Saying that, as if by magic, Lin Yu did not know when a clean glass appeared in his hand. Just like Obadiah before, he leisurely scooped some ice cubes on the wine rack, and poured in the golden whiskey. Take a sip. Lin Yu continued with an expression of enjoyment. Obadiah, you have to know that jokes, but the most perfect and most beautiful voice in the world, although you told a good joke before, but it is not enough, because a best joke, it is not only enough it's funny, but it has to be lethal enough. If you want to join my organization Injustice, you must first learn to tell jokes. Obadiah, you are honored. Tonight I can accompany you to learn to tell jokes slowly, until your jokes are funny enough deadly, until I am satisfied. Obadiah was speechless again for a while. All right. He got it. The Joker in front of him is simply a lunatic. A lunatic. Tell a joke? Deadly joke? Haha, you fool. I'm sorry, Mr. Joker. Obadiah's face was completely cold. I have to admit, you scared me at first, but in my opinion now, you are stupid. If you want to threaten me, first of all, I suggest you learn to put instead of going crazy like I am now, I would first tie up, blindfold me, or even take things I care about to make me dread, while allowing me to move freely. Swish. Between words, Obadiah, an old guy with a chubby physique, turned over extremely dexterously, and approached the pistol on the ground extremely quickly, and intend to pick it up. In his anticipation. The next moment, he will hold the gun and point it at the head of that ridiculous Joker, turning the situation straight, and the whole scene will be under his control again. But before he could completely pick up the pistol, suddenly, a pale hand picked it up before him. Obadiah was stunned at first, immediately breathing. How can that be? Stiff hands. Trembling slightly, he raised his head and saw that terrifying Joker face suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Obadiah was even more frightened this time than at the beginning. His heart almost stopped on the spot, and he died. This Joker is a human or a ghost? The pistol was obviously closer to him. Why would the other party come one step ahead of him? Previously, Obadiah thought it was an illusion caused by dim light and flickering, but now, he is already doubting whether this Joker is human. Alas, Obadiah, you really disappointed me. Lin Yu shook his head. Reach out. The thumb and index finger clasped Obadiah's chin and face, causing his mouth to open involuntarily like a fish, and at the same time shoved the cold muzzle directly into Obadiah's mouth. Why are you so serious? Whoa. Obadiah was speechless and could only keep shaking his head, as if begging Lin Yu to spare his life. However, Lin Yu continued as if he had never seen it before. Isn't it good to tell a joke happily with each other? Well, forget it, you are really a troublesome student. If you want to learn to tell a joke, then I'll start with the most basic laugh and teach you. Lin Yu will muzzle. Almost shoved into Obadiah's throat. This made Obadiah's eyes almost pop out. But Lin Yu is still not seen. Instead, the corners of his mouth grinned open, his smile almost reaching his ears, and he said very kindly, come on, laugh like me. Whoa. Obadiah shook his head frantically. The suffocation of the muzzle stuck in his throat made his entire face flush red. Although he could breathe a little, it was really uncomfortable. Too uncomfortable? In this situation, how could he still laugh? Huh? What do you mean by shaking your head? Don't you want to laugh? Lin Yu said and pushed the muzzle deeper into Obadiah's throat. This time Obadiah was completely suffocated. He hastily changed to nodding immediately. Laugh? He wants to laugh. He really wants to laugh. Woo-ha, woo-ha, woo-ha-ha. While doing her best to let out a laugh that was worse than crying, she even burst into tears due to the strong suffocation, but Obadiah still frantically gestured to Lin Yu in order to save her life. Look how happy I am smiling. Lin Yu finally took the gun out of Obadiah's mouth. Obadiah, on the other hand, was coughing and retching constantly by covering his throat. Although I can breathe smoothly, it still feels very uncomfortable. The nausea that the throat is invaded by foreign objects is difficult to dispel for a while, it is like a nightmare. Tisk tisk, Obadiah, congratulations, you finally took the first step successfully in tonight's fatal joke class. Lin Yu continued to sit back in his seat, feet up on the conference table, whiskey leisurely. Oh, by the way, what you said before reminded me. Indeed, I need something that is enough to threaten you and make you feel jealous to spur you on. As Lin Yu spoke, a voice recorder appeared in his hand as if by magic. One push of a button. Among them, the voice and words that Obadi had previously exposed to himself suddenly sounded. Don't you think that the reason why Stark Industries is what it is, shouldn't be due to me alone? And what did Tony Stark do? He's just a piece of shit, he's a little smarter, and he can tinker with some inventions, but is simply not qualified to be the leader of Stark Industries. Stark Industries, everything that Howard left behind, only I, Obadiah Stan, are qualified to truly inherit. Obadiah finally recovered. At this moment, I heard the words I had said before in the voice recorder. Almost not a mouthful of old blood spurted out on the spot. You actually. Obadiah's face was ashen. He knew that if this paragraph was posted to the media, it would definitely put him in a state of extreme embarrassment, and all the fame and good image he had built up in the past would collapse. Don't worry, Obadiah, I'm not a devil myself. Lin Yu waved the recorder in his hand and said, as long as you learn how to laugh with me, the laugh makes me satisfied and makes me happy, then only you and I know about this recording, and no one else knows at all. Won't know. Obadiah's face was really ugly, but helpless. This joker could take his life at any time right now, and grabbed his handle. He seems to be able to move freely without being bound, but in fact, his entire body has been completely bound by invisible chains, like a string doll. What the other party says, he has to do. Okay, I will learn to laugh with you, and I will definitely laugh to satisfy you. Obadiah felt extremely aggrieved, but there was still a forced smile on his face, even a very happy expression, for fear that if he didn't laugh well, the joker in front of him would suddenly attack him. Oh, no, you're laughing. You're really still at the stage of a toddler. It's too immature. Lin Yu put out an index finger, shaking constantly. Well, I'll ask this classmate to give you an example. While he laughs, you learn from him. If he laughs, you have to laugh with him, you know. During the speech, Lin Yu scratched to the ground. Swish. He grabbed the black-clothed bodyguard who was behind him and pointed a gun at his head. This black-clothed bodyguard used to be very arrogant before, but now Lin Yu held his chin like a dog and put his face in front of Obadiah. Forgive me, Mr. Joker? Please spare my life. After being knocked unconscious by Lin Yu, the bodyguard in black actually woke up not long after, but it happened to see Obadiah being tortured with a gun stuck in his throat. Then, when he saw that there was his companion, another bodyguard's entire neck was almost twisted into an icy cold body. He was terrified for a while, so he pretended to be dead. But it never occurred to me that it was discovered. He is really panicking now, want to struggle. But even though he exerted his strength to suckle, in Joker's hands he was as weak as a child, knowing that the two were not of the same order of magnitude in terms of strength, so he resolutely begged for mercy immediately. Oh, do you want to spare your life? It's simple, just laugh. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Then very gently, he forcibly pulled the corners of his mouth apart, breaking them into an exaggerated smile, which almost split the corners of his mouth. That's it, just smile. The corners of his mouth were forcibly broken into an exaggerated smile, and the bodyguard in black felt that his entire face was going numb. But in order to save his life, he still tried his best to meet the strange requirements of the Joker in front of him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed. Oh no, laughing is not enough to make people laugh. This classmate, you have to set an example for other classmates Obadiah, so don't let me down. Lin Yu said, pulling his smile even more exaggerated. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The bodyguard in black can only laugh harder. Crazy laugh. Laugh like a lunatic. He, very good, in this state, the laugh will be louder and more contagious. Lin Yu showed an expression like admiring a work of art. At the same time look at Obadiah. Come on, let's laugh together. Obadiah was completely dumbfounded, although the ears are full of laughter, but it made him shiver. Seeing Lin Yu looking at him, he was instantly stunned, and quickly laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Go ahead, learn from this classmate, pull the corners of your mouth into an extreme smile, and then burst out all the happiness in your heart. Laugh, laugh, laugh wildly. Obadiah can only learn to pull the corner of his mouth into an arc of an extremely exaggerated smile, and then go deeper, like a madman, and laugh wildly with the black-clothed bodyguard. Ha ha ha, he, ha 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 ha. The atmosphere of the party at the Stark building was peaceful and calm. Curly classical music has always been a favorite of celebrities, because it can bring out their elegant taste. The golden champagne is exchanged under the soft light. Celebrities danced socially and swayed under the alternating lights, looking like they had a different style. Hey Lin, I've been looking for you for a long time, where have you been just now? Tony walked over in a sassy patterned suit and handed Lin Yu a glass of champagne from the waiter. It's nothing, it's just that a beautiful journalist came to me just now and wanted to have a private chat with me. Lin Yu drank the champagne and showed a mysterious smile. You know, Tony, it's hard to be kind, and I've never been very good at refusing. Oh, so it is. Tony was taken aback. This kind of thing. He definitely understands. Because he used to do it often. Oh no, often, not, cough. All in all, when Tony looked at Lin Yu, he couldn't help showing a relieved expression. He felt that his younger brother had finally grown up, and he was no longer the little boy who would blush when he met a beautiful woman. Lin, I'll introduce you a few more spicy ones in the future. You know, my vision has always been very good in this regard. Tony winked at Lin Yu and said, you're satisfied. Ah, easy to say, easy to say. Lin Yu was a little dumbfounded in his heart. Tony, this saucy bag, this sullen look, how you look at it. It looks like the kind of big brother who has hit it off in the clubhouse and has experienced a lot of battles, and he is hooking up with you for a while, saying how rich his experience is, which cup of tea is delicious, which cup of tea is sweet, which cup of tea is fragrant and so on. Oh yes, Lin, I want to confirm with you again. Tony suddenly thought of something, and said softly to Lin Yu, are you sure you want to wait for a while at the press conference, and want me to say that Superman saved me, Ethan, and you? Isn't that not good? After all, Superman it's you. If you announce to the media at this time, I am Superman, how prestige would that be? I have to say that Tony's brain circuit is pure and strange. Handsome. That's it. It's no wonder that he will do such an operation to reveal his Iron Man identity in the future. However, Lin Yu has his own considerations. After Tony revealed his Iron Man identity, Stark Industries' stock price skyrocketed, and his fame exploded, because Tony was already well known enough in the first place. Originally a playboy, billionaire, cynical, inventive genius, suddenly transformed into a superhero Iron Man who saves the world. This sense of contrast can instantly detonate the topic and attract many passers-by fans. Many people will think that this is really too dangling and too handsome, but Lin Yu's side is different. He used to be unknown at all, and Superman also made a little hype on the topic in the past few days when he bought the international hot search, and the discussion was far from enough. At this time, revealing his identity would not increase the prestige of the role of Superman at all. Lin Yu only needs to use Tony as a tool. It is enough to confirm the existence of Superman through the mouth of a famous person. Build up the heat slowly. Wait until a hot enough trash point is reached, and then announce the identity, so that you can harvest a wave of prestige that is huge enough. Okay Tony, you know, Loki is king. Lin Yu pretended to shake his head and said, and my wish is to be an ordinary office worker and live a peaceful and stable life. You know me, I don't really like that kind of high-profile feeling. All right. Since Lin Yu was unwilling, then Tony naturally wouldn't force it. By the way, it's been less than 5 minutes since the press conference. Obadiah has always been very active at this time. Why doesn't he seem to be missing tonight? Tony said and looked around. Obadiah was nowhere to be seen. This made him feel a little strange. Thinking about the kidnapping of him by the terrorists, which was completely planned by Obadiah, and that he had secretly discovered some of Obadiah's misdeeds in the past 2 days, he couldn't help but think. Or, what is he planning? I always have a bad feeling in my heart. Okay Tony, don't think too much. Lin Yu patted Tony on the shoulder and said, now I'm Superman, and you have your steel armor, plus we already know Obadiah's conspiracy, and we're always watching his actions, he can't figure it out. From the waves. 2. Tony nodded. Speaking of steel armor, his heart couldn't help but feel confident. These days he is recovering from his injuries, but he is not doing nothing at all. In the underground research room of his mansion, Tony has gradually improved his Mark I iron tank armor and made the upgraded version of the Mark II armor also improved his arc reactor. Now, as long as he wears steel armor, he can be called a mobile humanoid fortress. As for the old guy Obadiah, he is not his opponent at all. And Lin Yu looked at Tony and felt relieved. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Tony successfully manufactured the steel armor upgrade, which is naturally a good thing, but he also secretly copied a copy of the drawings and materials. Why do you want to do this? Naturally, it was for the birth of Iron Overlord. After all, he has already designed the script. If the Iron Overlord is not born, the next scene will not be exciting enough. Even for this reason, he plans to invite another mysterious player to join the battle. Speaking of which, Obadiah should wake up soon, right? Lin Yu looked in one direction with a smile in his eyes. At the end of that direction, in a remote conference room, ZZ-. The broken light is still flashing in the electric current sound. In the fading light. Conference table. As if you could see a person's head staring at the eyes, the corners of his mouth torn open, revealing an exaggerated smile, but looking at the breath, but it is clear that he has completely suffocated to death. And his face is still painted with pale and bright red Joker makeup, looking very creepy. This is the black bodyguard. On the opposite side, Obadiah was not dead. He couldn't bear the crazy nervous laughter and fainted. But even if he fainted, the corner of his mouth was still grinning. And this moment, he woke up slowly. I'm still alive? Hee hee, why can't I stop laughing? Damn it, the muscles at the corners of my mouth are completely stiff. I don't want to laugh anymore. Shaking his head, Obadiah tried to keep himself awake. ZZ-. But at this moment, along with the sound of the electric current, the broken lights flickered, and the pale face of the black-clothed bodyguard painted Joker's makeup and laughed to death suddenly reflected in his pupils. Ah, Joker? Don't kill me. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing. Obadiah is like PTSD. He burst out laughing like a conditioned reflex. The instinct of survival made him subconsciously want to completely stay away from the Joker's face, and his body rushed out of the door. Click. The door is open. Obadiah was overjoyed. He ran out like crazy. Didn't even want to look back to make sure it was the real Joker. There was only one thought in his mind right now. Escape. Get out of here. Escape this nightmarish place. Soon, the press conference will be held as scheduled. The purpose of the press conference is actually very simple. It is to maintain stability. Stark Industry is such a huge business empire, with the manufacture of arms as its core, and its industries span power, energy, charity, medical care, entertainment, manufacturing, retail, securities, civilian technology, basic facility construction, etc. Its sole, well-known genius, business leader, Tony Stark, was actually kidnapped by terrorists. This will undoubtedly bring extreme volatility to Stark Industries' stock. And this fluctuation cannot be recovered in a day or two, even if Tony came back. But at the beginning, it was just a small press conference, and then went home in a hurry to recover, and the publicity was simply not enough. In addition, Obadiah secretly interfered. It is rumored that the major shareholders plan to remove Tony from the position of president. Power is completely empty, and even expel Tony from Stark Industries, which also causes many shareholders to be worried. They feel Stark Industries is turbulent and unstable now, so it will sell a lot of stocks to avoid risks. And as a result, Stark Industrial stock fell sharply. So a big, formal press conference is important, even if it can create a burst point. For example, the classic I am Iron Man is more than enough to make the stock soar overnight, and this is actually a manifestation of reputation. In a few days, I will also start a listed company, just like the Walter Group in Black Robe Pickets, operating superhero as a star brand, developing various movies and peripheral copyrights, earning a lot of money prestige, and the rise and fall of stocks can be seen intuitively as the growth rate of prestige. Lin Yu's eyes moved. Got a good idea. To increase the prestige of some characters, it is not necessary for him to play them all the time. For example, Superman, find a well-known movie star to make a Superman movie. If the box office is good, then Lin Yu can also gain the prestige and acting value of the role of Superman. It is also feasible to find someone to play the role he plays. This kind of nesting doll behavior is also feasible. In the later stage, if the sign-in gets some, it is not too strong. Compared with characters like Superman and Joker, Lin Yu can completely leave it to his own company to operate and earn the conversion rate in the early stage. 10:1000 W reputation value. It saves time, effort, and returns. Why not do it? Everyone, I will invite the protagonist of our reception, my friend, Tony, to come on stage. As a friend, Colonel Rhodes was hired by Tony as a toolman again. After all, he is a colonel of the military, and he has a lot of credibility. Having him preside over the press conference will also make the whole reception a layer of authority. It's just that Rhodes knew that Tony always played out of the way, always liked to come up with some nonsense. So this time, seeing Tony coming to the stage, he made a gesture in his eyes and whispered in Tony's ear. Tony, remember, you must read according to the script, understand? I have arranged everything for you, you just need to finish this press conference safely, and people ask you what Superman for things, you just say that you fainted at the time, and you don't know anything, that's the safest way. Okay. Tony's face became a little confused when he heard the words. Rhodes is actually pretty good. Be safe. Said that he didn't know anything from the beginning to the end, and that he came back safely anyway. Stark Industries is business as usual, and it is enough to let the public know all about it. If you do some shit, who the hell knows the messy consequences? But Tony couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu, who was not far away. He had already made an agreement with Lin Yu that he would announce the real existence of Superman. Which one should I choose? On the one hand, he is his friend for many years, and on the other hand, he is the younger brother who has rarely reconciled with him. Who should I listen to? It's very confusing. While thinking about it, Tony was already standing on the podium, and the microphone was pointed in front of him. He paused for a moment, then picked up the manuscript that Rhodes had already prepared for him, and planned to read. I'm honored to be able to participate in tonight's reception. Wait, Mr. Stark. But at this moment, a beautiful female reporter wearing black silk lifted the glasses on her face, looked at Tony and said, "You really think that you can fool all of us by reading the words you have prepared a long time ago? Go. You know, as journalists, there is only one thing we want to know, and that is the truth. Correct?" Another reporter also spoke. This is a male reporter who just looks casual, not as formal as other reporters. He looked at Tony with hanging eyes and said, "Hello Mr. Stark, my name is Eddie Brooke. I have heard your name for a long time. I know that a big shot like you must think about more things than a small reporter like me. Much more, but do you really feel good about hiding the truth, unable to speak your heart, and being a puppet who can only read manuscripts? Yes, Mr. Stark, is it true that you were saved by a being called Superman, as the internet said? Superman, does it exist or not? What does Superman look like? Can Superman really fly in the sky?" Forward. Tony couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. These reporters are really sharp lately, especially the one named Eddie Brooke. "Okay, everyone be quiet." At this moment, Rhodes took out his majesty as a military colonel. "At this reception, you are not allowed to ask unrelated topics at will, otherwise I will send someone to invite him out." This remark made all the reporters shut up. Such a press conference is not a trivial matter. Every one of them came in at a high price from the company owner. If they were invited out, it would be equivalent to losing their jobs, and they could not bear the price. Rise. Cough cough. After quiet, Tony coughed dryly and picked up the manuscript again. But at this time, he couldn't help but look in the direction where Lin Yu was, and saw Lin Yu smiled at him and gave him a reassuring look. Tony took a deep breath. Finally, he made up his mind. His eyes were bright and firm to the reporters who were watching him. An unruly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're right, Superman, it does exist." When Tony said the word Superman does exist, the entire press conference was like a powder keg exploded, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely warm. "Mr. Stark, can Superman really fly?" "Tony, definitely. Definitely can fly? If one day you see a bird flying overhead, it might be Superman passing by in the sky. There is a rumor on the internet that Superman is indestructible, and even missiles can't kill it. Is this true?" "Tony, Superman has a strong body of steel, let alone missiles. I guess even nuclear bombs are useless to him." "Mr. Stark, do you know who Superman himself is, and is he willing to give me a private interview?" "Tony, sorry, I don't know who Superman is, but this black reporter, I can accept your private interview appointment. My room is quite big. What does Superman have to do with Stark Industries?" "Tony, no doubt, pi relationship, ha, just kidding. In fact, Superman is a superhero who is willing to help. Maybe one day he will be able to save you from danger." "Superman is so powerful, is he really an Earthling?" "Tony, well, I'm thinking about that too, maybe he's from Mars." "Excuse me, is Superman handsome?" "Tony, definitely handsome, but compared to me, it's probably a little bit worse." The whole Stark Industries press conference has a sudden change in style. It immediately became why Superman 100,000 exclusive seminars. Even Lin Yu was a little surprised, but he could not have imagined that reporters paid such a high degree of attention to the topic of Superman. And Tony, this guy, after telling the truth, simply let the whole person free themselves completely, turned into a thorough Superman blow, called the #1 Superman fan. Excitedly talking to the reporters about how good Superman is and how powerful he is, it's like a compliment. Definitely, in addition to being handsome, Tony, who is narcissistic, still needs to respect objective facts. Expressing himself might be more handsome. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder whether to laugh or cry. "Ro, as long as you are happy." As for Colonel Rhodes, at the moment he was completely dumbfounded. Watching Tony unleash himself and talk to the reporters about the Supermans makes his previous warnings fall on deaf ears. Rhodes felt that his entire brain and eyes were hurting. He really wanted to roar at this moment. "Tony, wake up a little." But the boat is done, and Rhodes is not good to continue to interfere with anything. I just sighed inwardly. I hope that tonight's press conference of this idiot will not have any messy effects, and no other messy things will happen again. Your current reputation statistics are: Superman, 85,000, increasing. Joker, 0. Total roll value, 8,500, increasing. Lin Yu took a look at his reputation statistics. It can be seen that Superman's reputation has risen by as much as 30,000 in just a few minutes, which is comparable to the sum of the previous days, and continues to grow. He nodded, very satisfied. Sure enough, it's right to use Tony as a tool man. Definitely, the rapid growth of prestige is also due to the live broadcast, plus Tony's original celebrity effect, and the party who was rescued by Superman, and he is still complimenting how good Superman is. How is it? How great? This creates a burst point effect, although it can only be regarded as a small explosion at the moment. But it was enough to make Lin Yu satisfied for now. In a short while, the reputation value has risen to 10W? Not bad, so the acting value reaches 1W, and I can initially strengthen Superman's magic resistance. Lin Yu thought about it. Ding. The system's voice sounded. Would you like to consume 1W of acting value to make the magic resistance of the Superman bloodline change from 0 to 10? Tip, generally speaking, the value of each item for an ordinary person is 3, and the combat power with a gun is 5. To a 7 or an 8 with a variety of hard workouts. Yes. In an instant, Lin Yu felt as if a source of energy was pouring out of his body, very cool and comfortable, as if a long drought meets the rain. It made him feel comfortable and couldn't help but exhale. At the same time, he felt that his soul was coated with a layer of light, and this light was like the Earth's atmosphere, which could naturally defend against various radiation hazards in space. This should be a manifestation of the increase in magic resistance. However, Lin Yu couldn't help feeling a little spit. He used to think that Superman's magic resistance of 0 was just a joke, it would not be worse than ordinary people, but the initial value given to him by the system was really 0. Really scared the old man. Fortunately now, the magic resistance has become 10. This should be regarded as the peak of the magic resistance that ordinary people can achieve after painstaking spiritual and meditation training. Ordinary people want to increase, unless they mutate or use technology. Lin Yu clenched his fists. After feeling the magic resistance increase, his mental strength has also improved, and his grasp of the powerful strength of his steel body can't help but be more precise. His strength may not have increased much, but after the increase in magic resistance, the comprehensive combat power has undoubtedly become stronger. That's it. If nothing else, today's press conference will gradually dissipate amid a series of discussions of Superman, and various media will also rush to work overnight, using the gimmicks of Superman and Tony Stark to make a lot of traffic. Invisible help Lin Yu increase the prestige of the character Superman. But obviously, Lin Yu's goal tonight is not just to increase Superman's reputation. Such a good condition that can increase the reputation value, if it can't make the best use of it, it would be a pity. It's almost time to come. Lin Yu looked in one direction, and the moment he looked at it, a very strange voice, like a certain neuropathy, suddenly came from there. The voice sounded like a terrified scream, but it also sounded like a laugh. Everyone is discussing the topic of Superman. Hearing this voice, I was stunned. Then one by one he turned his head to look. Seeing Obadiah, who seemed to have not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. It's just that the whole face shows a joyful laughing attitude, and the smile at the corner of the mouth is so exaggerated that it looks like it will stick to the edge of the ear. But looking at the whole expression carefully, especially in those eyes, there is a strong panic. There was a maddening cry that sounded like a laughter and a scream. If you put on another Joker makeup, it's just a crazy Joker going mad, and it's weird to look at. Ha ha ha, he, ha ha ha, don't kill me, ha ha ha, I'm laughing, I'm really laughing. Obadiah stumbled out. When you see people, especially when Tony was surrounded by reporters, it was like seeing a savior. Tony, help me, someone is going to kill me, someone is going to kill me, ha ha ha. Obadiah's eyes were red. He rushed towards Tony, like he was trying to grab the ultimate lifesaver. And Tony was stunned. What the hell? Someone is going to kill you? But, what are you laughing at? Are you crazy? Although he felt very speechless, and the old fox Obadiah still secretly messed with him and sent terrorists to kill him, Tony should just keep a cold eye on him. But Tony finally sighed. He stepped forward, supported Obadiah, and asked, Stan, what did you say? Who did you say was going to kill you? As soon as the surrounding reporters saw this scene, their eyes lit up one by one. Obadiah Stan, the second in command of Stark Industries, was hunted and killed? This is a big melon? So they all picked up long guns and short cannons and surrounded them. Surrounded by so many people, Obadiah not only did not feel uncomfortable, but also felt a little more secure. He shuddered, as if remembering something, and then tremblingly said, It's Joker? Joker wants to kill me. What? Joker is going to kill you. Tony couldn't help but have a black question mark on his face, and subconsciously said, Stan, are you sure you haven't watched the movie Joker back too much? The reporters around were also puzzled. Joker? The kind of Joker with exaggerated makeup on his face who specializes in burlesque performances? No, Tony, I'm not kidding. Obadiah clung to Tony's hand, shivering uncontrollably. That Joker, he's a lunatic, he constantly makes me laugh, makes me. Suddenly, Obadiah's pupils shrank violently. Not far away, after everyone, a man with green hair and a purple suit, elegant like a gentleman, but with weird Joker makeup on his face, was smiling at him. Obadiah's breathing stagnated, almost scared to death. With his fingers tremblingly pointed there, he almost screamed. He's over there. Everyone looked in the direction Obadiah pointed. And this look, they couldn't help but change their faces. I saw that there was indeed a man dressed as Joker standing there, but the other party looked very leisurely, and there was even an elegance in his manner, holding champagne in his hand, taking a sip of his own. Then to the crowd, especially Tony and Obadiah among the crowd, grinned and said, I am very happy for today's party. Thank you for your hospitality. For this reason, I would like to give you a specially prepared gift. Please come and pick it up with me. Done. Just throw away the champagne glass in your hand at will. Step away. You, stop for me. As a colonel-level officer, Rhodes responded very quickly. He immediately picked up the gun to stop the Joker, but his voice just fell. The Joker has mysteriously disappeared in front of his eyes, just like a ghost. Rhodes was stunned at first. Without any hesitation, he quickly chased the Joker with a few party security guards. Tony and the reporters at the scene couldn't help looking at each other. Is there really a Joker? Is that the killer? It's too high profile as a killer, isn't it? Make yourself look like a Joker, for fear that others won't notice him. But one thing I think, Mr. Joker seems to be quite handsome. By the way, the Joker said that he had prepared a gift just now. What is the gift? Why don't we go and have a look? I have a hunch that this Joker will be popular. The reporters couldn't help but talk. At this time, the reporter named Eddie Brooke made a proposal to everyone, which immediately won the approval of most people, so they all followed the direction where the Joker left with long guns and short cannons, and everyone want to get first-hand news materials. Stan, we too. Tony was about to pick up Obadiah and followed him, but at this moment he found that Obadiah seemed to have fainted from fright. Shake your head. He could only call over a few security guards to send Obadiah back, and then he quickly followed the crowd. In the end, everyone came to a slightly remote conference room outside. Colonel Rhodes, who came after him first, seemed to have already checked the room. Only when he walked out of the room, his face was extremely gloomy. Even his hands trembled faintly, and he didn't know if he was angry because he didn't catch Joker, or because he saw something that frightened him. Rod, how's it going? What about Joker? Tony stepped forward and asked. Joker has been run away by him. Rhodes' face was very ugly, and he even gritted his teeth. This Joker is really a complete lunatic, and the murder method is a bit. I don't know how to say it. Tony, call the police. In short, deal with the victim's body first. Say it again. Killed? Is that the carefully prepared gift that Joker mentioned? Is it a corpse? Tony's expression became serious. At the same time, he couldn't help but be curious. It can make Rhodes, a colonel-level officer who has seen all kinds of big scenes, look so ugly. How terrible is the body of the victim killed by Joker? Equally curious were the reporters. Their quest was stronger than Tony's. For the first time, one by one, the probes looked into the room and wanted to pick up the camera and start shooting. Just look into the room. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened, and their pupils contracted. See you. The conference table in the room is holding a head. This looked very scary at first. It's just that what makes the back chill even more is that the face of this head is actually painted with pale Joker makeup, like a carefully carved artwork. The eyes are still open, and the corners of both sides of the mouth have almost been torn apart, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile, as if this severed head is still alive, and he is smiling wildly at you. Ah dash. Some timid female reporters could not help screaming subconsciously. Even some daring people, like Tony who have seen a certain big scene, couldn't help but let out a hiss, gasping for breath, and cold sweat broke out all at once. Everyone froze. Looking at the terrifying Joker head, everyone subconsciously spread a sense of fear. A sense of fear for Joker? But the male reporter named Eddie Brooke was obviously a bit more daring than the average person. Although he was also horrified, he also instantly saw the great news value of the name Joker from the Joker's face in the future. Never lose to the Man of Steel who saved Tony Stark, Superman? Crack. Not the slightest hesitation. When Eddie Brooke picks up the camera, he presses the shutter, accompanied by the flashing light. The horror scene of Joker's head in the room was frozen in an instant. The next day, this terrifying photo was published on the Daily Bugle. What happened yesterday, whether it was Tony Stark confirming Superman's existence, or the Joker killing at the Stark building party, all undoubtedly caused a storm in the news circles. For a time, almost all media were reporting events related to Superman or Joker, and it was like dropping a heavy fishing reel bomb among the citizens. Everyone was affected by the bomb. Almost everyone knows about the existence of Superman and Joker. Definitely. Most people are still just eating melons and enjoying themselves. After all, they haven't really seen Superman and Joker with their own eyes. They feel that they are too far away from their real life. Although they know the existence of Superman and Joker, they are only limited to knowing, but just knowing, it is difficult to generate an exact reputation value. But even so, for Lin Yu, he still made a lot of money. At the moment, in Malibu Beach, in the swimming pool of Tony's mansion, Lin Yu is swimming leisurely in the sun, while checking his reputation that has been skyrocketing today. Your current reputation statistics are: Superman, 56W, increasing. Joker, 30W, increasing. Total roll value, 8.6W, increasing. Overnight, the popularity of both Superman and Joker has risen by hundreds of thousands all at once, and the total performance value has now reached 8.6W, and it is still growing. Lin Yu is very satisfied. Definitely, this is a total, not costing. In the following list of prestige statistics, there is also a record of his roll value cost. Playing value cost. Increase the magic resistance attribute of Superman character. Spend 1W playing value. The current remaining playing value is 7.6W, increasing. Spend another 1W acting value to further strengthen Joker. Lin Yu's eyes closed. Mind silently. Ding. Does the host want to strengthen Joker's wisdom attribute or thinking attribute? The system responded. Oh, so Joker's wisdom and thinking are divided into two attributes. Lin Yu heard the words thoughtfully. 2. Joker's strength lies not only in his superb intelligence, but also in his elusive thinking. Someone once said such a classic, in DC's worldview, there are only three kinds of people: heroes, villains, and Joker. Joker is no longer a villain in the general sense, let alone a superficial word such as righteous and evil. At present, for me, wisdom is absolutely enough. Let's use it to strengthen Joker's thinking first. The attribute of thinking, in essence, represents the degree of application of wisdom, which is unpredictable enough. The superb thinking of the people can produce all kinds of tricks that are enough to make people mad. And my thinking is strong, which is good enough for me to use Superman's ability. Lin Yu's thoughts moved, and he confirmed the strengthening thinking attribute. Ding. You have consumed 1 W of acting value, and Joker's thinking attribute has changed from 180 to 260. Tip: generally speaking, the value of ordinary people is 3, and the thinking of academic masters is 5. Boost to 7 or 8. In an instant, Lin Yu felt that his brain seemed to have changed its structure again. In the past, the operation of thinking was like racing on the highway, but now it seems to be a high-speed train. As for the speed of thinking of ordinary people, it is like walking normally. Even in the general sense, the existence of a scholar, such as a scholar, is only equivalent to running fast. Compared to Joker, it's really not on a level. Joker is worthy of being a Joker. Lin Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart. No wonder you can play all kinds of superhero on the palm of your hand. And after the improvement of thinking, I seem to have mastered the formula of a special poison. Lin Yu's thoughts moved. A series of dense and complex chemical formulas appeared in my mind. These chemical formulas are the manufacturing formulas of the poison, and the name is laughing gas. As the name suggests, this thing is to make people laugh wildly. If the dose is high enough, it can almost make people paralyzed and die instantly, and there will be an extremely crazy, painful, and terrifying smile on the face. This is similar to Lin Yu's torture of Obadiah last night. However, with the existence of laughing gas, Lin Yu doesn't have to spend so much time. He only needs 1 injection to inject the poison of laughing gas into people, and he can make him laugh wildly. It depends on his mood. Calculate. Other than that, slightly changing the formula to reduce the lethality of the poison, laughing gas will have another effect, which is to turn ordinary people into his Joker puppets. Tisk tisk, this laughing gas agent can be regarded as Joker's most classic and deadly weapon? I didn't expect that after thinking about strength, I actually got the formula of this laughing gas agent, whether it is killing people or making my own in the future. Joker puppets will be very relaxed, not bad. Lin Yu couldn't wait to make a laughing gas agent to try it out. But at this moment, boom, Lin Yu was taken aback. Perspective glances above Tony's mansion. I saw that the ceiling there seemed to be cracked with a big hole. A steel figure flew out directly, and flew straight towards Lin Yu. Hey, Lin, my Mark II armor has finally been made completely and perfectly. I have improved everything that can be improved, and also matched a set of gold-red appearance. How about it? Is it handsome enough? Tony was flying in the air while posing in a pose, like a kid showing off his new toy to others. Ah, good, handsome, put on this steel armor and take to the streets. You are the most beautiful cub in the crowd. Lin Yu waved his hand casually, then continued to swim and bask in the sun. Hey, Lin, you always say that you are Superman with a body of steel, but now I am a solid body of steel. Why don't we try it now? Tony leaned directly in front of Lin Yu. The mask opens. Winking. You are a hammer and steel body. Originally, your armor was not entirely made of iron. Lin Yu complained about this stuff. Cut, then you were originally flesh and blood, and your body was not 100% made of iron. Not to be outdone, Tony put his hands on his hips and retorted. But soon he looked at Lin Yu with a smile. How about it, Lin, do you want to compete? If you win, how about I introduce you to 10 hot girls? Lin Yu really wanted to say music to this guy, because he knew that if not, he could definitely beat Tony in every way. It's not that Grandpa doesn't want to move. You are too weak. If Tony is wearing nano armor now, Lin Yu would still have some interest in trying it out with Tony. After all, nano armor is really powerful. Seeing Lin Yu ignore him, Tony felt melancholy. But soon his eyes moved. Then he smiled and said, Lin, if I lose, how about I craft a custom Superman battlesuit for you? Hearing this, Lin Yu's ears twitched. If you want to make the image of Superman more popular, a classic battlesuit is definitely essential. And Tony, this guy, in terms of building battlesuits, it can indeed be regarded as a unique ability. Lin Yu felt that it was very good to let Tony build a Superman battlesuit for himself, and it also saved him from having to fiddle with it himself. Fine. Move your body. Lin Yu volleyed up from the pool. Under the sunlight, Lin Yu's figure can be said to be very good. He is not like those big muscle tyrants who are crazy about drugging and fitness. There is a kind of handsomeness and beauty of fitness. It can be said that the artistic sense of the human body has been brought into full play. Lin, your figure really makes me feel ashamed. Tony couldn't help but envy. No, I'll go to the gym to exercise more in the future, otherwise I won't be able to attract girls if I stand with you in the future. Lin Yu gave Tony a funny look. Attract girls? The original intention of many people to go to the gym to train muscles is to attract girls, but after practicing for a long time, they will find that it is the best way for men to communicate their muscles together. Male sign? Okay Tony, how do you want to compare to me? Lin Yu asked. Do you want to fight me directly, BB? Definitely. Tony looked in high spirits. His mask closed. A cool blue light shone through his eyes, looked at Lin Yu and said, competition between men, definitely fighting power is the purest. Don't talk nonsense, eat my pulse cannon first. Between words, Tony is an unceremonious big hand. Whoa, in the blink of an eye, a dazzling pulse beam lit up in the palm of his hand, blasting straight towards Lin Yu. Be careful, Lin, this pulse cannon is not as good as a bullet. Even if the tank is hit, it has to be directly split, and I can adjust the power of the pulse cannon at any time. The maximum power can even. But Tony wasn't finished yet. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't dodge for a second, he directly met the pulse cannon. Just hear a poof sound. After the pulse bombarded Lin Yu, it dissipated as if it was just a bubble, and Lin Yu didn't seem to have any feeling, and looked at Tony with a smile. That's it? Why does it feel like a tickling? Tony, you're welcome, just turn it up to max power, otherwise this fight will be just like playing home, it's so boring. Tony suddenly felt a little toothache. Although he knew that Lin Yu was very powerful after awakening, he had never really witnessed how powerful Lin Yu was. He only heard from those terrorists that Lin Yu was a pervert at all. At last night's press conference, he told reporters that Superman couldn't do anything about nuclear bombs, and he was just making a comparison after all. In fact, Tony didn't really think that Lin Yu couldn't even be killed by a nuclear bomb. No matter how perverted, there must be a limit, right? Okay, Lin, then I'll adjust the attack power to the maximum power state, and then don't cry and beg me for mercy. Tony got into seriousness. I can't ask for it. Lin Yu smiled slightly. J.A.R.V.I.S. Adjust the armor to 100% full power. Okay, sir. With the response of the smart housekeeper J.A.R.V.I.S., the blue light in Tony's eyes instantly became stronger, and the pulsed light in the palms of his hands was dazzling. Especially the arc reactor in the center in front of you. At the moment is like a little blue sun. Obviously, the energy in it is burning like crazy. Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he could even see that the energy source in the arc reactor, the palladium element, was constantly attenuating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dense energy flow penetrated from it and poured into the armor to supply energy. But at the same time, after the palladium element burned, there was also a tiny trace of toxin that penetrated out and finally entered Tony's body. This should be palladium poisoning, right? Lin Yu was thoughtful. If it continued like this, Tony would naturally fall into a crisis of death. However, with the normal progress of the plot, this problem will be solved naturally, so Lin Yu is not too concerned about it. But suddenly, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Yu's face, and when he used his supervision to see the toxin of the palladium element, the system's voice actually rang. Host, you have found a special strengthening medium, palladium element poison. Consumption of 1W roll value, and the corresponding amount of palladium element poison, can be combined with the roll of Joker for special strengthening. Strengthening effect, it can make oneself immune to most toxin attacks, and the blood will contain deadly toxins. Any existence that hurts you and causes you to bleed will be infected by the deadly toxin. Oh, special strengthening? Can this palladium element toxin have such a use? Lin Yu's eyes flickered after listening to the system's prompt. Interesting. It seems that the strengthening of the system is not only a simple and rude way of acting as a value, but also a special strengthening that can be combined with the strengthening medium. And there is no doubt that special strengthening has some more powerful effects than ordinary strengthening. Just one palladium element toxin can make me immune to most poison attacks, and it can also make my blood contain deadly toxins. This can also be a means of killing my enemies, and it is very suitable for cheating people. Not bad. I like. A palladium elemental poison can bring such strengthening effect. It can be said to be a big profit. And the palladium element toxin is too good for Lin Yu to obtain right now. The host only needs to be within 1 meter of the palladium element toxin, and it can absorb it independently. After the absorption reaches 100%, it can start strengthening. As the system sound fell, Lin Yu saw a translucent frame appear beside him. Displays, current palladium poison absorption, 0%. Lin, why are you in a daze? I'm at full power, so I won't be underestimated by you like I did just now. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate melee mode. I'm going to play hard with Lin next. Okay, sir, the melee mode has been activated, and 136 effective attack points, 10 best attack points and 3 deadly attack points have been analyzed. The full power state is more than just the power attack. The strength and speed of the armor have increased exponentially, and Tony even felt that he was no longer on a par with Lin Yu in terms of strength. So he is confident that he intends to come to melee. And when Lin Yu heard Tony's words, he immediately laughed. Melee? Hehe, it's exactly what I want. With J.A.R.V.I.S., a super intelligent butler, Tony in steel armor is not weak in melee combat, it can even be described as powerful. Weakness analysis, move imitation, behavior prediction, tactical cracking. The means of technology are tantamount to cheating. Coupled with the powerful strength, speed of the armor, and the tough hardness of the metal body, the average player is really going to be completely hanged by Tony. Unfortunately, this time Tony wants to be tough, but Lin Yu is the Superman, and he is also a Superman with Joker's wisdom and weird thinking. Tony, come on, attack me at will. Lin Yu smiled and hooked his fingers at Tony. The whole person showed a completely defenseless appearance. It even seemed laid back. Lin, if you are careless, you will suffer a lot. In such a short period of time, J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed many offensive weaknesses from Lin Yu, and even added several more fatal offensive points, which shows how lax Lin Yu's defense is. Tony pouted. I was a little unhappy. Hey, isn't this kid clearly underestimating people? Since you are so careless, let me, the big brother, teach you a good lesson. Without further ado, Tony chose an optimal attack point, SHHH, and the thrusters on both feet and palms burst out with a supersonic thrust. Just heard a roar. Tony was already bullying Lin Yu's side. At the same time, the steel arm glowing with the cold metal light directly hit Lin Yu's abdomen. Although the Mark II armor is still relatively primitive, it can still have a power of about 5 tons at full power, plus the impact of supersonic thrust. Tony thought about Lin Yu, even if his physical strength was abnormal again. It should be enough to be hit by such a force in a relatively fragile place like the abdomen, right? However, boom, with the collision of steel and flesh. Instead, Tony felt his whole body shake. Even if there is a shock absorption system in the armor, he was shocked and stunned at once, as if he just punched not a human body, but a mountain weighing billions of tons. Looking at Lin Yu, who was almost motionless in front of him, Tony was about to pee. What the hell? This is still human. Oops, Tony, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu showed a very bashful expression, shook his head and said, "This is your attack just now? Why does it feel like you're tickling me? Work harder, Tony. How can the physical resistance of the body of steel be shaken by a mere ton of power? You must know that except for magic resistance, Superman's various attributes are ridiculously high, and in fact, even if magic resistance is low, because other attributes are too strong, such as willpower, resilience, etc., Superman's actual resistance to magic is also beyond magic resistance numerical performance. Just like Lin Yu's magic resistance is now 10, it seems to be only equivalent to the peak value of ordinary people's hard training. But the actual performance is not inferior to a magician who has been practicing for several years. Looking at Lin Yu's beating expression, he said to himself, "Give more effort." Tony felt a toothache when he heard that. This stuff. Really can't bear it. It's crazy. J.A.R.V.I.S. Adjust the armor to 150% overload. Tony gritted his teeth. Okay, sir, but in an overloaded state, the energy loss rate of the arc reactor will be greatly increased, and the armor can only be maintained for a maximum of 20 minutes. 20 minutes is enough. Tony clenched his fist suddenly. Whoa! The powerful force accompanied by the frenzied burning of the reactor energy penetrated every inch of the armor in an instant. With the slightest movement of his fingers, Tony felt as if he could tear the air easily. The power is simply endless. This instantly made Tony feel confident again, and he felt like he could do it again. Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly when he saw this. When Tony punched him just now, a ray of palladium elemental toxin, which was difficult to detect with the naked eye, infiltrated in an instant and entered his body. The progress box on the side also shows 1%. It can be seen that the amount of palladium toxin that needs to be collected should not be too exaggerated. He should be able to absorb enough palladium toxin from Tony with a little liver today. However, Lin Yu still thinks the speed is a little slow. At this moment, with the overloaded operation of Tony's steel armor, a large amount of palladium in the arc reactor was converted into energy, and more considerable palladium toxins were produced immediately. This made Lin Yu's eyes light up. Obviously, as the armor operates at higher power, especially under overload, the amount of palladium toxin that can be produced per joule of energy in the reactor will also increase. Looks like I'm going to have to put some more pressure on Tony. Lin Yu squeezed his fist and showed a kind smile. He had to keep Tony in a state of overload all the time, even a higher degree of overload state, so as to maximize the efficiency of the output of palladium toxin. Lin, take another punch from me. At this point Tony attacked again. The armor all over his body made a rattling sound. The moment he threw a punch, the armor parts on Tony's arm opened like scales, and the moment he was about to hit Lin Yu, they all closed suddenly, a surge of accumulated energy. The energy exploded from it, turning into a violent instantaneous explosive force. Like an inch fist. This blow is 10 times stronger than before. And just to be on the safe side, Tony's other hand wasn't idle either. The pulse cannon in the palm instantly lit up with dazzling light, and the energy beam was more than 10 times more powerful than the beginning under the overloaded power. 2 hits down. Tony can't believe it. This can't shake Lin Yu. Hey! The air was blasted open by the force of Tony's punch in an instant. In the end, accompanied by a dull roaring sound, a ripple of energy burst out between the collision with Lin Yu's body, and even invisible. At the same time, the pulse cannon energy on the other palm has accumulated to its peak. The thick blue energy light blasted Lin Yu at close range. It even drowned Lin Yu in an instant. Am I attacking too hard? Lin will be fine, right? Tony was slightly worried. He didn't even think at first that he would just compete with Lin Yu and force himself to activate the armor to an overloaded state. Although Lin Yu is very strong, but after the 2 attacks just now, it should also be. However, invisibly, Tony suddenly heard a voice. Comfortable. Then Tony saw that as the blue energy light dissipated, Lin Yu still acted like a normal person, even twisting his neck, wiggling his arms, and the bones all over his body rattled. As if his attack with all his strength just now was like a massage to Lin Yu. Tony, yes, your attack has been upgraded from tickling to massage, but it's still not enough. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Tony. You have to keep working harder. Just now, the absorption progress of palladium element poison has jumped from 1% to 5%. Lin Yu thinks this progress is not bad, but it would be better if the speed could be faster. Lin Yu couldn't help looking at Tony expectantly. He wanted to see how far he could squeeze Tony in the end. And Tony, he was a little suspicious of life at the moment. There is nothing wrong with looking at it. Even shouting at the comfortable Lin Yu, he was a little sluggish. Lin, your body, won't you really be able to hit a nuclear bomb? At this time, Tony suddenly felt that the comparison he made at the press conference last night might not be a comparison, but a fact at all. Who knows? Lin Yu shrugged and smiled slightly. Nuclear bomb? Nuclear bombs really can't do anything with him. Even if it can cause some damage to him, in the end, the sun will immediately return to normal. And he can continue to strengthen his body of steel, let alone nuclear bombs. Even if he can shoot a Star Destroyer cannon, it will not matter to him at all. Tony, come on, go on, work harder. Lin Yu put his hands behind his back. Volley was facing Tony. Maybe you can beat me back after a while. Tony couldn't help but feel a pain in the ass. It's obviously very rude. But at this moment, he heard a hint of encouragement from it. All right. Tony took a deep breath. Clenched fists. J.A.R.V.I.S, power up to 300% overload. Sir, this way your energy will last for less than 5 minutes. J.A.R.V.I.S, do you think I can last 5 minutes in front of Lin? J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly fell into thought. Oh, that's all right. Overload, even if it is 1% overload, the loss of energy is huge amounts of, let alone 300%. But in exchange, it is an absolutely powerful explosive force in an instant. Originally, Tony's armor was also equipped with a miniature missile system, which was also a powerful means of attack. However, he was originally afraid that the missile would hurt Lin Yu. And now, I feel like I'm useless in front of Lin Yu. So Tony simply focused on energy attacks. The most powerful attack method of the steel armor is still the impact beam in the form of energy, the pulse cannon energy beam in the center of the palm. I have tried it just now, even the most deadly blow, for Lin Yu, it can't shake it. Slightest. And adding energy to the palm cannon will not increase its power much. After all, the limit power of the hand cannon in the current armor design is the same. If you want to further improve the power of the shock beam, at present, you can only concentrate all the energy on the reactor, and use the limit power that comes with the reactor to make the energy shock beam all gather at one point, forming the strongest explosive force. However, 300% overload may not be enough to defeat Linear. Tony looked at Lin Yu. I saw that Lin Yu was still relaxed, even with some expectations. Couldn't help but be a little speechless. So my heart sank. J.A.R.V.I.S? Gather all the energy in the reactor and adjust the power of the armor to 1000% overload? I want to give Lin, I really tried my best, the strongest blow. However, sir, the entire armor will not be able to withstand this, and the internal system may be directly burned due to extreme overload, and the entire armor will be scrapped. J.A.R.V.I.S, I ask you, do I lack the money to build another one? Oh, that's fine. Suddenly, Tony flew high, the reactor in front of him gathered a lot of energy, and aimed it at Lin Yu. Lin, this is my strongest attack so far. If you can't bear it, you can say it, and I will immediately shut down the attack. Oh, really? Lin Yu smiled with some anticipation. I wish I would say this next, Tony. He does not hide or avoid. Just face Tony like that. In his eyes, as the energy of the arc reactor burns more, the palladium element toxin pours into Tony's body more and more, which makes him look forward to it more and more. I wish that Tony would become more and more brave. It is best to follow him directly compete for 3 days and 3 nights without rest, until Tony is squeezed dry and the palladium element toxin is fully absorbed. How did Tony know the devil's thoughts in Lin Yu's mind? With all the energy in the reactor built up, he couldn't help but hold his breath. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. It's too late. Soon. Boom. An extremely thick azure blue impact beam blasted out from the steel-armored reactor, turned into a huge energy cannon with incomparable explosive power, and bombarded Lin Yu firmly. The power was so great that Lin Yu's hair was messed up a bit. Well, this is sour and refreshing, and it has an inner taste. The scorching impact overflowed the whole body, the high temperature and the powerful impact tearing force, the words of ordinary people have long been wiped out. But for Lin Yu's body of steel, the high temperature of that energy seemed to be taking a bath. And the impact force in it, he can easily offset it with a little force in the opposite direction. This move is very powerful, and it has stimulated almost all the palladium toxin in the reactor. It's just that Tony is flying a little far now. I have to get close to him within a range of about 1 meter to absorb the palladium toxin. Thought here. Lin Yu moved. Then, against Tony's blasting beam cannon that gathered all the energy, it flew straight towards Tony. Tony moved when he saw Lin Yu. I couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that his attack could finally shake Lin Yu. However, when he saw that Lin Yu was not backed by him, but flew straight towards him with his shock beam cannon, Tony cracked on the spot. Lin Yu. Tony, your attack is very good, I can already feel it. Lin Yu came to Tony with the shock beam, patted the guy on the shoulder, and instantly absorbed the palladium element poison from his body, and laughed at the same time. Look, it made the skin on my body red. Tony felt like he had lost his dream in an instant. After absorbing all the palladium toxin on Tony's body, the progress box directly increased to 15%. However, Lin Yu looked at the dim light in the arc reactor in front of the cargo. There was residual energy in it, and it seemed that there was not much time to support the operation of the armor. Now, the palladium element will almost burn out. He frowned slightly. That's it? Finished? Tony, you seem a little wilted. Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked on Tony's arc reactor, making a thumping sound. You can't do it anymore. Tony suddenly had a toothache. As a man, how can you say that you can't do it? But right now, he is really can't do it. The energy blasting beam cannon just now had drained almost 99% of his electricity, and the electricity left behind was dedicated to maintaining the missile fragments in his body. Otherwise, once those fragments entered his heart, his old life must be completely cold. That Lin, cough. Tony coughed dryly and said, this set of Mark II armor is just a test product at present, and the research is not enough. Why don't you wait for me to research and improve the armor? And by the way, I will also replace it with a new arc reactor energy source. Well, okay, but Tony, don't make me wait too long, our competition must continue, otherwise. Lin Yu raised his fist. The bones rattled. With a very kind smile, he said, I'll punch you in the chest with a small fist. Tony had no doubt that Lin Yu's little fist would definitely kill him on the spot, and he was immediately speechless. In fact, now he has no idea of competing with Lin Yu anymore. Maid. This stuff is a pervert. It hurts self-esteem too much. Still slipped away. But looking at Lin Yu's current appearance, it seems that he still has nothing to do, and he still wants to continue the competition, which makes Tony's forehead unbearable. He suddenly had a very, super bad premonition. It took almost an entire arc reactor's energy to absorb the palladium toxin to a level of 15%, and Lin Yu was naturally dissatisfied. It looks like this. Next, you should have to consume another 7 reactors. I thought it would take a day or 2 to get rid of the liver, but now it seems that it takes at least 3 or 5 days to drain Tony. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Tony, you really deserve to be my good tool. Oh no, good brother, I will always remember your efforts, and I'm actually urging you to do better. Iron armor, man, you always have to grow, don't you? Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly felt great. He was thinking of Tony. If you want to become an excellent Iron Man in the future, how can you not bear the pressure of 100 million points? Although Tony felt a little bad, he couldn't think that Lin Yu was a devil after all, and he has now turned his attention to his steel armor. And remembering the battle just now, although it was said that he was throwing punches all the time, Lin Yu didn't move much, and he didn't actually put many moves. But Tony was keenly aware of the various problems and deficiencies displayed on the Mark II armor. Although the Mark II armor is much lighter than the Mark I, it is still heavier because most of the armor parts are made of refined steel alloys, which will undoubtedly cause a lot of unnecessary consumption and cannot make the reactor energy more efficient. Gather a lot. By the way, why don't I use titanium alloy? High strength, low density, and good mechanical properties, that's it. Besides, the energy attack situation is too simple, only hand cannons and chest cannons. Can I get a plasma cannon, or a proton cannon, and then add a field energy amplifier? Not much hesitation. While thinking about it, Tony immediately went back to the underground research room of the mansion to improve the armor. Build yourself a new arc reactor by the way. It was about evening. Lin, I'll do it again. Tony flew out of the basement in his new steel armor. And Lin Yu is leisurely browsing the reputation records of his Superman and Joker characters. After a whole day, the reputation of the two has basically reached 1 million, and then the growth is very slow. Obviously it has passed the peak period of traffic growth. And 1 million reputation seems to be a hurdle. Almost at this point, if you want to continue to grow your reputation at a high speed in the future, just relying on this small explosion like last night's press conference is completely impossible. Lin Yu looked at Tony. Oh, Tony, are you finally done? Let's continue the test. Hey. Tony smiled confidently. I have greatly improved the efficiency of energy conversion and attack strength. Lin, this time I must shake your body of steel to make you feel my power. After saying those words, Tony suddenly stopped laughing. Maid, why is this so sad to say? Bring it on. Lin Yu didn't say much nonsense. Stand directly in front of Tony, waiting for him to attack. Soon, with a burst of dazzling light and a roar, almost 5 minutes later. Lin, next time I will definitely. Tony looked at Lin Yu with a lost dream. He wanted to say that he would never fight you again next time. But looking at Lin Yu's kind eyes, he suddenly said helplessly, next time, I will definitely find my way back, and I will transform my armor to be stronger. After speaking, he drilled into the underground research room of the mansion again. Then the next day, after 2 more trials. Lin, I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it. I'd like to call you the strongest, so let's end the competition like this. Tony lay on the ground and looked at Lin Yu with a face that was about to cry. His mind has suffered huge amounts of mutilation. He doesn't play anymore. Hey, Tony, how can you do this? A manly man, if you say you want to test, then you have to keep trying to the end, to explore your limits and your weaknesses, so that you can grow. Lin Yu immediately said with a straight face, and how can you give up halfway? Think about it, you haven't achieved the goal of shaking me and knocking me back, so it's not a pity to give up like this. Do you really think you can't do this? Lin Yu said this. Tony almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. Are you encouraging me? Are you still hurting me? Come on, Tony, go on. Lin Yu encouraged with a very sincere look. It's a man, just stand up. That's all there is to say. Tony also loves face, especially as a man. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Okay, I'll continue to think of ways to strengthen the armor. Then the 3rd day, after being squeezed twice by Lin Yu. Lin, I'm gone? I really don't have a drop. Not even a drop of brain juice. I can't think of a plan to continue strengthening. Don't come here. Don't come here. When Tony in the underground research room saw Lin Yu walking towards him, he felt like he had seen a ghost and moved his hand on the spot. Swish swish, with a shimmer on the wrist. Immediately, one piece of steel armor parts flew towards him quickly, and they were quickly assembled and covered. It looked very light and easy to use, but it was obviously not designed for high-intensity combat use. The same is true. Just hear a boom. With the energy of the thrusters in his palms and his feet rushing out, Tony seemed to have turned into a streamer, and the speed was unbelievable. Seeing that Tony actually slipped away, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Is he that scary? Well, he does seem to be that scary. In short, Tony was squeezed by him and wanted to run away. Lin Yu could understand it, but Tony's latest armor set was flying so fast, but Lin Yu didn't expect it. It seems that this guy has already planned to run away, so he specially I racked my brains to create a pure speed armor. And you can dress freely and quickly. This adaptive navigation separation and assembly technology, in the original plot, will only be reflected in Steel 3-5 years later. I didn't expect Tony to have researched it now, have to say. 100 million points of pressure can indeed make people make rapid progress. But Tony, want to rely on speed to escape my palm? Then you're thinking too much. The palladium element poison produced after absorbing the energy of almost 6 reactors and burning quickly, the progress has reached 90%, and now there is only one left. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't let Tony slip away like this. And if it's better than speed. Coincidentally, speed is one of his strengths as a Superman. Lin Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Swish, the figure flew up. It disappeared like lightning in the blink of an eye. At this time, Tony had already flown far away from his mansion. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't seem to be able to follow him, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hates it. I hated myself why I had nothing to do at the time but decided to ask Lin Yu for a test. It is really difficult to think about this thief ship once it is on. Lin Yu is a devil. Definitely, he also understands that Lin Yu is actually putting pressure on him all the time, urging him to constantly improve his steel armor. After all, only his own strength is strong, that is the only last word. Not to mention, Lin Yu is so strong. Is it not good that he is too weak to be a big brother? I can't get over the face. So Tony gritted his teeth and persisted for 3 days. However, Lin Yu was just too devilish, and he was merciless in attacking his self-confidence. Tony was completely shut off. Fortunately, although Lin is a pervert in defense and a monster in strength, he can't be omnipotent after all. He should be a shortcoming in terms of speed, right? And my current speed has reached Mach 8, which is 8 times the speed of sound, almost 2,700 meters per second. This is the fastest armor that I have given up almost all high-intensity combat capabilities. I don't believe that Lin can still catch up with me. Finally able to surpass Lin Yu in one aspect. Tony felt very comfortable. For a while, even his self-confidence gradually returned, and his eyes became brighter. I couldn't help but muttered to myself and set up a flag. Humph, if I can beat me at speed, I'll eat this armor on the spot. However, the flag's voice has not fallen yet. At this moment, Lin Yu's slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Oh, really? Tony, that's what you said. Tony shivered violently on the spot. Almost died of fright. He turned his head sharply. I saw that Lin Yu suddenly appeared beside him like a teleportation, and he was flying with him at the limit speed of Mach 8 with a relaxed and leisurely face. Tony's expression was terrific for a moment. First he was stunned, then sluggish, then panicked, then desperate, and finally he showed an expression like he was about to cry. Silently stared at Lin Yu. Lin, don't tell me, your speed is the same as your defense and strength, it's a perverted level. Hey, Tony, don't say that. Lin Yu showed a ruthless appearance and said, compared with my defense and strength, my speed is actually not too good at all, so I can easily break through the gravitational restraint and surpass the first cosmic speed. The first cosmic speed. Tony couldn't help but twitch. What is this concept? The speed of the first universe is 7,900 meters per second, which is almost Mach 23, which is 23 times the speed of sound, which is faster than his 8 times the speed of sound. And Lin Yu also said that he can easily surpass the first cosmic speed. This is still playing a fool? In fact, how does Tony know that Lin Yu's speed is more than the first cosmic speed at all? Not to mention 23 times the speed of sound, he can easily reach 100 times the speed of sound. And this is also because the Superman with the body of steel is relatively weak among the previous Superman, and the speed has not yet reached the speed of light. Although Superman seems to be able to crush the Flash in speed in the Justice League movie, the Flash in that movie is still just a rookie, the Speed Force has not been developed very much, and he can still run all the way. It would be too embarrassing to trip and fall on your own, so such a speed record is really nothing. Even so, Lin Yu's speed is still unimaginable for ordinary people, and he can continue to strengthen in the future. Looking at Tony, Lin Yu looked very interested and said with a smile, "Come on, Tony, show me a steel armor on the spot." Ahem, Lin, I'm just joking, don't pay attention to these details. Tony coughed dryly without blushing, selectively forgot the flag he had just set, and changed the subject. By the way, Lin, in fact, these days, I have asked J.A.R.V.I.S to design a good set according to your requirements. The Superman battlesuit, why don't we go back and build it now and give it a try? For fear that Lin Yu would force him to continue to compete day and night. Except for trying to run. Tony also prepared a second set of plans. It would take at least a week to design a perfect battlesuit and fit Lin Yu's Iron Man battlesuit. After all, the current Tony has not yet reached the future technology. And Lin Yu is so strong, the battlesuit has to have the same toughness, otherwise it's just a decoration that doesn't have much use. So Tony immediately thought of the material vibranium. And vibranium is a rare resource. Before Wakanda was fully open to the world, it was an absolute monopoly product, basically only imported, not exported. Therefore, if you want to get vibranium, you can only rely on some thieves to a large extent, which is priceless. Tony spent a lot of money, and finally bought some vibranium from the black market in a hurry, and delivered it in just 3 days. Now that he was beaten by Lin Yu again in terms of speed, then Tony could only resort to detour tactics to attract Lin Yu's attention with the Superman battlesuit promised at the beginning, so that the devil would not notice him anymore. Lin Yu looked at Tony and wanted to laugh. Fine. Anyway, just for a while, with Tony's extreme flight, the reactor energy was consumed at a high speed again, and the palladium element toxin infiltrated in it was absorbed by Lin Yu, and the progress was almost 100%. There's no reason for him to squeeze Tony anymore. Okay Tony, let's go back and let me get a feel for the Superman battlesuit you made me. Seeing that he had successfully transferred Lin Yu's interest, Tony was immediately ecstatic, and continued. Don't worry, you will definitely be full of praise. Swish, swish, the two moved. He turned around and headed back to the mansion. And not long after the two left. Laugh. A splendid magic fire suddenly lit up in the air, a circle of portals opened, and a figure in a bright yellow monk robe with a hood covering his head emerged from it. The figure looked into the sky, brows slightly wrinkled. Superman, I don't know if your appearance is a blessing or a curse for Earth civilization. After returning to the mansion, Tony threw himself into the production of the Superman battlesuit. In order to draw Lin Yu's attention to the battlesuit, he would not continue the competition, JMO Nu Dai, with him. Tony can be said to have tried his best to create a perfect battlesuit as soon as possible. Although I want to make a perfect battlesuit in a short time, this challenge is very difficult. But compared to competing against Lin Yu for such a nightmare-level challenge, but it can be regarded as a kind of enjoyment? After Lin Yu absorbed the palladium element poison, he naturally didn't bother to harass Tony anymore. He is now feeling a new change in himself. Ding! Your palladium poison absorption progress has reached 100%. You've gained the immunity ability for most poisons. Your blood already contains deadly toxins, but any blood you shed will spread the toxins. Before the toxin-infected person finally dies, you can also control the actions of the other party through your will, and even cause deeper mutations. It will be under your complete control after the change. There seemed to be something indescribable and intangible in the body. It's a wonderful feeling. It seems that you have conceived something, and this kind of thing is still connected to your will, and you can intervene and control it through your mind. This toxin actually allows me to control the actions of the infected? It's interesting. Lin Yu touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look, but what does this mean by causing a deeper mutation? Could it be that, the existence of a toxin infected with my blood, its death is not an endpoint? Mutation, it may cause means a new beginning. This made Lin Yu suddenly think of the role of Laughing Bat, said to be a cosmic Batman who ended up killing Joker, but it was infected with toxins in Joker's blood. The toxin eroded Batman step by step, making him obliterate his conscience, and eventually became as inhumane as Joker, killing all his relatives and friends, and incarnated into a laughing bat. It is entirely possible to say so. Batman infected with the poison is actually dead. The rest is just the Joker who has left the Batman skin and has undergone a different transformation. Joker integrates with Batman. Two Gotham City mentally ill finally united. The toxins in my blood won't cause people to evolve into another Joker, but this mutation makes me care a lot. Besides being able to completely control it, what effect will it have in the end? Why don't, when to test it? A bit. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help rolling. This test. He plans to find one or several suitable candidates. Although Obadiah can, but the old guy has an important script to play next, so he can't be left out in this kind of experiment. And even an old man like Obadiah can't stand the toss. After all, there is a certain probability of mutation. So I have to find one or several young and strong mental boys or young girls, who are as tough as the protagonist and can withstand repeated tossing, but at the same time there may be a terminal illness, or some strange mental illness, or what special needs, you need to voluntarily seek special treatment. After all, it is better to control it voluntarily. Lin Yu thought for a while. Several candidates gradually emerged in my mind, but some of these candidates are established characters, such as Harley Quinn. Naturally, the woman Harley Quinn will not exist in the Marvel world, but Lin Yu can choose similar ones from various people in the world according to the templates of these established characters. Billions of people, there is always a fit, right? After conceiving several candidate templates, Lin Yu asked the smart housekeeper J.A.R.V.I.S to screen him, and JARVIS. After a while, a lot of people were screened out, and their photos were densely arranged in front of Lin Yu through holographic projection. It seems that there are quite a few people with diseases in this world. Lin Yu watched with interest the people that J.A.R.V.I.S had screened out for him. Each person's information was very detailed. It would take a few days for ordinary people to read them all. But Lin Yu has Superman's super brain power. His reading speed is very fast, several times faster than 1 eye and 10 lines, but he can still clearly imprint all the information he has read in his mind. For him, the amount of reading that others can read in a few days can be completed in a few dozen minutes at most. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes moved. Eyes stopped at a photo of a young reporter, Eddie Brooke. Well, that's good. The data shows that this guy has had a lot of bad luck in the past 2 days. He originally made a lot of money for reporting Superman and Joker-related news, and was promoted to a gold reporter. Later, the editor-in-chief sent him to interview Dre, the owner of the Life Foundation company. Dr. K, however, annoyed the other party because of his unpredictable words, until he was finally stumped, lost his job, his house, and his girlfriend, and now he is in the dark of his life and wants to seek a chance to make a comeback. Eddie Brooke Lin Yu naturally knows. A well-known anti-hero, the host of the symbiote Venom. I saw this guy at the press conference a few days ago. According to the information, the plot of Venom seems to have already begun. Yes, Eddie Brooke can be received, and the host of the Riot, that is, the young genius boss of the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake, I can also get it over. This pair of enemies can just be in my test. Lin Yu continued to flip through the information. After a while, his expression moved again. Oh, his eyes stayed on a photo of a retired mercenary, Wade Wilson, a mercenary who likes to grab children's lollipops on weekdays, and occasionally does some good things to help grandma cross the road. After retiring from the military, his main job is he collects money to help people resolve disputes peacefully, referring to beating him. But not long ago, this guy was diagnosed with cancer, but he didn't want to die, because he fell in love with a dusty dancer, so he was trying his best to find a way to save his life. This guy is all too familiar. Deadpool. Received. Lin Yu flipped through the information again. Next, I'll see if I can find a few spiritual girls. Well, this, and this, all of them are female neuropathy patients. In addition, I will recruit again and use generous bounties to find some self-recommendations. After all, experiments always require fresh blood. After getting the candidates, the next step is to find them one by one, and also get a test site. Lin Yu had already thought about this for a long time. Life Foundation Inc. Obviously it is a very good place. It is dark enough, secretive enough, and has enough equipment. What's even better is that since the Venom plot has unfolded, there should also be a Life Foundation company brought from space there. That very special life. Symbiote. I don't know if something like Symbiont can become a strengthening medium like palladium element toxin. After tasting the sweetness of the palladium elemental toxin, Lin Yu gradually had additional thoughts. Obviously compared to the general strengthening. By strengthening the medium to make yourself stronger, the benefits will be greater. So Lin Yu didn't care much about the symbiote. After all, the symbiote was afraid of heat and vibration. He only needed a hot site to go to the other party and directly GG. Too weak. Do you care if an ant appears around you? But if the symbiote can also become a strengthening medium like the palladium element toxin, it will be valuable to Lin Yu. It's a pity that the system's judging principle for strengthening media is unclear. I can only try to find some strange things to test slowly. And generally, the location where the check-in can be triggered has a lot to do with the plot. In the Life Foundation company, the check-in may be triggered. I can try it in the past and get some more characters out, so that I can be implemented earlier. The superhero brand operation plan, a lot of earning prestige playing value for strengthening. More characters. Reputation points will naturally earn more. Lin Yu is also actively looking for more check-in locations. The system's determination of the check-in location is also very interesting. Generally speaking, there are 3 types. The established check-in location, time-limited check-in locations. Unknown check-in location, requires cosplay value to activate. The first type of predetermined check-in location is mostly related to the plot or plot characters and is relatively fixed. For example, the place where Iron Man was born at the beginning of Lin Yu's check-in, it is there, it will not change or disappear. Lin Yu whenever you runs over there, the check-in will be triggered whenever. But this kind of place can only be gradually opened as the plot progresses step by step, and you need to wait for a while. If the plot is not advanced, then it is useless for you to run over. Otherwise, Lin Yu, who is familiar with the plot, would have already checked in at all the classic Marvel locations he knew, such as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, Doctor Strange's Supreme Holy Place and so on. The second type of time-limited check-in location is not so fixed, it appears randomly, and it is not necessarily related to the plot. Just like the Stark building party a few days ago, if Lin Yu doesn't sign in and waits for the party to end, then this location will then disappear. Generally, the time-limited check-in location appears, and the system will prompt when it approaches a certain distance. The third unknown check-in location belongs to the current highest level. This requires a lot of acting value to open, and once it appears, even if you are far away, the system will prompt you, but you don't have to worry about missing it. Now that Lin Yu knows the story of Venom has started, he naturally has to go for a walk in the Life Foundation company. By the way, he can also test whether this strange thing like palladium can also become strengthening. The medium works for him. Forest. At this time, Tony suddenly stuck his head out of the underground research room. The Superman battlesuit customized for you is almost ready. Do you want to come over and try it first? I'll take a look at what else is not perfect. Complimentary. Coming. Lin Yu's figure moved. He flew to the underground research room. I have to say that Lin Yu still has some expectations for the Superman battlesuit Tony made for him. He just gave Tony some suggestions based on the classic appearance of the Superman battlesuit. Definitely there is no such thing as underwear. The ideal battlesuit looks like the one in the body of steel. The two words are cool and handsome. Done. Moreover, the appearance of the Iron Man has a dark feeling, which is also very appealing to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't limit Tony's freedom too much. After all, he still trusts Tony's talent and aesthetics. This can be seen from the coolness of the steel battlesuits built by Tony, and the spider suits built for his son Spider-Man in the future are also very good, and there should be no overturning. Ding! Lin Yu just came to the basement. Suddenly, the system voice sounded from the ear. You triggered the time-limited check-in location, Tony's most messy underground research room. Would you like to check in? Lin Yu couldn't help but look weird. Can this work? Weird check-in locations added? But looking at it, at the moment, the underground research room of Tony's house is really messy. After so many days of constant tossing, the ground is basically piled up with all kinds of messy steel armor parts, and the air is mixed with the smell of cloudy metal, engine oil, and the smell of some equipment being overloaded and scorched. The robots responsible for cleaning and firefighting have long since crashed, not falling to the ground. It's just that the parts were dismantled by Tony. Even the few $1 million collector's edition sports cars in the basement were either shriveled, or were accidentally bombed during the attack test and scrapped. At the moment, 1 or 2 were still smoking, and the entire basement is still riddled with holes, with several holes in the ceiling and cracks in the walls. If you don't know, you thought this place was going to be demolished. Lin Yu couldn't help crying and laughing. Okay, 2 big men are constantly tossing in a mansion without cleaning it up. One day this mansion is expected to be demolished by Tony and me. Tomorrow, I will contact Tony's driver, Happy, to have someone come over to clean it up and repair it. Already. While thinking, confirm with the system. Yes, sign in. With the success of the sign-in, the golden roulette wheel appeared in Lin Yu's right eye pupil as usual, and the golden pointer began to rotate, constantly wandering between the 7 scales of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue and purple. This time it's not as European as the previous 2, but also okay. Finally, the golden hands stopped on the scale inlaid with cyan gemstones. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in, you have obtained a precious cyan reward, the Emperor Engine, King. Forward. Lin Yu was actually quite looking forward to seeing the precious cyan reward. Although probably not as potent as the purple rarity, but it shouldn't be weak, right? However, Lin Yu soon had a black line on his face. Imperial Engine, King, I'm so split. The name King sounds like a dead end, but he is called the engine of the Emperor, and he is known as the strongest man on the surface in One Punch Superman. In fact, he is just a person who likes to play action and love games. Just ordinary people at home. The so-called Imperial Engine is just because the heart is beating wildly because of excessive tension, which makes some excessive noises, which makes others have brain supplements. In fact, it has no fighting power at all. So this guy who has no combat power at all can only be regarded as the lowest red reward, right? How can the system judge it as a precious blue reward? What kind of confusing operation is this? Lin Yu was simply unable to complain. What useful ability does the role of king bring to him? Invincible in-game operation? Heart beating makes a loud noise? Or can you summon the bald-headed devil? Lin Yu felt it carefully, and after he had all of King's abilities, and then there was no more, it felt almost useless at all. Forget it, I'll wait for the role of King to open the superhero company in the future, and leave it to the company to operate slowly. At least this role can still be bluffing, and earning some reputation shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yu had a headache. Fine. Just when I just signed in and signed a loneliness. Lin, look, I made such an exterior design for the Superman battlesuit as you requested. How do you feel? Tony sees Lin Yu over. Push the hand. Immediately, the 3-dimensional holographic image of a battlesuit in front of him was pushed to Lin Yu like an entity. Lin Yu looked over. The appearance of the entire battlesuit presents a very textured dark blue, with a crimson cloak behind and an iconic S symbol in front of it, very similar to Superman's battlesuit in Justice League. Taste. However, because of this version of Tony's Superman battlesuit, the material is vibranium. Therefore, it has a texture of a Black Panther battlesuit on its surface. Unlike the real Superman battlesuit, because it is a product of Krypton technology, it will be densely covered with words belonging to Krypton if you look closely. Lin, in the previous test, when I attacked you, I asked J.A.R.V.I.S to conduct a general analysis of your body parameters for a whole day, and then found a more interesting phenomenon. As soon as Tony entered the research, the whole person showed an incomparable seriousness. He said with great interest to Lin Yu, even when the sun is at its most dazzling in the day, the thermal response of your entire body state will be very strong, as if some energy will overflow involuntarily in your body, and whenever it is night, there is no sun. When the time comes, your body will enter a period of most peaceful dormancy. So my guess, sunlight, should have a beneficial boosting effect on you. So in the functional design of the battlesuit, I focused on the absorption and utilization of solar radiation, and because of the super stability of vibranium atoms and the material properties of vibranium that can absorb and store corresponding energy, I can generally do two things at the moment. First, use the energy of sunlight to strengthen you accordingly to make your combat effectiveness stronger. Second, store the energy of the sun so that you can be blessed with the energy of the sun even in places where there may be no sun energy at all. Oh, Lin Yu was slightly surprised when he heard this. It didn't occur to him that Tony had already observed the effects of sunlight on him. Correct. The yellow sun, the fixed star that maintains the solar system, can be regarded as the source of Superman's energy. If Superman is injured, feels weak, or even dying, as long as he basks in the sun, he will be full of blood immediately. But in fact, this statement is not very strict. Strictly speaking, the energy of the sun should be a kind of switch for Superman ability. The yellow sun can turn on and amplify Superman's ability, while the red sun of Superman's home planet Krypton can close Superman's ability and directly weaken Superman into a dog. But well, this is the Marvel world, but there is no red sun next to Krypton to act as a demon, so this weakness is basically the same as kryptonite for Lin Yu, which is basically non-existent. However, Huang Taiyang still has an increase and recovery function for him. Therefore, Tony's design is simply too suitable for Lin Yu's wishes. It's a really cool design, Tony. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. It warms my heart to see Tony's concern for him in the battlesuit design. At the same time, he praised Tony without hesitation. That's right, don't look at who I am, I'm your big brother, the genius inventor Tony Stark. See what Lin Yu likes about the battlesuit design. Tony was happy too. He was even more motivated to make the final step of the battlesuit. Soon, a real vibranium version of the Superman battlesuit was made. Since Tony hasn't mastered nanotechnology at the moment, nor has Wakanda studied vibranium for thousands of years, this first version of the vibranium Superman battlesuit is a little more cumbersome to wear. But the texture is very comfortable. It seems to blend into the skin, and also comes with a cleaning function. Usually nothing can be worn as underwear. In this way, Lin Yu obtained his first Superman battlesuit. Although limited by today's technical conditions, it seems more troublesome to wear, but at least he has a classic Superman skin of his own. Well, Lin, I'm so tired that I can't open my eyes. I'm going to sleep first. See you tomorrow. Yawned. After the excitement of finishing the Superman battlesuit passed, a deep sense of tiredness poured into Tony. I was squeezed by Lin Yu a few days ago. Designing and creating a Superman battlesuit took a lot of brain cells. Tony was just as sleepy as hell now. Shaking his hand towards Lin Yu, he went straight to his bedroom, and after a while, there was a burst of snoring from it. Lin Yu didn't disturb Tony's rest either. He flew out of the mansion, wanting to feel the specific benefits of this vibranium Superman battlesuit to him, knowing that his steel body was originally strong enough, and now there is more vibranium called the toughest substance in the Marvel universe as the battlesuit material. With such a combination of strengths, his physical defense can go against the sky, right? But I haven't felt it carefully yet. Pong pong. Pong pong. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt his heart beat hard involuntarily, and made a burst of noise, as if some engine was started. Lin Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. What's the situation? The heart suddenly beat so hard, and it made a sound. Could it be that this is the king's engine of the Rosh Zi Emperor? But what's the use of this? And I didn't feel scared or nervous at all. This heart suddenly accelerated and beat like a wool. Lin Yu felt a question mark on his face. However, with the continuous beating of the heart and the start of the Emperor's engine, the surrounding environment seems to be affected, and it suddenly becomes very quiet and depressed, and a tense and solemn atmosphere begins to spread in invisible. At the same time, Lin Yu saw a buff jumping in front of him. Starting the Emperor's engine, after being peeped or stared at by a powerful being, the Emperor's engine will start automatically. During the startup, the less you do it, the more calm you will be, the higher the luck value will be, and there is no upper limit. Favorable and incredible things can happen. After entering the combat state, or no longer being noticed by a powerful existence, the Emperor's engine automatically shuts down. At the moment the sun sets, and on the sea level outside the mansion, you can see a layer full of golden sunlight, and the scenery looks very beautiful. The red cloak behind Lin Yu fluttered in the wind. The figure was bathed in this golden soft light. This was a very pleasant scene. But Lin Yu had no intention of admiring the view. I see, this is the correct way to turn on the Emperor engine on me. Naturally, Lin Yu is not as nervous and afraid as the real king, and his heart beats faster at every turn. The real value of King's character lies in his luck. Combined with the Imperial Engine ability, it is equivalent to becoming Lin Yu's passive, which can bring him an incredible luck ability improvement under certain conditions. But what really bothers me is that I'm being targeted by a powerful being. Who is it? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Look around. Being able to evade his detection and spy secretly, the other party's ability is obviously very good. If he hadn't had the Emperor's engine passive as a reminder, it would probably take a long time to realize that someone was spying on him with special means. However, with my Superman's perception, I can detect even the most sophisticated technology monitoring, but the other party can avoid my supervision very effectively. Could it be? Is it magic? Think carefully. Now on the earth of this Marvel world, it seems that only the Sorcerer Supreme like Ancient One can threaten its existence? Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a little bit of understanding in his heart. Ancient One, as the Sorcerer Supreme, is the Asgardian of Earth, defending the Earth from the invasion of alien forces, whether it be an alien civilization, or a dark intrusion from another dimension. The Ancient One, which has lived for hundreds of years, is not only powerful, but also has an infinite gems. Time Gem. Using this Time Gem, Ancient One can easily see the changes in the future timeline of the Earth. She can even see her own life and death, what kind of crisis will happen to the Earth in the future, and the next successor of Sorcerer Supreme who the hell is. Definitely, these are all things that could happen in the future. And there are hundreds of thousands of possibilities. But even so, it can greatly help Ancient One to maintain the safety of the Earth. She can address situations that may bring adverse factors to the planet in advance, thereby eliminating the crisis in the invisible. As for some destined endings that cannot be changed no matter how hard they try, Ancient One will not force them to change, but at least knowing it in advance will help to avoid the greatest loss and arrange it clearly. Obviously, if the existence staring at him is the real Ancient One, the Ancient One should have learned something about him in the future through Time Gem. So now come to the door. Pong pong. Pong pong. The heart is beating faster and faster. The sound is booming. Although the specific decibel is not large, the roar of the Emperor's engine seems to penetrate the air, or even penetrate into a place that Lin Yu can't see and perceive. Although he didn't know exactly what happened. But I can feel it faintly. The existence that was staring at him secretly should have heard the roar of his Imperial engine, and felt a strong pressure from it. Although the Emperor engine originally had no egg power, but bluffing that is top-notch. After all, can a ghost think that a person's heartbeat can be so loud? Anyone who hears it can't help but think about it, which creates a seemingly strong psychological pressure on the other party. What's more, Lin Yu's Emperor engine will actually increase the luck value. Just for a while. A lucky box appeared on Lin Yu's system panel. You can see that the box is marked with a value, 10. 3 seconds have passed. This value 10 jumps, it becomes 30. Then Lin Yu felt that the surrounding environment seemed to be completely different, as if with luck, even the air he breathed became extra sweet. As long as you can hold your breath, don't do anything, and don't enter a fighting state, you can increase your luck just by staring at people. This is simply giving me benefits for nothing. If that's the case, then I'll just walk around outside. Maybe you suddenly found a treasure while you were walking. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. What good will happen? According to the description, it seems that as long as it is beneficial to him, even the most incredible things will happen, right? That. What if he deliberately does something that is not good for him? Let's do an experiment. Just about to go to Life Foundation to do something. No hesitation. Lin Yu's figure moved, accompanied by a sonic boom, and he walked in the direction of the Life Foundation company. And not long after Lin Yu left, Chi-Chi, on the roof of Tony's mansion, dazzling energy fireworks spread out from the void, forming a magic teleportation circle. At the same time, a mysterious figure wearing a bright yellow monk's robe with a hood covering his head and half of his face walked out. Look in the direction Lin Yu is going. Brows furrowed. And there seems to be a drop of cold sweat on the forehead slightly seeping out. What was that strong voice just now? Could it be that he found me and warned me? Impossible. I am hiding in the mirror space. Even if he is Superman, it is impossible for him to discover my existence. The words say so. But obviously the roaring sound has brought a lot of pressure to him, and his eyes flickered for several times before he finally calmed down. But in any case, Superman is the man who will make the whole galaxy fear in the future after all, whether it is Superman who becomes a hero, or Blacken is a dark Superman that is more terrifying than Dormammu. I have to be careful. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. The uncertainty factor for Superman is simply too great. This man is full of mysteries. The future sometimes shows that he is the hero of the world, the embodiment of justice, but also sometimes shows that he brings destruction and is the executor of evil. It's literally jumping back and forth between good and evil. It's not clear what will happen to the other party in the future. But one thing is clear. That is, once Superman is accidentally led on the road of Blacken, it will definitely bring disaster to mankind, the Earth, and even the entire universe. So I have to keep an eye on Superman, at least while I'm alive, make sure that Superman will be a hero, and then, I can only ask you, Future Strange. Gently muttering to himself. The figure moved. It disappeared along with the shining magic door. It really is the Ancient One. Although Lin Yu flew several kilometers away in the blink of an eye, his sharp eyes could still see the scene over Tony's mansion. When you see the circular magic portal, and when the figure came out of the door, wearing a bright yellow monk robe, he immediately knew that the guy who was staring at him secretly was indeed the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Sure enough, it is only by magic that I can't easily detect it. Lin Yu thought to himself. It's no surprise that the Ancient One would have his eye on him. But what makes him curious is, what will Ancient One see about him in the future using the Time Gem? Should it make Ancient One feel solemn, or even have a strong sense of crisis, he chose to stare at him, right? Otherwise, for any hero or villain that will have an impact on the Earth, Ancient One will have to stare at him like a mother. Wouldn't he be exhausted? If there is a chance, I think I may be able to directly communicate with Ancient One and... Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly. Definitely. Now I still have to go to the Life Foundation company to do business, and by the way, I will test the increase in luck value brought by the Emperor engine, and what wonderful benefits it will bring to him. Night is coming soon. A crescent moon gradually hangs above the sky. Pong pong. Pong pong. Lin Yu's heart was still beating vigorously. He flew through the night sky, with the roar of the Imperial engine. Those who didn't know thought that a fighter jet suddenly flew in the sky, causing everyone to be confused for a while. Look, something seems to fly through the sky. Nonsense, that loud noise must be an airplane. Flying your machine lollipop, it's clearly a figure, someone is flying in the sky. What? How is that possible? By the way, could it be Superman? There's been a lot of fuss about Superman recently, plus Lin Yu wants Tony to help him hype, and Tony, the pushy slut, is willing to cooperate. So Superman's reputation seems to have gradually built up in the city, and gradually stabilized. And at this time, it is natural to show a small figure appropriately. So although the sound of the Emperor's engine is a bit noisy, especially Lin Yu's heart as Superman, once it beats violently, it can be 10,000 times stronger than King's, so it is inevitably a little noticeable. But this also fulfilled Lin Yu's wish. Where did he run to? Someone noticed his figure. Especially today, he also wore the Vibranium Superman battle suit that Tony made for him, which made him even more imposing. Seeing that everyone's attention was gradually attracted by his tall figure in the night sky, he could not wait to put up a pose and JoJo on the spot. Or something. Definitely. Although he is a handsome Superman, but still can't fully show his face after all. So Lin Yu just swayed a few times in the sky angrily, deliberately letting passersby who were attracted by the sound of his Imperial engine take a few pictures of handsome uniforms, and then flew away. Continue to give people street shots in the next place. What is this guy doing? At this time, Ancient One was still spying on Lin Yu using magical means in the mirror space, but she was fascinated by it. Seeing that Lin Yu doesn't seem to be doing anything serious, flying over there in the night sky, here and there, swaying a few times from time to time, attracting the attention of many people. After showing off his proud figure and handsome new uniform, he flew away again. Then continue in another crowded place. Ancient One scratched his bald head. Indicates the small question mark. I have many friends. According to the various situations in the future shown by Time Gem, tonight is a more important moment for Superman. A bad one may give birth to a terrible monster like Venom Superman, so I have to keep an eye on it. You can't let things get to this point. Take a deep breath. Ancient One cast aside the small question mark in his mind and continued to stare at Lin Yu with magical means. But at this time, Lin Yu seemed to let himself go even more. It seems that he not only left after just dangling in the night sky for a few laps, he even started to pose consciously or unintentionally, showing his body full of male hormones to his heart's content. The small question mark in Ancient One's mind was instantly upgraded to a black question mark. Huh? This? Ahem. Speaking of it, Superman's figure is indeed quite good. Lin Yu is here. With Ancient One's constant stalking and the start of the Emperor's engine, his luck value has naturally risen. At this moment, the value displayed in the lucky box has reached 100. Generally speaking, the values of ordinary people are 3, so is the luck value. People with better luck are 5, and the European Emperor, pseudo-European Emperor, in the general sense is 7 or 8. And once the luck value is converted into super ability, just like Mutant Domino, then basically the luck value is stable at around 100. The luck is 10 times that of the fake European Emperor, and it can be called the real European Emperor. Lin Yu is almost there now, so the good things are about to come out one by one. Ding! I found a time-limited check-in location. Please go to the host to pose Kaz's same JoJo stand under the moon, and complete the check-in. Ding! I found a time-limited check-in location. Please attract the attention of at least 100 people. Go to the Stark building and put on a don't stop gesture to complete the check-in. Ding! I found a time-limited check-in location. Ask the host to deal with the bank robbers at the designated location, and use the crow's plane move to complete the check-in. Quick, quick, get in the car. Stuff all the money in the car. This time we posted? Ha ha ha. A few bank robbers have just made a big ticket from a certain bank, and the dollars in the sack are still warm, and they are happily trying to stuff the van. But right now, each of them was shocked. Pong pong, pong pong. Hearing a breathless roar, he looked up and saw a figure in a dark blue uniform with a red cloak flying behind him in the night sky, and a figure with a big S logo in front of him rushed towards them like lightning. Fly over? What is that? Every robber felt a strong wind blowing in his face. It almost blows my head off. It's Superman. What? Superman. Fake, right? After all, who has really seen the legendary Superman except the playboy Stark? Damn it! People are flying in the sky. Isn't it Superman or a super ghost? I don't know who called Superman, and the robbers were shocked. There's been a lot of hype about Superman recently. How could they not know? It's just that no one has seen the real appearance of Superman, and no one can be sure whether the guy who is flying towards them is really Superman. No matter what you do, the other party is clearly looking for trouble for us, and they all pick up a gun for me to shoot him. The leader of the robbers raised his submachine gun no matter what, and fired wildly into the sky. The other robbers didn't see much hesitation. 2. What if you were Superman? I will shoot you into a super ghost directly? However, these robbers just picked up their guns and were about to pull the trigger, but when they heard a click sound, they saw that the guns in their hands were stuck. Fake? My gun is jammed. What kind of garbage gun is this? What? Are you stuck too? Huh? I'm stuck too. The robbers stared one by one. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Guns are jammed? This is poisonous. Fortunately, the robber boss with the submachine gun didn't get stuck. Tut, chug, chug. With the muzzle of the fire overflowing, the bullets poured out of the submachine gun frantically, and shot towards the flying figure in the sky. However, at first glance, the robber leader's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and at a closer look, none of the bullets shot could hit the target at all. The leader of the robbers was quite happy when he saw his fierce group at first, but after a while, I saw that none of the bullets could hit the target. Bewildered on the spot. What's the situation? Even if you cook by yourself, shoot with a submachine gun. It's not like a bullet can't hit anyone, right? Is this the wonderful experience of Emperor Ou? The leader of the robbery said his shooting experience was very bad. Lin Yu seemed very leisurely in the air at the moment. He didn't need to hide at all, the bullets seemed to be completely insulated from him. Even if Lin Yu deliberately rammed a bullet, the bullet would still make a weird turn and pass him directly. Simply not too funny. However, this kind of gun is stuck, and the bullet can't hit my good luck at all, but it's useless to me at all. It's better to open a few more check-in locations for me. Just get rid of these robbers. The luck value has increased, and the most favorite thing for Lin Yu is that he can open a lot of time-limited check-in locations. This is undoubtedly the greatest benefit to Lin Yu. This is not. After a while, 3 time-limited check-in locations have been opened. Although there are a lot of sign-in conditions, it is really too showy to have to pose Kaz's same model as the 3 brothers and the expensive Jojo, and to persecute the head of the group to put on a don't-stop posture. But Lin Yu likes it. In this way, my Superman's popularity will undoubtedly be higher, especially after solving these robbers, which is a good thing. Swish! The figure is suspended above the heads of those bank robbers. Lin Yu looked over condescendingly. Oh, Superman, is this finally what a superhero should do? Peek inside Lin Yu's Ancient One in a mirrored space. As soon as I saw Lin Yu started to do good things, couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Although Superman just did some head-scratching weird stuff. But looking at it this way, it seems that Superman is more likely to go the right way. Sure enough, Superman's heart is still kind, and what I have to do is to secretly and slowly guide Superman's actions in the future while I am still alive, and strive to lead Superman to the path of justice, instead of Blacken's evil ways bring disaster to mankind. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. She continued to look at Lin Yu. I want to see how Lin Yu will treat those weak robbers with the power of Superman. As a result, Ancient One almost urinated on the spot, seeing Lin Yu take a deep breath. Crows take a plane. Wow. The whole person carried the power of Wanjun, and suddenly sat down to the robbers below. The power was so great that it directly exploded the surrounding air, not to mention how terrifying the air pressure caused. This is naturally a normal operation for Lin Yu's body of steel, but for ordinary people, it is tantamount to disaster. Fierce air pressure, accompanied by Lin Yu's crows on an airplane blasting down. It can be said that the robbers can be crushed into pieces without even a second? Not good. Ancient One did not hesitate. She hurriedly cast a magic from the mirror space, and then projected it into the real space, giving the robbers an invisible magic shield. But even this magic shield couldn't withstand Lin Yu's power. Click, crash, a wave of air that was almost visible to the naked eye scattered around. And when the air wave dissipated, it seems that there is a big hole on the ground, and the robbers don't know where they are going. Except for the blood mist that seems to be floating in the air, there is no robber at all. Superman is also gone. The onlookers were very puzzled, and they all gathered to discuss the powerful power of Superman's appearance just now, and they gradually dispersed until the police came. Ugh. And in the mirror space, Ancient One sighed deeply. There was a deep complexity in her eyes. Superman, you're still killing people. Ancient One knew that Superman would kill. Whether it's the terrorists who rescued Tony Stark, the bank robbers now, or the future, and it's often the culprits who kill. But this is murder after all. Ancient One shook his head. In her philosophy, it is better to be forgiving and forgiving. Criminals are nasty, but they can't be left without the slightest chance of transformation. Superman, killing people will make people gradually fall into the abyss, so they can't extricate themselves. If you continue like this, I have to do something to you. As Ancient One muttered to himself, a black mark gradually flashed between his eyebrows. Lin Yu successfully completed the sign-in after taking all the robbers in a crow on a plane note. It's cool. 3 sign-ins have been achieved at once, and the increase in luck is indeed a lot of benefits. Now look at the lucky box again. It seems that the lucky value has reached the value of 200. It is simply luckier than the Emperor. Definitely. When the robbers were dealt with just now, the Ancient One used magical means to try to protect the robbers. Lin Yu also noticed it, but he didn't care too much. Ancient One. As Sorcerer Supreme, it is inevitable that there will be some virgin hearts, which is also a urine that superhero has always had. And at this point, Ancient One is actually quite good, and she will not be a brainless virgin who does not know how to work around it. For example, in order to protect the Earth from Dormammu's invasion, when she failed to find a qualified successor to the Sorcerer Supreme, she forcibly absorbed it. Dark Dimension energy, converted to black magic, to increase his lifespan, and then use it to fight against Dormammu. This is actually pretty good. Daddy said, use magic against magic. Go a little deeper. It's okay to use black magic against black magic. Although this is considered a very taboo behavior in the circle of white devils such as Sorcerer Supreme, Lin Yu is absolutely in favor of it. But if I kill people so recklessly, the Ancient One will finally see me in a bad mood. When will it finally be able to stop and shoot at me? Lin Yu looked into the depths of the void with some anticipation. So long. In fact, he had already faintly sensed where the Ancient One was at the moment. It's just for the luck value of the Emperor engine to be buffed, and he thinks it's good to put Ancient One there as a tool man, so he can get enough of the benefits first. When Ancient One finally couldn't sit still and wanted to make a move, Lin Yu is not false. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Superman vs Sorcerer Supreme? What will be the ending? Let me see what benefits I get after 3 consecutive sign-ins. Lin Yu continued to fly to the Life Foundation company. Change to check the check-in reward you just got. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a rare purple reward, the Savior of the Wicked, Dio. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Invisible Empire, Yuhabak, with a set of Star-Cross Knights cards, which can be summoned at will. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a rare purple reward, Black-Robed Pickets, Homelander. Ding. It is found that the host has acquired a role born out of Superman, Homelander. Does the host perform ability integrate to strengthen the role of Superman? Note, after integrating, the role of Homelander will not disappear, and you can continue to earn reputation points. A series of melodious prompts made Lin Yu feel more comfortable. All purple rare rewards. The Emperor's experience. Really top? But then again, if the acquired characters are highly repetitive, can they be integrated? That's not bad. Lin Yu knew that the character Homelander came from a high-scoring American drama Black Robe Picket, and his superhero brand operation concept also comes from it. Although the name Homelander sounds full of justice, and the original ability design is basically similar to Superman, flight, super strength, heat vision, etc. But in fact, this product is a complete anti-superhero, seemingly just, but actually crimes and indiscriminate killing of innocent people are everywhere. Honestly, this setup is pretty cool. Unfortunately, no matter what, it was born out of Superman originally, and the character charm is still not as good as Superman's deity. However, it is enough to use it as a tool character for earning reputation points, and it can also bring strengthening benefits to my Superman. Lin Yu chose strengthening without hesitation. Ding. Having integrated Homelander's ability with Superman, your Superman character has been greatly strengthened. Accompanied by the system sound, Lin Yu suddenly felt that the strength of his body seemed to have doubled, whether it was speed, defense, or the power of heat vision, etc. Very good. After Homelander's character ability integrates, it can be said that it saves me a lot of strength, and then I continue to earn acting value for strengthening. It doesn't take much time, it should be able to gradually approach the new 52 Superman. Strength. Lin Yu clenched his fists. The Superman's current top achievement is that he can push the continental plate. But the new 52 Superman was able to bench press the weight of the Earth 5 days in a row. I have to say that the Superman of the Iron Man is indeed not very eye-catching in terms of hardcore strength, and it can even be said to be the weakest. You must know that a sneeze in the Silver Age can destroy the solar system. Not to mention the Golden Superman. That is the absolute god, omniscient and omnipotent, and is no longer in the same dimension as ordinary powerhouses. But at the moment, Lin Yu has only developed very quickly. He still has enough time to slowly strengthen himself. Besides Homelander, I also have 2 other purple rare characters, whether it's Dio, the savior of the villain, or the leader of the Invisible Empire in Death God, Yuhabak, who are both extremely powerful and charming villains. If it is good, the speed of earning reputation points should be no slower than that of the role of Joker. Lin Yu's eyes turned to his other 2 newly acquired roles. Dio, whose real name is Dio Brando, is also known as Dio, from the JoJo series. This guy is a pure villain, born to do bad things, and the interesting thing is that the reason why Dior finally turned into a powerful villain called the savior of the villain, the original reason was just to occupy the protagonist's family property only. The famous line "I'm not a man" comes from this guy's mouth. After having the role of Dior, the biggest benefit is his stand-in, the world. Compared with Superman, Dior's original strength is not worth mentioning at all, but Dior has a special ability. Substitute, Smash Valudo, which translates as world, has the ability to pause time, which can be paused for up to 9 seconds. Definitely. This is the limit of Dior's own suspension time. Not necessarily for Lin Yu's powerful Superman physique. The ability of the time system is exceptional even in the Marvel world, but it's a pity to encounter a level universe treasure like Time Gem that is even more terrifying. But then again, Time Gem, this kind of infinite gems that represents the origin level of the universe, I wonder if it can be used as a strengthening medium to strengthen my stand-in, the world? Mind a move. Swish. In an instant, a humanoid figure appeared beside Lin Yu like a ghost. The whole body showed a golden color, and there is a heart on the belt. It looks very annoyed. This is Lin Yu's stand-in, the world, which cannot be seen by ordinary people, and can only be seen by stand-in messengers. Lin Yu can use the stand-in to do whatever he wants within the corresponding range, including kill. And the Marvel world doesn't have the rest of the stand-ins. It is entirely possible to say so. as long as it is within the attack range of his world. Then he can truly kill the invisible world. Lin Yu's mind moved again. This time, he used the time stop ability directly. In an instant, in Lin Yu's eyes, the whole world took on an empty hue, and all the movements of everyone on the earth stopped. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until 9 seconds have passed. Lin Yu felt no pressure. The world's time pause ability is supported by his strong physique and will as a Superman, and the ability to pause time is no longer necessary to use seconds to calculate. At least it is appropriate to use minutes to calculate. Interesting, the feeling of time suspension is really amazing. Why don't I go to the Life Foundation company slowly like this, test the limit of my time suspension, and take a look at my other purple rare reward? Lin Yu's leisurely flight in the air. At the same time, he looked at his last purple rare reward. Invisible Empire Leader, Friend Habich? Yu Habak is the final boss of Death God, my youth is back. Before crossing, Lin Yu heard that his beloved Death God was going to continue to be animated again, and he was going to make a show. He was so happy that he immediately sighed that his youth was back. But who knew that he suddenly crossed over, mad, the youth of the Lord is over again. But now he actually signed in and got the role of Yu Habak, and even got all the members of the powerful Star Cross Knights under Yu Habak. Hey, yes, youth is back again? Although Yu Habaka's strongest state can reach the level of omniscience and omnipotence, but his omniscience and omnipotence, compared to the entire Marvel multi-universe, the pattern is still a bit small, right? Lin Yu carefully felt the ability obtained from the role of Yu Habak. The ability that Yu Habak brought him. In general, there are 2 points. The first point is Yu Habaka's basic ability, give and take. The current Lin Yu can give power to others at will, but once given, a special word with the title ability will be engraved in the soul of others, which is equivalent to accepting a younger brother, and anyone killed by the younger brother, the soul and strength will be fed back to Lin Yu, and it will produce strengthening to Lin Yu originally. This is capture. Lin Yu can reclaim his power anytime, anywhere, and harvest the souls of those he empowers. To put it simply, this is an ability that specializes in collecting younger brothers, picking wool, and cutting leeks. Lin Yu feels that it can be combined with his role as Joker. The deadly toxin in my Joker's blood can infect people, manipulate them, and even mutate them. When combined with the power of giving and taking away from Yu Habak, it's just perfect. Lin Yu thought to himself. The second ability that Yu Habak brought him, that is, all members of the Star Cross Knights, corresponds to 26 letters. 26 members in total. Lin Yu moved his hand. Swish. 26 cards like cloud cards are fan-shaped, revealing a star-like color, appearing in his hand. Each card can summon a corresponding minion. And beyond that, Lin Yu can also choose to temporarily absorb all the power of the 26 cards, so that he can have the omniscient and omnipotent power of the heyday, Yu Habak, that is, predict future, and change the future. Let me first feel the power of this all-knowing and omnipotent. Rub your fingers. Whoa, the 26 Star Cross Knights cards instantly dissipated into starlight in his hand, and all poured into Lin Yu's body. At the same time, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and his eyes instantly developed strange multiple pupils. Following the pattern of the whole world in his eyes, some wonderful changes began to take place. Is this the power of Yu Habaka's omniscient and almighty? But as I thought, this kind of omnipotence and omnipotence is only manifested in predicting the future and changing the future. The pattern is still small. In Lin Yu's eyes. At this time, the world seems to have become a sand table. Any turbulence on the sand table, future changes cannot escape his mind capture, and at the same time he can change this change and avoid anything unfavorable to him. Only, how big is this sandbox? As far as the current development is concerned, the largest coverage is just an entire solar system. Compared to the vast expanse of the entire Marvel universe, the layout is really not enough. Not to mention that there are still quantum worlds, dark latitudes, multi-universes, etc. in the Marvel world, where the original time rule is beyond the general time rule. The time operation law of this world is relatively special, and I want to calculate the entire universe pattern. In the future, the amount of computation required is simply too large, even with an artifact like the time gem in hand. Calculating the future like Doctor Strange more than 10 million times is almost at its limit. And there are more than 10 million endings in the future development of the entire universe? The framework of Death God's world is relatively small. It is not bad to be able to breed this kind of omniscience and omnipotence that covers the solar system. It is like a seed that can constantly grow and grow. Lin Yu put away ability. A brilliant starlight radiated from his body for a while. In the end, he condensed into 26 cards of the members of the Star Cross Knights in his hand. And this kind of omnipotence and omnipotence requires huge computing power to support the future. Yu Habak has the power of omniscience and omnipotence, but the computing power is not enough to truly grasp all the future. In the end, one of Ichigo took advantage of the loophole, and was finally beheaded by Ichigo and a kitchen knife. Any butcher knife. You must have a good butcher in the palm of your hand in order to exert its due power. And compared to Yu Habak, Lin Yu would naturally be a better butcher. Or, Joker would be a better butcher. He intends to combine this all-knowing and omnipotent with the power of his Joker's mind. Without a doubt, his Joker's brain is the smartest. And imagine, in the world of Death God, Ichigo and the others were not confronted by Yhwach, who is keen to destroy his subordinates, but Joker, a cunning and tricky emperor, combined with the power of omniscience and omnipotence, then what will happen to the guards and others? It's not bad to be played to death abruptly, right? If I can combine the ability of Yhwach, and finally make my Joker advance to the 5th dimensional Joker, and even the Emperor Joker, the true omnipotence and omnipotence, that would be amazing. This is the plan in Lin Yu's mind. Yhwach plus Joker, cruel tyrant plus deceitful criminal leader. The final strengthening route is equivalent to Emperor Joker. If you only use the role value strengthening, it may not be enough to strengthen the Joker to the level of the 5th dimensional Emperor. After all, he still has a Superman's steel body to feed. There may be more good characters signed in the future. Combining the abilities of each role and defining the special strengthening by yourself will undoubtedly be more efficient, and will not cause the repeated accumulation of too many role abilities. Between thoughts, Lin Yu has come to Life Foundation Company during the time suspension of the world. And just at this time, the time stop effect has reached its limit. Well, the limit of time stop is currently maintained at about 5 minutes and 36 seconds. The surrounding void tones return to normal in Lin Yu's eyes. Stopped for more than 5 minutes. This is basically invincible. However, this is actually only for ordinary people, the strong in the general sense, at least, like the Ancient One as the Sorcerer Supreme, it is not affected by his time stop. With the time gem in hand, the Ancient One will not be affected by my time stop, not to mention the Sorcerer Supreme. Lin Yu looked at the location of an unknown space intentionally or unintentionally, touched his chin. But speaking of it, time gem is a good thing. The characters I signed in today, whether it's the or stand-in world or Yhwach's predicting the future and changing the future, all have something to do with time, isn't it? A hint. Thought here. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth gradually revealed an unpredictable smile. And at this moment, in the mirror space, Ancient One subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect Superman to have the ability to stop time. Superman, how much power have you hidden? Ancient One felt very dignified. Although she had checked about Superman's future before, and had checked about 10 million futures of Superman, she knew almost all of Superman's abilities. Super strength, super speed, heat vision, frozen breath, mighty man of steel and more. But never expected. Superman actually has an ability to stop time. And one stop is more than 5 minutes? What kind of abnormal existence is this? Just the current Superman, apart from the universe Mephisto-like Dormammu, Ancient One really can't imagine who can compete with it. Fortunately I have the time gem. Ancient One subconsciously touched a magic weapon on his neck that glowed green like eyes. This instrument is called Eye of Agamotto. It is the first Sorcerer Supreme on the Earth millions of years ago, the Sorcerer Supreme heritage left by Agamotto, which contains exactly one of the legendary 6 infinite gems is Time Gem. Although Superman is powerful, it's not that he has no way to deal with it. Let's see what he will do next. If he can't control himself, overcome his dark side, and eventually fall into evil and become the cruel and tyrannical Venom Superman, then I can only do it. Ancient One naturally knew that there were symbionts in the Life Foundation Company. Among the more than 10 million futures she peered into, there are almost 5 million endings that show Superman turning into the evil Venom Superman, with more than 3 million endings showing Venom Superman eventually leading a massive symbiote to invade Earth. That's why she chose to keep staring at Lin Yu today. In her opinion, the appearance of Venom Superman is completely a disaster for the Earth. She can endure even if Superman kills some wicked people, and she will try her best to lead Superman to the right path, but to become the evil Venom Superman, to all the innocents of the Earth if the people pose a threat, then she can't stand it. And now there is a 50% chance of that happening. She had to be very vigilant. Ding! It is detected that the host has the omnipotent power of 3.5 latitudes, and the luck value of the Emperor engine has increased by 500. The omniscient and omnipotent plus Emperor engine can directly affect the trigger of the plot scene, change the future development situation, and bring the greatest benefits to the host, but at the same time it will also greatly increase the level of danger in the plot scene. May I ask whether the host will sign in and start the plot scene with the power of omniscience and omnipotence plus the power of the Emperor's engine? After signing in to open the plot scene, the sign-in reward will be issued at one time after the host solves the crisis of the plot scene. Lin Yu has just stepped into the Life Foundation Company. The system sound rang. Lin Yu couldn't help but move his eyes. Did it trigger new gameplay? Lin Yu knew that the system was not simple. It should not only have the basic functions of signing in and sending characters, increasing prestige, strengthening characters, etc. Like this one right now. It feels very similar to a copy of the gameplay. Originally, the Life Foundation Company was like a no man's land for me, and there was no danger at all, but now if the Life Foundation Company is turned into a copy, the benefits are maximized, then maybe I will still really in danger. Lin Yu showed a look of interest. Interesting. Since you want to get the most benefits and become stronger, you naturally have to take some risks. You must sign in. Without the slightest reason, Lin Yu chose yes. Just obtained some new abilities. Lin Yu is worried that he has no opponents to fight with him, and the Ancient One ant can't hide. He actually feels itchy all the time. But now the system has a new way of playing. Not only was he happy, but he couldn't wait. But it is worth mentioning that From the point of view of the system, opening the plot check-in dungeon is equivalent to changing the future and maximizing the benefits that can be obtained in the future. It can be seen that the conditions for opening the plot dungeon are harsh, almost no less than in alter reality. If Lin Yu was not lucky, he just signed in and got the role of Yohabak. Maybe it's all right now. In addition, the system said that the omniscient and omnipotent power of Yohabak he obtained was at a level of 3.5 dimensions. This made Lin Yu touch his chin. Our normal life is that the world belongs to the three-dimensional world, plus all the cosmic timelines, which is the four-dimensional universe, and above that is the five-dimensional realm that is truly invincible and truly omniscient. My current ultimate goal of strengthening 3.5 dimensions, that is, 3.5 dimensions. Sure enough, compared to the fifth dimension, Yohabaka's omniscient and omnipotent power is only as immature as a seed, and my current comprehensive combat power should also be calculated in 3.5 dimensions, and it has become stronger. There is still a long way to go above the three-dimensional world. Even adding a dimension of 0.001 is a huge increase in combat power. After Tony put on steel armor and advanced from an ordinary person to an Iron Man, his combat power was almost improved by 0.001 dimension. Wouldn't it be nice to use Tony's stuff as a combat unit? Cough cough. Stopping the thought of persecuting Tony in his mind, Lin Yu looked at the Life Foundation company in front of him, seeing that the atmosphere of the entire Life Foundation has changed at this moment. Originally, it could only be regarded as relatively heavily guarded, and a company in the district actually had heavily armed security guards patrolling all around, but now, there is a sense of gloom and terror in the building of the company. From time to time, there will be some roars, growls, and infiltrating screams. When the wind blows, it will also bring a very obvious bloody smell from the inside. If you don't know that the Life Foundation company is in front of you, Lin Yu probably thought that he had suddenly crossed into Resident Evil again and went to break into other people's umbrella company. Ding! The host has successfully signed in, the Omniscient and Omnipotent plus Emperor engine effect has been activated, the future has changed, the reality has been modified, and the plot scene, Symbiote Nest Life Foundation has been successfully triggered. Boom dash. With the sound of the system falling, the door of the Life Foundation company coincidentally opened directly in front of Lin Yu. I do not know what. It seemed to be mixed with blood and disinfectant, but with flesh and blood corrosion, biochemical leakage, and other strange smells suddenly poured out of the door. The heavily armed security guards in the original Life Foundation company were gone. The whole Life Foundation company seems to have no one at all. From a distance, it looks like a giant fulhu beast that devours people in the night. It is terrifying, ferocious, and has a mysterious sense of mystery that makes people curious and want to enter. Lin Yu didn't feel anything special. He just thought it was novel and fun. There was no hesitation. The first step is to step into the interior of the Life Foundation company. And just after Lin Yu entered, not long after, a circle of magic energy fireworks lit up in the void, forming a circular portal, from which the Ancient One wearing a bright yellow monk robe walked out. Why does it feel a little wrong? Ancient One stared at the Life Foundation corporate building. His brows couldn't help frowning tightly. She generally does not interfere with the actions of people on Earth, even if those are evil people who are doing something harmful to the Earth, but this is part of the normal evolution of history. Moreover, the internal research of the Symbiote by the Life Foundation company did not affect all human beings in the first place. Without Superman, a reporter named Eddie Bullock will fix this, and he will become a future anti-hero of good and evil, Venom. But now, Ancient One suddenly discovered. Inside the Life Foundation company, there was a dangerous aura that even she felt uneasy. She wanted to detect by magic, but there was a mysterious force that blocked her directly. She couldn't even sense Superman's trail. This made her uneasy feeling even stronger. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Hope it's just my illusion. Hesitation slightly. Ancient One did not choose to enter from the main entrance like Lin Yu did. She plans to choose a remote place to sneak in. Since magic detection is not easy to use, she can only use the most primitive method to infiltrate, and she can't just meet Superman, otherwise it will always be a little embarrassing to meet. In addition to being the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. At first the physical skills are not bad either. As soon as she moved, like an assassin, she sneaked into the Life Foundation company extremely dexterously. She was about to investigate the company's internal environment and Superman's traces, but at this moment Ancient One let out a small murmur and looked towards a sealed room. The reason why this room is sealed is not that it is locked. Instead, there were dense black tissues climbing on the door of the entire room. These black tissues seem to have life, constantly twisting, growing, and filling every crevice in the room, like a creeper. If they are allowed to grow, it is estimated that the entire building of the Life Foundation will be penetrated and covered by this black tissue. Looks very infiltrating. Ancient One is a bit disgusting though, but it's just disgusting. She could see that this black tissue was a mutant cell differentiation with only basic growth instincts and no ideology. The source should belong to those alien symbiotes. I just didn't expect that the Life Foundation company had already researched the symbiote to this extent. Looking at it this way, it is estimated that the reason why Life Foundation company makes her feel uneasy is because some powerful symbiote monsters have been produced, right? While thinking, Ancient One's palm moved. Swish! The golden magical energy evolved into complex textures, and instantly formed a sharp-edged magic Phelan blade. She walked to the room sealed by the symbiote tissue, and swung the magic phalon sharply in her hand. Swish, laugh. In an instant, these black tissues were torn apart, and under the magic power, they made a squeaking sound and gradually dissipated. Follow closely. Crack dash. The sealed door opened. And as the door opened, the things that had been stuffed inside the door could not stop rushing out. Crash dash. Hearing a loud noise, a large amount of overgrown viscous black symbiotic tissue suddenly poured out from the room behind the door. It's like muddying up a pile of rotting carrion and putting it under your nose for you to smell. It's simply nausea seeping to the extreme. Ancient One's body lit up with a golden magic hood. Directly isolate these black tissues. She looked at the muddy black tissue, and saw one of the hands suddenly stretched out, followed by the figure of a man who crawled out of the black tissue, breathing and coughing frantically. Ha, ha, ha. Cough, cough, cough. Saved? Finally saved? I thought I was going to die like this. The man looks like he is in his 20s, but his overall image is a bit downcast. Seeing this man, Ancient One seemed to know him, but obviously did not expect the other party to appear in such a place today. She frowned and asked, Eddie Bullock, why are you here? Dr. Dora called me here. She said that her boss, the Dim Drake, has gone crazy and is doing some extremely cruel and inhuman human experiments, and even doing research on his own body. He seems to have turned into a monster? So Dora asked me to get evidence and expose the evil deeds of the Life Foundation company, but unexpectedly encountered a monster attack. Eddie shook off the sticky black symbiotic substance on his body, and even spat out some from his mouth. The whole picture can be said to be very beautiful. Even Ancient One couldn't help but feel ashamed. After it finally stopped, Eddie looked over at Ancient One and couldn't help but be puzzled. Huh? Wait, who are you? You know me. This strangely dressed ant, he doesn't seem to have seen it before? Was it this strange ant who saved him just now? I definitely know you, Eddie. Ancient One has its own set of tricks. She walked towards Eddie, very skillfully showing the appearance of an old magician, and at the same time more skillfully raised her hand and slapped Eddie abruptly. Whoa! Eddie felt a shock in his head in an instant. Follow, he seems to be flying. Huh? I'm flying? I feel so light. The lightness of the whole body made Eddie feel very strange. But when you bow your head, seeing my body lying on the ground, Eddie was stunned. This, Eddie, as you can see, the world is full of amazing things. Ancient One's eyes showed a deep color, showing the breadth of its own Sorcerer Supreme. In addition to science, there are mysterious supernatural powers, and I, the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, guard the Earth from the supernatural power of other dimensions. The invasion of power, I know everything, and naturally I should know your existence. In fact, ordinary people generally cannot perceive magician's mana. But the state of the soul is different. The soul is the most sensitive and vulnerable. At this moment, Ancient One seems to have photographed Eddie's soul. In an instant, Eddie felt that the strange ant in front of him had, a golden light appeared all over his body. What? So dazzling? Who is pretending? Oh no, who is this ant? Sorcerer Supreme? Supernatural power? Why did Lao Tzu's world suddenly become magical? Eddie was in a diagonally dazed state. Eddie, you see, you are in the state of the soul now, and what you see now is not seeing through the naked eye, but perception through the soul. So what you see everything is different than ever, and you'll find more details and capture more things that are usually overlooked. In normal times, Ancient One could just chat with Eddie for half a day. From the real world, to the mirror space, and from the universe of all things, to the quantum dust, he showed Eddie the magic and mystery of magic. But time is urgent. She also has to track down Superman to find out what happened to the Life Foundation. So I just pretended with Eddie for a while. Immediately following the conversation, he turned. And this, called Soul Astral, is one of the basic spells that belong to the most basic magic. The ancients also called this magic, which is just the so-called only God, so it is not fast, and the soul can surpass it. Run freely in space, Eddie, wander around and tell me what you saw. I am here today, just like you, to solve the problems that are happening in the Life Foundation company. Ancient One said, his eyes flashed slightly. According to Eddie, she probably knew that the Life Foundation company had some extremely serious changes for some reason, and this change, she had never seen it in more than 10 million futures using time gem before. Obviously, the future was suddenly distorted for some reason. Otherwise, it is usually on the normal timeline. At the moment, Eddie, at the moment, you should get drunk in a bar because you lost your job, got dumped by your girlfriend, and lost your house. And although Eddie was still a little confused, he somehow understood what Ancient One was saying. Magic? Of course he didn't believe this thing before. But now that he is really Soul Astral, and the fact is in front of him, he can't help but believe it. Besides, to be honest, the state of the soul still makes people feel quite refreshed. He is relaxed and can fly. He has lived for more than 20 years. Eddie has never been as relaxed as he is now. Well, this Sorcerer Supreme ant, I'll just wander around and take a look. Eddie curiously tried to fly around. Touch the wall. Huh? Did your hand go through? Fun? Just call me Ancient One. Also, don't wander too far. Right now, you don't have the mana to maintain your body. If your soul is too far away, you will die directly. Ancient One reminded Eddie. What am I? Eddie was almost pissed off by Ancient One without saying a word. He originally thought of galloping freely under the sky to feel the feeling of being really flying, but now he dismissed this idea immediately. Maid. I felt a little stomachache. Why do I suddenly feel like a toolman? Ancient One is naturally using Eddie as a toolman. Although she can easily soul astral, her body is easily attacked, which is very unsafe, and now with an Eddie, the situation is suddenly different. Eddie soul astral to investigate the situation, while she helps guard Eddie's body. It's the best of both worlds. Have to say, having tools is great. Eddie quickly flew through the ceiling overhead towards the upper floors of the Life Foundation corporate building. The place where he and Ancient One are located is only the first floor of the Life Foundation company building. There is basically no one there, and they don't know where they are going. Only from time to time, some black sticky like mud will appear. Material monsters crawl around. He was accidentally swallowed by this monster before. It felt like I fell into a cesspool in an instant. Almost didn't suffocate. Fortunately, the Ancient One showed up in time to save him. Now, after passing through the ceiling through the soul astral state and flying to the upper floors, Eddie immediately knew why there was no one below. Because people, they are all on it. It's just that these former staff members of the Life Foundation have now turned into ferocious monsters. Each of them is crawling with strange tentacle-like viscous substances. These tentacles are on their noses and mouths. The ears twisted back and forth, looking very scary. In addition, everyone turned scarlet eyes, the dense fangs in their mouths were exposed, and there were even long bloody tongues dripping with saliva. There was a faint roar in his throat, as if saying I'm so hungry, just like those zombies in the movie. Do not. Worse than zombies? Although it is in a state of soul and will not be seen by these monsters, Eddie still took a deep breath after seeing this terrifying scene and couldn't help shivering. What happened to Life Foundation Corporation? Why did it become like this? Where's Dr. Dora? Where is she? Eddie swallowed. At least he calmed down a bit. He is about to continue to probe deeper into what happened to the Life Foundation. But right now, someone seems to come over there? Is that a normal person? Eddie's head pierced a wall and looked a short distance away. I saw a man appear in the field of vision. He was wearing a dark blue tight-fitting uniform with an eye-catching S logo in front of him and a red cloak behind him, walking over like a stroll in the courtyard. This is not a monster, but a normal person. Although, the dress is a little weird. Who is this person? A member of the Life Foundation Company? Or is he also here to investigate the Life Foundation Company? No, now the Life Foundation Company is full of monsters. He just came here as leisurely as a walk, then isn't it looking for death? Eddie subconsciously wanted to call to remind the other party, but now he is in a state of soul. The other party should not hear him at all, nor see him, right? Thinking of this, Eddie became a little anxious. No, those monsters found him? No, I have to hurry up and find the Ancient One magician to help. Just this moment, all the monsters were attracted by the man, and immediately roared one by one, rushing towards them like locusts. Eddie turned and wanted to go back to find Ancient One for help. But right now, suddenly, Eddie's scalp went numb. He felt as if a hot and terrifying gaze was staring at him, and when he turned his head, he saw that it was the man, and the gaze of the other party turned towards him. He can see me. Eddie suddenly caught his breath. For some reason, as soon as he was stared at by this man, he felt as if his soul was about to dissolve, and he couldn't stop shaking, and wanted to flee the scene immediately, and frantically. But it happened, but he didn't even dare to move. His whole soul froze in place, not even breathing. It seems to have completely crashed. Fortunately, after the man glanced at him, he gradually shifted his gaze. Eddie breathed a sigh of relief. But after such a delay, it was obviously too late to go back to Ancient One for help. Those terrifying Life Foundation monsters have already rushed up one by one like locusts, and the sharp teeth in their mouths rubbed and squeaked, their bright red tongues spit out, and their saliva slapped down, as if they wanted to think for a moment. To devour that man, not even the residue is left. Although this man may not be simple, but surrounded by those monsters, it should be finished, right? Eddie swallowed. The figure shrank to one side, observing the situation on the scene. He faintly felt that the man was not simple, and even seemed to be a little familiar, but those monsters of the Life Foundation were really scary to see, and the sharp teeth in the mouth were densely packed. Completely bite off. Not to mention that there are still quite a few monsters on the scene. That man, even if he has some ability, there will be no scum that will be swallowed in the end, right? Hungry. I'm so hungry. Brain, pancreas, liver, intestine. Eat. I want to eat. Most of these monsters of the Life Foundation should be researchers before their death. He was still wearing the researcher's white coat. It's just that at this moment, everything is dyed with bright red blood, and the silky symbiont tissue spreads out from the body, covering half of the body including the head, and it can be seen that it looks like a person. But those body parts that were all stuffed with symbiont tissues have all been alienated, and the flesh and blood tissues have proliferated like cancer cells, making the half of the body of the researchers of the Life Foundation become extremely large, and the minimum can be 2 meters tall. Even extra eyeballs grew on the shoulders, and the arms were alienated into monster-like claws. But the other half of the body that was not covered by the symbiont tissue began to shrink and become withered. This extreme asymmetry makes them even more terrifying. One by one is just like Dr. William who injected himself with the G-virus in Resident Evil. Oh no, put a venom head on Dr. William, so that it is more like. Definitely. For Lin Yu, these symbiotic mutant monsters seem like nightmares to ordinary people. But it's not enough at all. It's only on the second and third floors of the Life Foundation Company building. There should only be some mobs like this along the way. Forget it, clean it up in one go, and by the way, study the mutation principle of these mobs. An incomparably hot light suddenly lit up in his eyes. Not the slightest hesitation. Lin Yu used heat sight directly. Whoa, I saw two extremely dazzling red lights blooming from the eyes, forming extremely hot and thick scarlet beams. Those symbiotic mutant monsters just screamed hunger and rushed over, but they were directly drowned by the hot sight. Immediately afterwards, only a trace of ashes remained in the air, slowly falling down. Clean up the mobs. Naturally, it is refreshing to be neat and tidy. Seeing those symbiotic mutant monsters happily want to give him a warm hug, but suddenly disappeared, Lin Yu expressed his satisfaction with the power of his hot sight. With the strengthening integrate of Homelander's entire character, my overall ability has been greatly improved. With just one heat sight, the power has increased more than 10 times, and the strengthening is not only the power, but also the power of my heat sight. Control accuracy. The precision of power control can be said to be very important. Sometimes the strength of combat power is not only reflected in pure strength, but also in the control accuracy of power. With precision, there is skill. And with skills, it means that you have complete control over your own power. Otherwise, Lin Yu could not control his hot gaze just now, and it is estimated that the entire building of the Life Foundation would have to be penetrated at once. Lin Yu felt that he had integrated the role of Homelander, a version of Superman. The control accuracy of the power has suddenly reached a very high level, and I don't know what the principle is. Now even if he is asked to perform laser surgery on a person's eyeball retina with heat vision, Lin Yu can even do no harm to the other party and complete the operation perfectly. The symbiote mutants that rushed over to the scene were wiped out by Lin Yu at once. Immediately the surroundings became quiet. Definitely. Lin Yu didn't kill them all, but left one. Alien creatures like symbiotes basically have their own lives, and each of them is not only not stupid, but also very clever, just like the Venom of the original plot. Knowing that they are not welcome in the symbiote circle, so as soon as I met Eddie who was suitable for me, I immediately turned against the tide, which can be said to be very witty. A powerful symbiote of oneself is the king of the mountain on the earth, isn't it fragrant? Venom obviously understands the truth of being a chicken's head rather than a phoenix's tail. The other symbiote, Riot, although a bit silly, is also a bit of a strategy, knowing to use the greed of human beings to achieve their goal of letting the symbiote family invade the Earth. However, the symbiotes on the researchers of these Life Foundation companies don't seem to have their own lives, but just instincts. Like zombies, they only know the instinct of devouring, not to mention whether they are smart or not, and they don't even have any intelligence. Why is this? After all, the symbiote is not a virus, so how could it have this effect? Or, someone made the symbiote into a virus. Lin Yu looked at the only symbiote mutant he had left behind. This symbiote mutant was aggressively rushing to kill with its surrounding companions. Now it is full of food, especially its head. When it thinks of this, it can't help but drool. But, just a blink of an eye, the companions around you suddenly disappeared. This symbiote mutant suddenly looked stunned and stayed in place. Especially when I felt Lin Yu's gaze at this moment, a word suddenly popped up in his mind that was only full of eating instincts. Dangerous. Roar. In addition to the instinct to eat, this symbiotic mutant didn't seem to have completely lost the instinct to survive, and immediately turned around after a low growl. Escape? Stay away from this man. The sooner the better. Oh, do you still have some reason to survive? This symbiote mutant does not run as slowly as a zombie, but it is very fast. The strong muscles in the legs that are proliferated due to the symbiote suddenly bulge, and the sprint speed is like a car. Even when the hand is raised, the symbiont tissue on the arm will also turn into a whip-like derivative, swinging away like a Spider-Man. However, no matter how fast it was, in Lin Yu's eyes, it was still crawling like a snail. After all, Superman's eyes can capture the speed of the Flash. It's even quite possible to say so. As long as the speed is lower than the speed of sound, in Lin Yu's eyes, it is basically no different from static things. Return. Grab it with a big hand. Whoa, the symbiote mutant was about to break through the window and escape outside the building. But suddenly, it felt suffocated for a while. The neck was grabbed by a powerful palm at some point, and it was even pinched directly, which made its eyes stare wildly for a while, and the long tongue in its mouth even more. He spat out stiffly and began to struggle frantically, but all to no avail. And soon it was lifted up like a chicken. Let me take a good look first. Lin Yu was suspended in midair. He was holding the symbiotic mutant monster that was just caught in his hand and was still warm. Directly use the perspective ability. It was found that all the internal organs in the symbiote mutant seemed to be gone, or in other words, they were swallowed up by the symbiote tissue and then replaced, except for the brain. And even the brain is infiltrated with various symbiotic tissue fibers, which seems to be a gospel for patients with esophagus. To be honest, this is no longer a symbiosis at all, but a kind of genetic invasion and transformation, as if an alien creature like a symbiote is no longer satisfied with finding a CP to live together, but wants to become an independent and individual, a complete entity that can truly depend on itself for survival. Interesting. Lin Yu showed a thoughtful look. The symbiote must depend on the host to survive for a long time, and it is best to be a host that can match, but it can be seen from the current situation. Look, the symbiote is no longer symbiotic with the host, but is completely invading possessing others' body. This intrusion of possessing others' body is not something like a so-called soul possessing others' body, but at the genetic level. By transforming human DNA, the cells in the body will eventually become a complete symbiosis, leaving only the brain, which can become the core of an independent individual as a symbiont. But obviously, the symbiote mutant in front of me is not a full-fledged product. Originally there was not much wisdom to say, and the transformation is not perfect, only half of it is transformed, so the appearance is nondescript. Let me see how this thing's vitality is. Since only the brain is left, and the rest of the internal organs are symbiotic, the vitality should be very tenacious, right? Also, I don't know about fire resistance and sound wave resistance. Has it improved? The symbiote has two major weaknesses, that is, it is afraid of fire and sound waves. Lin Yu pondered that since the entire Life Foundation company has been copied, and the system said there will be danger, it basically means that there should be boss-level symbiotic monsters on the upper floors of the company building. Enough to threaten him. And since it can threaten him, I think it has evolved to a higher level, and the weakness of being afraid of fire and sound waves should also be eliminated, right? Otherwise, he passed with a hot sight. No matter how strong the symbiote monster, all must be turned into scum immediately. I hope the weakness is eliminated, and the vitality is strong enough, otherwise it is really boring to challenge it too easily. Thinking of Lin Yu, he squeezed his hand hard, and then he heard a pop, and the entire neck of the mutant monster was directly crushed by him. At the same time, a scoff sounded. He also tore the entire body of the symbiote mutant in half by the waist. I grass. Now, Eddie, who was shrunk in the far corner, shivered, and was so frightened. Especially seeing Lin Yu bursting the neck of the symbiote mutant and tearing it in half, as if from a symbiote mutant to a symbiotic mutant, abnormal. He almost urinated on the spot. Who is this man? It's too scary. Originally, Eddie thought that under the madness of those terrifying monsters, there would be no residue left that would definitely be swallowed. But now, on the contrary, those monsters don't even have residue left. The only one who survived was crushed by the man's neck, and his body was torn in half. Even, this man began to observe the horrible corpse of the monster on the ground with relish. Simply, is this still human? But then again, this man can fly, with red light in his eyes. It seems, a bit like the Superman that Tony Stark said. Could it be, he is Superman? Eddie glanced at the man. Then he narrowed his eyes again. He couldn't help swallowing. No, I reported Superman as a just superhero, how could it be so cruel? Forget it, I'd better go back to the Ancient One magician. It's too dangerous here. The other party seems to be able to see me in the state of my soul. Maybe they will come and tear me apart in a while. Eddie took a deep breath. Drum up with all your might. Swish. In a flash, he ran away without a trace, for fear that the man would catch up. And just as Eddie slipped away, Lin Yu's eyes turned, with a funny look on his face. Tisk tisk, am I so scary, running in such a hurry? Naturally, Lin Yu can't see the soul. After all, he is not a magician, but with his Superman's perception, he can faintly see the energy emanating from the soul. And this energy can just form a human shape. Not to mention, Lin Yu, who has the ability to see through, glanced a little, and he could see the bodies of Ancient One and Eddie lying on the ground on the first floor of the Life Foundation company. He naturally knew that Ancient One took Eddie's soul. Come out and let it explore the surroundings. I didn't expect Ancient One to follow me in, and since she used Eddie as a tool to probe around, it proves that she should have lost me. Her magic may be limited in some way, and she can no longer detect mine. Trace. The Emperor's engine had disappeared at this time, which could also confirm from the side that Ancient One was not staring at him anymore. And this. It can also be seen from the inside of the leopard, how unusual the Life Foundation company building has become at this moment, and it can actually suppress the magic of Sorcerer Supreme. Maybe in addition to the dangerous symbiote boss monster, there is also some magic hidden in it. The elements of, how else would it affect Ancient One? This copy is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Yu looked at the corpse of the mutated symbiote on the ground. After being crushed by the neck and torn to pieces, the symbiote mutant had no life at all, but after a while, suddenly, there was a slight trace of the neck that had been crushed. The symbiote organization began to twist. Shishi. The twisted symbiont tissue quickly formed a sliver of granulation, spread, and continued to grow and extend on the ground like a creeper. It quickly covered the upper and lower body that was torn in half by Lin Yu. Devour it, integrate, and finally differentiate into a new body, hands, and feet. Only, the hands and feet still showed a deformed appearance, and even became more deformed than before, constantly expanding and becoming extremely thick, and a hard bone spur was derived from the arm, and an eyeball full of pus and blood, looking at it and wanting to make it burst with a snap. The vitality is really tenacious. Lin Yu nodded at this. Although it cannot be called super speed regeneration, but it's still a miracle in biology. Look at how heat-resistant ability is. Lin Yu adjusted the power of the heat vision, and then his eyes shone with red light, shining on the symbiote tissue like a laser. Laugh. The symbiont tissue shrank in an instant. However, the cells were not burned and carbonized, but the growth rate was slowed down. The temperature just now was almost 500 degrees Celsius, which is equivalent to the temperature of a lighter. It seems that it can only inhibit the cell growth of the symbiote, but cannot cause damage to it. In fact, any creature is afraid of fire. In comparison, symbiotes should be more afraid of fire. And the current temperature of 500 degrees Celsius, for the symbiotic mutant in front of me, can only inhibit its cell growth, but it cannot cause any damage to it at all. Obviously, the fire resistance ability has been increased, and more than a little bit. Try 1000 degrees Celsius. Lin Yu increased the power of heat vision. Immediately, the symbiont tissue began to burn, but it was obviously not fatal. The temperature of the magma is about 900 to 1400 degrees Celsius. If you look at it this way, if you throw the symbiote mutant into the magma, it will not die immediately, but will still struggle to climb out. Look at 1500 degrees Celsius. The blazing red light of Lin Yu's eyes became even darker. This time, the symbiote organization finally couldn't take it anymore, and it began to burn quickly. It seems that the heat-resistant ability of this incomplete symbiotic mutant mobs, 1500 degrees Celsius is the limit of death. Compared with normal creatures, this heat-resistant ability is already extremely strong. After all, the human body can generally burn at 70 degrees, and if it goes down to 1500 degrees, let alone dead, the ashes can be directly burned. Right now, it's just an incomplete symbiote mutated mobs with such a high heat resistance ability. How strong should the stronger symbiote boss be? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look forward to it even more. Next, Lin Yu did a sound wave experiment and found that the sound wave still has a relatively large impact on the symbiote mutant mobs, but the impact is not too fatal. It is believed that the more complete and powerful these symbiotic mutant monsters are transformed and evolved, the higher the resistance to fire and sound waves, and may even be completely immune. One last experiment. At this time, the symbiote mutant mobs on the ground had already been tossed by Lin Yu to the point of death. But the instinct of survival still keeps it growing. Finally, it's back to its full shape again. Roar. With a roar, this symbiote mutant mobs seem to have evolved after being reborn, becoming bigger, taller, and stronger, which makes it instantly self-confident. He attacked Lin Yu without hesitation. It wants to completely shred this hateful man who keeps tormenting it. Then devour it? Especially the other person's brain, it can feel that this man's brain contains unimaginably rich nutrients. As long as it can be eaten, it will have absolutely huge amounts of benefits. However, Lin Yu just raised his hand. An ordinary punch. Boom! The symbiote mutant monster, which had evolved to be taller and stronger, was immediately blown up, and its body burst apart, leaving only a head, Gilyala, that fell to the ground and rolled to Lin Yu's feet. Lin Yu raised his feet. Snap it. It smashed this head. Then squat down and observe carefully. After about 2 or 3 minutes. Well, sure enough, the core of this symbiotic mutant monster lies in the brain. If the brain is gone, its growth ability will be completely gone. This should be the most fatal weakness. Although it is no longer afraid of fire and sound waves, it is obvious that this mutated symbiote has brought itself a new Achilles heel. Is the brain. Once the brain core dies, it's utterly cool. There should be more powerful and more complete symbiont monsters on the building of the Life Foundation Company, right? I'll study it and see what kind of fun they will bring me. If I can meet some small creatures in advance. Boss is definitely better. Lin Yu excitedly walked up to the higher floor. He is now more and more curious about deciphering the truth of these symbiont mutations, and the most powerful boss-level symbiont monster that awaits him at the end. I was so scared. The first floor of the Life Foundation Company. The soul returned to Eddie in his body, and immediately told Ancient One what he had seen and heard, especially the man who ripped apart the symbiote monster. Eddie still couldn't help but shiver a little when he remembered it. Terrible? And Ancient One heard the words thoughtfully. The man Eddie said about tearing monsters with his hands should be Superman. It seems that Superman should be researching something, otherwise his heat vision is powerful enough to kill all the monsters without leaving one. Come, did he find something and investigate something? To be frank, this sudden and strange change of Life Foundation Company, it really surprised her. She always feels. It seems that there is some kind of power that suddenly changes the future and modifies the reality. This power is so powerful that even her Sorcerer Supreme cannot perceive it at all, and she is still holding the Eye of Agamotto, Time Gem. Moreover, the deeper the building goes, the more I feel that there is a strange magical aura lingering. Maybe the mutation of the symbiote is not just because of the accident and loss of control of the experiment, but there are deeper reasons. From outside the building, a force blocked her magical perception. Ancient One suspects that there may be magical interference in the Life Foundation Company building. Definitely, it may also be the rest of the mysterious power. But just now Eddie's soul astral, when he went to investigate the surrounding area, Ancient One felt it carefully again. She has basically determined that there is indeed a strange and mysterious magic power interfering with her in the Life Foundation Company building, and this magic power is very evil. I hope the ending will not develop in the worst direction. Since Eddie found the trace of Superman, then I will move forward with him. Thinking of this, Ancient One couldn't help but glance at Eddie. Besides, I still need a helper. Eddie is just an ordinary person. I can't let him go on a deeper adventure with me. But, if it's Venom, that's fine. Eddie, help me look around. Ancient One found a clean place to sit cross-legged. Oh, Eddie nodded, but Ancient One magician, in this case, shouldn't we call the police first? The entire Life Foundation Company is going to be turned into a monster lair. In Eddie's view, better to call the police immediately. And in this way, the true face of the Life Foundation will be seen by everyone, so he, who has fallen into a low point of life due to being unemployed by the Life Foundation, can use this to turn around and become a famous reporter like before. Career and love have a double harvest again. But Eddie was still stunned before he finished speaking. I saw Ancient One sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a strange device like an eyeball in his hand, from which a splendid green light shrouded, looking very strange. And Ancient One's whole person seems to have turned into a phantom. It seems to be somewhere between fantasy and reality. The hood on his head fell down, revealing a striking bald head, which constantly swayed left and right, almost forming a stack of shadows. At first glance, Ancient One seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. This bizarre scene made Eddie stunned. What the hell? And this Ancient One magician is actually bald? It really is the hairstyle of the strong. Eddie sighed inwardly. Ancient One's unusual behavior didn't last too long. With the Eye of Agamotto in her hand, the green light of the time gem gradually dimmed and dissipated, and the Ancient One returned to normal, but her brows could not help but frown, as if she had encountered a very difficult situation. Why is that? Ancient One's face was very solemn. Why can't even Time Gem detect the future changes and truth of this Life Foundation company? Even Superman's future situation cannot be captured, as if the two do not exist in the timeline at all. As usual, I was shielded by a strange and mysterious force, or, my mana is not enough, and I am not qualified to spy on deeper future changes. As infinite gems, the power of the source of time transformed by one of the 6 singularities in the early days of the Big Bang, the power of Time Gem is naturally infinite. But how much power can it exert? But it still depends on the user. And there is a very close connection between the 6 infinite gems. Just like the time gem, in fact, the space gem is needed to truly unleash its full power. If you still have a space gem on hand, then with the strength of Ancient One Sorcerer Supreme, you can naturally see more changes in the normal timeline in the future. Originally, you can see more than 10 million futures in one performance. With space gem with time gem, it is easy to see hundreds of millions of future changes in one performance. Oh, forget it, at least I didn't receive any goods at all. Although the truth about the mutation of the Life Foundation company has not been detected, even the future changes of Superman have become more elusive. But the Ancient One somehow found what it was looking for. Eddie, you come with me. Ancient One stood up and spoke to Eddie. What? Eddie's head was full of question marks at the moment. Don't we really need to call the police? And Ancient One magician, what happened to you just now? Did you cast some magic? It's nothing, I just watched your more than 10 million ending changes in the future. Ancient One said, as for calling the police, there is no need for it now. Even calling the police is just for ordinary people to come and die for it. As soon as I heard Ancient One say that I saw more than 10 million ending changes in my future, Eddie didn't know what to say for a while. Are you bragging? Then tell me, what are my future endings of more than 10 million? Eddie didn't seem like he was bragging when he looked at Ancient One. Maybe people really have the ability, so he couldn't help asking curiously. You're dead for all but one ending. Ancient One answered honestly. Eddie. Ancient One was not trying to scare Eddie. Indeed, among the more than 10 million future changes she had just investigated, Eddie had really died more than 10 million times. Although it seems that due to the shielding of a mysterious force, the truth of the mutation of the Life Foundation company has not been detected. Even Superman's future is starting to look hazy. But Eddie is just an ordinary person. Ancient One wants to check its future ending changes. It is as simple as eating and drinking. And Eddie was in pain. Died more than 10 million times. Father, am I so miserable? Then I'll just leave this ghost place now, shouldn't I die? Compared to investigating the truth about the crime of the Life Foundation, Eddie definitely still felt that his own life was more important. The only way to survive, as Ancient One said, was to leave, right? However, Ancient One shook his head. Eddie, even if you go out, you can't escape the ending of death. You will either be eaten by monsters wandering outside, or you will die in various accidents during the panic and escape process. Even if I escort you home safely, you will still die of cancer soon after. What? I have cancer? Eddie was dumbfounded on the spot. Suddenly, he felt that he was even worse. I'm sorry, Eddie, I have to tell you this hard truth. Ancient One sighed. She didn't expect Eddie to be so miserable. She couldn't help showing sympathy in her eyes, but anyway, there is a way for you to survive in the end. What way? Eddie asked as if he had grabbed the last straw. You follow me and do as I say. Ancient One said. Immediately following, as if he already knew the structure of the entire Life Foundation company building, he walked in one direction with ease. Having seen more than 10 million future conditions, Ancient One naturally has already figured out the structure of the lower floors of the building. It's a pity that the back is like a fog shrouded in front of him. Ancient One only knows that he has survived in the end, but he can't see the process in the middle. Eddie immediately followed Ancient One. Soon the two came to a laboratory room. On the door plate next to the laboratory room, these words were written. Venom ovipositor, No. 7. Venom oviparous body. Lin Yu glanced at the door number of the research room in front of him, and his expression couldn't help moving. At this moment, he is in the upper floors of the Life Foundation company. The full name of the laboratory in front of him is Venom Egg Cultivation and Inoculation Laboratory. The entire laboratory is very large, and it is obviously one of the core locations for Life Foundation's research on symbionts. But at this moment, the entire research room is completely devoid of living people. Blood splattered everywhere. There are also many broken limbs. Worse still, there is even a half-eaten head. It's terrifying. Looking around, there is no symbiotic monster. The whole place seemed very quiet and weird. This kind of terror that is more silent than sound is undoubtedly the most frightening, and a hideous-looking monster will pop out from a corner that cannot be noticed at any time. However, Lin Yu seemed to have walked into his own yard. He was very leisurely, walking here and there, looking at the broken limbs and the half-hearted head on the ground, and even wanted to eat a bowl of braised chicken rice. For some reason, I suddenly feel like I'm getting more and more perverted. Lin Yu shook his head. With the Joker mind, he really has all kinds of weird ideas in his head. He does not take these as horrors. Rather, it was fun. Perhaps. This is the old pervert. Lin Yu's eyes moved, and suddenly he found a blood-stained private experiment log on a bloody severed hand. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. April 1st, today is April Fool's Day. I think God must have played a big joke on me. Dr. Drake actually thinks that those alien symbiotes will spawn. He wants me to find a way to make those symbiotes spawn. The organism will give birth to the eggs quickly. Forgive me, this is crazy. I'm here to study symbionts, not specifically to inoculate symbionts. And where do these damn slimy creatures come from? Organ. On April 3rd, after 2 days and 2 nights of restless sleep, we finally succeeded in killing a precious symbiont sample. Oh, this is really good news. When I think of Doctor, it's so heartwarming. On April 6th, we found that a symbiote called Venom has the mildest temperament. I think it would be a good mother, or a father. Dr. Drake was insane on April 7th. He actually wanted to inoculate mothers who were less than 3 months pregnant with symbiont cells. Was he going to use a combination of human embryos and symbionts for egg production? This is simply it's completely crazy. This is a crime at all, and it goes against human ethics. Why does this guy have such inhumane thoughts? On April 8th, Dr. Drake actually found a mother who was less than 3 months pregnant. It seemed to be a high school girl who was pregnant. She was too young to be a child. No, I refuse to do this. What an inhumane experiment. April 9th, today is the darkest day for me. My family is all gone. They must have all been taken by Dr. Drake. What should I do? I really don't want to be a sinner. On April 10th, I returned to work, and my family members went home safely. I was safe, but I seemed to have lost my soul. Today, the early pregnant female high school student screamed in grief in the laboratory. It's me, I personally injected the cells of the symbiote into her body. I can't go back. On April 15th, today's experiment went very well. The symbiont and the embryo are combined very well. The human mother is really great. It seems that it can secrete a magical substance, which can make the symbiont embryo grow well and become strong. Let's name this substance CPH4. April 18th, I was very busy recently, because Dr. Drake did some experiments. The symbiont embryo was dividing frantically, forming a bunch of black balls like eggs. This should be Dr. Drake, the expected venom oviparous body, right? His crazy idea actually succeeded. At this rate of division, a mother seems to be able to produce more than 100 venom oviparous bodies at one time. However, I understand that the price is too innocent people. Life. April 19th, Dr. Drake's behavior has been getting weirder recently. I often see him talking to himself, and he has been carrying a strange book with him. This book always gives me a very weird feel. About here, the log turned to the last page. However, it is clear that the record of this journal is not completely finished, and there should be a new journal recording what happened in the following days. Definitely. Even so, it can bring a lot of information to Lin Yu. It seems that the reason why Life Foundation has become a symbiote monster's lair is because of the venom egg that is produced in large quantities. Lin Yu thought to himself. He knew that the alien creature, the symbiote, could actually lay eggs asexually, and the offspring produced are generally stronger than their parents. However, this kind of spawning is not mandatory. It is very random, and it is basically impossible to make a symbiote keep laying eggs like a hen laying eggs. However, as described in the log just now, the method of extermination of humanity used by Dr. Drake actually achieved this, and it was a miracle that he could produce more than 100 at a time. Definitely. This wicked method will definitely have side effects. Those venom egg bodies should be the beginning of the creation of symbiotic mutant monsters, and they are no longer strictly symbiotic bodies in the true sense. After all, they are produced in combination with human embryos. From a genetic point of view, it's a proper hybrid. But what caught my attention the most was not the venom egg, but the abnormality of Dr. Drake mentioned in the log. Dr. Drake kept talking to himself. Always carry a strange book. The reason why he was talking to himself was that it was obvious that Dr. Drake had been hosted by the symbiote. According to the plot, that symbiote should be the pioneer leader who planned to let the symbiote family invade the Earth Riot. But the most important thing should not be a riot. It should be that strange book. Why did Dr. Drake come up with the idea of using human mothers who were less than 3 months pregnant to cultivate symbionts? A lot of it should have been inspired by the strange book over there. It seems that I am getting closer and closer to the truth. The final symbiote boss should be that Dr. Drake, right? Look around. There are no other leads to investigate. Lin Yu walked towards the higher floors of the Life Foundation company building. The closer you get to the top level, the more symbiote mutants you encounter on the road, and the more powerful it is. It definitely doesn't matter to Lin Yu at all. Just push it all the way. The mobs are really not too challenging. On the other hand, Ancient One and Eddie were not so good. As they came to the outside of the laboratory room with the number Venom Ovipositor, number 7 written on the door, it seemed that something was disturbed. Shishi. On the ground, on the walls, and on the ceiling, thick liquid pitch-black substances permeated, and they were constantly twisted, and they soon formed strange human figures. The figures gradually began to have outlines. Mouth and nose appeared. Immediately following Eddie's lying expression, he turned into several researchers of the Life Foundation Company in white coats, a total of 5 people, 1 woman, and 4 men. And headed the woman Eddie also knew, because it was she who called him to the Life Foundation Company. Dr. Dora, is that you? Eddie was a little surprised. However, Dr. Dora ignored Eddie. She glanced at Ancient One next to Eddie with her cold eyes, and then directly ordered the 4 behind her. Eat them, roar. As ordered by Dr. Dora, the 4 male researchers behind him suddenly opened their mouths sharply, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. The long, bright red tongue was thrown out of their mouths, and the saliva on it slammed into Eddie's face. They approached in the blink of an eye, and said, a tendency to swallow his head whole. Eddie urinated on the spot. Ancient One magician, help. Ancient One was not in a hurry at all, as expected. She waved her palm. With the flickering of energy fireworks, a magical portal opened in front of Eddie. The male researcher who was about to swallow Eddie's head in the next second entered the portal directly with his upper body. And at this moment, Ancient One's hand waved neatly again. Laugh. The magic portal closed immediately. The male researcher's body was cut in half directly by the waist. However, although it was cut in half, the lower body that fell to the ground did not die at all. It squirmed, and a mass of black tissue material quickly proliferated from the cut surface of the lower body, and it quickly recovered. I'm going, this can also be done? What kind of monster is this thing? Eddie couldn't help swallowing. This is simply more ferocious than those ferocious monsters he has seen before. It was cut in half by the waist, and the upper body didn't know which corner it fell to. How could it be able to grow and recover quickly? This monster can't be killed at all, right? These monsters are complete bodies that evolved from eggborn bodies. Eggborn bodies will turn people into deformed and mindless monsters. By devouring human beings, complete bodies can already form a complete and independent individual, no longer need to rely on parasitic hosts to survive. The Dr. Dora in front of you, Eddie, has long since died, and now it's just an empty shell. Having seen more than 10 million future conditions, the Ancient One knows something, although the ultimate truth has not been discovered. The Life Foundation Company used the symbiont to create an eggborn body bred from the human body, and further researched and perfected it to create a more powerful complete body. Without any exaggeration, this symbiotic complete body has completely surpassed the general symbiotic body in terms of combat power. It has simply evolved into a higher level 1 species. Although I don't understand it a bit, do these monsters have any weaknesses? Eddie felt a little confused. It sounds so powerful, but any powerful creature should have its own weaknesses, right? Well, yes, there are weaknesses. With a wave of Ancient One's sleeve robe, a golden magic matrix bloomed from the palms of his palms, forming a fan shape. He kept an eye on the continued attack of these symbiotic complete bodies in front of him. Their weakness is the brain hidden in the body. Oh, brain? Wouldn't it be enough to just blow their heads? Eddie's eyes lit up. No. Ancient One shook his head. You just saw it. Just relying on the lower body, this symbiotic complete body can regenerate at a super speed, which proves that their brain is not in the head, but can be carried out in any part of the body, even constant transfer, and because of special evolution, their brains have been extremely concentrated, not as big as normal people, probably like the file size of a ping pong ball, which is very difficult to capture. Eddie felt beyond words. The brain is not only small, and it can also wander around in the body. Isn't this very close to being invincible? It is estimated that only that terrifying man can deal with these complete monsters, right? Eddie couldn't help but think of the man. Okay, Eddie, don't stay in a daze over there. I'll cover you. You quickly enter this venom egg laboratory and let the number 7 venom egg inside enter your body. What? Eddie was startled. Ancient One magician, didn't you just say that this thing will turn people into monsters? Ancient One is patient. She quickly explained. The mother can produce more than 100 eggs at one time, but most of them will fail to evolve in the subsequent transformation and become deformed eggs, which will turn people into deformed monsters. Those who are successfully transformed are those who are completely in front of them. Body, but in addition to these two, there is a special kind of oviparous body. As soon as they are born in the mother's body, benign mutations have occurred, and the Life Foundation selects and cultivates these benign mutation eggs, in order to give birth to the next generation with better genes in the next mother's pregnancy. Said here. Ancient One sighed inwardly. Although she has used Time Gem to investigate more than 10 million times, each time, she is still angry at this inhumane experiment. So now she is desperate for the truth. Not even in the mood to track down Superman. She wants to find out the real black hand behind the scenes. That Drake seemed to be the culprit, but Ancient One felt that things would not be so simple, and the hidden evil magic breath made her very concerned. So, Ancient One glanced at Eddie and motioned him to hurry up. This benign egg organism will not make you a monster. It is essentially a symbiote and needs to live with the host, rather than swallowing and replacing the host. But Eddie still felt a little hesitation. Although it will not devour the host. But there is a weird thing in the body that coexists with me, which still makes people feel uncomfortable. This is the only way to cure your cancer and allow you to survive the crisis. Ancient One added. Okay, no problem. Hearing this, Eddie stopped his hesitation. Compared to his own life, what's the point of being a little embarrassed? The big deal is that I will not be a human being? Eddie rushed directly into the laboratory where Venom Eggs, number 7 was cultivated. And at the moment he just rushed in. Whoa, a massive black sticky substance directly smeared his face. Laugh. Lin Yu felt very comfortable when he pulled away the symbiont tissue substance stuck on his face. It feels like I'm making a face mask. I have to say that the cell texture of these symbiotic complete bodies is really good, very oil-absorbing and moisturizing. It's a pity that it's a one-time product, and it dries up quickly after death. Shake hands. Throw the symbiote tissue on the ground. Suddenly the thing became dry and hard, like plastic. Lin Yu later found the second half of the researcher's log and learned about the existence of the symbiotic complete body, but unfortunately there is no other useful information. And at the moment, he was almost at the top. However, they encountered a large number of symbiotic complete attacks. And when these symbiotic complete bodies saw him, they rushed towards him like crazy, as if they all wanted to enter his body. So at the moment Lin Yu's state is, except for the symbiotic complete body that smeared his face just now, his whole body was almost covered with a pile of dark symbiotic body tissues, one by one trying to devour his delicious meal. It turns out how hard it is to be a heartthrob. Seeing that he was covered with enthusiastic fans, Lin Yu shrugged, saying that this year's fans are not easy to bring. Actually tell the truth. Once the symbiote reaches people, it is really pervasive, not to mention that there are too many holes in people. In addition to the classic 7 orifices positions of the mouth, nose, and ears, the navel, and the classic shipping location, there are also countless pores. The symbiote simply drills wherever it wants. Even Lin Yu, who has Superman's body of steel, is hard to beat. But well, naturally, Lin Yu would not let these symbiotes have a chance to penetrate into his body. World. His time stop is now on. The symbiotic complete bodies hanging on him were completely motionless. Lin Yu called out the world doubles and asked him to pull apart these symbiotic complete bodies one by one, and he raised his hand, and he could see that an oval rubber object about the file size of a ping-pong ball was lying quietly in the palm of his hand. This should be the brain of this symbiotic complete body, right? It's really concentrated enough, and even the shape has completely changed. It's not so much the brain, it's better to say it's like the Jindan in the practice novels. This thing was taken out of his body from the symbiosis that smeared his face just now. He can see through at will. Naturally this can be easily found. At this moment, when he weighed it in his hands, Lin Yu discovered that this gelatinous brain seemed to contain a strange energy, which could be said to be the life essence of those symbiotic complete bodies. It is not so much the brain as it is the core of the concentrated essence of life. This made him ponder. Why, it feels like it's edible. Good. Lin Yu seems to smell the fragrance of food. As expected of me, I easily thought of perverted ideas that ordinary people would not dare to think about. Lin Yu didn't have much hesitation, and threw the gelatinous substance into his mouth like a jelly bean. Chew up. Smash it, smash it. Well, I actually feel like I'm eating Wang Zai's QQ candy. Ding. It is detected that the host has ingested the essence of CPH4. Do you want to use it as a strengthening medium and spend 1W to play a role that the strengthening has? At this moment, the sound of the system actually rang. Oh, strengthening medium? CPH4 essence. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but move. CPH4, he definitely knows something, is generally considered to be a mysterious hormone secreted by the mother's fetus, which can give the fetus huge amounts of energy. And this substance was directly made into a blue-grain medicine in Superbody. After the heroine in Superbody ingested a large amount of CPH4, her brain developed rapidly, reaching a state of 100%, and finally became a god directly, becoming a ubiquitous form. CPH4 was also mentioned in the private experiment log of the Life Foundation researcher. But Lin Yu didn't pay too much attention. After all, the amount of CPH4 that a mother can secrete is extremely small, but if you want to achieve a successful artificial synthesis like Superbody and produce it in large quantities, even the heroine will directly become a god after ingesting a large amount of it. This is originally very magical. Well, ordinary people have already died violently like the heroine. Although CPH4 is good, it is not a local product in the Marvel world after all, and no one here is dedicated to synthesizing this thing. But did not expect. Although no one synthesized it, the essence of CPH4 was derived through biological mutation and evolution in the bodies of these symbiotic complete bodies. Speaking of which, what is this wonderful principle? Could it be that due to the gestation of the human mother, these symbionts absorbed the CPH4 secreted by the mother and replicated CPH4? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Biological science is amazing. One more shock. At this time, the world stand-in had already pulled apart the symbiotic complete bodies that were crawling on Lin Yu, and also took out the CPH4 essence from their bodies one by one with great care. In the end, a total of 16 pieces were taken out and handed to Lin Yu with both hands. Lin Yu picked up one and threw it into his mouth again like a sugar pill, and said, "Proceed with strengthening. May I ask which character the host wants to strengthen?" As soon as the system sounded, all the characters that Lin Yu had at the moment presented a holographic state, and they were all displayed in front of Lin Yu. From left to right are Man of Steel Superman, Fatal Joke Joker, Homelander, already integrated, cannot be strengthened, Emperor Engine King, Wicked Savior Dio, Omniscient and Almighty Yu Habak. Can one CPH4 essence substance strengthen a character? Yes. Then I want it all. Just kidding, now I don't have the 2 I just ate, but I still have 15 CPH4 essences. Only children can choose. Lin Yu naturally chooses all of them. Okay, the system said, remind the host that CPH4 essence substances can strengthen a character multiple times, and the first strengthening effect is the best. Only one CPH4 substance can be used at a time, but the more strengthening times, the weaker the effect. Lin Yu nodded. In this way, it is natural to strengthen all of them, so that the effect can be maximized. And although the essence of CPH4 can strengthen a role for many times, but in view of the more strengthening, the effect is worse, so he only needs to choose 1 or 2 roles to carry out targeted further strengthening. Plus, he has to keep some stock. After all, if you get more powerful characters in the future, you can use it, right? Just thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at his remaining 15 CPH4 essences, and suddenly felt that they were not enough. It seems that I have to search and scavenge in the Life Foundation company building. There should be other symbiotic complete bodies wandering in a corner, right? Shishi. 2 thick tentacles directly wrapped around Ancient One's feet. Attempt to pull it directly over and restrain it. However, Ancient One's feet were as motionless as rocks, and even with a violent force, the 2 male researchers who had transformed into a complete symbiosis body staggered and fell directly to the ground. Then the magic matrix in Ancient One's hand radiated sharp light. 1 stroke. Stab it? Broken tentacles? Roar. At this time, Dr. Dora and 2 other male researchers attacked from both sides, with fangs in their mouths, long tongues out, and a sharp roar, with a tendency to dismember Ancient One on sight. Ancient One was not in a hurry, she stumped the ground with her right foot. Boom! The entire corridor was twisted and turned upside down in an instant. Dr. Dora and the 2 male researchers who attacked were unstable, and they fell directly from the ground to the ceiling. At this time, Ancient One made another move with the palm of his hand, and the entire corridor slanted again, causing Dr. Dora and the others to slide in the direction of Ancient One before they could settle down. But sliding towards Ancient One seems to be just in line with Dr. Dora's mind. After all the bells and whistles, won't you finally let me get close to you? As soon as he saw that he and Ancient One were less than 1 meter apart, he could almost bite each other's head by stretching his neck slightly. Dr. Dora and the 4 male researchers behind him did not have the slightest hesitation, and slaughtered directly towards Ancient One in the same direction. However, Ancient One flashed like a prophet at this critical moment. Swish! Just dodged away. At the same time, behind the position where he stood just now, a magic portal had already been opened. Dr. Dora didn't even have time to touch the Ancient One, they just ran into the magic portal by inertia, and then slammed. I don't know where the horns were, and the magic portal was very timely momentary shutdown. Damn! Seeing himself being tricked by Ancient One, Dr. Dora was going mad. She roared angrily, immediately got up, and said to the 4 male researchers around her, "Hurry up and go again. If you lose the descendants with excellent mutant genes, he will eat us directly in the riot. I don't want to end up like Venom and become one with him." As soon as he said that, he planned to act. But at this moment, a man's voice sounded not far away. "Huh? Wild CPH4 essence has appeared. Call." Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is more difficult to kill those symbiotic complete bodies, it is actually quite easy to trap them. Just open the mirror space to block them, or use the magic portal to exile them between the latitudes, and perform an unlimited free fall. But this Life Foundation corporate building is a little weird. The building now seems to be in a state somewhere between reality and mirror space, and there is a strange magic hidden in it. This makes her means of casting mirror space greatly limited, and can only perform a small-scale and short-term operation, and even use the magic portal to exile. At most, it is limited to exile to a corner of the Life Foundation company building. It seems that this place has become a siege, with an invisible and intangible barrier built around it, and a mysterious force has completely blocked this place. It seems that I have to break the situation quickly. In the long run, this Life Foundation will become more and more dangerous, and eventually this danger will spread around, until it threatens the entire Earth. Ancient One frowned. But then again, what's wrong with Superman? Superman is powerful, but magic doesn't seem to be his strong point. Using Time Gem to see more than 10 million future developments of Superman, it is natural to know what Superman is good at and what he is not very good at. However, how did Ancient One know that Lin Yu was happily collecting his delicious meals, so he should not live his life too leisurely? While she was thinking, came to the door of the experimental room of the Venom Egg body number 7. Look inside. "Eddie, how are you feeling?" "Ancient One magician, I feel like I'm cracked." Eddie's weak voice came, and I saw him shrinking in the shadows in a corner, shivering, looking weak, pitiful and helpless. "Look, do I seem to have an extra head?" Ancient One looked intently. I saw that Eddie had an extra head on the shoulder on the right side of his head at the moment. However, this head is not a normal human head, but a smooth black color, and the eyes are a white sickle-shaped, round, and cute at first glance. But as he opened his mouth, roar! Immediately, there were sharp teeth exposed in his mouth, and a red tongue covered with spittle, and he tasted Eddie's cheek with a sip. It also made a sound of smashing it. Hey, good seven, good seven. Eddie was about to cry. Cough cough. Ancient One coughed dryly. I have to say, this little sheik is a real thing. However, according to the future situation investigated by Time Gem, only this venom oviparous body number 7 is the most suitable for Eddie. It seems to have inherited the most complete gene of his father's venom, even more related to venom. Eddie's genetic collocation, even if it is called little venom, is not an exaggeration. It looked like he was tasting Eddie now, as if he was going to be eaten. Actually, it was teasing Eddie. Since little venom is still an egg-born body, his voice is not as majestic and low as those mature symbiotes, but more like a childish teenager. Eddie looked terrified. The little venom is fun. He touched Eddie's head with his head and giggled. Eddie, if you don't want to be eaten by me, consider me the boss. Then I might consider not eating you, but just fatten you up. Eddie was speechless for a moment. Fattening? How does this feel like being executed at Ling Chi? Worse than being eaten right now? Ancient One magician, save me. Eddie turned his eyes to Ancient One for help. Although Ancient One said that this thing was the only way to save him, but now it doesn't look like a life-saving straw. Maybe one day he took a big mouth and bit his head off. Okay, don't worry Eddie, didn't I tell you, this venom egg is still a normal symbiote, and the so-called symbiote, once combined with the host, will symbiotic with the host dies, it itself can't live either, so it won't kill you. Ancient One was dumbfounded. Oh, is that so? It is really the shadow that these symbiont monsters left Eddie too deep. Eddie subconsciously felt very cowardly about these symbiotes, and at this moment heard the words of Ancient One. Eddie's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the head of the little venom protruding from his right shoulder, glanced at it, and then tried. You're going to eat me? Then, bite me. Forward. Little Venom was a little dumb for a moment. As soon as Eddie saw Little Venom's reaction, he was instantly determined. Hey, little thing, I actually frightened me just now, seeing that I don't exchange feelings with you now, and give you the care and love like a father? Thinking of Eddie, he raised his left hand directly, and the tiger touched Xiao Venom's bare and soft head, and said wildly, You bite me. Little Venom looked at Eddie, You touch again. Hee, what's wrong with touching you? Look, I'm still rubbing you and rubbing you. Eddie's hands were constantly rubbing on Little Venom's head skillfully, looking extremely provocative. Little Venom immediately took a deep breath, his eyes narrowed like a hook, obviously indicating that this baby is already angry. Humph, how old I am, I have never heard such a strange request. Since you want to I bite you, then I bite you. The voice hasn't fallen yet. It was directly bitten on Eddie's head. Time seemed to be silent for a few seconds at this moment. Then, Eddie danced and roared on the spot. Ancient One couldn't help but feel a pain in his head when he looked at these two living treasures. She hid her face and said speechlessly, I said that the symbiote that combines with you won't kill you, but I didn't say that it won't bite you and hurt you. Unlucky. Eddie danced wildly in place. Ancient One magician, save me. Tossed for a long time. Eddie finally got rid of the ruthless bite of Little Venom, that is, there was a dense circle of tooth marks on his face, which made his whole appearance almost broken. Eddie found a glass door not far away to take a photo. As soon as he saw his dangling appearance, he was speechless and choked on the spot. My handsome face. Well, Little Venom, Eddie didn't mean it, so don't get angry with him. Ancient One stepped forward and touched Little Venom's head with a slight smile. She knew that this little guy was not bad at heart, just a little naughty like a child. And, this Little Venom is originally a child. It not only has the genes of a symbiote, but also has the genes of a human being. After all, it was transformed from a human fetus that should have been born in this world. The mutation of the symbiote has reduced some of the brutality of the symbiote, and more of the humanity of humans. Even in Ancient One's eyes, the soul of that fetus had already been born from reincarnation at the beginning of the experiment. In the end, after several twists and turns, it did not disappear. Instead, due to genetic mutation, it became the venom egg body number 7 by accident. And this can also explain that the mutated egg body is not only the 7th, but the 7th is the most gentle and most human. Humph? I know what Eddie is thinking, and I don't need you to explain it. Little Venom tilted his head arrogantly. Living with Eddie, he naturally knew everything Eddie was thinking. Ancient One smiled at this. Not much to say. With a wave of her hand, she opened a magic portal, which leads to the higher floors of the Life Foundation Company building, but the lights are dim and the outlines are not clearly visible, and a strange smell will be heard from time to time, which doesn't feel like a place inside a building. Rather, like the brood of some kind of creature. This is the limit that I can reach and predict among the more than 10 million futures. I don't know what will happen in the future. I hope everything goes well. Ancient One looked at the dark and deep place behind the magic portal, and his eyes flickered slightly. Ancient One magician, what shall we do next? Go in. Eddie looked at the mysterious darkness behind the magic portal, couldn't see the outline clearly, and there was no doubt that countless dangers were hidden, so he couldn't help swallowing. He instinctively felt that something was wrong there. I feel that there is not only a monster's lair, but also a hell that can devour people's souls. Just looking at it, he can't stop being cold, and Eddie can't help but want to pee. Humph. Eddie, you are a coward. Little Venom has a keen insight into Eddie's thoughts, and disdainfully said, "Don't worry, the boss is here. I will definitely protect your little brother from death, just give me the courage to go in." What a messy boss. How can I admit that you are the boss and I am the younger brother? Should it be the other way around? Eddie was not happy when he heard the words, and glared at the little Venom's head on his shoulders, and, "Where am I? I'm just Foresight." Cut. Little Venom gave Eddie a big white eye. "I still don't understand your mind. I'm in your body, and none of your thoughts can escape my eyes. You." Eddie was so angry. "I warn you, don't pry into my brain. I'll just see what I'll see. How do you want me?" Slightly. Little Venom spit out a long tongue, and a grimace came directly. The more ridicule, the more ridicule. Eddie is so pissed. "No, this stuff is crazy. If I bite you, I will bite you. Since you can bite me, why can't I bite you?" Eddie craned his neck and bit straight at it. But his neck is not like the symbiote organization can be stretched and shortened at will, like noodles. The little Venom directly moved an angry displacement, which lengthened the distance from Eddie's head. That way, even if Eddie pushed his head to the limit, he wouldn't be able to bite him. "Ha ha ha, you can't bite me at all. You bite, you bite. Humph. Can't I catch you yet?" Since stretching his neck can't bite, then just grab the head of this guy. Eddie immediately raised his hand and grabbed the head of Little Venom very fast. But Little Venom was ready. Swish swish. Dodge left, dodge right, dodge up, dodge down. Eddie's hands were almost dancing, but he was stunned to catch Little Venom's flexible head, which made Eddie almost vomit blood. "Maid. Are you a loach? So slippery? You are the loach. Your whole family is the loach." Little Venom keenly caught Eddie's mind, and immediately shouted in retort. You are looking into my brain again. You are mad at me." Eddie felt that his lungs were about to explode, but he was helpless. This Little Venom could do whatever he wanted to him, but he could only be incompetent and furious. "Maid. So frustrating." "Huh? Wait." Suddenly, Eddie's eyes lit up. Seeing the long tongue that Little Venom laughed at him, it seemed very close to where he could bite. Thinking that Eddie didn't have the slightest hesitation here, he was afraid that Little Venom would immediately know what he was going to do when he caught his thoughts. In this way, he bit the long tongue sticking out of Little Venom. Time seemed to be silent for a few seconds at this moment. Then, "Eddie, you bastard. How dare you, how dare you." Little Venom shuddered, his tongue dinged like a circuit diagram, followed by his head dancing wildly on Eddie's shoulders. You are. Hey, how's it going? How does it feel to be bitten by me? Does it hurt?" I'm treating him with his own way, although a bit disgusting. And Eddie inexplicably thought of the video he had seen before of a dog biting another dog's tongue, which was quite similar to his current scene. But Eddie couldn't care less, he just wanted to relieve his anger now. He couldn't help but sneered at Little Venom, forcibly showing smug eyes. Ancient One finally couldn't stand it any longer. She said to Eddie, Eddie, symbiotes generally don't feel pain. What you do to them is basically equivalent to doing, what human men and women do to express their love. You got it." "What?" Eddie was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Eddie, you actually like me so much and do this kind of thing to me. But I'm not gay." Little Venom let out a roar as if he had lost his body. "However, strictly speaking, I have no gender. Since you want to be like this with me, then I will. Oh no, then people can only follow you. I wish." "Eddie, come on." Seeing the Little Venom rushed towards him with enthusiasm in an instant, Eddie cracked in an instant. Don't come here. Don't come here. Dead dog? Huh? Why did you hear an extremely miserable cry?" Lin Yu walked like a stroll in the garden, acrobatic, tossing nearly 30 cph4 essence substances in his hand as he walked. The atmosphere on his side can be said to be very leisurely and quiet. It's just a matter of matching another classic BGM of Yoshikage Kira. Speaking of which, the closer this is to the top floor of the Life Foundation company building, the more invisible power seems to surround the surrounding, like a barrier, where it seems to lead to another space, as if below is the outer world is the same as the inner world. Lin Yu was walking down a corridor at the moment, but the walls, ceiling, and surrounding of the ground in this corridor seem to be completely covered with layers of colorful viscous symbiont tissues, and the outlines of terrifying human faces emerge from it. And it is still wriggling, and more symbiotic tissues are constantly secreted from the mouths of these faces, climbing and covering the surrounding seemingly endlessly. It makes the whole corridor form a corridor like a living creature. It's not so much that this is the top floor of the Life Foundation's corporate building. It might as well be said that it is about to arrive at the Symbiote Brood Center. This scene gave Lin Yu a strong sense of Resident Evil plus Killing Prototype plus Silent Hill. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death in the face of this disgusting and terrifying mutation. However, not only is he not frightened now, rather interesting. After nearly 30 cph4 essences were handed over to the world stand next to him to hold, Lin Yu raised his hand and pinched the noses of those faces on the symbiote's wall at will. The texture was soft and bouncy, like rubber. Then he put his fingers into the mouths that secreted the symbiotic substance on those faces. Well, it's just an ordinary secretion port. The reason for the appearance of a human face should be the bad taste of the initiator. It should be that human beings are just inferior creatures, just like RBQ, only worthy of being their waste excretion. Export. Ripple run away. Shishi. Lin Yu's fingertips suddenly swayed with golden light. This light is crystal clear, like electricity, but it is hot like the sun, and even the temperature that it penetrates in an instant is indeed close to the sun, reaching the surface temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. The symbiont tissue that emerged from the face was annihilated into ashes. This is ripple energy, also called ripple qigong. It is a classic combat setting that belongs to the early stage of the JoJo series. The first protagonist, Jonathan Joestar, who is commonly known as Big Joe, is the ripple qigong practice, which is specially used to deal with Dior, who turns into a vampire wearing a stone ghost face instead of being a human being. Ripple energy is very similar to the sun. Dark creatures like vampires can be easily killed. It's a pity that Deqiao did not really kill Dior, but was taken away by Dior. With his strong body, which has been practiced in ripple qigong, and his own head, he was finally resurrected and became the cock of the final awakening world stand-in. Lord. In a sense, the pair of Dior and Deqiao can be regarded as the knot in the end. Therefore, after Lin Yu strengthened the role of Dior, in addition to further strengthening the world stand-in, he also naturally mastered the use of ripples. Speaking of which, this ripple qigong complements the energy in my Superman very well. The sun's surface temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius may sound like an exaggeration, but it's actually just a rubbing of Lin Yu's hands. Superman's power development is originally thanks to the sun. We can even say, the stronger the sun, the stronger Lin Yu is. And now Lin Yu has mastered the ripple energy that is very close to the sun's energy. It doesn't sound like human flesh perpetual motion machine appeared. Thinking about it like this, it seems a bit interesting. Lin Yu couldn't help but move his eyes. Golden Superman is cultivated under the constant reflection of the strongest sun, and it took tens of thousands of years to finally become the strongest, which means that deliberate cultivation is still very necessary for Superman, and now I am completely ripple qigong can be used to simulate the practice of Golden Superman. There are two different versions of Jin Chao's origins, but no matter which one, it is basically Superman who eventually became Jin Chao after spending countless years in the sun. It would be impossible for Lin Yu to stay in the sun for countless years now. Is he a pain in the ass or what? Is life uninteresting, or is it that the beauties of all kinds around are not eye-catching enough? And Lin Yu wondered when to get himself a wife. He was a single dog in the previous life, and he can't do it again in this life. He will never do such self-abuse behavior as an ascetic. Compared with running into the sun to become an ascetic, practicing ripple qigong is much simpler and more convenient. Lin Yu believes that the most powerful ripple energy is not inferior to the reflection of the strongest sunlight. After all, he can easily rub it. The surface temperature of the sun of 6,000 degrees Celsius is rubbed out, and it is just around the corner to make the ripple energy reach the level of the core of the sun. And I can also use the CPH4 essence to continue strengthening the ripple energy, although the effect of multiple strengthening will be weakened, but after all, I have this thing. Annihilates the surrounding symbiotic tissue material that is constantly wriggling. Lin Yu randomly took a CPH4 essence substance from the hands of the world avatar and ate it as a sugar pill, and let the system strengthen. If anyone could see inside him, they would find that, at the moment, the core of Lin Yu's body was like a burning furnace. Every trace of his blood seemed to be boiling. Lin Yu appears to be calm on the surface, even very leisurely. In fact, he is practicing ripple qigong all the time with a special breathing method. Every moment, a strong wave energy brews out of his body and gathers in the core of his body, forms an existence like the core of the sun. But it still feels like something's missing. A touch of golden ripple energy flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. The ripple energy is still not concentrated enough, and the real formation of the core has stabilized. If there is any way to do it, that's fine. Thought. Lin Yu has come to the top floor of the Life Foundation Company building. This top floor seems to have completely become a place like the inner world. The surrounding light showed a completely blood-red color, and it was stained like blood on every inch of the ground. This was not some artificial light, but it existed from the beginning like air. At the same time, it brought Lin Yu a strong sense of suffocation. At this moment, his flesh body suddenly formed layers of sore-like substances as if it were about to decay and peel off, making him gradually transparent, as if it was about to turn into a ghost-like existence. Huh? Is this an illusion, or something? Special magic? This invisible attack can actually work on itself. Hallucinations or something? Lin Yu felt that with his Joker's powerful thinking, no one could make him hallucinate. Is that supposed to be a magic attack? After all, judging from his comprehensive ability, he is only not very good at magic, and the enemy can only use magic attacks to have such a little effect on him. Just a little effect. When Lin Yu used the CPH4 essence substance strengthening Superman, he specially strengthened the magic resistance value. Now it seems to have reached 100, which is 10 times higher than the peak magic resistance of ordinary people. Generally, magicians who are more powerful are probably not as good as he is now. High magic resistance. So although now Lin Yu is not very good at magic, but magic wants to hurt him, and general magic can only achieve the effect of -1-1-1-1-1. Lin Yu feels that way now. If he has a blood bar, then you can see that his health bar is constantly decreasing in a -1-1-1-1-1 way, which is not as fast as his natural recovery. Too weak. Lin Yu shook his head. feeling slightly disappointed. Is there a scary-looking blood-red atmosphere on the top floor, and this invisible corrosive magic attack? If that's the case, it's too unchallenging. The body moves. Chi-chi? A layer of crystal-clear electric filament-like golden ripple energy penetrated from the body's surface. In an instant, there were several more terrified screams in the air. The corrosive magic on Lin Yu that was about to turn into a ghost disappeared and became normal. At the same time, with a sudden scream, several people jumped out in front of Lin Yu's eyes. Although these people look like humans, ghost should be more appropriate to describe them. Each body is transparent, and the body surface is like a decayed and peeling form. It can be seen from the tattered white research clothes on the body that they should all be researchers of the Life Foundation company before their death. One of the women, Lin Yu, also knew. It was Dr. Dora. In the original plot, Eddie was smuggled into the Life Foundation company to steal criminal evidence, but was discovered by Dr. Drake, the poor female doctor who died in the symbiote experiment. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. All of this was forced by Dr. Drake. I really didn't want to kill you. I saw Lin Yu walking towards him. Dr. Dora, who looked like a ghost, huddled in the corner. It was as if he saw a very terrifying existence, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Yesterday I was in the hospital tossing about my knees for another day. These days are undoubtedly the most painful days for me in recent years. The misery is unbearable. Both the body and the spirit are tortured enough. I'm not used to writing on mobile phones, and I'm very tired, and I'm seriously lacking in inspiration. Many times I can't write at all, but I must write more and more books if I want to achieve results. Like now, I'm sure that a large number of readers will be lost. Alas, I'm very confused. I don't know how many readers will be retained in the end. But today is finally fine. Although my knees are still a bit blunt, I can sit in front of the computer for a long time and touch the keyboard. The familiar and unfamiliar feeling makes me want to cry. I'm going to sit and code for a day today. No one will stop me. Stand for me obediently, come to me respectfully, and answer my words honestly, otherwise I will kill you directly. Lin Yu doesn't have the style of Asahi. Glancing coldly at Dr. Dora, directly in the tone of command. At the same time, the fingertips moved with the sound of chi-chi, and a trace of crystal ripple energy lingered out, exuding a fiery and absolutely masculine power. No matter what kind of evil it is, there is some fear of sunlight. The ripple energy can undoubtedly be regarded as a concentrated solar power. In addition to vampires, nature can also cause great damage to dark evil existences such as ghost. At the moment Dr. Dora is in such a dark and evil ghost form. It's nothing compared to the soul. Although the soul is also a spiritual body, it does no harm to normal people, while ghost is a corrupt and depraved existence, which can already be described as a monster. Once it touches ordinary people for a long time, it can even make ordinary people's physical body. Corruption, transformation of form, and assimilation into ghost. This is somewhat contagious. And this kind of evil monster, as long as Lin Yu touches it with a little ripple energy, it will disappear on the spot, dissipate completely, and will no longer exist in the world, and will not even be able to go to hell. Dr. Dora obviously felt this, so she was very afraid of Lin Yu who showed the ripple energy. For fear that Lin Yu's little hand would shake, she died on the spot. Yes, I'll come over immediately. As soon as Dr. Dora heard Lin Yu's words, where do you dare to hesitate? Immediately, he floated towards Lin Yu. Along with floating over were several other Life Foundation researchers with tattered clothes. Although they were not shivering and screaming like Dr. Dora, they looked at Lin Yu with unstoppable fear in their eyes. Everyone stood in front of Lin Yu. It's like a schoolboy being scolded by a teacher. It can be said to be very cute. Well, very good. Tell me what happened to the Life Foundation, and why you became the ghost you are now. Lin Yu glanced at these ghost-like Life Foundation researchers. Yes. Dr. Dora nodded again and again, and memories flashed in her eyes. But obviously this memory made her painful and tormented, and her face couldn't help showing a trembling color. All of this was done by that madman Drake. He didn't know when he got a strange book from whom. Dr. Drake called it the Book of Wisdom, saying that no matter what knowledge, as long as it is what he wants, and all the wisdom books will tell him the answer, even if it is a series of scientific puzzles that are difficult to solve so far. We all thought that Dr. Drake was joking at first. No matter what science it is the wisdom of our predecessors that has gone through hundreds of years and has been accumulated step by step through research and inheritance. This is the crystallization of human wisdom. Why would it be something a mere odd book could easily give? However, Dr. Drake really obtained the series of advanced scientific knowledge he wanted from the Book of Wisdom that was extremely difficult to understand, and should even not exist in this era. Dr. Drake is like finding things in a capsule. He has been extremely easy to crack and master cloning technology, cross-species gene biotechnology, gene sequence recombination technology, bionic biology technology, and so on. All kinds of technical means and apply them to the research of symbionts. In the end, he created what he called the perfect symbiote in his conception, and he even went crazy and cloned batch after batch of members of our entire experimental research team for experimenting and cultivating those so-called perfect the symbiotic body, and our body was transformed into a ghost like this by him using the Book of Wisdom. Whoa, that was a nightmare. I really don't want to think about that horrible nightmare again. Dr. Dora said. All of a sudden, she cried with trembling all over her body. Can't talk anymore. Lin Yu didn't embarrass this timid and pitiful woman too much, just from the words just now, he had already obtained extremely useful information. He patted his chin habitually, thinking in his heart, the Book of Wisdom? Tisk, is that so? In fact, after seeing Dora in ghost state, combined with the researcher's private log that he had read before, Lin Yu already had some guesses in his mind. The log mentioned that Dr. Drake obtained a strange book, which should be the so-called Book of Wisdom that Dr. Dora just mentioned. The ghostly appearance of Dr. Dora, the Life Foundation researchers, reminds Lin Yu of a plot in the American TV series S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent. That episode is also related to a book. It takes place in the 4th season Ghost Rider chapter. It is said that some experimental researchers found and got a book with blank pages and no words displayed, but whoever reads it can emerge from it knowledge that the reader can easily understand and become obsessed with. Those researchers were corrupted because of this book, and their body shape changed, turning into a ghost-like form. It can be said that it is almost exactly the same as Dr. Dora in front of him. However, the book in the plot of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is not called the Book of Wisdom, but the Book of Darkness, also known as the Book of Sin, the Book of Death. The ancient god West who has fallen into a demon, the magical tome left by Thorn, which records all his evil deeds and evil spells, can be said to be a kind of existence that is opposed to the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Ancient One's Sorcerer Supreme heritage comes from the first Sorcerer Supreme on Earth millions of years ago, Agamotto, Eye of Agamotto, also known as Time Gem. It's the artifact he left behind. The inheritance of Agamotto's practice comes from a magic book called Book of Emperor Waishan, which also comes from the ancient Mephisto, but it does not record evil spells, but pure white magic. It can be said that the Book of the Dark God and the Book of Emperor Waishan are a kind of opposite existence. One side is black magic, the other side is white magic. So it is very likely that the book in Dr. Drake's hand should be the Book of Darkness. He combined the evil black magic with the inhumane scientific experiment, and finally turned the entire Life Foundation company into the symbiote lair, and he himself doesn't know what kind of monster he turned into in the end. The Book of Darkness can affect the thinking of all things and make them degenerate. Even robots cannot escape the influence. In the original plot of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, a bionic robot named Ada eventually lost control after reading the Dark God book and became an independent robot life entity, and also attempted to create a human body for itself. Typical Ultron behavior. The birth of Ultron, in addition to the joint creation of the two geniuses Tony and Dr. Banner, also depends on the power of the Mind Gem. Mind Gem can endow artificial intelligence with independent intelligence. The Dark Book of Gods has also achieved this. From this perspective, the existence of the Dark Divine Book is similar to the multi-universe top artifact like Mind Gem. It's not even an exaggeration to call it the Mind Gem of the magic world. It's interesting, the Dark Book is undoubtedly an artifact in the Marvel world. Although it has degenerate side effects, it is still a good thing. Maybe it can be used as a strengthening medium for the system. Lin Yu had a lot of thoughts for a while. That's right. He thought about the Dark God book. It is said that anyone can see what they want to see on the Dark God book, but he is very curious. If he uses Joker's thinking to look up, what will he see? All in all, things almost seem to have unlocked a layer of truth here. Dr. Drake has acquired the corrupting Dark Book of God for unknown reasons. A series of evil technologies have been researched from them, and ended up turning the entire Life Foundation company into a hideous symbiote lair. But this leads to more mysteries. Dr. Drake is originally just a mad human scientist, and there should be a symbiote Riot in his body. Dr. Drake saw the scientific knowledge he was thinking about in the Dark God book, and the research mystery of symbionts. Then, what about the riots? What did this symbiote life see in the Dark Book? Also, why did Dr. Drake get such a thing as the Dark Book of God? Is it by accident? Or did someone do it on purpose? If there is a deeper conspiracy behind it, who is the other party? Think more deeply. Lin Yu couldn't help getting more and more excited. If this is the end of the matter, then the next step should be the boss battle of the Life Foundation dungeon, but if it ends like this, Lin Yu still doesn't feel enough. He felt like he hadn't done much yet. Is it going to end soon? No, not so. After all, the promised danger hasn't appeared yet, but Lin Yu has been looking forward to it for a long time. If he just stops at the boss battle and fights Dr. Drake and the Riot, then Lin Yu is somewhat disappointed. Anyway, let's fight the next boss battle first. After the fight, the answers and the truth should gradually emerge one by one, and then there should be a stronger hidden boss behind it. That may be the system. Dangerous? Definitely. It would be even better if the first boss could bring danger to me. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took a big step, intending to go deeper into the top floor of the Life Foundation company. He just used the perspective ability to take a look. It was found that there seemed to be a magical fog shrouded and shielded in front of him. Even his perspective eyes could not see clearly, but he could roughly see the outline of a behemoth. I think that should be the first big boss that will be encountered. Dr. Dora, just stay here. Although I'm not a hero, I'm still playing a hero. With me, at least now, you won't suffer from nightmares and pain anymore. Lin Yu raised his hand. The golden ripples on the fingertips scattered and turned into clear blue light, forming blue particles that poured into Dr. Dora's body. This energy is called Spiritual Sun. It is the ability that comes from the Quincy of Yohabak. In the world of Death God, there are often souls that fall into darkness and turn into evil spirits that cannibalize people. Although the power of the Quincy will destroy the virtual body, it will not be like Death God's Zanpakuto, which can make sins impossible. The deep evil spirit finally becomes a Buddha. But the principle of all this still comes from the energy of spiritual sun. Water can capsize a boat and also carry a boat. The spiritual sun can be turned into knives and arrows to kill the soul, and can also be used to replenish the soul and make the soul healthy. At this moment, with the spiritual sun entering the body, Dr. Dora's ghost body, which was eroded and corrupted by darkness, suddenly showed some signs of recovery. Dr. Dora was stunned for a moment, and then she was a little flattered and said, "Thanks, thanks." Although this did not let her get rid of the ghost body, it at least reduced the pain of her soul suffering from the dark corrosion. She looked at Lin Yu very gratefully. "But, can you tell me your name?" "Definitely." Lin Yu smiled slightly, turned and left. The red cloak behind him was swaying at this moment. "You can call me Superman, a hero of interest." Watching Lin Yu go deeper, the back figure gradually disappeared into the surrounding blood-red light. Except for Dr. Dora, the rest of the Life Foundation researchers' ghost finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yu put too much pressure on them, and Dr. Drake brought them fear, but this man brought them nothing but looking up. As if tiny ants have encountered huge amounts of mountains. "What should I do, Dr. Dora?" Really don't need to tell this man that there is something more terrifying than Dr. Drake in it, and persuade him not to go there. A bald researcher ghost floats up to Dr. Dora. There is a complex light in the eyes. He passed by like this, and he is likely to be defeated, and then engulfed by darkness, and if this powerful man degenerates into a monster, then... No, he won't. Dr. Dora shook her head. She looked at her palm, and saw that in her transparent body, the blue spirit energy was swimming, as beautiful as the stars. It was the first light of hope she encountered in her life. He's not going to fail because he's Superman. Ancient One Magician, are you sure we're going into this horrible and disgusting place? Eddie looked down at Ancient One and made a urn-like sound. With the enthusiasm of the little Venom combined male sign. At the moment, Eddie seems to have turned into a classic Venom appearance. He is tall and more than 2 meters tall, his muscles are knotted, his mouth is open, dense fangs are exposed, and a long tongue full of saliva is attached. Can be described as an artistic sense full of violent aesthetics. Ancient One was very satisfied when he saw Eddie's appearance. She nodded and said, "Definitely, the ultimate truth of Life Foundation can be hidden there, and our task now is to dig out the truth and defeat the mastermind behind the scenes. As a reporter, you should know how important it is to make the truth public." Well, that's what I said, but... Eddie pointed to a door-like circular hole next to him, where he could see a pile of fecal-like disgusting substances squirming and squirming. It looked like a symbiote, but it looked like mud. It was extremely rotten, and it was piled up in a cesspool-like place below. And where they are now, it looks like a corridor full of symbiote organizations on the walls. But, feel it carefully. Why does it always feel that it is a special place for a huge creature to ship? Ancient One Magician, you really don't think there's something wrong with the way your magic portal is opened? There are some small things that are wrong. After carefully observing the surroundings, Ancient One did feel some strangeness. They didn't seem to be in a corridor on the top floor of the Life Foundation company, but more like they ran into the body of a huge creature, and they happened to be located in a special hole for excretion. At the foot of the long corridor full of symbiont tissues, and the circular hole beside him that just fits one person to pass through. If the guess is good, it seems that it is a huge unknown symbiote monster, where the X-gate is. Cough cough. Even if he was as calm as Ancient One, he couldn't help but feel a little green in the face of this scene. But this is also impossible. Her magical portal can't lead to places she's never seen before. Originally, she used Time Gem to peek into the future, and basically understood the situation of most of the floors in the Life Foundation today, but the topmost floor can even block the power of Time Gem. She couldn't clearly perceive what was going on in the top layer, what kind of scene it was, and could only vaguely know some vague fragments. And at this moment, the corridor that was crawling with symbiont tissue and kept squirming was one of the vague fragments she could perceive. She only knew that this was a critical and relatively safe place. So came here randomly. But how could I have imagined that this is such a magical place? Eddie couldn't help but complain at the time. Ancient One Magician, what's wrong with this little thing? It's a big mistake at all. You said, can you open your Mickey Mouse gate again? Let's go back first, or find another place to enter. No way. Ancient One shook his head. We have now entered a different dimension. This other dimension has been separated from reality, and there is a huge amount of magic interference source. We cannot easily use the dimension gate to leave here, otherwise it will only make us fall into the turbulent flow of time and space. The top level of this Life Foundation company goes into good progress, but want to go out again. But it has been difficult. Definitely, if she does her best to leave, Ancient One is not helpless. As a Sorcerer Supreme, she also has a card face. But then there is no way to get in. This was not the will of the Ancient One. So now, in order to reassure Eddie, Ancient One simply said that he would never be able to go out again, and saved that this guy had been pushing Lai in her ears. But Eddie wanted to say anything. Suddenly, boom, the surroundings shook violently. This shock is not like an earthquake, nor is it like an attack. Rather, it was as if some huge amounts of creature suddenly felt a sense of convenience, shivered all over, and then, shipped, comfortable. Seeing that the surrounding corridors were locked for a while, and then on the other side of the corridor, accompanied by the sound of clattering and the rush of a strange and pungent smell, a colorful, like muddy mud, and like a symbiote-like constant wriggling excrement suddenly poured in at a speed visible to the naked eye from not far away. Eddie's face turned green for a moment. Ancient One Magician, what should we do now? On one side is the surging symbiote excrement. On the other side is the gathering place of symbiont excrement that has already accumulated into a cesspool. No matter which side it is especially necessary to make people crack. What should I do now? What else can you do? Do you want to jump into the cesspool of your own accord? Or do you want to be washed into the cesspool after a baptism of fresh excrement? Although Ancient One is a woman, she appears very brave, and she takes a decisive leap of faith. Swish! He jumped out of the hole next to him. It can only be this way. Eddie clenched his teeth and jumped out like an Ancient One. It's too late, it's too soon. As soon as Eddie's tall body in the form of venom jumped out, the colorful symbiote excrement from the back was already pouring in. At least he didn't drown him. But it's not good outside. The moment his field of vision opened up, Eddie saw a sight he would never forget. There was a huge and unspeakable ugly thing in front of me. It had only one head, and it seemed that it had no eyes or nose. There was only a huge mouth of blood in the center of the head, and the mouth was covered with a dense circle. The fangs, one after another scarlet tongue spit out from it, dripping with sticky saliva, which can be described as disgusting and scary. Except for the huge ugly head, this huge monster does not have a normal body, but grows one after another thick tentacles around the head. It looks like an octopus monster. But there are more tentacles than octopuses. And on each of its tentacles, there are also strange human faces densely appearing, and some kind of symbiont sticky substance is constantly secreted from the mouth of the human face. Where Eddie and the Ancient One came out. There. It is a giant human face under the monster. This weird, ugly, and incomparably terrifying monster climbs above a cesspool-like biochemical pool, and all the symbiotic organisms secreted and excreted by it are all gathered there like a cauldron of soup, bubbling continuously, presenting a hole in a green biochemical pool. And with the continuous reaction in the biochemical pool, grumble. In a short while, brand new symbionts in the shape of egg balls will climb out of them, and they will be transported to the surrounding research and transformation rooms one by the fully automatic equipment next to the biochemical pool. Grass. Witnessing such an unprecedented monster is beyond the imagination of normal people. Eddie's scalp went numb. What the hell is this? Pfft. Because of his shock, Eddie was completely attracted by the huge and ugly symbiote monster, and didn't wake up until he fell into the green biochemical pool like a cesspool below with a thud. Wow, Eddie? It stinks? It's disgusting here. I can't take it anymore. It's like getting up in the morning and being forcibly stuffed with 1082-year-old sour socks. Get me out of this fucking place. As soon as he fell into the biochemical pool, little venom screamed in Eddie's mind on the spot. Okay, don't call me. If you don't say anything, I'll get out of this ghost place as soon as possible. Fortunately, he is now full of muscles and powerful, and Eddie reached the edge of the biochemical pool with a short swim. And this biochemical pool looks disgusting, but it seems to be a wonderful place for the symbiote. Soaked for a while, Eddie felt that he was actually much stronger again. It seems that the symbiote monster above the head looks ugly, and its excretions look disgusting, but in fact it is obviously not the waste in the other party's body, but a special substance secreted, which can be beneficial to the strengthening and growth of the symbiote. But although it seems to be conducive to the growth of the symbiote, it is too disgusting, so I slipped away. Eddie raised his hand and climbed on the edge of the biochemical pool. By the way, what about the Ancient One magician? Although the things in this biochemical pool are beneficial to the symbiote, they are no different from sulfuric acid to the human body, right? If the Ancient One magician falls into it. Thinking of this, Eddie couldn't help but feel extremely worried. Ancient One magician is gone. So what should he do? How should I get out of this ghost place? Antiquity. Eddie was about to call out. But at this moment, I felt someone beside me. When I looked up, I saw Ancient One standing on the edge of the biochemical pool. His whole body looked clean and didn't even have any peculiar smell. It didn't feel like he had fallen into the cesspool-like biochemical pool at all. Eddie couldn't help but stunned when he saw this. Ancient One magician, you didn't fall into this cesspool. Fall in? Why should I fall into this dirty thing? There is a beam there. I directly use magic to conjure a whip to hook the beam and it will land safely. Ancient One raised his eyes and gestured to a beam not far away. Eddie, you can actually do the same. Organize the symbiote into a long whip and you can swing in the air. Eddie was speechless for a moment. What the hell? What you said makes sense, but why didn't you say it earlier? Oh, I didn't expect the Life Foundation to create such a dark magic monster. Ancient One sighed. Look at the monster above your head. Brows furrowed tightly. This symbiotic monster looks like a mutant product of a scientific experiment, but in fact, it contains a strong dark magic atmosphere and is very evil. As a sorcerer supreme, she is naturally very sensitive to this. So there really is a guy with magic skills behind the scenes. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ancient One looked towards some dark place. I saw a certain shadow flickering there, and the next moment it disappeared suddenly, like a ghost. Oh, this monster, this tentacle, smells like Thulhu. The other direction. Lin Yu stepped in from the main entrance. Seeing the tentacles with human faces all over the body, there is only one head, and on the head there is only a huge symbiotic monster full of dense fangs and scarlet tongues. Its dignity. It really surprised Lin Yu. It's really art, love love love. Oh, do you think this is art too? A voice suddenly sounded not far away. A young man in a suit came out. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, he walked gracefully, and there was always a faint smile on his handsome face. He looked at Lin Yu and made a toast. The young man smiled and said, "Introduce yourself, you can call me Dr. Drake. I am a scientist who is keen to clean up the Earth's garbage with science and technology, manage and save the Earth's ecology, and here, as you can see, it is I who usually conduct experimental research and where the work is." Oh, Lin Yu examines this Drake. The other party seems to be the same as normal people, which is a bit unexpected. After all, according to the normal plot routine, Dr. Drake, who turned the entire Life Foundation company into a symbiote monster lair, should have become just a monster. And now this Drake isn't just like a normal person. Lin Yu looked into his body and couldn't even see the existence of the symbiote Riot. Normal just can't be normal anymore. I call this kid Nar. However, Dr. Drake didn't seem to see the scrutiny in Lin Yu's eyes at all, even less felt the danger that Lin Yu possessed. Instead, he thought of Lin Yu as an old friend and said to himself, "What I want to create is a god that belongs to the symbiote. That's right, Nar is the god of the symbiote, my child, and the most perfect artwork in this universe. He will give it to the Earth in the near future. Bring redemption, bring reckoning to mankind, and return the ecology of this planet to its original health and vitality. Look, how bloated the Earth is today. Human beings are spreading and accumulating like the cancer of the Earth. Evil is hidden under the order, and indiscriminate killing is hidden under the stability. They plunder, they destroy, and they hypocritically keep in captivity. Earth, they pretended to maintain ecological peace, but they use those dirty mouths day after day to eat the heart of this planet endlessly. Humanity is the original sin. So, my child, Nar, the god of symbiotes, will bring reckoning to mankind. Humans will no longer be qualified to be the masters of the Earth. Symbiotes are." Boom. Suddenly, Dr. Drake's entire head burst open. The body fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yu threw off the blood on his hands at will, looked at the corpse under his feet, and said with disdain, "Oh, what an old double-standard dog. No matter how nice it sounds. How just. Bala Bala piles up, isn't the ultimate purpose of the symbiote to occupy the Earth? Dr. Drake's justice, or Riot's justice, is just a bunch of bullshit. You can hear it from a bunch of words just now. This Drake seems to be normal on the surface, but in fact his thinking is no longer his own, but belongs to the symbiote leader Riot. Dr. Drake may have had his own justice to begin with, but now, this justice has long been twisted. It became a high-sounding reason for the Riots to lead the symbiote to invade Earth. He, I thought I had met a bosom friend, but I was disappointed. You are just a stupid and arrogant human after all." Laughter came from not far away. Dr. Drake appeared in front of Lin Yu again. Still in a suit and leather shoes, walking gracefully, it looks like a normal person. Lin Yu looked at each other with narrowed eyes. "Oh, so that's it. Cloning technology? No wonder it looks like a normal person, because it's just a skin puppet." It can be known from Dr. Dora's previous words that Dr. Drake has researched the cloning technology from the Dark God book, and has cloned a lot of people in the Life Foundation company. Therefore, there are so many human experiments with materials and so many symbiotic monsters. With Drake's madness, he cloned a lot of himself, which is not an uncommon operation. So should I keep calling you Dr. Drake now, or another name you might prefer, Riot? Lin Yu watched the Riot with great interest, but was not in a hurry to continue killing it. It's okay, after all, Dr. Drake and I have become one, and we are no longer separate from each other. Definitely, since you said my real name, it would be more appropriate to call me Riot. Riot didn't expect the human being on the other side, and knew his name, so he couldn't help becoming more and more interested in Lin Yu. The reason why he talked so much to Lin Yu at first, it's not that he really wants to expound his own theory of justice that he regards as truth, and he feels that the other party will really become a bosom friend who shares his ideals, but because he felt Lin Yu's special. What's so special? It's an inexplicable attraction. Good. Absorb. Originally, the Riots thought that on the entire Earth, Dr. Drake was the human who best matched him, but now he finds himself wrong. The human in front of him felt extremely violently violent. If he lived in the other's body, or even owned the other's body, it would bring him unparalleled happiness and enjoyment. He has never felt such a great body. In comparison, the bodies of Dr. Drake, and even other human beings in the world, and other various biological races in the universe, are nothing but rubbish. If I had this body, I would not just be the god who created the symbiote, I would be a god myself, a real god. The Riot looked at Lin Yu's eyes, and a strong desire gradually emerged. Riot knew that the human being in front of him was very powerful. From the monitoring throughout the entire company building of the Life Foundation, he has already learned that the other party is not an ordinary human being, and its powerful strength is simply not comparable to that of a symbiote in the general sense. But that's it. The more excited the Riots are. And he also has confidence. In the end, the body of this man was successfully obtained. Just now, he has thought of at least 100 ways how to subdue this man, make him bow his head to himself, and obediently dedicate his body. Can you tell me your name? The Riot quickly concealed the greed in his eyes, and he thought of the safest plan. Then he smiled as always. Although our philosophy may be different, it doesn't matter, please believe me, I know your strength, so I won't do it with you easily, and I don't want to do it with you, if possible, I even want to be friends with you, not the enemy. Not just friends, Riot wants to have a more intimate relationship with Lin Yu. It is best to have each other completely, whether it is body or soul. However, the Riot did not know at all how dangerous his thoughts were at the moment. Lin Yu looked at the Riot with a half-smile. Possesses the omniscient and omnipotent power of Yohabak. He knew very well what the Riot was going to do, and what kind of thoughts were on his mind. Although there is the power of the Dark Book to protect this guy, and this is the magic power that Lin Yu is not very good at, but the Dark Book is not omnipotent after all. Especially when facing each other right now, Riot in front of Lin Yu, under the perception of omniscience and omnipotence. It's literally unobstructed. Definitely Lin Yu won't kill Riot right now. Compared to killing the Riot, Lin Yu wants to study the Riot. It is best to cut open its entire body and see what the symbiotic body of the Riot, which is completely integrated with human beings, has become under the influence of the Dark God Book. Fantastic look. And Lin Yu is also planning to ask Tony to build him a symbiote battlesuit. Compared to killing the Riot, wouldn't it be more beautiful to cut this guy out and wear it as clothes? You can call me Superman. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the Riot in front of him. It's cool to fight boss, but take the boss home to study it, and even cut it to make clothes. This seems more interesting. Rounding up, how about tearing down the entire Life Foundation company building and moving it away after this dungeon is over? After all, as a Superman, is it not normal for him to move a building and fly at will? Superman? Interesting, you are indeed like your name, you have surpassed human beings in the general sense. Where can the Riots think of the mind of an extraordinary person like Lin Yu? He just wanted to crave Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu was thinking about moving his entire company building, including his original one, and even wanted to cut him out and wear it as clothes. The arrangement was a clear one. To express my sincerity, the Riot snapped its fingers. Snapped? A secret door suddenly opened not far away. It can be seen that the inside of the secret door seems to be a research room. It is not large, but it is full of science fiction. Inside, you can faintly see the figures of several Dr. Drakes who are constantly walking and busy. And in the center of the research room, on a booth, it seems that there is a strange book neatly placed. Riot made an inviting gesture, saying, I want to invite you into my most core research room, where I have my most core technology and my deepest hidden secrets. After seeing that secret, I think, we will be friends. Lin Yu nodded. Walk into it. The first time his eyes were fixed on the peculiar book. Is this the Dark God book? This book has a dark black front, and the cover looks like an engraving, with a blood red mark outlined, as if the eyes of the devil are watching you. Flip it over. Its title page is revised on its ancient parchment. Pale with a faint yellowish glow, it looks very age-like, revealing a faint ink atmosphere. However, there is not a single word on it. This book, called the Book of Wisdom, is the source of all my wisdom. It is said that anyone can see what they want to know from it. I don't know Superman, what did you see on it? The sound of rioting sounded faintly in Lin Yu's ears. When Lin Yu looked at the book, the corner of his mouth had already faintly outlined a successful smile. I saw. Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on the blank title page of the book, and all of a sudden, there were ripples on it, and there was something floating around, as if something was outlined. Lin Yu's heart moved, and he was about to take a closer look. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Superman? Don't ever read that book. It's the cursed book of the dark gods. It will bring you doom and death. Boom. When the sound resounded, the surroundings suddenly shook. I saw the huge symbiote monster not far away, the so-called god of symbiotes, Nar, and began to swing its tentacles wildly, and the bloody mouth opened wildly, and let out an angry roar. It seemed that he was fighting something. Don't worry, it's just some rubbish mixed in. It's not worth it. My child, the god of symbiosis I created, will remove this rubbish. The Riots don't care. He waved his hand casually. The secret door is closed. The rumbling sound outside stopped abruptly. Riot showed a smile, and said to Lin Yu, who was looking at the title page of the book with a dull look in his eyes. Come on, let's continue to read this divine book of wisdom. In it, I think you will definitely find your own wisdom, my dear Superman. Lin Yu's eyes were dull, staring at the title page of the dark divine book like a demon. On the pale parchment, what seemed to be sketched was not words, but an invisible arm, which gradually stretched out and grabbed Lin Yu's throat, trying to capture his entire soul into the book. The Riots were very happy to see this scene. No matter how powerful a person is, souls are very fragile, and this book is like a prison for the soul. But whoever reads it, the soul will be corrupted, enslaved, possessed by this book, immersed in it, and can no longer extricate themselves. Sure enough, she has the exact same expression as Dr. Drake. Hehe, it feels very good to indulge in this book, doesn't it bring you the ultimate pleasure, Superman? Riot kept whispering in Lin Yu's ear. He has Drake's soul as a shield, so he was not greatly influenced by this book at first, but he also got huge amounts of benefits from it, mastered the secret of symbiote evolution, and even learned how to use this book. The magic of this book. His fingers rubbed lightly on the title page of the dark divine book. Riot looked at Lin Yu's sluggish body. The greed in his eyes grew stronger. Very good, your soul will soon be owned by this book, you will enhance its magic, and then, your body will be owned by me, which is the best of both worlds. Riot couldn't help but reached out to Lin Yu's body. I want to touch this reinforced and iron-like body, this is a perfect body, how awesome and shocking. To be able to live in a body like this is, how awesome. Yet the rioters haven't touched Lin Yu yet. Suddenly, Lin Yu raised his arms suddenly, grabbed the riot's head. A pinch. Boom, blood splattered. You're so annoying. You've been pushing Lai in my ear. Do you know that you've seriously disturbed my reading and seriously affected my study? Toss the blood from the hands. Lin Yu kicked away the corpse on the ground by the way. Then he directly picked up the dark divine book, found a nearby seat and sat down, turning the pages quickly while cocking his legs with relish. Don't disturb my reading again, or I will tear down your entire building. How could you? Riot soon took control of another of Drake's clone sacks. He stared blankly at Lin Yu. The whole is a little dull. What's the situation? Shouldn't this book corrupt and enslave the soul? Why do you look like you've found a comic book? Can you feel it yet? Logically speaking, the more deeply you read this book of darkness, the more you will be attracted by it, the soul will sink completely, and eventually fall into darkness. This book will draw out the darkness in people's hearts, and was completely swallowed by this darkness. But things are a little different on Lin Yu's side, because originally, his heart was already dark enough, and even in the darkness there was despair, and in the despair there was madness, and in the madness there was the deepest and darkest sin in this world. Not just Superman. He is also Joker. He was originally the Emperor of Darkness, the executor of evil. How could he be swallowed by darkness? Tisk tisk, it's interesting and interesting. It's really cool to read this dark divine book with Joker thinking. You can see almost everything. Generally speaking, human thinking has limitations. They will be limited by their own desires. Just look at what you want to see. But Joker thinks differently. Joker's thinking is extremely unpredictable and can be called imaginative, so what this dark book reflects in Lin Yu's eyes is all kinds of messy things. Knowledge, technology, magic, ancient history, the changing universe, the beginning and end of everything, even the recipe for Tony's favorite cheeseburger. If you think of this dark book as a search engine, other people's minds can only search for limited keywords. Then Lin Yu's Joker thinking at the moment is like hacking, and he almost broke the bottom of this search engine, and the whole system will be almost paralyzed by Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu was stuck in the research room like this, constantly flipping through the dark divine book, looking very obsessed with relish, he didn't know what to do for a while during the riot. Block each other? It feels a little out of place. Let the other party look at it like this and prostitute his book for nothing? It also seems a little out of place. Although it seems a little unexpected, but I don't believe it. You will not be swallowed by the darkness contained in this book in the end, and then lose yourself. You know that the deeper you look, the easier it is to fall. Even if I study it, I haven't dared to look at it for so long, let alone you. Take a deep breath. The riots gradually calmed down. Since the other party has nothing else to do, he is just reading a book, so he has nothing to be anxious about. The longer he reads the dark book, the easier he gets lost. The longer Lin Yu looks at it, the stronger the backlash against the dark power will be, eventually engulfing his entire soul. I don't believe the riots. This Superman can keep watching like this with nothing to do. I have patience. The rioters looked at the monitor, and saw the monitor screen, which was showing the battle scene outside the research room. By the way, let my child, the god of the symbiote I created, solve the two outside. Annoying ants, and retrieving Venom Egg 7. Research outside. Ancient One's heart was very urgent at this moment. The moment the riot opened the door of the research room, she sensed the existence of the dark book and knew why there were signs of magic inside the Life Foundation company. Everything is because of the evil book of black magic, the Dark God book. And what the book of the Dark Gods records is not ordinary black magic. It can be called the source of all necromancy. There is a deep connection with the Hell Dimension. And the Hell Dimension, like the Dark Dimension where the universe Mephisto Dormammu is located, is a powerful alien force that wants to invade the Earth. Ever since Caecilius was betrayed by Dormammu and betrayed me, I have been on guard against the invasion of the power of the Dark Dimension, but I neglected the situation in the dimension of Hell. Damn, if Superman is bewitched by the Dark Book, the soul will fall into Hell. With the power of Superman, it is a disaster for the Earth and even the entire universe. Ancient One couldn't help clenching his fists. If it is other ordinary people, that's all. But that's Superman? Either way, once Superman blacken, the disaster that can bring is really unimaginable. Ancient One magician, watch out. A tentacle with a human face suddenly fell from the air. Those faces let out extremely harsh screams, full of ferocious meaning, and even two bloody arms grew from both sides of the face with a pissed sound. The moment the tentacles fell, Chi-Chi went crazy towards Ancient One. Catch it? Being caught this time, it will definitely be torn apart in an instant, and the end of being bitten to the point of scum. Eddie suddenly shouted not far away when he saw this. At the same time, the body rushed over, want to block the tentacles that attacked Ancient One. But just as he moved, the same tentacles that were covered with human faces also attacked him, and every face was making the same sound. Traitor, traitor, as a noble symbiote, you choose to be subservient to humans? You should devour this human and replace it. I command you as the god of symbiotes. Venom 7. Eddie's mind was suddenly confused when he heard the voice. It seems that the little venom in the body is influenced by this so-called god of symbiotes. Eddie couldn't stop peeing. I'll go, little venom, you won't drop the chain at a critical moment, will you? Drop the chain, you milk ball lollipop. Is it so easy for me to be influenced by this ugly big monster? Little venom shouted dissatisfied in Eddie's body, and it seemed that he quickly returned to normal. But then there is some silence. Only, just what? Eddie's body moved, and he narrowly escaped the bombardment of the tentacles, as well as those arms whose faces were dense and bloody. Also look at Ancient One. Seeing Ancient One propped up its head with one hand at a critical moment, a huge golden magic matrix suddenly expanded, blocking the huge tentacles bluntly. Eddie couldn't help but admire this gorgeous move. I am grass. Magic is awesome. Coach, I want to learn too. However, the state of little venom seemed to be a bit wrong. Eddie returned his attention to himself and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" "I feel." Little venom followed Eddie's gaze and looked at the huge amounts of symbiote monster above his head. "I feel that this big guy seems to be me, or to be more precise, my father, the one who started. Venom. Venom from the very beginning." Eddie heard the words thoughtfully. He heard from Ancient One magician that the reason for these messy symbiont monsters is that Dr. Drake from the Life Foundation combined a symbiote with a living human pregnant mother, and finally gave birth to a bunch of oviparous bodies like fish eggs, and then constantly cultivate and grow before continuing to study and transform. And that symbiote at the beginning was called Venom. It can be said to be the origin of all symbiotic monsters at this moment. If it was just us, we would definitely not be able to deal with this big guy, and even a tentacle would be hard to resist, but if we can arouse the consciousness of the venom at the beginning and weaken this big guy, maybe there is still a chance to win. Small venom tract. You mean the venom at the beginning still has its own consciousness? Eddie felt a little weird. I've been transformed into this kind of monster. I guess it's no longer the original self? Are you sure it's useful? Nonsense, it must be useful. I can directly feel the consciousness of that venom. I can even feel his unwillingness, his anger, his despair. He wants to see and avenge the guy who framed him. Little venom said with certainty. Besides, I'm your boss. Can my words be false? Okay. Eddie was a little bit pained. What are you special? Boss, you milk ball lollipop. When will I admit that you little guy is my boss? Then tell me, what should I do to wake up that venom's sleeping consciousness? Eddie asked. Little venom thought for a while, and then said with great certainty, I don't know either. I am special. Eddie wanted to hammer this guy's head on the spot. What about Nima? But then again, there is indeed something about the little venom. Although neither of them knew how to awaken the venom consciousness in the symbiote monster, there was still the Ancient One magician, and the almighty Ancient One magician must know exactly what to do. Ancient One magician. Eddie shouted to Ancient One very habitually, save, oh no, I figured out how to deal with this big monster. Ancient One's side is sticking with the tentacles full of human faces. Just for a while. 2 or 3 tentacles of the same type were entangled in them, and each of them was whistling, and the power was fierce. Obviously, this symbiote monster knew that the main threat at the scene was the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, so he focused on the main target without hesitation. On Ancient One, trying to kill it with all his strength. But Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme after all. In the days when she was around, even Thanos wouldn't dare to come to the Earth easily. Unless she wanted to die herself, there really was no existence that could easily kill her. Turn your palm. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the golden magic matrix in his hand turned into 2 huge amounts of fan-shaped edges, half on the left and half on the right, slicing towards the tentacles entwined around him. Just listen to the pist-pist count. A tentacle fell off. But these tentacles twisted a bit, and quickly grew back onto the huge body of the symbiote monster. Obviously, this big monster cannot be killed by ordinary cutting. Its original superspeed regeneration ability allows it to recover quickly even if it is cut into hundreds or thousands of pieces, and its resilience is several times stronger than that of the symbiotic complete body. However, this left Ancient One empty. She quickly came to Eddie's side and asked eagerly, Eddie, in what way? Oh, wake up Venom's sleeping consciousness. Eddie quickly told Ancient One the exact words of Little Venom. After Ancient One heard the words, his eyes couldn't help moving. After the fight just now, she did sense a faint sleeping consciousness from the huge symbiotic monster. It's just that the monster originally devoured Integrate, and it can be said that every human face that appeared on its body was once a victim's soul roaring and roaring. So she didn't pay much attention at first. Ancient One magician, do you have any magical magic to awaken the consciousness of that venom? Eddie asked. Well, yes, but Eddie, I need your help. There was a faint hint of hesitation on Ancient One's face. She looked at Eddie, and looked him up and down quickly. Immediately, his eyes turned, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his temperament suddenly became profound, unpredictable, and mysterious. My help? How can I help? It's natural to ask him to help, but Eddie always felt a little apprehensive when he saw Ancient One's look at him. He felt that Ancient One's whole person seemed to have become a lot darker in an instant. It's simple. Ancient One took a deep breath. It seems that a decision has been made. The center of her forehead could be seen with the naked eye, and a strange blood-red mark was suddenly drawn. After the final outline was completed, the mana on Ancient One suddenly surged, but this mana did not have a sense of righteousness and awe-inspiring as before, but appeared extremely dark and deep. The palm swept up, condensing a magic matrix of nothingness and deepness. Ancient One slapped it into Eddie's body. Instant. Eddie felt an itch on his forehead. It can be seen that a mark has also spread out from the center of his forehead, which is exactly the same as that of Ancient One. Ancient One magician, you are. Eddie touched his forehead with his paw. He felt that a strange force had poured into his body just now, and he felt quite comfortable. Eddie, if you want to wake up Venom's consciousness, what you need to do is very simple, because originally there is a strange feeling between Venom and Venom that is equivalent to a kind of father and son, so it will guide you to the precise location of Venom's consciousness. I poured special magic into your body. You just need to use this magic to wake up Venom's soul consciousness. Ancient One rode. Oh, is it that simple? Eddie was eager to hear the words. That's okay, I will definitely wake up the old Venom with all my strength, and spare no effort. Ancient One nodded and looked at the giant symbiote monster that had recovered and continued to attack them. Then first, Eddie, let yourself be eaten by that big guy. Okay, no problem. Eddie faced the symbiote monster's mouth. Suddenly stunned. And many more? Eaten? What? Hey, Ancient One magician, you. Eddie turned sharply to ask Ancient One for clarity. What does it mean to be eaten by the trough? Is this kind of terrifying thing so easy to do, yet still say it's easy? Simple as? However, he only turned back halfway when he saw Ancient One slapped him with his hand. Go on, Eddie. Boom! A burst of magic. In an instant, Eddie flew at a very fast speed and flew directly towards the bloody mouth of the symbiote monster. He hasn't let out a few screams, followed by pissed, so swallowed. This symbiote monster is full of dark magic that can corrupt the soul. It is exactly the same as the Dark Book, full of hell, but with the power of Dormammu's Dark Latitude. I can more or less fight against it. Plus Upper Eddie is protected by Little Venom, which should be able to successfully awaken Venom's consciousness. It's just that every time I use the power of this dark dimension, it makes me feel a little guilty. He sighed inwardly. Ancient One revealed a slightly complicated color. Although she understands that the evil is not the power originally, but the people, but the dark power is originally a taboo existence for the Sorcerer Supreme lineage. Her apprentice, Caecilius, who witnessed this, collapsed her faith and eventually betrayed her. I have to say this is contradictory. When the next Sorcerer Supreme succeeds, I will apologize with death. No matter what, I have committed a taboo in the Sorcerer Supreme lineage after all. At this moment, the huge symbiote monster suddenly stopped moving, stayed in place. All the tentacles twisted in place. It seems to be a little painful. Seeing this, Ancient One nodded slightly. She knew Eddie's actions should be working. Next, I should stop Superman from reading the Book of Darkness. If he has been affected by the Book of Darkness, his soul has fallen, and he has fallen into darkness, then I can only forcibly give him redemption, no matter what. With a look of determination in his eyes, Ancient One looked at where Superman was. Only at this moment. Suddenly, woo-woo. I heard a loud engine sound like a car coming, followed by a sudden burst of a wall not far away. Ancient One frowned. What's the situation? She felt an extremely explosive fiery magic power and the breath of hell rushing towards her. That fiery power seems to be able to burn everything in the world, including the human soul. Could it be that the Life Foundation company used the Dark God book to create other monsters? Ancient One showed a vigilant look. Looked carefully at each other. As the dust gradually dissipated, the figure of the uninvited guest appeared, and the first thing that caught the eye was a very exaggerated Harley motorcycle. Roaring flames burned all over the car and on the tires. But the two cars showed no signs of burning at all. It even seemed to have merged with this flame and had life. The front position of the car formed a terrifying ghost face shape. The moment Ancient One looked at it, it seemed to be emitting a hideous smile. And in the car, it is the figure of a man. He was wearing a black leather jacket and was carrying a chain of flames on his back. This image alone was very eye-catching. But even more striking, this man. His head is a skull burning with blazing flames. You are. Ancient One stared at this, Ghost Rider. Oh, you know me. The Ghost Rider looked at Ancient One, especially when he saw the mark on Ancient One's forehead representing the latitude of darkness. The flames in his eyes suddenly revealed a stern look. He sneered. Hee, so that's the case. You and the Dark Believer named Caecilius are a group, since that's the case. Woo. The ghost-faced Harley below seemed to be responding to the master's thoughts, and suddenly let out an engine roar. Then look into my eyes and feel the pain. When the voice fell, Ghost Rider charged with the flames of hell judgment and charged towards Ancient One. At the same time, in the research room, whoa, a magical portal with gorgeous fireworks opened in the void. A gloomy-looking man in a magician tunic similar to the Ancient One walked in. Riot looked at it, frowned at first, and then said, Caecilius, my old friend, why are you here? Since the last time I entered your body, I have been missing the magician smell of your earth. Humph. Caecilius showed a very unhappy look. Originally, I was arranging a ceremony for Lord Dormammu. Recently, thanks to the symbiosis you provided, I have recruited many believers. As long as I dedicate all the souls of these believers, I will definitely be able to get more powerful power from Lord Dormammu. But it was at this time that an uninvited guest appeared, a guy named Ghost Rider, who ruined all my plans. Ghost Rider. The Riot heard a little puzzled. What is this? Ghost Riders are just some idiots who make deals with hell devils and sell their souls. Forget it, I don't have time to tell you so much now. What about the Dark God book? I need it now. Caecilius looked at the Riot. The Dark God book. Riot couldn't help but look in one direction. Caecilius followed the rioting gaze too. I saw a strangely dressed man wearing a dark blue tights and a red cape sitting leisurely, flipping through a book with relish. Caecilius took a closer look. Isn't this the Book of Darkness? Who is this guy? Caecilius looked at the Riot in confusion. Could it be your new concubine? The new body you fancy? This is. The Riots didn't know what to say for a while. Caecilius was the first human being found and symbiotic after he was brought back from outer space by a rocket of the Life Foundation Company and fell to the ground. But he didn't expect that the first human he found would win the lottery, and the other party was actually a powerful magician. And knowing that he is the leader of the symbiote, after wanting to invade the Earth, he also expressed his support for him for the first time, and gave him the Book of the Dark Gods. One of them wants the symbiote to invade the Earth, and the other wants the Dark Latitude to descend on the Earth. Although the goals are different, but they reach the same goal, they hit it off. Caecilius helps him control the Life Foundation Company, and draws wisdom and magical power from the Dark God book to further evolve the symbiote, and he provides Caecilius with backup and assists him do something for the Dark Lord Dormammu. It is entirely possible to say so. All of this now comes from a wonderful encounter with Caecilius when he fell to the earth. Forget it, no matter what kind of guy this is, reading the Dark God book in this way is probably already broken. Caecilius walked directly to the man. Grab it with a big hand. It's time to get the Dark God book back in your hands. Wait, Caecilius, this man he. Seeing this, the Riot suddenly stopped breathing. Shit. After hesitation for a long time, he didn't dare to provoke this Superman too much, and confronted him head-on, but Caecilius was a tough one, which made the Rioters' heart suddenly surge with a very bad feeling. But it was too late when the warning came out. Caecilius' hand was already firmly on the title page of the Dark Book, and with one force, I wanted to grab the book directly. But no matter how hard you tried, the book wouldn't move. This made Caecilius frown, followed by a bit of anger in his eyes. With a move of his palm, an invisible magic blade suddenly condensed in his hand, and he slashed at the opponent's hand without hesitation. Give me the book. At the moment of the words, the magic blade was already cut into the opponent's hand. To Caecilius' surprise, as the magic blade slashed into the opponent's hand actually had no scars at all. Instead, it was the blade that he had condensed with powerful magic power, and it shattered. How can that be? Caecilius couldn't believe it. And at this moment, Caecilius suddenly felt like his heart stopped for a beat. Just meet the man before. At this time, he slowly raised his head. In his eyes, a terrifying red glow that was hot and deep shone out, and he said coldly, "Roll." Although it was just a simple word, at this moment, Caecilius actually felt as terrifying as facing Dormammu, even scarier than Dormammu. In an instant, an extremely strong word appeared in Caecilius' heart. Dangerous. Why does this man give me a more terrifying feeling than Lord Dormammu? Caecilius's heart skipped a beat. Just being looked at, it was as if his life was at risk. This was the first time he felt this way. Anyway, it's better to strike first. After all, a believer of Dormammu, a former disciple of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Caecilius is extremely ruthless, even to himself. His heart skipped a beat, but he showed his most powerful strength without the slightest hesitation. A blood-red mark between the eyebrows quickly condensed. The power of darkness burst forth from within. Forcibly exerting this power almost tore his body apart, but Caecilius ignored it. With a big hand, a strong dark power quickly condensed into a sharp blade from the palm of his hand, followed by a blink of an 893 moment. Laugh? Pierce the air? He stabbed the forehead between the forehead and the brow of the man in front of him. This blow contains all the dark power in my body and condenses it to the extreme, let alone a human body. Even if it is a reinforced iron bone, I will stab a hole in your head. Caecilius' eyes flashed fiercely. In his opinion, at this moment, the man in front of him, no matter how powerful, is no different from dead man. However, Kang, accompanied by a large amount of dark power in his hands, the magic sharp blade stabbed, touched the man's forehead. Hearing a dull sound like a metal collision, time seemed to stop at this moment. Next moment, when Caecilius's eyes and pupils tightened violently, he felt a shock all over his body, as if his stab was not on the forehead of a human being. Instead, stabbed on a giant mountain made of steel. Whoa, the dark energy instantly collapsed. Dissipates in invisible. Looking at the magic blade that condensed all the dark power in his body in his hand, even the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the magic blade that could kill with one blow cracked in an instant. Caecilius was in a trance. How is this possible? How so? Shouldn't the power of the Dark Latitude be invincible and unstoppable? Why is the attack on the man in front of him, fragile like tofu, unable to do any damage at all? Have you had enough? Lin Yu closed the Dark Divine Book and stood up slowly. At his stop, the entire building of the Life Foundation Company suddenly vibrated violently, as if it was bearing a weight that he should not bear. Above the ground, suddenly appeared dense cracks. It gradually spread from the feet of Lin Yu. A terrifying coercion suddenly exploded. A strong wind blows up. Caecilius blows so hard that he can barely keep his eyes open even with the riots on the side. Caecilius swallowed, and as Lin Yu stood up, he subconsciously wanted to take a step back. Suddenly, he discovered that, for some time, his body couldn't move at all. It's not that the other party used any means. Is fear? Is desperate? It is the shadow of death that has turned into a scythe of soul-snatching, and has been attached to his neck. His body is instinctive, and he can't move at all. The man in front of him is like Mephisto, the strongest in the universe. Just the coercion emanating from him makes all the cells in his body tremble at this moment, and even stop working. Apart from waiting for death, he can no longer do anything. Every inch of action. Tell me, have you had enough? 55. Lin Yu's eyes radiated extreme red like a devil. He raised his hand. Like pinching an ant, he pinched Caecilius' neck. And as if Roar responded to his mood at the moment, the dark divine book in the other hand suddenly filled with the darkest and most evil energy from its inner title page, full of hellish energy. This energy penetrated out and wrapped around Lin Yu's fingers, followed by a snake around Lin Yu's body. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but the red glow in his eyes was like a devil. There was a dark blue devil breath visible to the naked eye, like the flames of hell. It gradually burned up, and burned towards Caecilius' body and soul. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched into a wicked smile. As if blacken. From the scarlet eyes, flames from hell seemed to flow out, looking at Caecilius' eyes. If you've had enough, look me in the eyes and suffer? No, don't do this, don't torture my soul. I was wrong, spare me, Lord, please, spare me. Caecilius let out a shrill scream for a moment. He was terrified. He is so desperate. At the moment, in his eyes, Lin Yu is no longer a person, but the Lord of Demons slowly walking from hell. The power of the Dark Divine Book actually did not affect the other party at all, but was controlled by the other party, and perfectly displayed the power of the curse in this book. We can even say, it is not an exaggeration to recognize the Lord of the Dark God Book. This made Caecilius feel extremely shocked at the moment of despair in his heart. Let the cursed thing like the Dark God Book recognize its master? How terrifying is this ability to be able to do it? You must know that this book was handed to him by Dormammu at the time, and the reason why Dormammu handed it to him was not to give him a treasure, but to throw away a hot potato would be more appropriate to describe it. Too bad, I didn't expect this Superman to be so powerful. Even Caecilius, a powerful 0.5 magician, Mephisto's believers are as vulnerable as a chicken in front of him. Seeing this scene, Riot's eyes couldn't help rolling wildly. He knows Superman is strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Knowing this, he should have done everything possible to get this guy out of the Life Foundation company, instead of bringing the wolf into the house as he was in front of him. And the child I created, the god of my symbiote, has a problem at the moment. Damn, if this goes on, all my plans will be ruined. This Superman made such a move just a little bit. Would it be worth it if it really hit? In addition, the research room was not very peaceful, and the riots caused a lot of thoughts in an instant. What should I do next? Is it slipping? Or slip? Or slip? Riot, save me, save me. Lin Yu didn't let Caecilius die instantly, but tormented the guy's soul, trying his new powers. As Caecilius thought, the Dark God Book has recognized him as Lord. This book can't control Lin Yu's thinking at all, and instead is broken by the curse originally attached to it by Lin Yu's Joker thinking, Yuhabaka's omniscient and omnipotent power, and Superman's super brain power. If you compare the curse on the Dark God Book to a blockade system, to control it, you have to unlock it with a password. Then Lin Yu's original existence was like hacking, forcibly crashing the system, then restarting, and following Lin Yu, he became the master of this book, and he could use all the spells, knowledge, and magical powers in it. And Caecilius was only tortured for a few seconds. His whole person was like withered. It was as if his eyes were on fire, showing the color of dead gray and dilapidated. He knew that if he continued to be tortured like this, even if his body did not die, his soul would perish entirely, and even Dormammu's power could no longer save him. At the critical moment, he used all his strength to ask the Riot for help. Riot, if you don't save me, you can't escape death. I will activate the last magic. Sacrifice your soul to Lord Dormammu. 35. At the end of the day, Caecilius' entire face turned hideous. Riot, this alien symbiote has always been used as a pawn by him. How could he not want to know how to control this piece? What? Caecilius, are you fucking with me? Hearing the Riot, he was shocked. He had witnessed Caecilius using dark magic and summoning Dormammu, and he understood how terrifying the existence of Dormammu was. Although he has always only used Caecilius as a tool man. But I didn't expect that I was still being shadowed in the dark. Quick, the Riot save me. Caecilius' face was almost twisted, and he used his last strength to condense a magic spell, accompanied by a deep and dark energy gushing out. In an instant, the pupils of the Riot shrank, and he never showed himself from the beginning to the end, but has been using Drake's cloned skin to act, which is also the cost of his escape. But now as Caecilius' magic begins to activate, his body is finally revealed. A hideous shadow condensed in the void comes out with black aura. Like a ghost, the Riot suddenly appeared from midair. His image is similar to the one in the movie. His whole body is silver gray like metal, his eyes are like hooks, and his tall body has knotted muscles, which is full of violent aesthetics like venom. But there was a sense of transparency in his body. Like Ghost. Do not. He is Ghost. Damn it. Caecilius, you bastard. I'll remember this day. Just save you now. This ghost-like Riot does not seem to be a pure spiritual body, but more like a state between matter and energy. Following his thoughts, wow, his whole body suddenly disintegrated, forming a state of small molecules, and the next moment, all of them poured into Caecilius' body like lightning. Caecilius opened his eyes suddenly. His withered, almost rotten flesh immediately filled up in an instant. His tortured and shattered eyes were also instantly bright. Even his soul, which was in pain and was about to be destroyed by Lin Yu's attempt to use the power of the Dark Divine Book, was also the same. At this moment, like a rain of rain, he quickly recovered. Even at this moment, the surface of his body was like Tony's future nano-armor, and at the speed of lightning, layers of symbiotic tissue began to condense. Almost in the blink of an eye, he turned into a figure that was taller than Lin Yu. His muscles looked more violent than Lin Yu's, and his image looked more similar to the Riot just now, only he was still wearing his magician robe. The eyes were dark and deep, as if they had been painted with smoky makeup. And in the eyebrows, it was the mark that represented the dark energy of Dormammu, glittering extremely scarlet light. In an instant, the dark latitude energy on Caecilius was 10 times more intense than at the beginning. However, after being rescued, Caecilius's magic spells against the Riots did not stop. Instead, it is accompanied by a snap of fingers. In the end, in the anger of the Riot, it was still displayed. At the same time, Caecilius, as if he succeeded, burst into a frantic laugh. Ha ha ha, Riot, very good, worthy of my borrowing the Dark Book to cultivate you for so long, powerful alien creatures, cutting-edge human technology, plus the magic of the Dark Book and the strength of the Dark Latitude, it has become a soul symbiosis that can be transformed between the virtual and the real at any time. Not bad. You can now not only coexist with my 897's body, but also with my soul. And in this way, I can carry more of the power of Lord Dormammu. I can also let Lord Dormammu project on me. What? Caecilius? What are you trying to do to me? 35. The Riot that entered Caecilius was so startled and furious that it burst out of rage. He wanted to come out immediately, but suddenly he found that he could no longer come out of Caecilius' body. He had been imprisoned in it, and could only be constantly squeezed and contributed his power to Caecilius. Humph. I didn't want to implement this plan so soon. After all, there are too many risks, but obviously I'm lucky. God doesn't want me to die. Caecilius is now extremely powerful. He actually broke free from Lin Yu's shackles. At the same time, the interdigital symbiont tissue formed sharp claws and slashed towards the void. Scoff. The void bursts open. It seemed to lead to a mysterious space, from which a strong and deep dark energy penetrated and poured into Caecilius' body, making him unable to help make a very comfortable roar sound. Well, this dark power is simply amazing. Oh. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but be very interested when watching this dog-eat-dog show. At the same time, he was very interested in the ghostly Riot that Caecilius called the soul symbiosis just now, between the virtual and the real. In that state, Lin Yu suddenly thought of what Dr. Dora's Life Foundation researchers looked like after they were influenced by the Dark Book. This is actually a kind of curse magic of the Dark God Book, soul corruption. But obviously in the Riot, this magic has been improved, the curse effect has been erased, and the Riot has even been further evolved in a sense. Riots are no longer purely physical. Rather, it is more like an energy body. And this state is actually very similar to Dormammu, the Dark Lord of the Universe Mephisto. Dormammu, a cosmic Mephisto, was originally an energy body, separated from matter, and devoured matter for food. That's why he accepted many believers and kept invading material worlds like Earth. And the stronger the powerhouse in the universe, the body is basically biased towards the existence of the energy body, and even turns into nothingness, turns into a concept, integrates with the universe, and becomes a ubiquitous existence, just like the super body like the heroine in the Marvel world generally has this kind of strong person as the strongest. The energy of the body, the emptiness of the body, the conceptualization, and even the lack of a specific and precise body seems to have become the standard of the strong. This is the case regardless of the 5 creation gods or the strongest OAA in Marvel. This made Lin Yu ponder. Is this really the only way to become Zeon? This is a subject worthy of study. It seems that it is more necessary for me to bring the Riots back to study, and the current Riots seem to be more suitable to be worn as clothes. Just now, after Caecilius was possessed by the Riot, the way he transformed himself had the smell of nano-machine armor. Lin Yu said that he loved him. Boy, no matter who you are, what if you control the Dark Book? In the face of the absolute power of Lord Dormammu, a broken book is useless. Now, bear the death I will give you just now. My torment, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, will be returned to you. Caecilius opened the dark latitude crack, and after absorbing enough dark energy from it, the body instantly expanded to a height of nearly 3 meters. It seems to be the big boss of this Life Foundation dungeon. Or, it is the second form stage of the boss. There was a rumbling sound in his mouth, and the power in his body, along with the burst of dark aura, almost turned into substance, stirring the air to burst inch by inch. At this moment, the space showed cracks like a mirror, covering all around Lin Yu. Caecilius, this is the classic mirror space in which magic is cast. Trapped Lin Yu in it. At the same time, he raised his hand. Wow! The symbiont tissue on the palm of the hand quickly wriggled, turning into an exaggerated huge axe blade, heading towards the center of Lin Yu's head, slashing away. and in less than 0.01 seconds, it slashed on Lin Yu's head. Ha ha ha, break it? Your soul will also be split in two by me. Not a word has been said yet. Suddenly Caecilius stopped talking. He is now more than 10 times stronger than the first one, but he is extremely confident, and with a blow infused with the power of the strongest, when he touches Lin Yu, there is still no harm. Good. The huge axe blade that Caecilius' palm turned into slashed on Lin Yu's head, as if tofu had touched it, not to mention splitting in half. Not even Lin Yu's hairstyle was messed up. Ugh. Lin Yu sighed melancholy. I was looking forward to your attack when you became stronger, so I didn't hide, but now you look at you like this. Suddenly, Lin Yu raised his hand. Snapped. All at once on Caecilius' face. Why are you hitting Nima? Can you become stronger and attack again? You're so boring and a waste of my feelings. Okay. 35. Caecilius' face was slapped by Lin Yu. In an instant, it swirled around his neck like a spinning top. After twisting his neck into a twist, his head slid down and fell to the ground with a thud, and there was still a look of extreme disbelief in his eyes. Definitely. Although his head was slapped by Lin Yu, Caecilius did not die. He quickly fumbled with his hands on the ground, picked up his head, and placed it on his neck. And at this moment, he quickly moved away from Lin Yu as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Lin Yu's eyes full of uncertainty and fear. He was about to urinate. You, who are you? Too strong? Too strong? This man is simply powerful and despairing? What kind of monster can be so powerful and terrifying as before? This really touched Caecilius' blind spot of knowledge. His name is Superman. 99. The sound of rioting sounded faintly in Caecilius. At the beginning, the riot was almost exploded by Caecilius' calculation, Qian Yuozhao, but now that Caecilius is still shriveled in Superman's hands even though he has become stronger, he feels very relieved and sour. To piss off Caecilius, he even started blowing Superman up. He is the supreme emperor of the universe, the godslayer that even Mephisto fears. No one is the strongest in front of him, because he originally represents the supreme power, and the Dormammu you believe in is nothing in front of him. Fragile like an ant, it can be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Too weak, let alone you. 99. Riot, this yin and yang weird mindless country. Almost didn't piss off Caecilius on the spot. He could definitely feel that the riots were saying this on purpose. But, for some reason, he always feels like, is it really possible that this is the case? Boom. At this moment, the door of the research room shattered. In the smoke, the heat wave is coming, accompanied by the sound of a motorcycle engine roaring like a hell devil. I feel the raging power of the Dark God book. You despicable dark believers, did you really hide this book that foreshadows death here? Oh, since the sins have been released, then you must commit the crimes for yourselves. Sin, for the lives of all the innocents killed by themselves, in the bloom of their blood, bear the pain they have felt. You, guilty. 35. Burning the fire of hell, holding the chains that bind the soul in his hands, a line of fire that seems to draw light and darkness spreads under his feet. Ghost Rider walked in. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yu for the first time. Looking at the black aura in Lin Yu's hand, the dark sacred book, and the hellish breath that almost turned into reality in Lin Yu's body, especially the pair of eyes that flashed with scarlet rays of hot vision. Ghost Rider's burning eyes narrowed suddenly. The culprit, I found you. Ghost Rider, as I said, I'm not your enemy, At this time, 900 Ancient One also appeared from behind. She seemed to want to say something to Ghost Rider, but at this moment, her eyes narrowed and she suddenly looked at where Lin Yu was. When he saw Lin Yu holding the dark book of God, his whole body smelled of hell. He looked like a devil. On the spot, Roar sucked for a while, revealing an extremely shocking look. Not good. Superman blacken. Originally, Ancient One also wanted to prevent Superman from being corrupted by reading the Book of Darkness. After all, it takes time to fall. The Dark God book is not so divine, and can instantly transform a normal person into a devil, especially Superman. But Ancient One never imagined that Superman is still blacken, and looking at it like this, it even seems to be completely merged with the Dark God book. This made Ancient One's heart sink to the bottom. She couldn't help clenching her fists. It seems that in the end, I can only be the enemy of Superman. When Caecilius saw Ghost Rider appear, he was shocked on the spot. It's this damn guy. The dark ritual that suddenly appeared to destroy him and messed up his plan, otherwise he would not have rushed to the Life Foundation company to find a riot, and he would not have encountered the terrifying Superman. And then came the Ancient One. Caecilius almost died on the spot. I am special. Why did Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, also come? Caecilius instantly felt that God was targeting him, and 3 incomparably tough opponents appeared all at once. Isn't he going to finish the game? Grass. He is so miserable. But at this time, when it was discovered that whether it was Ghost Rider or Ancient One, the attention seemed to be attracted by the Superman holding the Dark Divine Book, and he showed an extremely vigilant look. Caecilius was taken aback. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Huh? Wait, don't tell me. Rolling his eyes, there was no hesitation. When he realized the extremely delicate situation at the scene, he immediately waved his hand and pointed at Lin Yu with trembling fingers and a tone of a victim and shouted wildly. It's him! It's him! This Superman, he is the devil from hell. He has completely controlled the Dark God book, and said that he will open the latitude of hell, completely devour the earth, and devour the souls of all innocent human beings on the earth. I won't stop him, but he is too strong, I can't solve him alone. Ancient One and Ghost Rider narrowed their eyes when they heard the words, "Dbaff." Ghost Rider looked at Lin Yu viciously in an instant, without the slightest hesitation. The chain in his hand burned wildly hellfire, flicked into the void, and in the blink of an eye, the chain wrapped around Lin Yu and bound him. The Ancient One looked at Caecilius with some doubts. Caecilius' appearance at the moment has turned violent, not his original appearance. However, Ancient One still felt somewhat familiar with his former disciple. But seeing that Ghost Rider has already shot at Lin Yu, she can't just sit back and watch. After all, she knows how terrifying Superman is, especially the Superman after Blacken. Not the slightest hesitation. Swish! Ancient One instantly bullied Lin Yu, who was bound by the chains of hell, and wanted to grab the Dark Divine Book in Lin Yu's hand. Superman, let go of this book. This book is cursing you, controlling you, and degenerating you. Don't be fooled by it. Ancient One, now is not the time for you to be indecisive. This Superman has now completely turned into a devil. We can only free him by killing him. Caecilius saw that Ancient One was still thinking about awakening Superman's sanity. Naturally not happy. His two-handed symbiotic organization quickly shapeshifted, turning into two huge sharp blades, and the extremely compressed magic power spread over them, turning into energy blades visible to the naked eye. Follow along, jump high. The whole person slashed towards Lin Yu like lightning, with the power of 3 people. He, Ghost Rider, Ancient One, and Caecilius don't believe it, so they can't defeat the Superman in front of him, and Lin Yu saw himself being besieged by the 3. His face couldn't help but get weird. What? Didn't I come to fight the dungeon to fight the boss? How can I fight? I become the boss myself. But then again, the feeling of being besieged by 3 strong men is really exciting. At least this way, I can exert some strength and have a little fun, right? 35. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth grinned in anticipation. His gaze looked towards Ancient One. At this moment, the scarlet light in his hot eyes seemed to turn into hellfire and kept beating, which made Lin Yu's whole person look even more terrifying. He smiled at Ancient One and said, "You 3, you're welcome, give it to me." Seeing the gloomy smile on Lin Yu's face, Ancient One's heart suddenly thumped, and a sense of suffocation arises spontaneously. She used to know that Superman is strong, all because she used Time Gem to see into the future and know how much damage Superman can cause. But the real fight with Superman has never happened. And this moment, her first time, true and true, feel the hostility of Superman. Or, killing intent? When this murderous aura was locked on her, Ancient One instantly realized the power of Superman. Then, what kind of terror, what kind of despair? She even faced Dormammu once. Never felt such power. As if the next moment, it will be like a fragile ant that is easily pinched to death by the opponent in an instant. Ancient One was instantly stunned by Lin Yu's coercion. It was the first time in her hundreds of years of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme that she faced such a great terror, such a great coercion, and she was stunned for a while. In place. And Caecilius' perception to Lin Yu's true killing intent can't help but be surprised. Especially when he saw Ancient One, he seemed to be frightened. He decisively twisted his body and turned into a fainting stance. Before the huge sharp blade that his hands turned into hit Lin Yu, he hurriedly retracted, and retreated to a distance, observing the situation in surprise. It was the first 2 times that he cast a huge shadow on Lin Yu, if not absolutely sure. He didn't dare to be the first to kill this terrifying Superman easily. Humph? 3 together? What a sinner who is beyond his own power. All you need to face is me, only my eyes, and all the innocents you killed with this book of sins. You are guilty. Face the punishment. Among the 3 people present, there is no doubt that Ghost Rider is the one who is fearless and fearless. Although this uninvited guest was originally like the evil spirit of hell, he was deeply abhorred by evil and sin. This slightly evil sense of justice made him punish the opponent to death without hesitation when he saw darkness and evil. Naturally, it also includes the so-called Superman who is obviously full of evil in front of him. Snorted coldly. Ghost Rider waved his hand. A more intense fire of hell followed the chains wrapped around Lin Yu's body and burned roaringly, which not only made the chains tighter, as if to be squeezed into Lin Yu's flesh and blood, but also made Lin Yu in the flesh. At this moment, the whole body is almost engulfed by this fire of hell. At the same time, Ghost Rider put both hands on Lin Yu's shoulders. In the blazing flames, at the eyes of his penetrating skeleton head, 2 extremely intense fires of hell shot out violently, and the moment he looked at Lin Yu's eyes, they poured straight into Lin Yu's eyes. Feel the pain and torment of your soul. You will be sent to hell by me after atonement for all your sins. Eye of judgment? Suddenly, the flames of hell not only wrapped around Lin Yu, but also penetrated into Lin Yu's body, and followed Lin Yu's eyes, and began to burn his soul. Hellfire can be said to be Ghost Rider's signature move. This flame originally contains huge magical power and is not bound by natural laws, and can burn almost anything, including void souls. The so-called Eye of Judgment is the ultimate use of hellfire. Ghost Rider can directly let the fire of hell burn and torture the soul of the opponent through the gaze of his eyes, and adjust the pain level according to the sins committed by the opponent. The deeper the sin, the greater the pain. From Ghost Rider's point of view, the so-called Superman in front of him must have used the Dark God Book to kill an unknown number of innocent people. He could clearly perceive the strong resentment of the dead in this building. This sin, It is enough to send the other party to hell, and the soul will be tortured by evil spirits forever, and Phelan will never return. However, Ghost Rider didn't even know that he had made a big oolong. And even if Lin Yu committed a crime, the so-called Eye of Judgment, the fire of hell, couldn't do any damage to him at all. Because, he will do this trick too. It was this trick that tortured Caecilius before. It's just that what Lin Yu displayed is called Eye of Scourge. In terms of rank, it is even higher than the Eye of Judgment, and it is the ultimate judgment that can only be displayed by possessing the strength of the King of Hell. Tisk tisk, if before I took control of the Dark Divine Book, with my magic resistance, this hellfire could really threaten me, but now, it's feeding me nutrition. Suddenly, Lin Yu took a big mouthful. Take a breath. Wow, the fire of hell burning on him was like a tide, and it poured into his mouth. When Ghost Rider saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, then froze on the spot. What's the situation? How so? The other party swallowed his hellfire like this, swallowed it? This directly touched his blind spot of knowledge, and for a moment, just like Ancient One, he was stunned in place. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was smashing his mouth, as if he was tasting the smell of this hellfire, and showed a dissatisfied look, shook his head and said, Flowers 0. Well, it doesn't feel like this fire of hell is new, Johnny Blazer, no wonder you are so weak, your fire is rotten, it seems that you have to buy some new goods from Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. You know me. Johnny Blazer was shocked when he heard the words. There may be many people in this world who know Ghost Rider exists, but very few know him Johnny Blazer. Because he signed a contract with the Hell Lord Mephisto and sold his soul to each other, although he obtained the power as a Ghost Rider, but this also made him destined to be lonely. Any of his friends and family around him will suffer and die. This is the price he paid for becoming a Ghost Rider and punishing the sinful people in this world. 0.00. I definitely know you. Lin Yu understands the origin of Ghost Rider very well, and the one in front of him seems to be the one played by Nicolas Cage in the movie version. Although the other party's head is a skeleton, the real face cannot be seen. But when the opponent casts Eye of Judgment, it is equivalent to exposing his soul to him. Lin Yu can easily read his life memory from his soul, and that memory was like playing the movie Ghost Rider again in Lin Yu's mind. It's just that his life seems to have not yet appeared in the plot of Ghost Rider 2, Time of Vengeance. I not only know you, but also know that when you were young, you sold your soul to Mephisto to save your father. It's a pity that Mephisto tricked you. He admitted to saving your father, but he did not guarantee that your father will die. Lin Yu's devilish voice sounded faintly in Johnny's ear. Johnny's face suddenly showed pain when he heard the words. This memory. It was the beginning of his grief. He bears the curse and punishes the sinful people in the world, but his life is dark and without a trace of color, except for the pain. There is only pain. Ugh. Lin Yu sighed. He showed a pity look, shook his head and said, Mephisto is undoubtedly a treacherous villain. He deceives you, plays with you, and even gives you the fire of hell is not new. You and this guy signed a soul contract, and he was really being squeezed like a black slave all the time. Not as good as. Look around. Lin Yu suddenly had a good idea. He smiled slightly in Johnny's ear and said, sign a contract with me and sell your soul to me. 5. Lin Yu's devilish smile and whisper instantly woke Johnny up. His body jerked back. Stay away from Lin Yu. The flames in both eyes trembled, revealing a strong vigilance. Humph? You're the same devil as Mephisto? I sold my soul once, so my life is cursed, and I'll never sell my soul again. You can't beat me. 99. Yo, it's still very strong. 99. Lin Yu just laughed. He raised his hand. The fire of hell that was just absorbed from Johnny's body lingered in the palm of his hand, and was extremely concentrated, and finally, the red flame turned into a higher level of blue hellfire. Flick directly, throwing it on Johnny. It's a pity that you won't be able to sell your soul to me. Lin Yu found that the Dark Book of Gods is almost all-encompassing, and it also has the magic of signing a soul contract, and this can also be 900 to stack with his Yuhabok soul gift ability. The more souls he signs, the more wool he can pluck and the more leeks he can harvest. This kind of trick Lin Yu finds quite interesting. It is also one of the ways to increase his strength. However, the soul that Lin Yu wants to sign at the moment is not Johnny's original soul. To be precise, it should be the spirit of vengeance in Johnny's body, the true source of his Ghost Rider's power. Ding! 99. Detected a special strengthening medium, the spirit of vengeance, fallen angels Atanos. After obtaining this special medium, the host can open the qualification of the hidden legend check-in location, Hell Latitude. Note, Hell Latitude is the hidden legend check-in place. Once officially signed in, alter reality can be done without any conditions, triggering a special plot scene. Complete this scenario to get a lot of rewards. 99. Oh, originally, I just wanted to study the spirit of revenge, but I didn't expect it to be a special strengthening medium, and can open the special sign-in of Hell Latitude. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but move his eyes slightly. Tisk tisk, it's the first time I've encountered a legendary level. Obviously, this Hell dimension is a super large copy. Compared to Life Foundation Inc., the Dungeon of Hell's Latitude obviously will cause the changes in the plot, the reality that will be modified, and the plot scenes that can be created, and the aspects involved will be larger and more complicated. Lin Yu is very interested in this. Definitely, before that, you have to complete the Copy of Life Foundation, and get the vengeful spirit in Ghost Rider, the fallen angel Zetanos. You, what did you do to me? I'm in so much pain. So much pain? I feel like it's coming out. It's going to tear me apart? Haha, ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you? Kill you? As soon as Johnny was scorched by Lin Yu's blue hellfire, he immediately showed extreme pain and let out a frantic cry. His skull was burning red hellfire. At this moment, it seemed to be extinguished. A lot of black smoke came out of Chi-Chi. It looks like the exhaust gas that exceeds the standard emission. Unable to bear the pain, Johnny rushed towards Lin Yu frantically, as if he wanted to die together. However, Lin Yu raised his hand. Laugh? He grabbed his throat and raised his hand to lift him up like a chicken. Johnny, do you know what Ghost Rider power is inside you? Lin Yu whispered like a priest at this moment, and he slowly recounted. A long time ago, the God of Heaven sent Angel Zatanus to guard the world, but the human heart is full of complexity, ugliness, and sin, between greed and greed. Under the instigation of sin, humans deceived Angel, and at this time, when Angel's power was at its weakest, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, used despicable means to imprison Angel in Hell, and wanted to obtain the angel essence of Zatanus for his use. Unwilling? Anger? Despair? In the end, in the endless torture, Zetanos became the fallen angel. He incarnated into the evil spirit of vengeance, and the will to protect mankind was distorted, and turned into the obsession of punishing all the sinful people in the world. The reason why you became Ghost Rider is not actually that Mephisto really gave you his power, you are just one of his works, an investment. He put the spirit of vengeance of fallen angel into your body, wanting to make you his executioner, a testament to his perfect art. Lin Yu's mouth curled into a smile. He seemed to be talking to Johnny, but in this moment, his eyes shone with the brilliance of the Eye of Wrath, and he saw the depths of Johnny's body, the soul of a fallen angel hidden in the curse. So, fallen angel, please tell me, do you want to be saved? Sell your soul to me, and you will be saved, and I will only ask this question once. Under the gaze of Lin Yu's eye of retribution, Johnny's body fell into Angel's spirit of vengeance, and he froze for a moment. Do not know why. At this moment, the spirit of vengeance saw the shadow of a god in Lin Yu. God. Undoubtedly one of the most mysterious beings in the Marvel Universe, everything about him is unknown and described as even the Supreme OAA. Lin Yu definitely doesn't know whether this goddamn god exists or not. But seeing the spirit of vengeance quieting down at this moment, he knew that the other party was probably overwhelmed by his coercion. Even if there was resistance, it would be fine. He would have time to slowly tune him in the future. No, I didn't expect that even Ghost Rider would have no power to fight back in the hands of this Superman. When Caecilius, who was not far away, saw Ghost Rider being lifted up like a chicken by Lin Yu, his heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help swallowing. Maid. Why are there such strong people in this world? This is so incomprehensible. At this time, Ancient One finally woke up. All this is a long story, but in fact it is less than a minute's time. Ancient One saw that Ghost Rider lost his ability to fight, while Superman, exuding the breath of hell, looked like a Blacken who could no longer be a Blacken. Her eyes narrowed, and she finally made up her mind. Superman, you have completely turned into a devil who has fallen into hell. As the Sorcerer Supreme, I have to fulfill my duty. Fingers pinch out a magic spell in an instant. Turn the void. Wow. Time seemed to make a tidal flow at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling green gem appeared in Ancient One's palm. The energy magic matrix, jewelry is generally wrapped around Ancient One's wrist. The next moment, Ancient One turned his palm again towards the Ghost Rider in Lin Yu's hands. The ripples of time swept around. Everything went crazy backwards. Lin Yu saw that the Ghost Rider in his hand seemed to be shrouded in a power that was inexorable, and then forcibly flew out of his palm and returned to the posture before breaking in. Oh, back in time. Lin Yu looked at Ancient One. Unfortunately, with this level of power of time, nothing can be changed in front of me. At most, you can only make this Ghost Rider's body return to its original point in a physical sense. In essence, nothing will change, and it will not change me into what I was before I got the Dark Book of Gods. Cold sweat broke down on Ancient One's forehead. Superman is too strong, especially after getting the Dark God Book, from which he has learned a lot of tyrannical and taboo magic spells, which is even more incomprehensible. Originally Superman is not very good at magic, she can still fight. But now there is absolutely nothing to do. However, Ancient One, although the power of time at the normal level is ineffective against me, but if you work harder, you can use the deeper power of the time gem, maybe it will work for me. Lin Yu walked slowly towards Ancient One step by step. A devilish smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ghost Rider is on his knees for now, and under his curse, the fallen angel Zatanus spirit in Johnny's body has been severely affected. And Lin Yu also combined Yoabaka's soul gift ability in the Eye of Wrath. Although the soul contract has not been signed yet. But in Invisible, Lin Yu has penetrated into the depths of the opponent's soul and planted a seed of control. The opponent will be his human sooner or later. So now Lin Yu started to target Ancient One. Ancient One, the soul of the Sorcerer Supreme, is also a target for Wool. And he was hoping Ancient One would bring him some fun. Otherwise, it will be solved at once. Also boring. Time Gems Deeper Force 31 quantity. Lin Yu walked every step of the way. It was as if they were stepping on the heart of Ancient One. She couldn't help suffocating, and the dignified color on her face became even stronger. If you want to stimulate the deeper power of Time Gem, you can only use higher and more powerful mana, otherwise you can only gather other infinite gems and stimulate each other with the power of mutuality. Now naturally no other infinite gems can be found at all. Then only the use of higher and more powerful mana is left. And this mana, Ancient One knew it was. Hihi, Ancient One, are you hesitation? I can feel the aura of Dormammu on you, the dark power from its latitude. Since you have chosen to absorb this energy, you must be prepared to fall into it. Awareness, no matter what, dark energy can help you fight against me at the very least, can't it? Swish. As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly moved. In an instant. Suddenly, he approached Ancient One. And grab it with a big hand. Grab straight to Ancient One's neck. Ancient One's pupils suddenly shrank, and at the moment when Lin Yu's speed suddenly accelerated, she, who was already extremely vigilant and prepared, did not let her go. But in an instant, the power of the time gem in her hand burst into a surging green light, causing the time flow around her to be forcibly slowed down, and even making her enter a state of extreme acceleration. This finally allowed her to at least see a trace of Lin Yu's movements. Dangerous avoidance at a critical juncture. After all, Lin Yu's death was avoided. Although Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme, she is still a mortal body. She does not have the immortal body of Ghost Rider, nor the super self-healing regeneration ability after the combination of Caecilius and Riot. Grabbed by the neck of Lin Yu's powerful force. Use a little force. Gotta be cool on the spot. Therefore, she is extremely careful, extremely vigilant, and covers her whole body with the power of time all the time. However, Lin Yu's speed just now was equivalent to an ordinary person's change from a slow walk to a trot, not even a quick sprint, let alone a 100-meter sprint. It's a good time, but you've got to work harder, Ancient One, or if it's too boring for me, I'll have to send you to the Sorcerer Supreme. Lin Yu said. The figure moved again. Feel free to increase the speed to 10 times the previous speed. And this is 10 times more random for Lin Yu, but it is no less than a disaster for Ancient One. In an instant, even if she used her original mana to run Time Gem to the limit, it would be difficult to capture Lin Yu's figure again. No way. Too fast. This speed is simply a monster. It seems that there is only one fight. Ancient One couldn't help but grit his teeth. Although using dark energy would make her feel a little guilty, now is not the time to take it too seriously. And she had already made up her mind a long time ago. At the beginning of absorbing dark energy, she told herself that this blade would be used to protect the earth, and if she eventually fell into darkness, she would use this blade to end her life decisively. There was no further hesitation. Ancient One directly transformed her mana into the dark energy she had absorbed for many years. In an instant, a blood-colored mark was drawn between her eyebrows, and her whole body exuded a gloomy and dark aura. The mana suddenly increased by more than 1 grade. Have to say, as the Mephisto of the universe, Dormammu's energy in the dark latitude is indeed a high level. It is much stronger than the mana cultivated by the mortal body. And with the infusion of dark energy into Time Gem suddenly changed from the bright green color to the dark green color of evil charm, and at the same time, an incomparable power of time bloomed. In Lin Yu's eyes, it almost turned into a visible time ripple, brushing across his face. Wow! Instant. Lin Yu stopped. Time around him, including him originally, completely stopped at this moment. Ancient One, you hypocrite, can't help but use the dark energy of Lord Dormammu? As Sorcerer Supreme you are really ridiculous, but, now while you are fighting Superman, I can get the Time Gem in your hands, and by doing so, I can become even stronger. 35. Caecilius had retreated far away by this time. He's not going to be so stupid to follow Ghost Rider and Ancient One to fuck that mighty incredible Superman. Sneaking and cheating behind the scenes is his master craftsman. And it happened that GU 900 in order to limit Lin Yu's movements to the greatest extent, the power of time was gathered and shrouded in a range of 2 or 3 meters around Lin Yu. This way Caecilius will not be affected. At this moment he stopped when he saw Ancient One's Superman. And Ancient One had to pour a lot of mana into the Time Gem because of the time to maintenance, which made her own defense ability greatly reduced at this moment. Caecilius' eyes moved. A sinister smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. He started to move, sneaking close to Ancient One, and looked at Lin Yu who was stopped by the moment. Tisk tisk, Superman, no matter how powerful you are, and you have obtained the Dark Book of God, you can't resist physical attacks or magical attacks, but can you control the time? When I get the Time Gem, I'll ravage you, I can't wait. 99. Caecilius thought about the beautiful scene where Superman and Ancient One would be trampled under his feet soon. While quietly approaching Ancient One, the palm symbiont tissue gradually turned into a sharp blade in the constant squirming, flashing a cold light. But at this time, Caecilius stopped suddenly. His eyes widened unbelievably. The pupils contracted violently. See you. When he looked at Superman, the man who was supposed to be stopped by time and bound by the power of Time Gem, his eyes moved, and then, he looked at him too. Caecilius dies in a flash. How is that possible? Caecilius almost didn't freak out on the spot. Isn't this Superman supposed to be stopped by Ancient One using the Time Gem? Why is his eyeball still moving and looking towards him? The extreme inconceivable and stunned inside made Caecilius' eyes almost pop out. Follow closely. It's a sense of terror. a sense of terror that almost suffocated him. Shrouded in the heart. It seems that Superman can easily kill him with just one look, and can even torture him to death and play with his hands at will. Run, run. If I don't run, I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Swish. In the blink of an eye, without any trace of hesitation, Caecilius turned his head directly, and with a snort, he slipped away very decisively. I was afraid that in the next moment, Superman would suddenly appear in front of him like a ghost. As for attacking Ancient One, getting time gem or something, mate, don't even think about it. Or save your life as soon as possible. Damn, why is this Superman unable to restrain the power of time stop? Could it be that he originally controlled time? Caecilius slipped into a place he thought was safe. It was found that Superman was not staring at him to kill. Immediately, he breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Logically, the Ancient One used dark energy to activate the time gem and displayed the power of time stopping. It is estimated that even Dormammu originally could stop for a few seconds. Under the time stop, it seems that not even a second of time is bound. Why is that? Could it be that Superman originally controls time and also stops time? The moment this idea popped into his mind, Caecilius couldn't believe it. If that's the case, how could he fight? This Superman is fundamentally invincible, right? Do not. Impossible. No one is really so invincible. The powerful body that cannot be shaken at all, coupled with the dark divine book with powerful hell magic power, originally existed like a bug. If you know how to control time, you will stop this operation from time to time, which is really unscientific. Caecilius shook his head, dismissing the terrifying thought in his mind, that there must be other reasons why Superman wasn't bound by Shizuo. But right now, suddenly, a circle of time ripples even more violent than the Ancient One just now spread out. The world seems to have turned gray and empty tones at this moment. All the time around stopped. At the moment when he was enveloped by this power of time and stop, Karazia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was extremely incredible as if he had seen a ghost. He stared in the direction of Superman, and felt that this force was coming from within Superman's body. The terrifying power of stopping. At the moment when his thoughts were still, there was only one word left in his mind. Grass. This Caecilius is really a chicken thief. He attracted the hatred of Ancient One and Ghost Rider to my side, but he slipped away. The dungeon boss of the Life Foundation is really unworthy. 359. Lin Yu was also looking forward to the copy boss of the Life Foundation. But if it is just the form of Caecilius combined with the Riot, it is really a bit shabby. Definitely. If there is a form of the next level one, it is another matter. Swish. The figure moved. Before the afterimage of the place disappeared, Lin Yu returned to the place, and held Caecilius, who had been stopped for a while, by his neck and held it in his hand. At the same time, there was a long iron pipe in his hand, which ran along the guy's path. The forehead is a plug. Psst. Stringing it up, then with a hand move, Caecilius was nailed to the wall not far away. And it's not over yet. Lin Yu slammed again. Snapped his fingers. Immediately below Caecilius, a cluster of hellfire burned. This scene is very similar to a barbecue, and the air quickly spreads a scorching smell of roasted symbiotes. If you smell it carefully, there seems to be a smell of cat feces and coffee. Tisk tisk, this is roasting the symbiote with the fire of hell, and I don't know what will be roasted in the end. Lin Yu gave a very wicked smile. After a simple and agile solution to Caecilius, less than a second passed. Lin Yu looked at the Ancient One in front of him. Ancient One at this moment has been completely stunned. To be honest, from just now to now, she has only just reacted, feeling the power of time stop that covers an extremely wide area around her, as well as Lin Yu's half-smile looking at her. She takes Time Gem's hand. Cannot help but tremble slightly. Superman, why? Fortunately, with the Time Gem amulet, Ancient One was not affected by the power of time stop. But Superman would actually stop time. She really never expected it. Why? Why are there such perverted people in this world? A sense of despair spread over Ancient One's heart. Is there really no way to deal with this dark Superman? Suddenly, a light flashed in Ancient One's mind. Superman cannot be affected by general time forces, and can even perform time manipulation to a certain extent, which proves that he has transcended the three-dimensional space and is no longer in the three-dimensional space-time in the general sense. Just like Dormammu. For this kind of existence, it is not advisable to forcefully use the power of time to change and restrain the opponent. But time can easily act on her? That's right. Although I can't affect Superman through the power of time, I can use the power of time on myself, and I can use myself as a cage, trapping Superman in a time loop that I can never get out of. Medium? 99. Thinking of this, Ancient One's eyes brightened. And Lin Yu couldn't help being interested when he saw Ancient One, who thought he could do it again. He smiled and said, "Oh, Ancient One, what new fun tricks did you think of?" "Superman, I admit that you are very powerful," goo-faced Lin Yu with a look of awe-inspiring resoluteness in his eyes, "but this kind of power is based on the fact that you have fallen into the dark book of gods. I was expecting you to become a hero for all mankind. But now you will undoubtedly only become a nightmare for all mankind, so I want to negotiate a condition with you." 99. Oh, conditions? What conditions? Lin Yu's face was slightly strange when he heard this. What? Why does this line sound familiar? The condition I want to talk to you about is... Ancient One wiped the time gem with the palm of his hand, formed a cycle of the power of time in it, wrapped it around his wrist, and said to Lin Yu, if you put down the Dark God book now, follow me to Camartage, remove the power of the dark curse from within, then, even if I owe you a favor, I can teach you orthodox magic, and if you will, I can make you the next Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. 99. That condition sounds very tempting. Lin Yu's eyes moved when he heard the words, showing a moving look. Seeing this, Ancient One had a little anticipation in her heart. If Superman agreed to her condition, the matter would be a perfect solution. She had never thought about cultivating Superman to become the Sorcerer Supreme of the future Earth. However, Lin Yu quickly added, however, I refuse. Ancient One's face stiffened. Lin Yu looked at Ancient One with a smile and said, it's better than this. I will negotiate a condition with you, give me time gem obediently, and then sell my soul to me, sign a contract with me. I will not kill you, and I will not exterminate your entire Camartage family. How about this? 99. Ancient One's pupil shrank when he heard the words, revealing the color of anger. Superman, don't go too far. Haha, I'm just so over the top. Nyo's good, come and beat me if you have the ability. If you can let me play to the fullest, then I will at least consider immortality. Lin Yu is simply full of evil spirits. A nasty big devil, no doubt. Ancient One simply tickles its teeth. Blackened Superman is really. Forget it, since this guy is so unreasonable, then she can only force this guy to persuade her. I'll be annoying him to death. Ancient One suddenly became very useful. The mana in the palm turned into a sharp fan-shaped magic matrix, and attacked Lin Yu directly, planning to play close combat. Under normal circumstances, against ordinary people, Ancient One, a melee magician, can make do with it. But what he is facing at the moment is Lin Yu, who has a body of steel and is full of magic resistance. That's just like looking for death. Lin Yu raised his hand. An ordinary punch. One touch tone with Ancient One's attack. Boom! The air suddenly burst open, and an incomparably terrifying force swept over Ancient One. In the blink of an eye, Ancient One's entire body exploded into blood, and it was impossible to die. Only, Ancient One's blood hasn't cooled down yet. Suddenly, the voice of Ancient One resounded in the air. Superman, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Like a ghost, Ancient One appeared out of nowhere in the flow of time, and at the moment she appeared, the body and blood that had just died a moment ago disappeared as if it had been forcibly erased. Lin Yu's eyes moved when he saw this, with a weird and funny look on his face. As expected, the time loop. I have to say that the Ancient One and Doctor Strange are worthy of being masters and apprentices, even if they use the same trick. Even the lines they speak are exactly the same. To be frank, Lin Yu did not expect that one day, like Dormammu, he would be pulled into a time loop to negotiate conditions. This was obviously annoyed to Ancient One's rhythm. But well, Ancient One used the time loop trick, and Lin Yu was not unexpected. Moreover, Lin Yu felt that the Doctor Strange behavior of Ancient One using the time loop to negotiate with him, intending to annoy him to death, was really like a child venting his anger. A little childish. If he were. Use time loops. It is absolutely necessary to let the enemy live and die. For example, like the Golden Wind Requiem, people are forever in the cycle of death. Each time they have the memory of the previous death, but they can never truly die. It is impossible to reach the other side of death forever, and sink into the bitter sea of death forever. This is torture. Superman, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Ancient One repeated another sentence. She looked at the time loop mark on her wrist and the strange expression on Lin Yu's face, and knew that she should have successfully trapped the other party in the time loop. And it is not the first time that he has appeared here. Maybe hundreds or thousands of deaths. But that doesn't matter, because she has no memory of the last time. Every time, it's going back to life again. She will not feel pain and annoyance because of this, just continue to constantly 903 complete her mission. And the time gem was originally in a loop. Even if Superman captures the time gem, it will immediately trigger the reversal. It can be said that this is an unsolvable time cage until Superman agrees to my conditions and voluntarily gives up the Dark God book, until it is no longer under the influence of evil forces. Ancient One took a deep breath and planned to continue to talk to Lin Yu about her conditions. But she hadn't had time to speak yet. The pupil shrank suddenly. I saw a large bloody hole suddenly appeared in my abdomen, as if someone had used a fist with great strength and speed to directly pierce through my body. Watching Superman not move. He was mortally wounded in this way and was about to die. Ancient One was extremely unbelievable when he was about to die. What means is this? At the moment of her death, she could faintly feel that there was a figure beside her, but soon her thoughts dissipated into invisible. Simultaneous time cycle operation. The voice of Ancient One resounded in the air again. Superman, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense at all. As soon as Ancient One emerged from the time loop, he moved his mind and let the world stand in give Ancient One a series of heavy punches. The wood is big, the wood is big, the wood is big. Then Ancient One got cold again on the spot. Definitely soon. The voice of Ancient One resounded in the air. Superman, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Lin Yu is also no nonsense. He went on to kill Ancient One. And he kept killing the Ancient One in various ways, because to Lin Yu, it was just a great stake. It just so happened that he wanted to use his various abilities to the fullest. The Ancient One is mortal in flesh. But anyway, Dbaf is Sorcerer Supreme. Killing him once is not enough, but after killing him many times, Lin Yu will still feel a little bit of fun, and this can also help him familiarize himself with and hone his various abilities. In particular, you can use the Ancient One as a combat unit to see how the 26 members of the Star-Crossed Knights of their own are in the Marvel world. Besides, Lin Yu has learned a lot from the Book of the Dark Gods. There are forbidden scientific research, there are forbidden magic spells, but Dr. Drake has seen much more from the Dark Book. With his Joker thinking, he can come up with hundreds of all kinds of fun in an instant. Interesting usage. Lin Yu is worried that he needs a research object to try these usages. Look, isn't Ancient One delivered to your door? And an Ancient One died. There will also be another Ancient One. Simply inexhaustible, inexhaustible. This is simply awesome. Ancient One is such a useful tool, man. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Definitely. It's not that Lin Yu can't break this time loop, but for him right now, it's not necessary. It's not too late to break this time loop after he's had fun. Anyway, in the real world time repeats forever in this cycle, time will not move forward. That's it. When Lin Yu was a little bored playing the jump, it was the 286th time that Ancient One died. And when the Ancient One appeared again, Your Majesty, is it this woman who offends you? 35. At this moment, the 26 members of the Star Crusader stood respectfully on the left and right of Lin Yu. Seeing the Ancient One appear, a man with long blonde hair and a gentle tone but indifferent eyes walked out. He looked at Ancient One and said lightly, My name is Ugrin Hasward, and I was ordered to kill you by Your Majesty. I heard that you are the Sorcerer Supreme of this world, and you have trapped Your Majesty in a time loop. I have to say that to achieve such an achievement, it's your luck. Ancient One couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. What's the situation? Why is there suddenly a lot of people around Superman, and they call Roar Superman Your Majesty? Ancient One. 35. Lin Yu looked at Ancient One with a smile and said, I hope your next battle will make me happy. Come on, Husward, let me say the power of your world reconciliation. Yes, Your Majesty. Haswald moved, and Quincy's signature ability Flying Scythe kicked out, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Ancient One, and the sword in his hand with a high concentration of compression suddenly slashed towards Ancient One. Although Ancient One was full of question marks, she came to discuss conditions with Superman. Why did a bunch of strange people suddenly appear? But now is not the time to think about it. At least she knew it now. Superman has been trapped in a time loop. Her plan has been successful. Swish! Ancient One's hand instantly condensed a magic matrix, which turned into a shield to resist in front of him. Generally speaking, this magic matrix is formed by the compression and condensation of high concentration mana. However, seeing this, Hasward said indifferently, Everyone's lucky and unlucky Libra is absolutely fair. You see, you are constantly circulating and never die, which can be described as infinite luck, and the misfortune you pay will be easily killed. 35. This is the ability that Your Majesty bestowed on me, world reconciliation, giving you misfortune, and making you unfortunate become vulnerable in front of me. As he spoke, the sword in his hand had already slashed on Ancient One's magic matrix. Just listen to the bang. This incomparably solid magic matrix was as brittle as glass in an instant. Broken suddenly, the sword that followed Haswald slashed over the Ancient One. But just at this critical moment, Ancient One's eyes narrowed, blood-colored brilliance suddenly burst out between his eyebrows, and dark energy burst out from within his body. And in an instant, a magical portal opened between himself and Hasward's sword. Hasward's sword was supposed to slash Ancient One and cut Ancient One in half, but at the moment, it slashed directly into the magic portal, and even took half of his body with him. Ancient One waved his hand without hesitation. Wow! The portal closed instantly. Hasward's entire body was directly cut in half by the power of space cutting when the portal was closed. Ha! Sorcerer Supreme, I remember you, next time I won't lose so ugly. Hasward's cut body turned into starlight and gradually dissipated. Finally back in the hands of Lin Yu, turned into a card again. Well, not bad. Lin Yu clapped his hands, gave Ancient One a round of applause, and looked at the next member of the Star-Crossed Knights. Me Nina, it's your turn to play. Fine, Your Majesty. A very proud female Quincy with wavy pink hair came out. She looked up and down the figure of Ancient One, and then smiled. Anti-flat, I'm going to shoot. You have to be careful, don't be killed by me hitting someone with a ball. Ancient One: 66, 9. Have to say, Ancient One's combat power as the Sorcerer Supreme is indeed something. Lin Yu released his own Star-Crossed Knights to fight against Ancient One by one, but they were all defeated by Ancient One at the beginning. But well, in this time loop, Lin Yu has time to constantly hone his team. He is in no hurry. Take it easy. After hundreds of consecutive time loop battles, the 26 members of the Star-Crossed Knights increased their combat power very quickly. Although some of the weaker ones still couldn't beat the Ancient One, some of the top-ranked quintessentialists were probably able to get used to the Ancient One's combat routines. The Ancient One was killed by a single soldier. Well, the combat power of the top Quincy masters at hand can be regarded as 2 Ancient Ones, or 1.5 Ancient Ones, and the worst can have 0.8 Ancient Ones. Not bad, it's almost the limit of training now, just this is already possible. After finishing the training of the Star-Crossed Knights squad, Lin Yu began to kill the Ancient One in other ways. Let's conduct research and experiments on Ancient One. To be honest, this Sorcerer Supreme's body should be full of treasures, right? Although it is a mortal body, it has lived for hundreds of years, and has also been baptized by dark energy. Unlike mortals, I am also somewhat interested in this dark energy. Lin Yu started experimenting with the Ancient One with great interest. Science, magic, whatever knowledge he got from the Book of the Dark Gods, Lin Yu wanted to practice on the Ancient One by one. Don't know how much time later. I don't know how many times the Ancient One has died so far. Superman, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. When the Ancient One emerges out of nowhere from the time loop again and again, I saw Lin Yu greeted him with an enthusiastic look. Hey, Ancient One, here you go. I just thought of more than 3,000 new ways to kill you, so hurry up and let me kill you. When Ancient One heard the words, his face was stunned. No matter how many times it dies, it is the first time for the Ancient One in the time loop, so each time the Ancient One thinks that its plan has a high probability of being successful. No matter how strong Superman is, will he be tired of this endless cycle of death and resurrection? But this time, look at the enthusiastic look on Lin Yu's face. Ancient One couldn't help but hesitate. What's the situation? Why does Superman not only seem not to be bored, but also look forward to it? For some reason, Ancient One had a very bad feeling in his heart. She pondered. Immediately, he said to Lin Yu with a solemn expression. Superman, listen to you, you must already know my conditions, so I won't talk nonsense. But, what I want to tell you is that no matter how many times you kill me, under the time loop, I will be resurrected again. You have been trapped in this time loop forever. Ancient One stared at Lin Yu tightly. You may have only cycled a few times now, so you are still interested in killing me, but if you cycled 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, do you still think, is this interesting? Well, interesting. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Ancient One's face twitched. Well, you're right. Lin Yu touched his chin and thought, I really haven't cycled many times now, only 13,256 times. Maybe when you've swiped hundreds of thousands of times, it will be boring. 5. Ancient One, 66. Although Lin Yu is telling the truth, he has indeed swiped Ancient One over 10,000 times. But Ancient One wouldn't really believe it. Don't get tired of time looping 10,000 times? Even planning to loop hundreds of thousands of times? What kind of perversion is this to achieve this state? Naturally Ancient One would not understand how perverted and elusive Lin Yu with Joker thinking is, so it naturally took Lin Yu's words as bragging and was deliberately making fun of her. Taking a deep breath, Ancient One said to Lin Yu very seriously, Superman, if you don't want to be trapped in this time cage forever, then agree to my terms, let go of darkness and evil, I will lead you to justice and light, and even make you the next Sorcerer Supreme, and don't forget, you're on Earth, and your loved ones, Tony Stark, do you remember? Your brother, do you want him to never find a way out in the time loop? Ancient One's words can be described as bitter. Even Tony moved out and wanted to play brotherhood with Lin Yu. However, this set doesn't work for Lin Yu at all. After all, Lin Yu this is intentional. Ancient One thought he was blackened and became extremely dangerous under the influence of the Dark Book, but in fact Lin Yu was just having fun from beginning to end. After all, he is too strong. The powerful are bored. Speaking of which, the system says that there are dangers hidden in the building of the Life Foundation. Dangerous? Where is the danger? Ghost Rider? Ancient One? Or Caecilius and Riot, a pair of unrecognizable bosses? And the giant symbiote monster outside that keeps ghosting and beasts in the time loop? They are all too weak? Lin Yu complained very much about this. He had been looking forward to this dungeon which was systematically rated as dangerous, but in the end, apart from the puzzle solving at the beginning, Lin Yu felt a little bit of fun and gained control over the Dark Book of Gods, but there was nothing left. The long-awaited danger never appeared. So, Lin Yu can only have fun on his own. And at this moment, he looked at Ancient One, especially the dark latitude mark of dark red on Ancient One's eyebrows, and suddenly had a good idea. Could not help but smile. Road. Speaking of which, Ancient One, it's not that I can't agree to your conditions, but well, I also have a condition. Forehead. And Ancient One looked at the smile on Lin Yu's face, and couldn't help but feel a little hairy. But anyway, the other party let go, which is better than the endless loop of time. She asked. What conditions? It's simple. Lin Yu said, Ancient One, since you have absorbed the energy of the Dark Latitude, you should know the forbidden spell or ritual that can open the Dark Latitude and even summon Dormammu. Hearing this, Ancient One's heart skipped a beat. Without the slightest hesitation, he shook his head sharply. No, Superman, I can consider other conditions, but only related to the Dark Latitude and Dormammu. This is absolutely impossible. 9. Joke? Just one blackened Superman has already given her a headache, and it is difficult to solve. If there is another Dormammu, will it be worth it? She can just perform a light-speed death on the spot, and whether Superman and Dormammu are enemies or friends, will cooperate or fight with each other, it will be a devastating disaster for the Earth. Don't be so quick to refuse. Lin Yu is not annoyed. He was still smiling. Road. Actually, you don't have to think about it so terribly, I just want to talk to Dormammu, just to have a chat, and by the way, tell him not to fight the Earth again in the future. You see, isn't this the same purpose as your Sorcerer Supreme? 99. And, suddenly, Lin Yu's face changed from a smile to an evil look. Do you really think I can't unravel your time loop? 35. This sentence made Ancient One groan involuntarily. That's right. She sees her own time loop as unsolvable. But when I heard Lin Yu's words and looked at the invincible look on the other side's face, I couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. If Superman can really unravel her time loop, what should I do then? Although the surface is still calm, but inside, Ancient One couldn't help but feel a little hesitation. But Ancient One ultimately believed in the power of the time gem. Seeking flowers. Superman, I admit that you are very strong. Even if I am the Sorcerer Supreme, I can easily be killed like an ant in your hands, but even if you have transcended the shackles of time in the general sense, you still cannot see through time. In this infinite cycle, you can only be trapped in it and cannot be freed. Yes, I really can't see the time. In the cycle of time, even the omniscient and omnipotent power of Yhwach cannot break the fog of time. Time Gem is worthy of being one of the original powers transformed by the 6 singularities of the original universe. However, Ancient One, I can easily see through you and control you. Suddenly, Lin Yu raised his hand. Following his actions, the world stand-in bullied Ancient One's side, grabbed Ancient One's neck by surprise, and lifted her up. It looked as if Lin Yu was using his mind to control Ancient One in the sky. Feeling the suffocation on his neck, Ancient One felt uncomfortable, but there was no fear in his eyes. She looked directly at Lin Yu and said, Superman, even if you kill me, even if you don't succumb to the time loop, but if you can keep you trapped in the time loop forever, I have completed the duty of the Sorcerer Supreme. I will find a way to restore the outside world, and only you are forever trapped in this time cage. Hehe, it's a very high level of consciousness. Lin Yu smiled. However, in fact, I have more than one method to break your time loop, and now, I will let you try the first method. I can't control time, but I can control it, and control it, your pain. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes burned with the flames of hell. He looked directly at Ancient One. The fire of hell in the eyes gradually penetrated into Ancient One's eyes and spread to its soul. It is the upgraded version of Ghost Rider Eye of Judgment, the Eye of Scourge. Now, Ancient One, look into my eyes and feel the pain that belongs to you. Ghost Rider's Eye of Judgment. Ancient One is proficient in magic, and is no stranger to this. No, it doesn't seem to be the same, but what's the use of it? Superman, these eyes are specially used to judge guilty people, but my soul is innocent. Sin, how can I feel pain if no innocents die at my hands? Yes, you are indeed not guilty. Lin Yu smiled, but my eyes are different now, because what I want you to feel is not the pain of sin, but the pain of your previous 13,256 deaths. Those who died in the moment, I have been very considerate to record them one by one for you. Should you thank me? 35. What? Hearing this, Ancient One was shocked. The reason why she can keep Lin Yu trapped by the time loop is that she will always be the first time, and she will never be in pain, and she will never be annoyed. If the memory of all previous cycles is preserved, that time loop, the most painful is not Lin Yu, but she. 5b. Ancient One wanted to say something, but at this moment, the more than 10,000 time-looped death memories in the eyes of the gods have poured into her mind one after another. Ancient One's pupils contracted violently in an instant. In these memories of death, she seems to have returned to the beginning, and relived the process of dying more than 10,000 times from the beginning. What kind of pain and suffering is this? Moreover, Lin Yu's method of making Ancient One die is different every time. It can be said that he can give Ancient One a new feeling every time. Instead of making her feel numb and immune to the pain of death, it will be superimposed in the continuous death of death. The next time I am in pain, I feel more and more tormented. In the continuous superposition of this death memory, maybe Ancient One can't bear it anymore, and subconsciously untangles the time loop. Definitely. After all, this is a probabilistic event. It depends on the individual's will, and it is not 100% capable of breaking the time cycle. But that's not what Lin Yu cares about. Breaking the time loop is just a trivial matter, such as ignoring the Ancient One directly, restraining the Ancient One, making the Ancient One lose consciousness and faint, etc. As long as you control the point of the Ancient One, you can extend the cycle time infinitely. At that time, if the time cycle does not cycle, 907 will not have much significance. In addition, Lin Yu can force alter reality and the future as long as he spends a certain amount of acting value to strengthen his all-knowing and omnipotent power of Yhwach, and recklessly break the blockade of this time cycle. After all, the Ancient One simply cannot use the full power of the time gem without the assistance of other infinite gems. This time cycle originally had a certain limit strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can rely on hard work to pass directly. As for why Dormammu was trapped by Doctor Strange in the original plot, and was so annoyed, he could ignore Doctor Strange and go straight to attack the Earth. Well, this. Simple. The plot needs it. Otherwise, the progress bar can't hold up. Ancient One, if you can't stand it anymore, you can tell me directly. After all, I'm not a devil either. Lin Yu said, I'm a good talker, I just want Dormammu to come out and chat, make friends or something. You see, if we become brothers with Dormammu, wouldn't the Earth have one more ally? It's the best of both worlds, so you just follow me and call Dormammu out with me to play. Good. Lin Yu really wants to be brothers with Dormammu. Wants a brother. Everything in that brother's house is mine? How could Ancient One let these two demons become brothers and friends, which is a disaster. Although she was in pain, she showed a resolute look. No, I definitely don't agree. Fine. Sorcerer Supreme, after all, still has its own dignity and temper, and the soul toughness is much stronger than ordinary people, but it is not so easy to yield. Lin Yu is not in a hurry. Even if this method of making Ancient One feel the pain of tens of thousands of deaths in the time loop is not enough, he also has other methods. The simplest and crudest way is to get Dormammu out. Isn't there a method in the original plot? Destruction of the supreme holy places all over the planet is the key. In game terms, this is the condition for triggering the S-rank boss. Since the boss of the Copy of Life Foundation is not good, then Lin Yu will trigger a boss to play. Superman, do you want to summon Lord Dormammu? At this time, not far away, a faint voice sounded. The owner of this voice was Caecilius, who was nailed to the wall by Lin Yu and baked with the fire of hell. Naturally, the time limit has already expired, so Caecilius has long been able to act on his own. However, it is not only the Ancient One who is constantly reverting under the influence of the time cycle, but also him. So every time he finally managed to get rid of the fire of hell quietly and wanted to sneak away again. But suddenly, chilling, a time loop, he returned to the same place. Continue to be roasted. And this time, when he saw Lin Yu torturing Ancient One, he couldn't help trembling, and almost wrote the word fear on his face. But when he heard that Lin Yu was actually interested in Dormammu and wanted to summon Dormammu, Caecilius' eyes moved. An excellent idea that popped into my head. Oh, Lin Yu looked down at Caecilius. He almost forgot. There is also the behind-the-scenes boss of this Life Foundation, which is very unrecognizable. And, when it comes to summoning Dormammu, this one seems to be more professional than Ancient One. After all, they are believers of Dormammu, specializing in this line of work. Lin Yu was immediately interested in Caecilius. He snapped his fingers. The fire of hell burning under Caecilius instantly went out. And Caecilius fell to trance in front of him, and before he could react, he was already obediently lying in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat comfortably in a chair. I don't know where or when I got a cup of hot coffee. A leisurely drink. Okay, tell me how to get that guy Dormammu out. If you can get it out, I can give you a reward. Yes. Once you hear the reward twice. Thinking about the Superman in front of him, oh no, unjust Superman style, Caecilius couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart. But at least he got it. This Superman is rampant. Very rampant. It's been rampant. He wants to summon Dormammu. It must be no good. Should he think that he is stronger than Dormammu, the Mephisto of level universe? Although Caecilius also fully admitted that Superman is very strong and incredible, and even felt heavier coercion than Dormammu. But, this does not mean that Caecilius really thinks that Superman can be compared with the existence of Dormammu's level. Hey, Superman, you can be proud. You can never imagine how unfathomable the power of Lord Dormammu is. Once that power comes, then, I will definitely smash you to ashes. Caecilius thought fiercely inwardly. There was a completely respectful look on his face. He said to Lin Yu, it is not an easy task to summon Lord Dormammu, because in order to prevent the invasion of the Dark Latitudes, the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth has established key points in time and space all over the Earth, and established the Supreme Holy Place to suppress and seal. Only by destroying these Supreme Holy Places can the Dark Latitudes descend and Lord Dormammu appear. However, now that there is a Dark God book here, and it is a Dark God book under complete control, everything has become very easy. Caecilius looked around. Look, the top-level position of the Life Foundation Company, because of the influence of the Dark God Book, is already in an existence that is biased towards different latitudes. This place deviates from the reality of the Earth, but is closely related to the reality of the Earth. To make the Dark Latitude come, I only need to use the power of the Dark Sacred Book to completely turn this place into an independent and different latitude space separated from the Earth, and then I only need to perform a little ritual, and then I can easily summon Lord Dormammu. Oh, is that so? Lin Yu nodded slightly, as expected of a professional, and immediately found the key to the problem. And obviously, Caecilius originally planned to use the Dark God Book to do this, but with his ability and the Riot, even if he had the brain of Dr. Drake, at most he could turn the top floor of the Life Foundation Company into something nondescript like this one. After all, he wants to control the Dark God Book. Except for Lin Yu, no one can easily do it without being affected. No, Superman, you can't do that. Although Ancient One was in pain, he could vaguely hear the conversation between Lin Yu and Caecilius. And she finally recognized Caecilius. This is her former disciple. Traitors today. You can't listen to Caecilius. Once Dormammu and the latitudes of darkness come, neither you, I, or Earth, will be swallowed by darkness. 39. Shut up, Ancient One. Caecilius complied in front of Lin Yu. In front of Ancient One, it was a heavy punch. As soon as he grabbed his hand, he grabbed the collar of Ancient One, which was placed on a chair by Lin Yu, and said viciously, you hypocrite, deceiver, what qualifications do you have to say about me? I only got selfishness and deception from you, and from Lord Dormammu, I got redemption? You secretly absorb dark energy for longevity, and I want to let everyone get longevity, get redemption, let the Dark Latitude come, who is noble, who is ugly. Isn't it obvious at a glance? Snapped. Suddenly, a slap came. Caecilius just flew off his head. Lin Yu retracted his palm and said lightly, Ancient One is my guest, a person who only I can kill. If you dare to do anything casually next time, it won't just be as simple as blowing your head away. Yes, sorry, it was my fault. Caecilius immediately let go of the Ancient One and went to pick up his head in a daze, definitely roaring insanely inside. Furious. The Ancient One, on the other hand, was silent in the painful memory of death. Perhaps it was Caecilius's words that struck her heart the most sinful point. Yes, no matter what, she secretly absorbed dark energy to maintain her longevity, but she told her disciples that it was taboo on the bright side. From this point of view, she is indeed a hypocritical deceiver. Perhaps the pain of death more than 10,000 times is what I should endure. Ancient One sighed inwardly. Suddenly she felt that the 10,000 deaths that Superman brought her was a punishment from God. These pains are not torture for her, but they should be a kind of redemption. Thought here. Ancient One suddenly no longer felt tormented when facing death, on the contrary, took the initiative to welcome it. These pains are tormenting though, but anyway, it can make her feel a little less guilty. Lin Yu naturally didn't know what Ancient One was thinking at the moment. Definitely if he knew. Definitely need to slap Caecilius on the head 100 times on the spot. Maid? Tell you what a fool to talk? It made Ancient One inexplicably inspired the strange properties of Shake M. The pain of death in this time loop is of no use to Ancient One at all, and people no longer feel that it is pain, but atonement, which is contrary to Lin Yu's initial thoughts. If Lord Dormammu arrives at that time, he will definitely be happy to be your friend. After securing his head, Caecilius flattered Lin Yu and said, after all, you are so powerful, and you are the master of the Dark Book 31, and Lord Dormammu likes to make friends with strong people. I believe you will definitely in the future can also become a cosmic Mephisto like Dormammu-sama. 35. This rainbow fart made Caecilius disgusting himself. He wasn't like this before. But there is no way, reality is stronger than people. He vowed that when his plan succeeds, he will definitely screw off the head of this hateful Superman and use it as a ball kick. Lin Yu is naturally indifferent to this rainbow fart. He glanced at Caecilius lightly. Are you underestimating me? Comparing me to Dormammu? This, definitely not. Caecilius' cheeks twitched. If it's not, then go away, I'm going to cast a spell, and you are ready to wait for a while for the summoning ceremony. Lin Yu said and stood up from the seat. Yes. Hearing this, Caecilius clenched his fists fiercely, the blue veins on his forehead protruded violently, and he was extremely angry, but he did not dare to attack now, and immediately bowed his head and stepped aside respectfully. And Lin Yu waved his hand. Whoa! The Book of Darkness floated in front of him, and turned the page. A strange dark red color gradually bloomed from above. Soon, with the sound of chi-chi as if the pages of a book were burning, flames swirled around the pages without any words. This is the fire of hell. The fire of hell is burning more and more intensely, more and more vigorously, until the time when the whole book seemed to be swallowed up. Snapped. Lin Yu snapped his fingers suddenly. All the flames exploded suddenly, divided into 4 directions, and splattered away, and in each direction, the flames seemed to smash the glass, and cracks burst out with a click. Until the cracks became more and more dense, as if to spread the space on the top floor of the Life Foundation Company. Clang clang. The space shattered like glass. Transparent and invisible space debris scattered like snowflakes. And the moment it fell to the ground, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Originally, the surrounding area was only a faint dark red color, but now, it has turned into a thick blood-like crimson, a proper horror movie scene that is enough to scare dead man. Well, this place has become a different latitude space independent of the reality of the Earth, and you can perform the summoning ceremony of Dormammu. Lin Yu looked at Caecilius. Continue to sit leisurely. This space of different latitudes is simply awesome. 35. Although I hate and fear Superman, but Caecilius also had to admit, this space of different latitudes is really too powerful. It is not like the mirror space. The mirror space is strictly based on a reflection of the real space, and it is more appropriate to describe it as a fantasy. What is phantom? That is false, unreal. And now this different latitude space, it really exists, independent of reality. It is equivalent to forcibly cutting off a part of reality. Although such a little space is not even 1 part in a billion compared to the real world, but it seems that there is already a taste of alter reality. Such a great different latitude space, although it is not big and the layout is small, but the intensity is very high, so that the dark energy density that can be tolerated will also increase geometrically. Caecilius narrowed his eyes, and then, hehe. Superman, you'll be dead soon. Well, I'll start the ceremony. Luo. When thinking of Dormammu, Caecilius looked solemn and solemn. He walked to the center of this different latitude space. The symbiont tissue on the body wriggled for a while. Chi-chi. 4 smooth symbiotic soft bodies soon fell down, and with constant twisting, they gradually differentiated into hands, feet, body, and head. In the end, a human figure is formed. Becomes exactly the same as Caecilius' original human body. These symbiotic replicas and Caecilius faced each other in the positions of pentagrams, and the distance between them was about 1 meter. The whole picture looked rather strange. When Lin Yu saw this, his eyes moved slightly. This evolutionary symbiote really has something, but then again, the riot in Caecilius seems to have been silent for a long time. With the temperament of that rioter, would it be so easy to be completely controlled by Caecilius? Gee, this is very mysterious. Caecilius naturally didn't think about riots. In his opinion, The Riot has long been his puppet, a weapon that he can use and control at will, without the slightest resistance, and it is even more difficult to set off any waves. Stand with the 4 replicas. Caecilius raised his hands suddenly. The dark mana of the fingertips surged, and a dark red mark was gradually drawn from the void. This mark is exactly the same as the mark between Ancient One's eyebrows. It is the sign that represents Dormammu and the latitude of darkness. At the moment when this magic mark was drawn, Caecilius and the 4 symbiotic replicas all began to chant obscure incantations. Dude Dormammu, Asidorf, Sharoyi Dormammu, Uda Yatamarosilu, Sayasim Dormammu, Emom, say something. Although this spell may sound incomprehensible, but the whole scene looked, especially Caecilius with a big riot-like head chanting a spell, it really looked like a sand sculpture. Psst. 35. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing all of a sudden. And Caecilius was originally excited, with a heart of piety and a desire for strength. The ceremony was about to come to an end. Lin Yu this pissed smile. Immediately, the atmosphere became weird. You must know that Caecilius can be divided from the beginning to the end. Oh no, a large part of the attention is on Lin Yu. After all, in his opinion, this Superman is not only strong, but also very perverted. What do you do suddenly? Therefore, Lin Yu's pissed smile immediately disturbed Caecilius' mood. The ceremony just messed up. Pfft. 35. Caecilius couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. This ritual was messy, and naturally there would be some backlash. But fortunately, he has the symbiotic body of Riot in his body, and his resilience is strong. Superman, what are you laughing at? I have to say that the shadow Lin Yu brought to Caecilius' heart was a little big, and Caecilius couldn't help but feel a little scared when he smiled. It's okay, you continue. Lin Yu turned serious and waved Caecilius to continue. Okay. Caecilius wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. A black thread continues the ritual from scratch. Dude Dormammu, Asidorf. Psst. This time, before the spell was half recited, a can't help laughing came over, and Caecilius looked at Lin Yu with a thick question mark on the spot. This time he couldn't bear it anymore and asked Lin Yu, Superman, don't know what I did to make you feel so funny. Am I smiling? Lin Yu immediately said with a serious look. Caecilius was immediately speechless. Maid? You are clearly smiling. It didn't stop at all. Well, it's like this, Caecilius, but Superman, have super endurance, so no matter how funny things are, I don't laugh. 35. Lin Yu said, unless you can't help it. Caecilius. A mouthful of blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Okay, you go ahead and do the ritual to summon Dormammu. 99. Lin Yu waved his hand. Let Caecilius continue. And Caecilius had a black face. He felt that Lin Yu was playing with him on purpose, making things difficult for him, and even laughing at him. But, what if it was true? Now, he doesn't dare to resist the Superman in front of him at all. Humph. Superman, the humiliation you brought to me, I will return it to you intact, for sure. 95. Caecilius's teeth tickled with hatred. But right now, he didn't dare to show any fangs at all. Instead, he wanted to show a flattering look to Lin Yu. Yes, the process of the ceremony is not complicated, as long as the incantation is finished. Using this special magic matrix as a medium to communicate with the dark dimension, Lord Dormammu can come. Business as usual. The void outlines a magical matrix that represents the hallmark of the dark dimension. Finish chanting obscure spells. Caecilius and his 4 clones suddenly glowed with dark light. This time Lin Yu didn't make a sound, but watched the changes on Caecilius's body with his eyes fixed, and saw that whether it was Caecilius or the 4 symbiotic replicas he differentiated, all the signs of life were popping up on his forehead. A blood-red mark that is stronger than Ancient One. And this mark is still braving the sparks of energy sparks. It made a screeching sound like something was burning. At the same time, straws of dark energy that were almost visible to the naked eye spread out from Caecilius' eyes. The concentration of this energy was so high that it crystallized at the moment of spreading, forming dark energy crystals like broken diamonds all over Caecilius's eyes, around the eye sockets. At first glance, this looks like a smoky look with a shimmering liquid foundation. Oh, smoky makeup upgrade? No, it seems more than that. Lin Yu is like watching a play. Watching Caecilius changes with interest. He could definitely see that this guy actually hated him in his heart, and wished he could be smashed to ashes on the spot. In short, no matter what, whether it was really summoning Dormammu or doing some little tricks behind his back, after the ceremony was completed, the other party will definitely feel that he has done it again, and he will attack on the spot. In this regard, Lin Yu said, this big brother in Riot skin is a little more powerful. If you don't make me feel good after you explode. So, but I'm sorry, referring to physical sorry. Anyway, Lin Yu is waiting for Caecilius to bring him any surprises. Dormammu belongs to the Dark Latitude and is not affected by the law of the universe at any time, so as long as anything related to Dormammu, the omniscient and omnipotent power of Yu-Habak cannot perceive it. And this is one of the reasons why Lin Yu is interested in Dormammu. After all, in many cases, the unknown is the most anticipated. Boom rumble 1_. Suddenly, the surroundings trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred. As the dark energy on Caecilius became more and more dense, the center of the astral circle where he and his 4 symbiotic replicas stood suddenly sunk and began to rotate, as if the surrounding space, whether it was the ground, walls, or ceiling, it is no longer a stable whole, but a building block part that can be moved and rotated at will. Caecilius waved his hand. Wow! The surrounding space was divided and reorganized layer by layer, and even turned upside down, quickly forming a very wide altar-like pattern. And he stood in the center of the altar. Underfoot is the blood-red imprint of the dark latitude. This blood-red mark seems to be communicated to a mysterious space. From there, an extremely dark and deep breath spreads, and it climbs up to Caecilius, and spreads into the surrounding space, making the surrounding space. The dark energy density began to become more and more intense. It even started to crystallize. From the ground, walls, and ceilings, purplish-black crystals condensed. Obviously, surrounding space being devoured, all the existence of matter is being swallowed and transformed into energy, and finally integrated into the darkness. And Caecilius, the shiny smoky makeup on his face at the moment is getting thicker and thicker, and the coverage is getting bigger and bigger, until finally, not just around the eye sockets, instead, it covers his cheeks, his body, and hands, feet, and limbs. In an instant, his whole person seems to have been completely transformed from matter to energy, and his whole body is made of crystals made of dark energy. Moreover, his body suddenly swells at this moment, becoming like a real giant. At the same time, his head, a raging magical flame, begins to burn. Except that it is not as big as Dormammu, it is exactly the same shape as Dormammu. Ha 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 ha. 35. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and it quickly turned into a wild laughter. The ultimate crazy laugh. Caecilius suddenly looked at Lin Yu. After acquiring a huge amount of dark energy and his form changed, he felt the surging inside his body to the extreme, the kind of powerful force that seemed to be able to tear the earth apart with his bare hands. Apparently feel like, again, the hatred for Lin Yu in my heart was no longer hidden, but broke out completely. Superman, as you wished, I summoned Lord Dormammu. However, the great and honorable Lord of Darkness, Lord Dormammu, has no interest in dealing with ants like you. Therefore, he gave me real power and projected it on me. Let me turn into his representative to punish you, a rebellious person who dares to disrespect the darkness. Caecilius made a loud, high-pitched voice, with extreme pride and hatred for Lin Yu. So, now, crawl under my feet and tremble freely. I will give you back the humiliation and torture you gave me 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I will tear your flesh and blood, crush your soul into slag, and turn all your relatives and friends into pieces. Be a puppet to my dark servants. I'm going to crush you, bone, raise, ash. 55. Rumbling. An incomparably huge hand, at this moment, grabbed towards Lin Yu, and easily, he grabbed Lin Yu in his hand. Caecilius let out an extremely ferocious laugh. He looked at Lin Yu, who was easily grabbed by him, like a chicken to be slaughtered. He was very pleased. Heart is very comfortable. Superman, there are times when you are pinched by me in the palm of your hand. Now, I will let you suffer the humiliation you have done to me, and I will blow your head away. Undoubtedly, what made Caecilius feel the most suffocated was Lin Yu's slap on the head, the kind of way he picked up his brain, bag and looked at the other party high above, with a happy guilty appearance. Really made him angry. Therefore, he will also blow this guy's head off. Then follow. Torture this guy's soul. SHH. Without hesitation, Caecilius raised his other hand, and a majestic force suddenly surged from it. After pausing for a while in midair, it instantly turned into a phantom, directly slapped with a tens of millions of force, fanning towards Lin Yu's head. Boom! The next moment, I heard the sound of an egg hitting a metal object. Lin Yu looked at Caecilius with a blank expression. He, as if nothing happened at all, roar. Even the hairstyle is still not messed up. And on the palm of Caecilius's slap, a head-shaped hole suddenly appeared. What are you doing? Lin Yu's eyes gradually showed indifference. He looked at Caecilius and said, Are you doing a head model for me? 5. Luo. Caecilius' eyes twitched violently. Superman, don't be complacent, but your head is just a little bit tough. Look, I won't cut off your entire head and even the root of your neck. Although the first hit didn't work. But the blow just now was probably because he couldn't fully adapt to the powerful power Dormammu gave him, and he didn't use it perfectly. Caecilius gave Lin Yu a vicious look. This time, you're not so lucky. There was no hesitation. He directly launched the second strike. A large number of dark energy crystals condensed in the palm of his hand, and concentrated again at this moment. In an instant, his entire palm turned into a giant dark sickle. There is a large amount of high-density and high-speed rotating dark energy flow at the blade of the sickle. Although it seems invisible, it only emits a kind of dark light, but the effect is like a chainsaw running at the speed of light. The cutting force can be described as extremely high. It's powerful, let alone a human head. Even if it's a god's head, I'll show it to you. Caecilius grinned grimly. He could already imagine the wonderful scene where Superman's head was cut off by him and kicked as a ball. The blood spurting from his neck like a column, and the desperate and incredible look in Superman's eyes, would definitely make him enjoy it very much. And it's not over yet. He will also take out Superman's soul, use the most vicious magic spells, make him the most devout dark slave, and ravage him wantonly, so that Superman will kneel at his feet forever, and in order to make him happy, he will do all kinds of things. All kinds of humiliating actions and behaviors. Just thinking about this scene makes me stunned. However, the YY of Cassily 907 Yas is not over yet. The reality is, when the blade of the giant dark scythe cut Lin Yu's neck, he heard a series of sparks, and then with a click, the scythe was broken. Caecilius roar sucks for a while. Eyes wide open. Pupils narrow. Brain is blank. How can that be? Really? And Lin Yu felt the mosquito bite-like feeling on his neck, and his eyes couldn't help but become more indifferent. He looked at Caecilius and said in a cold voice, "That's it, you and I." Caecilius wanted to say another harsh word, but the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say anything. He was about to cry on the horse. Mad? No, this is not scientific at all. He has clearly become very, very strong, and now he can basically be regarded as a representative of Dormammu, guaranteed to have a full tenth of Dormammu's strength. But why? Still can't beat this Superman? There must be something wrong. No way. I'll have to try again. This nasty Superman must be playing some tricks, or he's cast some invincible spell. As long as the time expires, he'll be finished in no time. Caecilius immediately launched a third strike directly at Lin Yu. No use. Fourth hit. Still useless. Fifth hit. Sixth hit. Seventh hit. Eighth hit. It's useless to double Nye Fa again. Grass. Caecilius collapsed. His heart was trembling wildly, his pupils were shrinking violently, and even holding Lin Yu's hand, he couldn't stop trembling wildly. Superman, you, what the hell are you? Caecilius couldn't believe it. The existence in front of him was actually a human being. Impossible? This is not human at all. This is monster. A complete monster. Ugh. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and he felt very troubled and bored. At least it made him look forward to it, but in the end, the combat power he finally showed was just like this. Lin Yu was extremely disappointed. He is not happy. He was so angry. Caecilius, I have given you so many chances, I am so kind to you, just like an old father caring for his son, I have great expectations for you, so I only do it again and again. If I leave you alone, I will wait for you to come up with a result that is enough to satisfy me and make me feel at least the fun of fighting. But, the result? The whole face was buried in the shadows, and the veins on the fist gradually emerged. Lin Yu's voice, at this moment, was like a whisper of a god. You are so disappointed in me. The moment the voice fell, Caecilius suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. Even more, from the huge palm of his grasping Lin Yu, an overwhelming power burst out gradually. Caecilius trembled inwardly. An extremely unpleasant feeling welled up from the bottom of my heart. He quickly let go, and want to retract back. It's too late. Seeing Lin Yu grabbing lightly, he grabbed a finger of his huge palm. This scene was like a mayfly shaking a tree. Under normal circumstances, Caecilius only needs to wave his huge finger lightly to be able to do it, throwing the tiny Lin Yu away. However, the reality is that he used all his strength, and he even used the strength to suckle. But it can't shake the opponent at all. Instead, Lin Yu raised his hand. Caecilius's Dormammu-shaped gigantic body seemed to lose its strength for a moment, and was lifted up by Lin Yu all at once, and it's still up high, raised high, then fall with Lin Yu, boom. Caecilius was slammed to the ground like a sandbag, and the power was so great that the surrounding space began to vibrate wildly, and even cracked. But all of this is just the beginning. I already told you, summon Dormammu. Do you know what it means to be summoned? Why don't you cosplay Dormammu? Lin Yu raised his hand again. Fall again. Boom. Under the terrifying force, Caecilius' body of Dormammu, which was formed by the crystallization of high-concentration dark energy, suddenly cracked open with a click. Don't worry about your cosplay Dormammu, at least show some strength that makes me feel good. But what have you done? You didn't even mess up my hair, you said that you are so bad ashamed. Boom, 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 Lin Yu said, and suddenly fell 3 times in a row. This time Caecilius really cracked. The huge amounts of impact force directly smashed him into pieces, and his head flew off. But fortunately now, he is the energy crystal projected by Dormammu. As long as the dark energy is not extinguished, then he will basically not die, and he will recover again, and his resilience is stronger than before. Tired? Under Lin Yu's absolute dominance, Caecilius couldn't resist at all, and could only be ravaged at will, which made him doubt his life, and he was about to lose his dream. Why? Why is this so? With him, is it really impossible to shake Superman at all? It's too weak, it's too weak. You can't help falling even if you fall, you say. What value do you have to survive in this world? What are you? Lin Yu stomped on Caecilius's broken body with a big foot. Then swish. Blink again to Caecilius' flying head. Can you? Raise your foot. It's a kick. Give me some strength. Boom. Caecilius's huge head, like Dormammu, was burning with magical flames, and was kicked out by Lin Yu all of a sudden. Immediately, the splendid magical flames burst out like rain, and scattered in the air. That, as if to represent the lost youth of Caecilius, definitely, although it seems that Lin Yu even kicked his head off, Caecilius is still not dead, but he has been beaten by Lin Yu at this moment. Even the desire for self-recovery is almost gone. Even if it gets back in shape, that's a beating too. Better yet, blow up and blow up. Caecilius is autistic and can no longer be autistic. Not that he wanted a dog, but that Superman is really not human dash. It's really useless. Suddenly, a cold humming sound resounded in Caecilius's soul consciousness. This voice was low, hoarse, and powerful, with a strong disdain and ridicule. Caecilius, you are really useless, you have so much energy from Dormammu, but you don't know how to use it at all, you only play tricks, your use of power is as ridiculous as the retarded. Just like you, can you still be called a skilled magician? Still want to play the melee magician? Please, your opponent is Superman. You are truly a disappointment, not only for me, but also for your master, Dormammu. An ethereal shadow from Caecilius's soul consciousness loomed. His eyes outlined the shape of a pale machete, and his mouth is full of fangs. This was the Riot that had been silent in Caecilius for a long time. After being betrayed and exploited by Caecilius, the Riots hated Caecilius to the core. At the beginning, he was also called Caecilius Brittany. Oh no, old friend, after all, Caecilius is the first human being possessed and satisfied on Earth, and it has a kind of first love feeling. But now I can't wait to burn this guy to ashes. So when he saw Caecilius being beaten, he shut himself out. Immediately came up with a meal of ridicule and ridicule. Shut up. Caecilius is autistic about Superman, but it doesn't mean he is also autistic about the Rioter. No matter how much you talk nonsense, I will wipe out the only consciousness you have. I can't deal with Superman, can't I deal with you? You bastard, but it's just an alien loach, I can easily crush you to death. Alien loach. As soon as the Riot heard this, his face twitched. You scold again. Oh, what's wrong with scolding you? Caecilius was a no-brainer for Superman. It is an absolute blow to the Riots. In his view, the Riots were nothing but a tool in his hands from beginning to end. But it is an alien deformed creature that cannot survive independently at all. Being able to be seen and used by him is undoubtedly a blessing that has been cultivated for all ages. Hihi, good, very good, Caecilius, since you sincerely want to die, then you can't blame me. Do you think you really have complete control over me? The sound of the Riot at the moment was extremely cold, and an undisguised killing intent penetrated from his consciousness. Caecilius naturally felt the killing intent immediately, but he didn't care. He was quite sure. The Riot has been completely under his control. Especially in the ceremony just now, he was given a lot of dark energy by Dormammu, which made his own strength stronger. Although he was still blown up by Superman, he suppressed the Riot with this power, and even wiped out the last consciousness of the Riot. But there is no doubt that it is as simple as eating and drinking. Tisk tisk, let me guess, are you thinking now that you have the huge dark energy bestowed by Dormammu, suppressing me, or even killing me, as simple as eating and drinking? Riot suddenly sneered. When, Caecilius was about to sneer and say definitely, but suddenly he realized something. An extremely bad feeling suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart. Riot, how did he know what he was thinking? Although it is said that after combining with the symbiote, it is like a body with two souls, as long as it is willing, the symbiote can easily know the inner thoughts of the host. But the situation on his side was different. The Riot was forcibly integrated into the body by him using special magic spells, which was equivalent to building a prison in the body, and then completely imprisoned the Riot in it. Under normal circumstances, Riots can only be squeezed and demanded unilaterally by him constantly. And the Riots could not control and affect him at all. Naturally, there was no way to know what was on his mind. But now, why? Hihi, Caecilius, do you think the energy that Dormammu gives you is so easy to bear? When you are full of fanatical worship, this energy will bring you the ultimate power, but when you are defeated, when your heart is full of despair and self-doubt, then this force will turn against you. 99. This is the power that belongs to the strong, and the weak do not deserve it. 35. Is it, Venerable Dark Lord, my Lord Dormammu? 35. Speaking of the third sentence, it's clear that Riot is no longer talking to Caecilius. His consciousness suddenly became extremely pious. Called to an unknown location roar. And Caecilius heard the words. The pupils shrank suddenly. What did you just say? 55. Yes, only the strong are worthy of truly possessing my power, and as the spokesperson of my dark latitude, bringing redemption and immortality to all beings. A voice that contained mystery, greatness, depth, and endless majesty sounded at this time. And at the moment of the sound, Caecilius' soul shook violently. It was as if he had been hit hard by a force of unparalleled power. Not a single one of them dissipated directly. He suddenly lost his soul, and said to the voice in extreme panic, Lord Dormammu, I was wrong? I was wrong? I still have the fighting power, I'll deal with that Superman right away, I'll kill that traitor, please, give me some more time. Flowers 0. Haha. However, what responded to him was only a violent sneer. Oh, Caecilius, again, do you think you really have control over me? Yes, you have trapped me and restricted my freedom, but don't forget, I am still symbiote. The moment you integrate with me, then, you are me, and I am you. The corner of the riotous mouth grinned grimly, and since you can communicate with Dormammu, then so can I. 9. You. Caecilius was so angry that his soul was shaking. He did not expect that the Riot could communicate with Dormammu through him, and it seemed that the communication was successful. This made Caecilius' inner bad feeling stronger and stronger. What the hell did you say to Dormammu? 0. Not much to say. The Riot seemed to be watching the drowning man struggling at the end, and said leisurely, I just gave you a piece of advice to your respected Lord Dormammu, that is, when you can't do it, deprive you of the control of the dark energy and let me, to completely replace you. Humph, want to replace me? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Caecilius tried his best to communicate with Dormammu. Master Dormammu, don't listen to the nonsense of this alien loach, only me, only your fanatic like me, can be your spokesperson. This alien loach, he just a vile and deformed creature that doesn't even know magic, how can it represent you? 35. Since you are my devout fanatic, then I will grant you redemption and eternal life, and from now on, stay by my side and serve me forever. I don't know where it came from. Dormammu's mysterious voice resounded again. Caecilius was overjoyed when he heard this, but soon he felt uncomfortable. What is always be by my side? Why does this sentence suddenly sound a bit Liauran? Wait, Lord Dormammu, Caecilius was about to say something. However, the words hadn't come out yet. Suddenly, the dark latitude mark engraved on his eyebrows suddenly burned. This burning power is extremely terrifying, and it seems to be aimed specifically at mad believers like him. It instantly spreads over Caecilius' entire soul, and directly burns his soul into pitch black. The next moment, a strange suction came from a certain latitude. Wow! Very simply and quickly, the soul of Caecilius was taken away. All that was left was Caecilius's extremely shrill scream, which still echoed in the void. No. 5. It's really sad. The Riot watched Caecilius' soul being directly taken away by Dormammu, and he felt more at ease. Although he also didn't quite know what it meant when his soul was taken away by Dormammu. But at least not as redemption and eternal life as Dormammu said. How crazy is this? Now that Caecilius is gone, this body, and all the dark energies from Dormammu, are mine? It's really awesome. Caecilius was addressed by Dormammu. The Riot immediately felt that the suppressing force from all over his body dissipated without a trace. He couldn't wait to control this body immediately. After all, Caecilius sold everything he could to deal with Superman. This body can be said to be the incarnation of Dormammu at the moment, eliminating all the ills of the material body, as if there was already a Dormammu body. One of the characteristics of 97. It can be called immortal in the true sense, and it is not a problem to call it Little Dormammu. Definitely. In the Riots, this level is still no match for Superman. After all, Caecilius just now was a living example. Therefore, he intends to use this body that contains the characteristics of Dormammu's body, as well as the huge and pure dark energy in it, to do something that he has long expected and planned for a long time. And this is the key reason why he can persuade Dormammu? Riot, don't let me down. The mysterious and majestic voice of Dormammu suddenly sounded in the Riot consciousness. My eyes will always be on this different latitude space, although it is too small to accommodate my body, but I will give you enough power to the greatest extent, and you, I hope you can bring me a sufficient great show. Kill that Superman, Apparently the next Sorcerer Supreme appointed by Ancient One, I need to make him disappear from this world in advance. Definitely, dear Lord Dormammu. More. Riot showed a confident look. I have also read the Book of the Dark Gods, and in it, the ancient demons recorded the forbidden technique of calling gods. No matter how Superman is, he is still a human being, and cannot be compared with gods, especially, a real god. 39. During the speech, suddenly, the idea of rioting suddenly moved. Wow! Originally, Caecilius' body and head kicked out by Lin Yu turned into a strong dark energy like countless ghosts. But in the end, it did not condense into the appearance of Dormammu. Instead, it has completely turned into a huge amount of, a supergiant head that looks like a Riot, almost filling the space on the top floor of the entire Life Foundation company building. Oh. Suddenly, a riotous big head popped out in front of him. This scene really made Lin Yu happy. Ordinary people may be frightened, but Lin Yu still had the urge to grab the incomparably sultry tongue in the Riot's mouth. Hee, Riot, I seem to have heard Caecilius' screams just now. You must have used some method to kill him, right? Congratulations, you have mastered the autonomy of your body again, but I can remind you, you have to be stronger than Caecilius, otherwise, don't blame me for sending you to Dormammu 25. Lin Yu looked up at the big head of the Riot, squinting with a smile. The Riot this guy has been holding back for so long. He knew there must be a big move. Looking at the Riot at the moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. And the Riot looked at Lin Yu's squinting and smiling appearance, and couldn't help but secretly complained. Squinting eyes are monsters? 35. To be honest, he was still a little nervous about the Superman in front of him. The shadow in Caecilius's heart also affected him slightly in Invisible, and he also witnessed how Caecilius was autistic from the beginning to the end. But I remembered my plan. And there is Dormammu behind him. Self-confidence surged in him again. I think I can do it too. Superman, I admit that you are very good. Caecilius is no match for 100 idiots. Riot stared at Lin Yu. Pale machete-like eyes narrowed slightly. However, Caecilius and I are different. My essence is still a symbiote, so the next thing to deal with you is not just me, but also, I have been in the Life Foundation company for so long, using the Dark God book the technology and wisdom of thousands of compatriots made. I've never been alone. At the time of the rioting words, his thoughts moved. Immediately, several clones of Drake, who had been controlled by Caecilius due to the Riot, fell unconscious in various corners of the research room, and the surviving Drake clones opened their eyes one after another. The theoretical scope of this space with different latitudes is actually the core of the entire Life Foundation company. Before Caecilius and Riot used the Dark Book, only to affect the top floor, and Lin Yu's spell directly covered the entire Life Foundation company and the surrounding space. Therefore, all the facilities in the Life Foundation company can continue to operate completely here. After several Drake clones opened their eyes, they quickly started to work with the will of the Riot. At the same time, there was a faint sound of strange noises in the entire Life Foundation company, as if there were countless creatures, all of a sudden, all awake. Lin Yu didn't stop it. He was curious about how the riots would play out. Only at this moment, Riot, a vigorous, full of anger, and violent killing intent sounded suddenly from the void. Follow closely. I saw that huge and ugly symbiote monster with a large number of tentacles all over its body, and each tentacle had a dense human face rushing towards the Riot. This scene was obviously very unexpected. Key part of his plan. This is the god of symbiosis that he spent a lot of effort to create. 0. Although it is said that this thing is essentially a monster, it has nothing to do with the word god. 0.5 But in fact this is only a semi-finished product. Not quite finished yet. But now, seeing that this semi-finished product suddenly lost control at the most critical moment, the Riot was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but turn pale. You, Venom. Humph? Riot? You bastard? I left the symbiote planet with you and came to the Earth with you, and I took you as the leader, but you have been flirting with human beings all the time, and you are still thinking about me and your compatriots? Now make me such a mess. What the hell are you trying to do? 35. I'm going to kill you, daddy. Boom. Huge amounts of symbiote monsters are no smaller than the big head of the Riot, and as soon as the other party rushed over, a Titan pressed the top, and with a rumbling sound, the Riot was directly crushed on the spot. Is it another good show of dog bites dog? The scene where the Riot was crushed by the huge symbiote monster was extremely intense, and Lin Yu couldn't help but eat melons on the spot. Exploring all the way from the bottom of the Life Foundation company, it is not difficult to find that the Riot guy keeps saying that he is for the sake of the symbiote family, but in fact it is only for his own selfish desires. He and Dr. Drake use the dark sacred book to persecute not only human beings, and their compatriots. Especially those who are persecuted are venomous. Venom is one of the milder, less aggressive ones in the symbiote family. It's just that this kind of temperament tends to be gentle, but in the symbiotic family, it is a typical slapstick, an honest person, and the kind of object that everyone bullies. Such resignation also made Venom one of the most successful experimental subjects of the Riot. His compatibility with humans, the best of all symbiotes. When Lin Yu first saw the huge symbiote monster, he almost guessed that it should be a synthesis symbiote created by continuously transforming integrate based on the Venom ontology. 0. This synthesis symbiote should be the ultimate body that the Riots carefully prepared for themselves. A body that can truly be called a god. All in all, still Ultron behavior. That's why the Riots used the Dark God book to turn themselves into a special ghost form, which is what Caecilius called a soul symbiote form. He transformed himself into a true 31 soul, like a human being, and then gave himself an invincible body. In this way, he could truly break the shackles of his original symbiosis, and thus truly evolve into a perfectly independent creature. The ultimate creature no longer depends on anyone to survive, he is God himself. It's just that something went wrong. Under normal circumstances, Venom should have died long ago, and his consciousness has disappeared. Only the body that was transformed into a monster is left, but obviously Venom's consciousness has not completely disappeared, and it has been awakened by someone. 35. Lin Yu's eyes moved. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see clearly under the ability to see through. Inside the huge symbiote monster transformed by the Venom, there is a figure covered with a Venom-like symbiote battlesuit, which is constantly wriggling around. It was Eddie, that guy. Tisk tisk, things seem to get a little more interesting. Lin Yu touched his chin and continued to watch the play. Originally, he thought that Eddie came with Ancient One to make soy sauce. The original plot of this guy as the protagonist has long since collapsed, and the aura of the protagonist has long been gone. To be honest, it is beyond Lin Yu's expectations that he can live until now. And now it seems this guy not only can't get the lunch, but also seems to still have a certain role in this copy of the Life Foundation. This made Lin Yu eat melons more and more vigorously, and looked forward to the next development. Venom, you jerk, you haven't died yet, which really surprised me a little, but that's the end of it all. The current Riots have no real form at all. The huge head turned into is also condensed by dark energy. Even if it was exploded by the poisonous hydraulic pressure, it was quickly condensed and formed again in the rolling black aura. Riot snorted at Venom. During this period, he glanced at Lin Yu quickly, and found that the other party didn't seem to take advantage of this time to attack him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he knew that even so, he couldn't waste too much time on Venom. Otherwise, the hell knows what that perverted Superman would suddenly do to him, so in order to avoid night-long dreams, he intends to quickly resolve Venom's lingering consciousness. What's the use of you just having a little consciousness? I have spent countless hours building this body, and I know how to control it, and how to control it perfectly. Wow, between words. The riot suddenly broke out, black aura surging up and down the whole body, and the majestic dark energy turned into a turbulent wave, swept away towards the Venom. Humph! No matter what the hell you've become now, I'm going to kill you, Riot. Venom was furious. He just wants to kill the grandson of Riot now. Without hesitation, he raised several huge tentacles on his body. He threw it towards the Riot. However, the whole body of the Riot is now constructed of dark energy. Originally, it can be described as invisible and qualityless, and general physical attacks have no effect on it at all. Venom's operation is as fierce as a tiger. A look at the damage -0.5. Instead, he was turned into a blade with dark energy by the Riot, cutting off 2 tentacles. It made him depressed on the spot. What the hell is this? Hey, Venom, I've woken you up, and it's time to get out of your body, but can you tell me, how should I go? At this time, Eddie in the poisonous liquid suddenly made a sound. He also feels depressed now. Even though Venom is now a huge amount of symbiote monster, but the structure in its belly is not wide, Eddie squirmed in it for a long time, and he felt twisted, and he didn't know if he ran to this guy. Intestines. By the way, does this guy have guts? Fortunately, the environment in this venomous liquid is very suitable for symbionts to survive. Protected by a small venom. He didn't feel very uncomfortable either. It just kind of felt weird. Yeah, old Venom, how do I and Eddie get out? Otherwise Eddie and I won't be able to fight alongside you. Are you fighting that guy called Riot now? I'm going to. Little Venom also shouted. Okay, don't be arguing, I'll let you out, just wait until I feel it. Venom didn't respond when he heard Eddie's shouting, but when he heard the voice of Little Venom, his tone suddenly softened like an old father. And Eddie heard Venom say when I feel it. Cannot help but stunned. He always felt that this didn't seem like a good thing. Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean when you feel it? Eddie suddenly thought of something. His face twitched. He asked Venom with a black line on his face. However, Venom did not respond to him at all, because at this time the Riot attacked again, and this time, the Riot was obviously determined to take down Venom in one fell swoop. Boom. Boom. 99. I heard a roaring sound around. Suddenly, the walls collapsed, the floor shattered, and in the shadows stained with blood-red rays of light, countless figures could be seen pouring out from all directions like a tide. Those ones. All of them are symbiotes. These symbionts have all kinds of colors and everything. At first glance, there are thousands of them, and they are so dense that the scalp is tingling. When Venom saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Huh? Riot, you brought all our clansmen to Earth? No, wait, I don't know any of these guys, who are they? 55. Tisk tisk, Venom, do you really not know each other? Riot looked extremely evil and smiled. But they are all children born from the belly of your current body. I have to say that as a mother, you are very competent, for us. The symbiote family has given birth to tens of thousands of well-evolved babies, and I have to give you a Best Mother Award. 35. Grass. Venom's face turned green when he heard the words, I'm a man? Cut. Why are males not males and females not females? Our symbiote still has gender. Riot sneered. I'm a man at heart. Venom snorted coldly and retorted, otherwise, how could I be your father? 6699. The Riot was suddenly choked up by Venom's eloquent words. But he doesn't care about it. After all, it is a symbiote, and there is no specific ethical concept of gender, let alone a sense of shame. Besides, no matter how powerful the venom is in his mouth, soon, this guy will die completely, and it belongs to him. Venom, you don't even know how great I am now. 920. I created a god for our symbiotic family, and this god is me. The idea of rioting moved. The thousands of symbiotes all quickly crawled towards the venom, and quickly clinged to the venom, pouring into the venom. And this influx. The faces that appeared on Venom's body suddenly screamed one by one, and in an instant, they melted away. At the same time, Venom felt that his body was suddenly out of control, as if there was additional thoughts flooded into his consciousness. There seemed to be vague memories in that mind. Records the life of a human being. Good? Humanity? That thought is the soul of a human being? Venom was suddenly shocked. Riot, you bastard! These symbiotes are not real symbiotes at all, they are simply the shells that hide human souls. Hehe, what you said is good, but what you said is also not right. 95. Riot sneered and said, these symbiotes are the perfect symbiotes that I have gone through countless experiments and created. After they were born in your body, I let them all go out for food. You know what it means? It's just looking for food. A human, possessing each other, and then, devouring it completely and replacing it. 5. But the essence of your body? It can even be a part of you. That's why, do you know what the faces that appear on your body mean? Yes, those are the appearances of people whose souls have been devoured. Every time a human being is devoured, a face will appear on you. Represents our trophies and medals. On the riotous face, there was a perverted sense of satisfaction and pride. Then, when the amount of devouring is sufficient, these essences that have become stronger will return again and gather on your body. At the moment when all are gathered, you will be sublimated from the semi-finished product to the final perfect finished product. And when the time comes, God will also appear. Definitely, to become a true God, a true symbiotic God, the most important thing is to have my existence. My soul, consciousness, and wisdom are the true core of this body. And you, Venom, It's just a pile of scum and garbage. 35. Riot unceremoniously mocked Venom. In his opinion, it is already a great honor to be able to become the object of his research and experiment. It's him. Endowed Venom with this glory. Venom should thank him. Venom was trembling with rage, and in his opinion, the Riot had gone mad, completely mad. Become a god? Become a god of symbiotes? What kind of neuropathy is this happening? You must know that they came to the Earth, but with the purpose of finding a new planet with a better environment and migrating the entire symbiote family. And now the Rioter is actually fulfilling the spring and autumn dream of God? Venom is simply incredible. In fact, it's no wonder that Venom is difficult to understand. The current Riot, in a strict sense, is actually a combination of the two personalities of the Riot and Drake, and it has also been affected by the Dark Book of God, and it has become different from the past. So much the same. After all, no matter who it is, once the desire in the heart is infinitely enlarged, it will be like a person. After the Riot and Drake's desires were infinitely amplified, they attempted to use absolute power to control everything in order to build the most ideal and beautiful country in their hearts. And what is the representative of absolute power? No doubt. One word. God? Venom, I'm afraid you don't know yet. In the extremely ancient era of our symbiote family, there is actually a god, and his name, just like my new name for you, Nar. He slaughtered the gods created our symbiotic family, but he just uses us as tools. The whole body of the Riot exudes an extremely dark aura. These are all the knowledge told to me by the divine book of wisdom. As more and more so-called perfect symbiotes became stronger and devoured human souls, they returned to Venom one by one, and the riotous brow gradually lit up the bright red mark that belonged to the dark latitude. He was obviously casting some kind of mysterious and forbidden spell. A strong, evil, and incomparably mysterious magical aura spread out from his body. Venom is bad to see. I want to get rid of the symbiotes that are densely crawling over my body, and attack the Riot. But at this moment, scarlet light radiated from the Riot's eyes, and he glanced at the Venom, and the Venom instantly felt that his consciousness was shocked. At this moment, his thinking seemed to have traveled through time and space for an unknown number of years. Venom sees. In the boundless universe, on top of a ruined planet, the stars have vanished, and darkness is shrouded, and what brings the darkness is a super tall giant with a body like a planet's file size. That's the gods? An ancient god group that is said to have existed long before the universe was born? Under the gaze of the gods, you can see that it is an extremely small figure, which seems to be a man. It looks like it can be blown away in one breath. But all of a sudden, the tiny man figure raised his hand first, and a black sword condensed by the symbiote slashed at the head of the god of the gods. This scene looked so ridiculous, it was even worse than a cockroach shaking a tree. Powerless 100 times. But at this moment, pst, one sound, the head of the god is cut off. In the endless long years to come, the head of this god floated in the universe, and gradually gathered groups of inhabitants of the universe of various races. They called it the Land of Ignorance. However, the God-slayer who cut off the head of the god with the sword of the symbiotic body disappeared into the dust of the universe, and even a complete name was not left in the future generations, even some elders of the universe with eternal life. We can only figure out the name of that existence from various versions of the legend, Narzaza. Because the latter two strange pronunciations may be suffixes of modal particles in some ethnic languages, and they sound not domineering enough. In the end, the name of the god of symbiotes was collectively referred to as Roar and became Nar. This scene in my mind disappeared in an instant, but the shock it brought to Venom was unparalleled. Does the god of symbiosis really exist? The god of symbiotes definitely exists, but the old gods have long since perished. This world, our symbiote family, needs the birth of a new god, and the name of the new god will be called Riot. At the moment of the Riot, the whole body exploded directly. Just like he possessed Caecilius before, it was actually directly attached to the body of the Venom. Countless dark energies began to crawl into the body of the Venom, and gradually condensed into energy crystals on the surface of the Venom, covering the Venom as much as possible. At first glance, it seemed like a huge amount of cocoon. Venom. This moment. But did not resist. He seemed to be completely immersed in the posture of the symbiosis god cutting off the head of the god, and for some reason, in the perception of his consciousness, it was as if he could perceive the existence of that god. He was by his side, and not far away. Just that moment. In the dark. He seemed to have a feeling of dreaming back to the past, an inexplicable familiarity that flickered like stars in his consciousness, and even made his consciousness seem disordered for a while. Venom, what happened to you, Venom? Hey, old Venom, why is your consciousness getting weaker and weaker? I don't seem to be able to sense it. You are not going to die. Although Eddie and little Venom can faintly sense Venom's consciousness. But the dialogue between Riot and Venom could not be heard. At the moment, Promised, felt that the consciousness of the Venom became faint, and suddenly became very worried. Especially Eddie. Especially if Venom gets cold at this critical moment, how can he get out? At the moment he missed Ancient One very much. I really want to call Ancient One for help. It's just that I don't know what's going on outside at the moment. Ancient One feels like he hasn't made a sound for a long time. Shouldn't he be thrown into the belly of Venom as a tool and never mind? Tisk tisk, the Venom guy's consciousness really only has residue left. The reason why he can be awakened by you is just like a reflection of light. It lasts for a long time. I was worried about it before. Suddenly, there was a riot in the ears of Eddie and little Venom. Eddie's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. It was seen that accompanied by a burst of dark energy, the riot condensed into the shape of nothingness in the poisonous liquid. He looked at Eddie and Little Venom gloomily, his scarlet eyes gradually bent into a dangerous shape. Humph! It's the two of you who are sabotaging my plan, aren't you? Especially you, Venom Ovipositor number 7, I cultivated you, but I didn't let you continue to be parasitic on those same symbiotes like the previous inferior symbiotes. It's on filthy human beings? You've let me down? Get out of me? Get out of this weak and dirty human body. Talking. The idea of rioting moved. Swish. Immediately, the dark energy gathered and turned into a huge palm full of sharp claws, which suddenly grabbed Eddie's throat and grabbed it like a chicken in his hand. The power is so great that no matter how hard Eddie struggles, he can't break free. A strong suffocation gradually spread in his throat. Damn, what the hell is this guy? Like a ghost, but surprisingly powerful. Am I going to die like this? The riot at the moment is naturally not something that a player like Eddie can compare, even if there is a small venom possessed. At best, it is similar to the riots in the normal state. And the current riot is Dormammu's spokesperson, and the two are no longer in the same dimension in terms of strength. Humph, Riot, do you really think I can't do it? But at this moment, a rumbling voice suddenly sounded. It is Venom. Even more so, at this moment, a phantom of venom condensed and appeared in front of the riot. It was as if 923 was in the same ghost-like form as the riot. It just looks a little defective, and the whole body is covered with a dilapidated color, just like Dr. Dora and the others. When the venom appeared, he raised his big hand, clenched it into a fist, and slammed it into the face of the rioters. Boom! Because they are both in ghost-like form. Venom's punch hit the rioters' face firmly, straight to the riots to fly out. However, Venom's figure became more and more blurred because of this, and it even became a little vague. Seeing that he was finally saved, Eddie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but as soon as he saw the appearance of Venom, he knew that another heart was in his throat. That Venom, are you okay? Shut up. Venom glared at Eddie unceremoniously, and immediately said, let Little Venom talk to me. Okay. Eddie was a little bit pained. Hey, anyway, I have my share in waking you up, so why is there such a big difference in treatment? Definitely this is not the time to be entangled in this. Eddie hurriedly went offline and let Little Venom's consciousness go online. Old Venom, are you alright? You don't seem right, you. I feel your breath. Seeing that Venom seemed to be about to dissipate, Little Venom suddenly looked like a child. Oh no, he was actually a child, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Baff. Although he didn't say much, and the communication time was short, in Little Venom's perception, the Venom in front of him was really as close as his father. It's okay, that's definitely fake, kid. I don't know what experiment the riot did on me. It not only turned my body into a monster, but also turned my consciousness into this ghost-like appearance. But at the end of the disappearance of death, I can still see you, which is my blessing. Venom with his nihilistic hand. He stroked Little Venom's cheek. However, it was found that it could not be touched at all. He smiled wryly. This can be considered my atonement, no matter what. Although I have retained your genes, it is still considered that I killed your human mother. Otherwise, if you were born normally, it should be a vain fat human child, right? Little Venom was shocked when he heard the words. Suddenly, he seemed to recall that he once seemed to be an immature baby. Although he should not have this memory, for some reason, he suddenly had it. Tears in both eyes suddenly fell down. Drips on Venom's void hands. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. It's funny, it's so funny, Venom, you just reminded me of the first time I used you for an experiment. Suddenly, the voice of riotous laughter came over, the symbiote that came to the earth. Besides you and me, there are 2 other companions. Do you know why I chose you for the experiment in the end? When the human mother was placed on the experimental bench, I put all 3 of you into the woman's body. I actually wanted to compete with the 3 of you, which one is the strongest and which is most capable of my transformation. After all, the head of a human baby is the most perfect food for our symbiote. I want to raise you like a goo. I thought you would be the first to fail, but where did you think that when the other 2 companions were salivating at the baby? Do you know what you said? You actually said, this human baby is so cute, it seems to protect him, to protect such a life that has not yet come to this world? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ridiculous, look how ridiculous this is. You are too naive, Venom. We are symbiotes, not humans. We have no conscience, kindness. But, Riot narrowed his eyes and said extremely mockingly, it is precisely because you are similar to humans in this aspect that I made you the ultimate test subject, but I would like to see, you who have compassion for humans, kill with your own hands what you want to protect. What kind of expression did you look like when you were a partner? Did your instinct overcome your poor conscience, or did you still lose to your desire in the end? In the end, you really didn't disappoint me, Venom. You successfully helped me completed the most perfect experimental transformation. You shut up. 99. Venom roared violently at the riot. However, the riots did not eat this set at all. He sneered and said, Venom, after all, you can't save anything. Now, I will not only kill this human being in front of you, but also completely absorb Venom's egg body number 7 and integrate it into this body. In the body, there is the most perfect combination of human and symbiont genes. Oh yes, and the soul of that baby. Eating it, it should be very nourishing. During the speech, the riot did not have the slightest hesitation. Get started? He has now controlled 90% of this body, and Venom's consciousness, which is just a ruined ghost after his failed transformation, is about to dissipate, and it is difficult to play any role. He can almost do whatever he wants, but at this time, Venom also sneered. The Riot, the person I want to protect, you can never touch a single hair. The moment you integrate into this body, I can probably feel that in your heart, there seems to be someone who is extremely afraid. And now, that man, I'm here for you. What? Hearing the Riot, he was shocked. Venom said. He immediately thought of Superman. Could it be that Superman is starting to shoot at him? Damn it! Blame Venom and those two little beasts for dragging him on for so long? However, when the Riot was carefully sensed outside, he found that the Superman seemed to be watching him as if he was watching a play. Although it seemed very uncomfortable, he felt as if he was being watched as a monkey show, but at least, Superman, he didn't do it. Grass? Venom, your grandson dare to lie to me? The Riot was instantly furious. And Venom took advantage of this opportunity, and immediately said to Eddie and the little Venom possessed by Eddie, the two of you quickly join forces, don't have the slightest hesitation, and rush down with one will? This is the best time to leave my body, I feel it is coming. What? Eddie's surprise element. Downward? Feeling coming? However, before he could hesitate, a sense of wriggling suddenly surged up from the surroundings, and it was a downward momentum that swept wildly. Eddie hadn't reacted much yet, and the next moment he was swept into a deep black hole by an overwhelming force. Finally, boo, he came out. It's just that the way he came out has quite a bit of flavor, and he even thumped and fell into the green chemical pool again in a parabolic way. This seems to be his second entry into the palace. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing when he watched Eddie spew out from under the venom and the synthetic symbiote, directly accompanied by a pool of strange substances. I have to say, this is really a show to him. And Eddie is really unlucky. If the average person is as unlucky as him, it is estimated that he has already GG, but this guy is still alive to this day, and the protagonist's halo is really powerful. After all, in the normal plot, the protagonist can never die, and this copy of the Life Foundation is also the home of the deadliest guardian, so it has to be a little bit of face for the protagonist. But then again, is this what the Riots have always been thinking about becoming a god? Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Smash Valido? Suddenly time stopped at this moment. He looked at the synthesis symbiosis that was wrapped in a large amount of dark energy crystals and formed a huge cocoon. He could clearly perceive that the main soul core had been transferred, and the consciousness of the venom had only been left. The last 1%, and the Riots became the real master of this body, the person. And combined with the dark energy and the human soul essence brought by the return of the tens of thousands of symbiotes, something extremely bizarre, metamorphosis is taking place. In the dark, within time and space, Lin Yu could feel a strange force, like starlight, converging little by little on the Riot, and it was not affected by the time stop very much. Even if Lin Yu used the world double to stop time, the force still remained. It came from the depths of time and space. It's just that the original invisible has no quality, and it has changed in an instant, and it has become something that can be captured and perceived by Lin Yu. This power, it feels like, it comes from the past of the timeline? By the way, the Book of the Dark Gods seems to have recorded an ancient secret method of summoning gods, using rich energy and a lot of souls will power to awaken the power of past gods from ancient time and space, and this secret method was used in ancient times. It is the devil Sithorn, the author of the Dark Book of the Gods, who asked believers to summon him specifically 5. But obviously the Riot has improved this mysterious method. He is not really calling a god, but trying to awaken the fragments of the power of the ancient gods in the past time and space, and then condense them on him, so that he can become a god. I have to say, the Riot is really a little genius. After possessing the mind of Dr. Drake, he was able to study such interesting things in the Dark God book. However, for me, it is of no use at all. Think carefully. Lin Yu felt that he was useless to himself, and was a little disappointed. But at this moment, the sound of the system suddenly rang. Ding! It is detected that a mysterious time-space magic pattern is opened. The time-space magic pattern can lead to a specific scene in the past timeline, and you can sign in there. Do you want to enter and sign in there? Oh, can there be such a good thing? As the sound of the system fell, Lin Yu saw a strange magic pattern open in the void above his head, which looked like a quantum channel in Avengers Alliance 4. He didn't have the slightest hesitation. Directly. Yes, sign in. Swish. The voice just fell. Lin Yu was directly teleported into the magic pattern of time and space. At the same time, he opened his eyes and saw a very eye-catching scene. In the boundless space, on a ruined planet, a supergiant so huge that it could cover the entire planet appeared above his head. That. It is indeed a god? God group? The huge amounts of Tianshan group were so eye-catching that even Lin Yu didn't notice that as he entered the time-space magic pattern, a faint light was also inhaled. Unlucky, 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 unlucky. The head popped out of the chemical pool and spit out a mouthful of green water. Eddie was literally a black line on his face. Made. What is this all about? Fortunately, this green chemical pool looks like a cesspool, and it exudes a strange atmosphere. It is even deadly to humans, but it contains nutrients that are beneficial to the symbiote. There is nothing wrong with him being protected by a small poison body in a battle suit. Only, as he climbed out of the pool, he looked around. Then, Eddie was stunned. What's the situation? Where is this place? Is this place, or the Life Foundation Corporation? The entire Life Foundation company, including the surrounding uninhabited land, seems to have been turned into an independent space of different latitudes by Lin Yu, and the natural environment is very different. In addition to the previous battles, Ghost Rider and Ancient One, Ghost Rider and Lin Yu and Caecilius. Although the battles related to Lin Yu were basically settled for him in a few moments. However, he is Superman. Just a few moves can almost destroy the building of the Life Foundation company. What's more, he threw Caecilius like a sack. So at this moment, the entire building of the Life Foundation company looks dilapidated. Even the original normal space structure was distorted under the influence of Caecilius' magic. For example, the ceiling was on the top and the ground was on the bottom. Now the ceiling is on the left, the ground is suspended, and structures such as stairs and windows are located on the left side. On top of his head, he has completely ignored the physical rules. If Newton saw this scene, he would jump up the coffin board and breathe out a fragrant breath, indicating that he was offended. In addition, a dark red color shrouded the entire space. It gives people a sense of horror, absurdity, and eerie surreal magic. I'd better get out of this ghost place as soon as possible. Eddie's first thought was to get out of this ghost place quickly. His figure moved. Swish! I found a nearby window on my head and jumped out. As a result, when he went out, he was extremely stunned to find that he couldn't leave at all. Outside the Life Foundation company building, there is only a very limited piece of no man's land, and at the edge, the space seems to have become a mirror blocked around. Eddie could only see himself reflected in the mirror and the dilapidated Life Foundation company building behind him, shrouded in a dark red. He wanted to move forward, but he found that no matter how fast or crazy he ran, he seemed to be standing still. Although the space in front does not have a sense of substance, it will bump him, but he will always be like looking in a mirror, and he can only go to the place where he was originally in the mirror. He is completely trapped. Grass? What the hell? When I was in the poisonous liquid, what happened outside? 39. Eddie couldn't help but despair, right? Ancient One magician? This should be some kind of weird magic method, right? Ancient One magician, didn't she say she was Sorcerer Supreme? She can definitely solve it. Eddie hurried back to find Ancient One, but at this time, boom, a deafening roar suddenly exploded. Just above the entire Life Foundation company, an incomparably huge hand, as if it was slowly lifted from the abyss of hell, gradually appeared in Eddie's pupils. What kind of hand is this? No one can describe it. It is not only huge, but also has a solemn, and stalwart feeling. Seeking flowers. If you look closely, you can see that this hand seems to be engraved with complicated textures, showing a dark silver light. The texture looks like the armor of ancient soldiers. The fingers are very slender and the tips are pitch black. Ink's claws give people a feeling of being both evil and divine. When it appeared, it seemed that the entire time and space were shaken, and even from the depths of the distant time and space gap, the prayers and praises of the spirits were faintly heard, and they continued to sound in the surrounding void. This moment, Eddie's mind seemed to freeze. What is that? What kind of hand is that? If I had to use one word to describe it, then maybe there was only one word. God? Eddie, I don't know why, I'm so scared all of a sudden, I can't perceive old Venom anymore, and rioting him. Little Venom's voice sounded in Eddie's mind. This little Venom that has always been very daring. At this moment, it was the first time that he showed fear. Rioting him makes me feel very terrifying. He is no longer a symbiote. He is a god, ruling our symbiote's nightmare. 6699. Eddie didn't know what to say for a while. Not only little Venom is afraid. He is so scared too. What should I do now? The surrounding space has been blocked. He can't escape at all, and there is the most terrifying monster from the beginning to the present. Is it that God wants to kill him? Ha 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 ha. God? I have finally become a god, the god of symbiotes. The sound of riotous laughter can be said to be resounding through the sky at this moment. If you look inside the Life Foundation company, you can see that with the cocoon-like dark energy crystals peeling off and shattering like an onion, the originally huge and ugly body of the synthesis symbiote has now become, it seems, completely different from before. Originally a monster, and this moment, metamorphosis has evolved into a human form, and the peeled dark energy crystals did not disappear, but further condensed and concentrated, turning into pitch black and bright armor attached to its body, and the stripes of the symbiote seemed to be twisted, gradually forming a dark silver. The strange texture, looking like an ancient and complicated incantation, actually gave people an indescribable sense of holiness. And look up, can be seen. At the moment, the Riot at the moment seems to be no longer a ferocious, classic symbiont face full of violent aesthetics, but a face that looks like a real human, and also has a long crystal silver hair. Handsome, sacred? This is the first impression of this image. It looks a bit like Dr. Drake, and has a Caecilius feeling, but if you look closely, you can see all kinds of similarities with other people's faces, as if the most advantageous parts of a face are all gathered together. Good looking is good looking, handsome is handsome and unusual, but it gives people a very unreal and unnatural feeling. However, it is clear that the Riot is very satisfied with the appearance of himself at the moment. There was a smug and excited smile on the corner of his mouth. Look. He looked at Eddie, who was running away in a hurry, but had no way to escape. Definitely, he's not stupid. Eddie is just a small role, His main focus is still going to be on Superman. Now he has become the real god of symbiotes. He has enough confidence to defeat Superman, even kill him Superman. But just when the Riot looked at where Lin Yu was originally, cannot help but stunned. Huh? Where's Superman? Originally, Superman, who seemed to be hanging up all the time, didn't know where to go at the moment, as if he had suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and his breath did not exist in the entire different latitude space. This made the Riots panic and instantly became extremely vigilant. Could it be that Superman wants to sneak attack? Riot knows that Superman is extremely moody, and has no idea what the other party is thinking. It may have been hung up a while ago. He might be killed suddenly in the next moment. So he seems to have been working on Venom, competing for the body, and crushing the weak human ant by the way. In fact, more than 90% of his attention has been focused on Superman. I just neglected the moment metamorphosis became a god. But only for a few moments. Where did you know about Superman? He actually said he was gone. Wait a minute, maybe Superman saw that I was too powerful to become the real god of symbiotes, so he changed his offensive strategy, no longer was confrontational, but planned to play the dark side? 35. Suddenly Riot thought about it in his heart and thought of a possibility. And thinking about it like this, his heart suddenly calmed down. He even sneered. Hee, Superman, you still have moments of fear. A smug look gradually appeared in the eyes of the rioters. The previous Superman's performance was really invincible, but now he can finally be regarded as an opponent by the other party, and the little 923 dealt with it, and the Riot immediately felt that he was really awesome. He almost inserted his waist and laughed loudly, as expected of me. However, the rioters didn't know that Lin Yu went to sign in temporarily, and never looked at him as an opponent from the beginning to the end. The Riot is just a battle of wits and courage with the air. Waited a while. Superman never showed up at all. It was as if the world had really evaporated. This puzzled the rioters. Doubts are definitely doubts, and the Riots still hold their breath and watch out for sneak attacks that may come at any time. After all, he has been watching Superman's perversion from beginning to end. The ghost knows what means the other party has prepared to deal with him, and he has enough patience to wait for Superman's surprise attack. But before that, I have to kill that unsightly human, otherwise it will be really annoying to stay in my field of vision all the time. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the rioters, looking at Eddie who was already stunned not far away, and sneered cruelly. Venom, you are protecting such worthless ants until your death. Apart from being ridiculous, what do you have left? The Symbiont organization squirmed behind, accompanied by a violent surge of dark energy. Wow! Suddenly a pair of huge amounts of black wings spread out from behind him. It was just a slight fanning, and a terrifying whirlwind that almost blew people's heads off. Immediately following the riot, entire huge amounts of body volleyed into the air. Like a hill, almost covering half of the sky, it slowly pressed towards Eddie who was not far away. If Lin Yu was here, he would definitely laugh and complain when he saw the riot. This guy looks like the ultimate vampire monster in Digimon. But how could Eddie laugh? He was about to cry, almost even peeing. Seeing the riot's giant body like a god and a demon slowly approaching, he began to trembling uncontrollably, and the whole person froze in place. That kind of instinct, a huge sense of oppression from the biological and soul level, has made him unable to move even a trace. Am I going to die? Just like that, like an ant, was it trampled to death? 35. Eddie couldn't stop thinking. I can't stop thinking about how it all started. He was first tricked by the Life Foundation, lost his job and house, and even dumped him by his girlfriend who was talking about marriage. Then when he was depressed, he got Dr. Dora's help, saying that he wanted to help him collect evidence of the Life Foundation's crime and expose the ugly crime of the Life Foundation's human experiments. I thought it was time to turn around. However, this is where the real nightmare begins. I have to say, his life is really a failure. He is a complete loser, a jerk, a pitiful bastard who begged God to give him a little alms, but only got spurned and ridiculed. Not even the final death deserves the least decency. He was really unwilling, really not happy at all. But, unwilling, what's the use? He is a weak man, a jerk, a loser forever and ever. He couldn't have those ridiculous righteous hearts at all in the first place. He wanted to use interviews to expose the ugly crimes of the Life Foundation's human experiments. Your whole life is involved. Otherwise, he should still be a gold medal reporter now, with a bumper career and love, and living an enviable and happy life, right? Eddie? In an instant, Eddie's mind almost ran into the lantern of life. Feeling that the riot was getting closer and closer to him, until it was directly above his head, the oppressive aura of despair seemed to have made him give up hope of life. There is only endless regret and despair left in my heart. Eddie, wake up. Little Venom's voice reverberated desperately in Eddie's head. Eddie, however, didn't seem to hear at all. He just shivered, like an ant seeing a giant. Lost all will to resist and survive. And caught in the lantern of life, he has already decided that he is certain to die. The little Venom is just about to die. Eddie, you bastard. You idiot, as your boss, I order you to wake me up immediately. 9. Although the little Venom can control Eddie's body, but when the host has completely lost hope of life, and his heart is full of despair, for him, it is like the original habitat has been completely swallowed by darkness, which will make him feel extremely uncomfortable. At the moment Eddie's inner despair had affected him badly. Can't even maintain battlesuit form. Little Venom could only gather his head from Eddie's shoulders, and screamed wildly in Eddie's ear. It even turned a group of symbiotes into an extremely huge slap. Snapped. It slapped Eddie in the face at once. This time finally wakes up Eddie. However, even if he woke up, Eddie's will to survive was weak. He looked at the desperate Riot above his head, and then looked at the head of the Little Venom on his shoulders, and said with a miserable smile, "Forget it, just let me die. It's useless to resist and fight. How can mortals fight against gods? There is no way to escape, and aren't you afraid? You should pack up and leave me quickly." The body, in the face of the same symbiote, "As long as you beg a little, the other party should let you go." Little Venom couldn't help but be silent. That's right. How can mortals fight against gods? Eddie is just an ordinary person, and he is just a very ordinary symbiote. The Riots after becoming a god are on the level of Mephisto in the universe. Killing them and playing with them is as simple as eating and drinking. But Eddie, Little Venom clenched his teeth sharply, even if it is death, even if it is approaching the last moment of life, old Venom has never given up hope. He fought against the Riots until the last moment, and successfully protected us. However, are we going to use the life he has protected, humiliated, inactive, killed by the Riots, and even bow down to the Riots, begging for the last bit of life without the slightest dignity? Sorry. Little Venom gradually withdrew from Eddie's body, with disappointment in his eyes. "I can't do it." Eddie watched Little Venom leave his body. It turned into that dark symbiosis again, just like the first time they met, and for some reason, he felt as if he had lost something in his heart. Hihi, are the two of you doing a life and death drama? Tisk tisk tisk, it's really touching. If you go to make a heartless sadomasochistic movie about humans and symbiotes, you will definitely earn a lot of tears from the audience. The sound of rioting rumbled from the sky. He looked at the Little Venom on the ground and laughed without any cover, with disdain in his eyes. "But the little thing, what the human said is not bad. After all, you are also a symbiote. If you begged me in a humble and pitiful way, maybe I would really consider not killing you, not eating you, and even cultivating it well. Let you become the leader of the symbiote clan. After all, you can be regarded as an orthodox seedling left by the Venom guy. How can I not take good care of you?" Riots can aggravate the word caring. Obviously. What he said in his mouth and what he thought in his heart were definitely not the same meaning. "You idiot, shut up for loudsa. Who wants your love? CNM, NMS1, thank you." Little Venom turned his head abruptly and directly gave the Riot a Zonsanlian. The Riot was stunned. "I thought I heard it wrong. How dare this ant dare to curse God?" Eddie was stunned on the spot. "What the hell? Little Venom, are you so fierce?" "Hehe, Eddie, didn't you say that mortals can't fight gods at all?" Little Venom's body squirmed for a while, and the next moment, it gradually condensed into a shape without relying on any host. And soon, this form condensed to complete. In front of Eddie, he turned into a thin boy. He actually evolved into a symbiont complete body that can independently form a body without swallowing the host. And it looks like this. Eddie's eyes widened, and he recognized it, exactly what he looked like when he was a boy. At that time, he was in high spirits, and 0.5 aspired to be the greatest reporter in the world, revealing all the truth hidden by the sinners. And now however, I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods as a mortal. Even if it's death, I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. This is what the old Venom taught me. What's more, Little Venom turned around and gave Eddie a smile. "I am your boss. As the boss, I said, I will cover you, Eddie." Eddie's pupils shrank. In his pupils, Little Venom's small body, in front of the huge amounts of body size of the Riot, looked so small and powerless. However, Little Venom stood in front of him without hesitation. It gave him a small protective zone. At the moment when the voice fell, suddenly, jumped towards the Riot in midair. Time seems to be slowing down at this moment. The space seems to be frozen at this moment. Eddie didn't wake up suddenly until at the moment. However, it was too late. Watching the Little Venom rush towards the Riot, he was caught by the Riot and was directly caught in the palm of his hand. The Riot was thrown into the mouth at once and swallowed. Eddie was completely devastated. Tears welled up in his eyes, his voice had become hoarse, and his heart seemed to be torn apart in pain. Although Little Venom is the symbiote with the best genes after the improvement, it is still limited to the category of symbiotes. But how can it beat the Riots that have become the god of symbiotes? Riots are almost never hit. He grabbed it easily and swallowed it decisively. After all, mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. Having such a symbiont with good genes in his stomach and integrating it into his body can also slightly increase his strength. It's really stupid, it's really carved out of a mold, and it's as stupid as the Venom guy. The Rioters' faces were full of mockery. After swallowing the small Venom, he sneered and looked at Eddie, who had collapsed in despair, but he did not trample the ant to death all at once, but said with a little playfulness, "Your name is Eddie Bullock, isn't it? Well, although it's easy for me to kill you, but if you kneel before me sincerely and beg me to spare you, I may be so merciful that I will spare you a piece of it. Humble dog life, definitely. From now on, you have to recognize me as master, and you have to sell your soul to me." Originally, the Riot definitely wanted to trample this garbage to death. Such a weak human being. Even if it is eaten by him, it is still junk food, and it will only make him nauseous. But well, after all, this guy is a human being protected by the father and son of Venom and Little Venom. Isn't Venom trying desperately to protect this human? So, He took this human being as his lackey, driving him every day, torturing him, and making his life worse than death. This will make him happy. Eddie fell silent for a moment. If it was before, Riot had promised him like this, even if he really sold his soul, he would still beg for that ray of hope. He really didn't want to die here like this. But now, Eddie's fist clenched slightly. The voice of Little Venom 31 still echoed in my mind. I'm your boss, and as boss, as I said, I'll cover you, Eddie. I used to really think I had nothing. Eddie didn't answer the Riot's words, but seemed to be talking to himself, talking to something, tears dripping down drop by drop. I lost the career I was proud of, and the house I bought with half my life savings. He also lost his girlfriend who was about to get married. Really, I feel that I have nothing, my whole being is like an empty shell, and I live in this world. However, I didn't realize until just now that I have never had nothing. I still have my boss, my partner, my humble dignity and justice, but I have lost all of them. Now I really have nothing. Eddie slowly raised his head, and for the first time, with great courage, looked directly at the Riot's terrifying scarlet eyes. His body is still trembling, that is the instinctive fear of facing high-level creatures. But at least, he has been able to face this fear. I'm just a jerk, the most failed person in the world, but at least. Eddie clenched his fist sharply, and he roared hysterically at the Riot, I still have a life. This life was given to me by Little Venom, the last thing I have. This time, I will not give up the hope of life again, but I will not beg you, Riot, I will seek the hope of this life by myself. Even if I die in the end, I will stand to die and fight you to the death. Now, I officially respond to your question just now. Eddie stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger directly at the Riot. My answer is, fuck you. With these roars, Eddie felt like his entire lung was about to be drained. Adrenaline rush all over. I don't know if I'm scared or too excited. The heart in the body is about to burst directly out. At the same time he did not have the slightest hesitation. Swish. He turned his head sharply, and fled away from the Riot at a speed that almost surpassed the 100-meter sprint. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the limit of human beings, and the Riot watched Eddie's repeated operations, and the back that slipped away at the end. Stunned. Grass? Is this guy funny? Humph, Eddie Bullock, I thought you could learn to be smarter, but I still overestimated you. Since you're courting death, I'll let you know what the despair of death is. The huge black wings behind the Riot fluttered slightly. Wow, the wind blows up. He only moved half a step, and then directly arrived in front of Eddie. There was no way. The difference in size was there. No matter how fast Eddie ran, there was a huge building that was as high as a whole building in the Riot. In front of the body, it was still as slow as an ant crawling. The Riot's grabbed hands. Huge amounts of shadows instantly enveloped Eddie. There is absolutely no escape. But at this moment, Eddie didn't know what medicine he took, and his reaction ability soared, and he finally slipped through the fingers of the Riot. And in the moment of slipping away, Eddie turned around without hesitation and walked towards the dilapidated building of the Life Foundation Company. He knew that no matter how much he escaped, he would still not be able to escape the clutches of the Riots. He was just an ordinary person, especially after losing the battlesuit transformed by the Little Venom. He was even more vulnerable like tofu, and the Riots touched him a little bit. He will die immediately. Therefore, it is useless to escape, only struggling to delay for a moment. If you really want to live. Now, there is only one way. That is, help. Yes, ask for help from the strong who can truly fight against the Riots. There doesn't seem to be anyone around here, but in the Life Foundation Company building, there should still be people, including the Ancient One magician, and even. Eddie's eyes gleamed for survival. That man? The powerful, perverted man I met when I first soul astral. 55. The man who made his soul tremble just by looking at him. Eddie didn't know who he was. He had thought that the other party might be Superman. However, Superman's image of Wei Guangzhang in the report was not quite the same as that man, which made him a little suspicious. But no matter who it is. At this moment, Eddie had a confidence in his heart that he did not know where it came from. He felt that only, and only that man, could deal with or even defeat the Riot. Due to the rush of adrenaline, Eddie didn't feel much fatigue under such intense extreme running. He quickly stepped into the building of the Life Foundation Company and used the complex structure in the building to hide his figure, and start looking for people. He knew that even this hope was very slim. After all, if someone was really there, it would have already appeared, right? But even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he won't give up either. He must. Do your best to save your life. He no longer wanted to kneel and beg for death. Even if he died, he must resist to the end, standing dead. Eddie Bullock, your stupidity really set the lower limit of what I know about you once again. Seeing that Eddie actually ran into the Life Foundation building, the rioters couldn't help but ridicule, thinking that they would be fine if they hid inside. Not to mention that he could easily sense Eddie's breath of life. Even if he hides in the building, he can accurately locate the opponent's position. No more. He can also directly collapse the whole building. Once the entire building collapses, the people inside can be said to be completely bloodshed, and there is no possibility of surviving at all. Eddie is simply asking for his own death. But the riots are understandable. After all, when faced with death and despair, people will always panic. Forget it, I'm already bored. Such a weekend can't bring me any fun, it's boring. 35. Suddenly, Riot felt like he could feel Superman's state of mind. Did the previous Superman feel so bored and boring when facing Carrie Sias? Now, only Superman, defeating and killing Superman can give me fun. But damn it, what the hell is this Superman doing, and why hasn't it come out until now? Thinking of the riot here, he couldn't help but get more impatient, and he frowned. Could it be that the Superman guy is cowardly and slipped? The longer they waited, the more the rioters could not help but suspect that the Superman had just slipped away, not a sneak attack. He's going to go straight to Superman. If you wait like this, if Superman really slips away, then it will be funny. After so long, he finally became the real god of symbiotes. If he didn't kill that Superman first, then kill him, and finally eat that guy as a celebratory snack, then he would really be a thousands are not happy. Eddie Bullock, today is your lucky day. I've decided to kill you now, so you don't have to fight for nothing. The voice just fell. Boom! Riot raised his hand, directly grabbed from the inside of the building of the Life Foundation Company. And Eddie heard a rumbling sound, and the whole building shook violently, followed by a claws that seemed to stick out from hell and suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed him. Eddie is in a hurry? He tried his best to dodge. Maybe today was really his lucky day, but he was able to escape the riot again. It's just that although Eddie dodged this time, he was pinned down by a column that collapsed beside him, and the severe pain made him scream in agony. He desperately wanted to pull his foot out, but, until his feet were numb, he couldn't take out the 930. His feet had been pressed tightly and stuck inside. Damn it! Why is this? Is this the end of it? Eddie slammed his fist to the ground. Silky blood, oozing from between his fist bones. He is not happy. He is not happy. Hee, Eddie Bullock, you run, aren't you very good at running? The riotous eyes looked from the outside of the building to Eddie, whose feet were being pinched inside, and a sinister smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Oh, my leg is broken, tisk tisk, it's really pitiful and fragile, there's no way, human beings are so weak. For the sake of you being so pitiful, I will slowly kill you little by little. I hope the expression of despair and pain on your face can make me feel wonderful enough. Riot raised his finger. Immediately, Dan's symbiont tissues penetrated from his fingertips, and gradually climbed Eddie's body like vines. It slowly penetrated from his mouth, ears, nostrils, and even his eyes. However, Eddie did not show the expression of despair and pain as in the riot. He stared at the riot, his body trembling involuntarily, while roaring. No, I'm not in despair. I have one last hope. Oh, hope? What hope? Riot asked with a sneer. My hope is... Eddie took a deep breath, and then, with all his last remaining lung capacity, he shouted frantically towards the surroundings. Is there anyone? Is there anyone to save me? Even if it's just one, even if it's just to show me hope, I really hope there is a superhero to save me. This moment, the air seemed silent. Eddie's voice echoed constantly in the shattered building, but no voice answered him. The riot was that he didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought what Eddie's last hope was, and the result, that's all. Attempting to have a superhero to save him? Haha, ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. The existence of your fellow is simply an insult to my IQ. You should die quickly. The riot didn't intend to torture the already stupid poor bastard. With a big hand, Eddie would be slapped to death like a fly, giving this guy a treat. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, which made the riot shake violently. Oh, is someone calling his righteous superhero buddy in roar? Superman. This sound of riot is simply too familiar, so familiar that it has been deeply imprinted into his soul. He looked up suddenly. I saw that Superman had appeared above his head at an unknown time. The tight-fitting dark blue battlesuit outlines his perfect muscle lines, and the crimson cape swaying in the wind. In the atmosphere filled with despair and hell, Superman appeared like a savior. And invincible written all over the face. The riot subconsciously took a step back. Although he has been thinking about Superman all the time, he believes that after becoming the god of symbiotes, he already has the ability to defeat and kill Superman. But when I really saw Superman, he still felt a tremendous amount of pressure. It seems he is stronger. You will know more and more how unreachable and insurmountable the mountain of Superman is. No, these are my delusions. Riot gritted his teeth, cast aside his thoughts, and stared at Lin Yu. I've become a god. How can Superman compare to a god? I can definitely defeat Superman and kill him. 99. But I thought so. For a while, he was stunned and did not dare to act in advance. The riot just froze in place. Lin Yu watched the riots with interest. What? This guy is the ultimate vampire monster in cost Digimon? Not bad. After becoming the god of symbiotes, the riots were really bad. At least it looks great. Lin Yu became interested immediately, and while watching the riot, he moved, sighed, and came to Eddie, whose throat was hoarse when he asked for help. Is it you, asking for help from superhero? Eddie raised his head slowly. His whole person's consciousness has become a little confused, and under the great pressure of death and pain, it is extremely difficult for him to maintain a minimum level of sobriety. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at Lin Yu in front of him. Looking at the familiar man in front of him, the man who once frightened him, but also carried his hope together. A time. Very suddenly, Eddie burst into tears. This cry contains pain, contains extreme sadness, but also contains hope, contains ultimate liberation. He nodded frantically. Yes, yes, it's me asking for help from superhero. Please also help me, let me live. Superman, you and I are both supreme powerhouses. In the eyes of human beings as weak as ants, they are basically equivalent to existences like God. You suddenly appeared, you wouldn't really come to save people, you should be a superhero, right? You are so powerful, but don't you think it's a bargain to save a worthless loose? Although the Riot was a little reluctant to take the lead, but seeing that Superman seemed to be really here to save people, it was a little incredible. It even felt a little funny. Superman, that ruthless guy who kills people and is even more perverted than perverts, actually saves people? And what is Superman's identity? What is the identity of Eddie Bullock, that trash? To save such a useless and worthless jerk, this was originally a very cheap behavior, right? Lin Yu heard the riots. Suddenly a figure. When Eddie heard this, his pupils shrank and looked at Lin Yu in front of him in disbelief. Superman? Is he really Superman? Knowing that the other party is the legendary Superman, Eddie couldn't help but feel an unspeakable complex feeling in his heart, but at least he had guessed before, but it was not too shocking. But the riot made his eyes a little bit dim. Indeed, there is no value in saving him at all. He's just a jerk. Unlike Tony Stark, who is a billionaire, a tech genius, and someone who belongs to the top circle of mankind, Superman saves the other party and can be on the front page of the news instantly. And after saving him, it's like picking up a piece of trash and throwing it into the trash can. It's worthless, right? Looking at the stunned figure of Superman and the face buried in the shadows, Eddie felt that the distance between himself and Superman seemed to be getting farther and farther, and he couldn't help sighing inwardly. Ugh, never mind. Superman can appear, bring him a glimmer of hope, and he is satisfied. As for whether to save him or not, even if he didn't save him, he wouldn't have the slightest complaint, because as the riots said, saving him has no value at all. The world needs heroes. Suddenly, Lin Yu spoke. I don't know if I told the riots or Eddie, so I just listened to him. Because almost all the time, there are desperate people like this who yearn for a hero to come. They are ordinary, they are weak, they are humble, they may have already lost their dignity in order to live, and they have no value at all. But ask for help is never humble, nor does it involve dignity. There is no so-called boundary between mortals and gods, and there is no value measurement between supply and demand. It's very simple to ask for help. You need help, then I will come to help you. Just wave. Chi-chi. Immediately, the dents clinging on Eddie's body, as his 7 orifices infiltrated the symbiont tissue in his body, suddenly burned with blue hellfire, and disappeared in the twist. At the same time, the broken stone pillar pressing on Eddie's leg was gently grabbed by Lin Yu, like a plastic toy, and crushed into powder. Lin Yu turned around. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew, blowing the red cloak behind him, revealing his tall and invincible back. Behind that back, as if all the anxiety and panic in the whole world disappeared at this moment, Lin Yu watched the riot. With a smile, he said, "After all, I'm Superman, but I'm also a hero of interest. Riot, how dare you question my actions?" KR. The riot stopped for a moment. Maid. What's going on with this Superman? He doesn't play cards according to the routine at all. You say you are a superhero. Why can't I believe it? Humph. Superman, do whatever you want. You can't save this rubbish anyway, because you will all be killed by me soon. 99. At this time, there was no hesitation in the riot, and it was finally time to make a move. Although he was shocked by Superman just now, he didn't act immediately. But it is also secretly accumulating strength to deliver the strongest blow, right? The strongest blow? He won't force Lai with Superman, and he will fight the so-called 300 rounds. He will unexpectedly use the strongest blow at the very beginning to kill Superman directly on the spot. Superman, meet death. Suddenly, the dark energy around the riot surged violently, and the surrounding dark energy density reached a critical point in an instant, making this blockade of the different dimensional space actually sound of cracking, and countless dense space cracks began to spread all over the place. All around, same time, from those cracks, as if communicating with the dark abyss, countless dark energies that were as black as ink were vented from there, and frantically poured into the riot. Even at this moment, all the symbiont tissues on Riot began to swell, turning into extremely exaggerated, terrifying muscles full of explosive power, and on the surface of the muscles, a metal-like dark energy crystal armor spread. This makes his physique up again. The original black wings behind him spread out with a clatter, turning directly into 6 huge symbiont wings. The Riot flies into the sky. Grab it with a big hand. Chi-chi. It seemed like a black electric light flickered in the void, and a large number of symbiotes in his hands condensed with dark energy, and finally, turned into a huge symbiote, surrounded by countless symbiotes and dark energy polymers. Sword, follow. Without any nonsense. With the most powerful extreme force, the Riot went straight to Lin Yu. Oh, do you make a big move as soon as you come up? I like it. Lin Yu saw the blow. Immediately, his eyes lit up, very much looking forward to it. He took a deep breath. A punch raised. Then, just when the huge and terrifying pitch-black symbiote sword of the Riot came to him with incomparably powerful power, Lin Yu's fist collided with the opponent's giant sword. In an instant, the world seems to have lost its voice. Time seemed to stand still. Eddie, who was behind Lin Yu, couldn't help but widen his eyes. In his pupils, he could see. At this moment, the whole world, Nyo-ha-hao, seemed to burst into an extremely strong white light, engulfing everything. Clack clack clack. the surrounding space was shattered inch by inch like a mirror, and the entire Life Foundation building was instantly turned into dust. Immediately after, boom, world, gone. That incomparably huge, as the Riot of the God of Symbiosis. Also gone. Under Superman's punch, the opponent's seemingly terrifying figure was actually fragile like a piece of paper, and there was no piece of it that collapsed without even screaming. Eddie sucked in a breath of cold air, making him stupid. Bed. Shit. Just shocked my mom. I don't know how long it took. All wind dissipated. This piece of different dimensional space has been shattered by 99%, and it is only a little short of it, and it is about to collapse completely. Lin Yu's figure stopped in the void, the crimson cloak fluttered behind him, neat and tidy as if nothing had happened at all. Looking at the scene in front of him, the empty space that was left after the riot was exploded, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then looked at his fists, feeling his undamaged body. Immediately, he couldn't help it. Directly up to the sky and roared. Damn it! Why did I blow it up all of a sudden? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the special plot scene. The Symbiote Nest Life Foundation has completed the rating and reached SSS, perfect. You have received the following SSS level rating rewards. The legendary special material, the activated fibers of the symbiote can be used to produce a series of items that the host wants, and can achieve inexhaustible effects through regenerative culture. Note, this thing is just a material, not a living body, will not form an independent symbiosis by itself. The legendary special strengthening medium, dark pure crystal, which is formed by a large amount of dark energy condensed with Dormammu's will, and can be used to strengthen the corresponding role. The stronger and darker the initial ability value of the role, the higher the matching degree, and the better the strengthening effect. The legendary weapon, the outdated sword of the symbiote, a sword that was condensed by a large number of dark living beings in the void at the beginning of the universe, and it was also a weapon created by the god of the symbiote born in a certain universe. The god group defeated the seal, the sword lost its brilliance, and the dwarf king Itri, who was sheltered by Asgard, may know how to restore the glory of this sword. You have acquired a rare mount, the dark symbiote dragon. You got the basic reward, 10 consecutive draws of guaranteed purple rare rewards. The surrounding space gradually annihilated. Under the flickering dark red light, one could see that pieces of space debris turned into particle streams and slowly dissipated in the darkness. 947 behind Lin Yu. Eddie's figure gradually disappeared as the space collapsed, and it seemed that he was automatically excluded from this already unstable space. Although it is said that under the magic of Lin Yu, an independent different dimensional space is formed, but its essence is derived from Lin Yu's mirror space. Once the mirror is broken, the people inside will naturally return to reality. And the actual environment will not change much, but the living creatures that disappear here will be gone forever. Lin Yu did not leave. Obviously. Riot absorbs a lot of dark energy, and the god of symbiosis transformed by the forbidden method of the dark book is the final boss of this dungeon. Although it was solved by Lin Yu with one blow, this made Lin Yu feel very pained and speechless. Powerful? What about the danger? System, you are such a liar? Fortunately, the rich rewards gave Lin Yu some comfort. It seems to be a good thing. The rewards of this system seem to gradually become richer and richer as the gameplay increases, and even mounts can be exploded. Lin Yu grabbed the palm of his hand in the air. There is a pitch-black horn flute with a symbiotic totem pattern engraved on it, showing an indescribable sense of simplicity and mystery. Lin Yu picked up the horn flute. One blow. Ugh. 35. As the deep whistle sounded, from the pitch-black void, a large amount of living matter like a symbiotic organization condensed, and formed a pair of huge amounts of black wings. Immediately following the center of the pair of black wings, a dragon condensed out, with sharp claws and scarlet eyes, looking very domineering. This symbiote dragon mount looks majestic. 33. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and it feels like there is a spiritual connection between me and this symbiote dragon. I seem to be able to let it integrate with me. Lin Yu thought about it. Immediately. Roar. 95. The symbiote dragon in the air flew over with a black wing, and turned into a living tissue and merged into Lin Yu's body in the blink of an eye. At the same time. Wow. From behind Lin Yu, a pair of black wings in proportion to his body suddenly stretched out. Interesting, after integrating with me, my strength seems to have improved a bit, although it is a bit small, but after all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and the appearance of this pair of black wings is also good, and it has the temperament of a villain. Lin Yu fanned a few times. It was a small surprise to find that the pair of black wings had a certain bonus to his speed, about 10%. Definitely the main thing is that the look is very eye-catching. Although it doesn't match the image of Superman very well, after all, Superman is also a Superman on the surface. A pair of black wings suddenly pops up behind him, which is really a bit incongruous. It doesn't feel right to ride a black dragon either. But well, besides Superman, Lin Yu has other roles. And, this time, there are also 10 consecutive draws of guaranteed purple and rare. Maybe a very, powerful villain will be drawn? The reward this time, whether it's the symbiote dragon mount, or the legendary strengthening medium, the dark pure crystal formed by Dormammu condensing a lot of dark energy, or the symbiote sword, seems to be the only villain. I can handle it. The villains on Lin Yu's side are currently Joker, Yohabok, and a Dio, and then there are no more. All three villains have their own characteristics. But when it comes to the power of absolute punch to the flesh, there are no villains like Superman at all. Whether it is Joker, Yu or Dior, they all belong to the kind that has a good upper limit, but also has a very low lower limit. After all, Joker relies on wisdom and unpredictable thinking, Yu relies on cutting leaks, and Dior relies on stand-ins. In other words, they are all skills and are all special abilities. I hope to draw a character like Superman who has absolute oppressive power and is dark and domineering in the 10 consecutive draws. Anyway, it is purple rare to guarantee the bottom 10 draws. The worst is purple rare, and it should be able to get a lot good stuff. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Generally speaking, before the draw, it's always right to do some mysticism, such as bathing and changing clothes, such as playing festive songs, such as making yourself look very poor and white. But Lin Yu couldn't help it. His little hand trembled. The reward for 10 consecutive draws was opened. Excuse me, does the host want to do 10 consecutive draws of guaranteed purple rare rewards? Yes, Lin Yu replied. In an instant, above his right eye pupil, the familiar brilliant golden turntable appeared again, but this time the 7 scale gems on it were not red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, but all of them. Purple? As soon as he saw the 7 gems representing the rarity of purple, Lin Yu felt very comfortable inside. Made. It's called a lottery. Draw a purple rare. Cool. Wow. Soon, the turntable turned. Every time it is turned, a large purple virtual card appears in front of Lin Yu. Definitely, the content is not displayed until the 10 turns are completed. A total of 10 large purple virtual cards are suspended around Lin Yu. They are all in an unknown state, and it only takes Lin Yu's little hand to turn it over and know what roll he got. I'm a little nervous. What good things will I get? Lin Yu rubbed his hands expectantly. Then, the first character card was opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Homelander. Homelander? Can you still get a role that you've won before? Lin Yu touched his chin. Forget it, the role of Homelander is okay, I can integrate it into my Superman role to enhance Superman's strength. The first result was not satisfactory, but it was okay. Lin Yu quickly clicked on the second character card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Homelander. Lin Yu was taken aback on the spot. Why Homelander again? Lin Yu felt some toothache. Special. He suddenly had a strong and very bad premonition. No, this Homelander is the existence of the Rotten Street in the purple rare reward, right? I can't believe it. If the 10 consecutive draws are all Homelander, then he will eat this character on the spot. Lin Yu was a little over the top. He opened the third character card. Then, ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Homelander, grass. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little pissed. All the 3 shots were Homelander. Is it still far from all the 10 shots being Homelander? I won't be so bad today, right? Could it be that the luck of the Emperor's engine before has completely consumed my European energy, leaving only the bad gas? Lin Yu felt very melancholy. In all honesty, the role of Homelander, as a copycat character born out of Superman, is a man-made product of genetic drug experiments, but it is still very powerful, especially it can be used to strengthen his Superman, which was originally very useful. And it's not like strengthening medium. The effect of using the same strengthening medium multiple times will be weakened, but the highly repetitive character ability integrate has no upper limit, you can integrate as much as you have. However, now Lin Yu can't help but have a shadow on the role of Homelander. He just wants to say one thing now, why don't you come here? It's a pity that the 10 consecutive draws are over now, the characters I have drawn have been fixed, and only the other side is left. If I knew that the repetition rate of this 10 consecutive draws was so high, I would take a bath first and change my clothes. Now, Madeline, it must be that the rioter's anger has spread to me. Lin Yu couldn't help but want to revive the rioter, and then slap him 100 times. Roar? Forget it, adjust your mentality, maybe there will be surprises next. After all, there are still 7 character cards that have not been turned over. 35. Lin Yu took a deep breath from Roar, then turned over the 4th character card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Homelander, 995. Damn it, the system is basically a copier, right? Lin Yu is speechless. This is so 4 times in the palace. He swore that he would never do this 10 consecutive draws again. It would be better to just draw miracles. That would be fragrant. I said the system, apart from Homelander, can there be any other characters in the 10 consecutive draws? Very helpless, Lin Yu opened the 5th character card. Although a bit off, but Lin Yu still feels that there may be a miracle next. Wow, immediately, this character card bloomed with a different brilliance than when Homelander was drawn. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Finally a new product? 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a rare purple reward, the savior of the wicked, Dio. Dior's complacent voice seemed to sound in Lin Yu's ears. Ko no Dio? Maid? Lady Ganlin? How about you? Hey, I was thinking about whether I could rely on these 10 consecutive draws to obtain a powerful villain with a very high initial value, domineering and dark, and invincible physical combat power. Now it seems that it should be out of the question. Lin Yu understood. The system's guaranteed bottom line purple rare reward 10 consecutive draws is simply a pit. No wonder it's at the bottom of the list of rewards. and it seems to be the basic reward for clearing the Dungeon of Life Foundation. Okay, the harvest this time is actually quite good. There are 5 character cards next. Let's play with it. Although he is very speechless about the level of the 10 consecutive draws, Lin Yu also knows that the lottery is indeed very mysterious and cannot be forced, especially since it is a systematic lottery, which is not subject to any ability to predict future realities. Influences. All in all, it's alright. It's a lottery. Focus on an optimistic attitude. Haha, look how happy I am smiling. Lin Yu thought about it, and punched the ground, smashing the ground into a huge crater like a meteorite. Okay, let me see what this 6th card can give me. Is it Dio or Homelander? This time there is a choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, the King of Monsters, Godzilla, Flowers. This sudden turning point was a little bit irritating. Lin Yu was stunned on the spot, and then his face couldn't help but look a little weird. The King of Monsters, Godzilla. I have to say that this role seems to be in line with his psychological expectations. The initial value of the combat power is extremely high, which is quite domineering, and it is not a heroic character with strong roots. Moreover, the physical combat power can indeed be said to be invincible. After all, it is more than 100 meters high, more than 3 Ultraman is even taller when stacked together, and he can earn a lot of prestige just by relying on his size advantage. However, there is a problem. This is not human. Lin Yu had a toothache and could not laugh or cry. Is it alright if I'm not a human anymore? Taking out a Godzilla, Lin Yu never expected, but this is 1,000 times stronger than another Homelander. If you get him a Homelander, then the Homelanders on his side will be able to play multiplayer sports together happily. Anyhow, the 10 consecutive draws produced an SSR. If you have the minimum guarantee, it is not a loss. Lin Yu felt comfortable. He didn't hesitate. Next, he simply turned over all the remaining 4 character cards at one time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a purple rare reward, Homelander. Homelander? People? Gan? The 3 consecutive Homelander prompts made Lin Yu vomit. It was poisonous. If it wasn't for the fact that Homelander could integrate into Superman and enhance the strength of Superman, he would have smashed the system on the spot. 7 times? There are actually 7 Homelanders in the 10 drawing draw? Just ask if you are afraid. He can simply summon a dragon? Ding! The system's last prompt sounded. Lin Yu felt that even if it wasn't Homelander, it was probably a Dio, or a role he already had. Special. He had given up struggling anyway. Soon, however, Lin Yu's ears moved. The sound of the system actually became wonderful in his ears. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a rare purple reward, the leader of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, Boros. 5. Poros, also known as the overlord of the whole universe, the Pineapple, the Big Pineapple, and the Big Brother who drives the spaceship. In One Punch Superman, he is arguably the most inspirational villain. In the battle with Saitama Demon King, in addition to showing a hearty and exciting fight for the audience, people had to cheer for him. Come on, Big Brother who drives the spaceship. He even uttered a touching quote. If the overlords of the universe run away, who will fight? I have to say, this really brought tears to my eyes. Boros is indeed a man who can be called a god-level disaster. Ordinary people will explode directly with a casual punch of Saitama, and he can withstand Saitama's ace in the game. A serious punch. And for Lin Yu, the role of Poros, it was exactly what he expected. Enough domineering, dark enough, not to mention the initial value of combat power. After all, he is a man who can kick Saitama to the moon, and although 957 is not a pure human being, at least it is a personal form, not like a brother. Sly is a monster like that. Now that Poros is a cosmic overlord, maybe I can consider expanding the scope of prestige to the universe, at least the entire galaxy. Although there are many flaws in the 10 consecutive draws this time, the final result is still relatively comfortable. Lin Yu has already started to think about how to make good use of the role of Boros. And the best. He can be used with Superman. One positive and one negative, staged a cross-century battle of pros and cons, which can definitely attract attention. Besides, now it's just the prestige resources on the Earth, and it's definitely not enough for him to develop. It is estimated that when his Superman's reputation is all over the world, it will be difficult to generate new prestige on Earth. Lin Yu felt that he had to plan ahead. Expand the field of prestige earning to the entire universe as soon as possible. At least it has to cover the entire galaxy. And Lin Yu grabbed the palm of his hand in the air, and with a rush of magic light like a dark mist, there was suddenly a scroll-like thing in his hand. The scroll as a whole has a dark green color. It looks very primitive. There is a very special light pattern surging on it. If you feel it carefully, you can feel the very obvious flow of time, just like a time gem. I signed in and got this green map in the time and space magic pattern that appeared in the God group. According to the system, this seems to be a treasure map. If you want to open it, you need to get a designated place in the universe. Lin Yu looked at the green picture in his hand and couldn't help but recall the scene in the magic pattern of time and space before. There, huge amounts of the gods appeared. Lin Yu originally thought that the time-space magic pattern would send him to a certain timeline in the past, but he found out that it was indeed the timeline of the past, but it was a mirror image. This made Lin Yu, who saw the Tenjin group, excited. He also thought that he would have the opportunity to play against the gods. And if you sign in the past mirror image in the time and space magic pattern, you will not get the corresponding character as you would normally sign in, but will get a special treasure green map. Obviously, after the system has signed in, strengthened, and played a copy, it has opened a new function. Treasure hunt. Treasure hunting is fun, but Lin Yu opened the green map in his hand, and saw a vague outline of a location on it, and it showed that the designated location was more than 1 million light-years away from the host. This Nima is outrageous. It's really too far. Such a long distance makes Lin Yu very painful, and this is one of the reasons why he wants to expand the field of prestige into the universe, at least the Milky Way. This kind of treasure hunting distance of millions of light-years is estimated to be more convenient only by using a spacecraft with the function of long-distance space jumping, and that kind of spacecraft, the shortest distance, also obtains the core area of the Milky Way. Those with high technology, it can only be seen generally in developed civilizations. Earth, after all, compared to the core region of the Milky Way. In fact, strictly speaking, it is just a remote area. Boom. 99. At this moment, the roar of the surrounding space became stronger and stronger, till the end. The entire different dimensional space was completely shattered and disappeared between the gap between reality and nothingness. Immediately following Lin Yu, he felt a huge amount of space-repelling force all over his body, and with a flash of white light in front of him, he returned to the top floor of the Life Foundation Company building. The real Life Foundation Company has not been affected too much. It's just that everything related to the Riot has disappeared. The symbiotes, egg bodies, complete bodies, and a series of symbiote monsters he created, as well as a large number of clones of Dr. Drake are all gone, as if by a hand, forcibly erased from reality. Besides, all the people who were originally dead in the Life Foundation Company are also gone, which makes the entire Life Foundation Company seem extremely empty and silent at this moment, and there are almost no employees anymore. The entire company. It has completely become an empty shell. Definitely. At this moment, Lin Yu was not alone. Look not far away. It can be seen that Eddie is lying on the ground, looking like he is in a coma. His injuries are not light, and after several lives and deaths, his willpower has already reached the limit, and he is already in a deep coma. I couldn't get up for 3 days and 3 nights. In the other 2 directions, there are 2 others. It is Ghost Rider Johnny Blazer and Ancient One. Johnny was also in a coma. It seems that under Lin Yu's eye of condemnation, the fallen angel's vengeful spirit Zatanus tortured him enough. Lin Yu walked to Johnny's side, lift him like a chicken. Although the host of the evil spirit was comatose, the fallen angel Zatanos in his body was not comatose, Lin Yu said with a smile after mentioning the other party. How about it, fallen angel, can you consider selling your soul to me? Definitely, it doesn't really make a difference whether you think about it or not. After all, no matter what, you will be my human sooner or later. Lin Yu has given the other party a gift of soul with the ability of Yuhabak. It's like putting his mark on it. So no matter how the fallen angel Zatanos struggles, he will cut leaks sooner or later. Lin Yu doesn't care whether the other party is on him or on Johnny and continues to make the other party a Ghost Rider. After all, he is now on Earth. There are still things to do, but I don't want to get the other party too quickly and open the sign-in of the Hell Dimension. After all, at the beginning of the sign-in of the Hell Dimension, 0.5 will start a new dungeon, and it is still a large dungeon. The ghost knows what changes it will bring to the Earth and the universe. Lin Yu planned to take some time to relax. Fallen Angel did not respond to Lin Yu. Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense. A big wave. Stab it? He opened a magical portal leading to a prison cell with various torture instruments, and immediately threw Ghost Rider into it. Oh, why do you think Lin Yu has a prison cell? It is also full of torture instruments for various play? What's so strange about this? As a joker, he usually finds some friends to play multiplayer sports and makes them smile and make them happy. Isn't this normal? After installing Ghost Rider, Lin Yu looked in the direction of Ancient One. See you now. Ancient One opened his eyes. He also looked over to Lin Yu. The moment Ancient One looked at Lin Yu, the magic texture of time cycle lit up on his wrist, and the power of time surged in the gleaming green light, like a key thread, affecting the changes of time around him. Speak up. At the moment the time loop of the Ancient One is not over yet. As long as she wants direct suicide, time will jump back to the moment of Superman. I'm here to discuss terms with you. But this obviously doesn't make sense. Whether it is the Riot after becoming a god, or Lin Yu, even Eddie, who is an ordinary person, will never return to the past. The Riot and Lin Yu are because the original has transcended the time in the general sense. And Eddie, what happened in the different latitude space created by Lin Yu is no longer affected by ordinary time. In the time cycle, paradoxes and faults have appeared in him. In a sense, he will break free from the constraints of time with his mortal body. Ancient One has no plans to use the time loop again. She moved her wrist. Suddenly the green glow of time turned into a streamer and dissipated. At the same time, the index finger and thumb are empty grasping. The light is shining. A green gem appeared 31. This is exactly time gem. After more than 10,000 time-looped death experiences, the Ancient One seems to be doing nothing. Moreover, what surprised Lin Yu was that he actually saw a faint expression on Ancient One's face. This. Lin Yu couldn't help rubbing his chin. A strange look appeared on his face. Speaking of which, I have reminded Ancient One of more than 10,000 death cycle memories. Wouldn't it have made Ancient One Awakening's strange properties? Why is this still unfinished? Superman. Ancient One walked over to Lin Yu after removing the time loop. She asked Lin Yu, did you do it on purpose from beginning to end? Deliberately made me think that you were influenced by the Dark God book, and then deliberately provoked me with you. Forehead. Cough cough. It's been seen. Lin Yu coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. He really did it on purpose, definitely. Ancient One saw that it was nothing. The main thing was Ancient One's next words, when Lin Yu cracked on the spot. Just listen to Ancient One. Superman, thank you. When he said this, he was still grateful, which caught Lin Yu off guard. What? I get it all. Superman, you are my destined savior. I absorbed dark energy and committed the Sorcerer Supreme's taboo. Although I was not affected by the darkness, it brought me inner demon, and Superman, you redeemed me with more than 10,000 deaths. Ancient One said, whether intentionally or unintentionally, your redemption is in my heart. After finishing speaking, Ancient One also gave Lin Yu a magician gift. Lin Yu was about to pee on the spot. Shit. Is this even possible? This Nima is outrageous. I redeem you, bubble teapot? Ancient One, did you take the wrong medicine? And also, don't come close. I'm not interested in older bald ants who are hundreds of years old. At the same time, I also understand, Superman, you should have completely mastered the Dark Book, right? 55. Ancient One looked at Lin Yu with a strange light in his eyes. To be able to control the Dark God Book, this proves that your original righteousness is enough to suppress the evil spirit in the Dark God Book, and you also need a strong ability to know the Dark God Book. All kinds of magic in the book. Superman, you are simply a born Sorcerer Supreme. Being so complimented by Ancient One, Lin Yu felt a little embarrassed. Where did he get the magical ability? He just violently cracked the Dark Sacred Book, although this seems to be more terrifying than having magical ability. Superman, let's be Sorcerer Supreme. After Ancient One said the last sentence, he extended a very sincere invitation to Lin Yu, and Lin Yu felt some toothache. He also doesn't know what kind of brain circuit Ancient One is now. He said that he redeemed her at one moment, and then suddenly invited him to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Isn't this rhythm a little confusing? Could it be that the woman Ancient One really turned into a shaky M? He tortured Ancient One so badly that he killed it more than 10,000 times in the time loop, but made Ancient One feel his feelings instead. And when Sorcerer Supreme, Lin Yu had no interest at all. After all, being Sorcerer Supreme didn't do him any good at all. Isn't it delicious to brush up your reputation, make beautiful bubbles, drink good wine, and spend your days leisurely? Why are you squatting in Kamartaj, who probably doesn't even have Wi-Fi? I refuse. 35. Lin Yu simply rejected Ancient One locally. Superman, you really don't think about it? Ancient One did not give up. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are so powerful, and now you are in control of the Dark God Book. If you are there to protect the Earth, then Dormammu and other cosmic Mephistas who are eyeing the Earth are fundamentally don't dare to make an idea of the Earth. You are really much more suitable than me. Mud play K. 35. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and was about to leave. This sentence can fool others. It's like farting to him at all. Wait, Superman. 35. When Ancient One saw that Lin Yu was about to leave, his eyes moved and he suddenly said, I want to give you something. Talking. Green light glows in hand. Ancient One hands the time gem to Lin Yu. This time gem, I give it to you. No one is better suited to control this infinite gems than you. Oh, is it so good? Free one infinite gems. Lin Yu is definitely happy. And even if Ancient One doesn't send it, Lin Yu will also grab this gem directly. The moment when I raised my hand and took the time gem. Ding. Obtained one of the ascension props, time gem. Tip 1. When a sufficient number of dimension-raising props are gathered, the corresponding characters that have reached the limit of their dimensional strength can be upgraded and strengthened to become a higher dimensional existence. Tip 2. Dimension upgrade props can also be used as a permanent strengthening medium to enhance the ability of characters with corresponding attributes. The wonderful sound of the system rang in my ears, and Lin Yu couldn't help but move his eyes after hearing the words, thoughtfully. Oh, dimension-raising props? It's interesting. My current comprehensive strength can be said to be at the level of 3.5 dimensional, while the infinite gems dimension raising should be raised to the level of 4 dimensional, right? All in all, this dimension raising prop can be said to be a key prop after the strength reaches the bottleneck limit in the future. The system says to gather a certain number. So that means you have to collect all 6 infinite gems? Looks like I'm going to add infinite gems to my list of plans in the future. After obtaining the time gem, Lin Yu left very simply this time. And Ancient One didn't stop it either. Just looking at the back of Lin Yu leaving, her eyes flickered faintly. Eye of Agamotto is in hand. Superman, even if you don't promise to be Sorcerer Supreme, you are already Sorcerer Supreme. You must be Sorcerer Supreme. Because before you return to reality from another dimension, I used the time gem to look at the future again, and I watched it 300 million times. 5. In these 300 million futures, you all died, all by the hands of Dormammu. I tried my best to finally find a winning future when I was approaching 400 million futures, and that future showed Dormammu's true identity. That is really the most powerful Dormammu ever. Only a true Sorcerer Supreme Superman can beat it. If you don't, Superman, you'll just die, and the entire multi-universe will be taken over by Dormammu. Ancient One's heart is extremely worried. Naturally, there are not only more than 300 million possibilities for future changes. Logically speaking, with the strength shown by Superman, the Dormammu she knows is at most 50% different from Superman. Dormammu will grow. There are many different ways and forms of growth. After all, Dormammu doesn't have a definite material entity. He is an energy structure, and he is even close to a conceptual existence. No one can accurately grasp the extent to which his strength limit can reach. Now that Superman has a time gem, he should also look into the future. After all, no one is not interested in the future. And if Superman uses time gem to look at the future, he will definitely be able to see more changes and better abilities than me. It's easy to see the true identity of that Dormammu, but none of the 300 million futures I've seen show that Superman has mastered the future. Is Superman arrogant and dismissive of the future? Or is there some other reason, like for some reason, Superman doesn't see the same future as she does? Ancient One is not clear, but the Ancient One knew. Now that such an extremely bad and dangerous future is revealed, the death of Superman, Dormammu takes control of the multi-universe. Then, no matter how much the possibility is, she will try her best to avoid this happening, and push it to that victory and peaceful ending in the end. Superman, we'll meet again. Ancient One's eyes showed seriousness and solemnity. The future of Superman's death is still some time away. She plans to retreat first, digest what she has gained today, and strengthen her strength. After this battle, she feels that she has a deeper understanding of magic. She has been 100 years old. There is no such feeling. Think, wave your hand. Suddenly a magical portal to Camartage opened. But just as Ancient One was about to step in, he paused again. She looked back at Eddie, who was fainting on the ground with a badly injured foot. By the way, I almost forgot about this guy, so let's take him to the hospital. 99. Hey, my head hurts so much. Eddie opened his eyes. Find yourself in what appears to be a hospital ward. He, on the other hand, was lying on the hospital bed. His foot crushed by the broken column had been treated, and other injuries on his body had also been bandaged. At first glance, the whole person looked like a mummy. Am I saved? Memories flashed through my mind. In the end, it was fixed on the tall and invincible figure of the man, Superman. Did Superman kindly send me to the hospital? Superman is so nice, he is a righteous superhero. I really hope he will pay for my treatment in advance. 55. Thought here. The image of Superman in Eddie's mind couldn't help but shine brighter. It was like a layer of golden light. Definitely. If he also paid for his medical expenses in advance, then this layer of golden light would definitely be even more dazzling. Eddie was silent for a while. It was so quiet in the ward where he was alone. Look out the window. I don't know if he fell asleep for a long time, or it has been a day. The night is still displayed outside the window. The neon lights of the city are flashing, the whistle, the noise, and the vocal music from a distance, intertwined. Outside. The world must be very lively, right? However, everything seems to have nothing to do with him. He's just alone. That's all. A long sigh. When he was saved, he should be happy, but he couldn't be happy in his heart. Eddie couldn't help but think of Little Venom. If you were still alive, it would be great. That way, I won't be alone anymore. Little Venom's young adult voice still reverberated in his mind. From the initial encounter from today, I'm your boss, to the middle adventure Eddie, you coward, let's go together, and then to the last goodbye I'm your boss, and as the boss, I'll cover you, Eddie. Unstoppable. Eddie clenched his fists. Crystal tears gradually fell down his cheeks. If possible, let me formally call you boss in front of you, okay? Aurora, this is what you said Eddie, I didn't expect you to secretly cry for me. At this moment, a sly voice of a young man suddenly sounded in Eddie's ear. Eddie was taken aback. Then suddenly, he raised his face. I saw that the window glass that could have seen the night view of the city outside was covered with a slippery dark substance. The slippery, jet black mass squirmed. Just a squeak came in through the gap in the window. Immediately after jumping, he jumped directly in front of Eddie like a ball of black slime, and showed a proud anthropomorphic face, saying, Hey, Eddie, I heard and saw it all, hurry up, call me boss, I can listen. Eddie was completely frozen at the moment. He couldn't believe it. I'm afraid it's really an illusion. Involuntarily, he raised his hand, stroked Little Venom's slippery symbiote body, and even pinched it. Then, his hand started shaking, trembling with excitement. Real? This is real? Not a hallucination? Little Venom, are you not dead? Eddie was a little incoherent with excitement. He was so happy. He had never been so happy as he is today in his life. What are you talking about? I'm your boss, how could I die so easily? Little Venom gave Eddie a dissatisfied look. Then swish, drilled directly into Eddie's body. Following the symbiotic organization on Eddie's shoulders, a head and two slender arms were condensed, and his hands were crossed, and he said with a young and mature look. But then again, when I was caught by the Riot and was eaten by him, I thought I was going to die, but just as I was lost, I felt a white light blooming in front of my eyes, followed by the Riot guy. The whole thing exploded, and the next moment I was sucked away by a strange suction. When I was conscious, I appeared in this place. Why is this? Who killed the Rioter at that time? It's Superman. 35. Eddie immediately told Little Venom about Superman. Thank goodness, it must have been Superman who killed the Riot and saved you indirectly. Superman is really too strong, really, you don't know, the riot was going to when I was killed, I was almost in despair, but at this moment, Superman was like a magic weapon, his figure was so tall and his strength was so strong, just one punch, he actually beat the riot dead, can you believe it? My god, it's really too strong. Little Venom couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard the words, especially looking at Eddie's way of blowing Superman to the sky, cannot help but feel a little uncomfortable, heart sour, then you can go live with Superman, Little Venom said and turned his head forward. Eddie couldn't help crying and laughing in his heart when he saw this guy is actually angry, didn't he just praise Superman a few times? Definitely, my boss, you will always be the best. Eddie raised his hand, touched Little Venom's slippery little head and smiled. Che, you guy, you will say something flattering and ignore you. Little Venom Thundera twisted his head, then swish, and got into Eddie's body, and stopped talking. But Eddie found out. The injury on his body began to improve rapidly, and even the foot, which had been crushed by the broken column, began to feel conscious, and was gradually able to move freely. Feeling this, Eddie couldn't help but be very moved. He knows. This is the Little Venom healing him. Thank you, my partner, my forever boss. Here is a dark and endless void. There is no end in sight. There is no starting point either. Yes, only complete darkness. Suddenly, wow, in this darkness, a huge amount of gap appeared. It looked like an ancient beast opened its bloody mouth. With the sound of rumbling, you could see that the huge amounts of the gap, a planet, was swallowed in. On that planet, rivers and seas were overturned, countless disasters were happening, huge and towering buildings were collapsing one by one, and the earth was cracking piece by piece. Then, with the countless humanoid creatures above crying and screaming, dark, begin to descend. Forever night, began to invade the land. In the end, inch by inch, the planet was completely swallowed up. And the creatures on the planet, under the envelope of darkness, the body structure of the material form began to gradually collapse and disintegrate, and finally the dark energy on the body surface began to crystallize, turning into a black cocoon-like form. Not long after, just hear the click. The black cocoons began to shatter one by one. Then, twisted and hideous black claws, along with the extension of a pair of black wings, slowly stretched out from the cocoon. Lord Dormammu, I'm disturbing you to eat, but I have a question. Why don't you devour all the creatures on this planet? It's a good meal, especially if you can leave me some 35. A ghost-like guy appeared. His lower body is in the form of twisted nothingness. But the upper body, if Lin Yu is here, will definitely be able to recognize it. It is exactly, Riot. Humph. I gave you a lot of energy to help you become the god of symbiotes and asked you to kill Superman, but you actually failed, and you were killed by someone with one blow. You still have the face to beg me for food. Beside the Riot. It looks like a huge amount of head. I can't see the specific appearance, only the raging magical flames burning around the head, and your pair of dark purple deep eyes that seem to contain infinite time and space. This, surprisingly, is the Lord of the Dark Dimension, the universe Mephisto Dormammu. Dormammu snorted as he watched the riot. I'm still keeping you, and it's already a great mercy to you not to let you end up like Caecilius. Yes, Lord Dormammu is merciful. Everything is my fault. Hearing the words of the riot, he shrank his head very much, but his eyes also showed helplessness. But, Lord Dormammu, that guy Superman really can't be measured by common sense, that guy is really, too perverted. Ghost. Knowing that I have become the god of symbiosis, I will be killed by his punch. Thinking of the riots here is very painful. Maid. Superman, this guy is not human at all. Humph, after all, you are still too useless. Dormammu still snorted coldly. Definitely, Superman really can't be measured by common sense, so this time, I plan to prepare a big gift for Superman. I got inspiration from your symbiote family and developed a new dark magic. Then it is to use the power of darkness to smash and distort the soul and material body of the creature and reconstruct it, thereby creating a special kind of dark creature, which I call the Sin-Eating Spirit. Sin Eater? 39. Yes, there will be contagious dark energies in the body of the sin-eating spirits. They can break the original material and soul structure of any creature, thereby turning it into a new sin-eating spirit companion, constantly spreading, until it causes the flood of darkness. Dormammu sneered, and my first launch site will be Earth. The riotous eyes moved. Hee, Riot, your vision is too short-sighted. 5. Dormammu's eyes showed a deep light, and he narrowed slightly. The Earth is only one of the places, Niuli Zhao, even a trivial place. My primary goal is the 9 realms, headed by Asgard, the God realm. The entire world tree celestial structure, and then through the branches of the world tree, cover the entire universe. I will cause the flood of darkness in the entire universe. Hearing the riots, I couldn't help but not know what to say. What the 9 realms, Asgard, world tree, etc., seems to have touched his knowledge blind spot. After all, he has always stayed on his own symbiote parent planet, and there, it is even more remote than the Earth. The Earth is very important to him. It is enough to be considered a big city. Definitely, this place on Earth, I will still focus on it. After all, that is where Superman exists. Dormammu looked at the riot. This time, I will give you a new task. I will give you a new life, and all you have to do is to find a way to let the sin eaters I created completely infect all human beings. strong, but he is only a person after all. When the flood of darkness has become a general trend, even if he has the ability, he will not be able to turn the tide. 39. Yes, this time I will definitely complete the task. Hearing that Dormammu was about to give him a new life, the Riot was agitated. Made. He really didn't want to stay in the ghost place of the dark dimension. It was pitch black and bored, and he really wanted to return to Earth immediately. I've already prepared everything on Earth, otherwise I wouldn't have rescued that little guy and sent him back to his partner, all of which were prepared for your new life. A slight sneer appeared on the corner of Dormammu's mouth. It's just, from today, you won't have to call a riot anymore. The rioters were stunned when they heard this. What? It's not called a riot, so what am I called? I will give you a new name, remember. Dormammu said, from today on, you will be called Slaughter. Genius scientist, the youngest billionaire, who single-handedly founded the Life Foundation company, Dr. Drake has disappeared from the public eye recently due to a scandal involving illegal human experimentation research. It is rumored that he could not stand the oppression of fishing reels. It has committed suicide, and the Life Foundation's stock price has plummeted, and it has finally declared bankruptcy and has been acquired by Stark Industries. Some people worry that Stark Industries' acquisition of the Life Foundation will repeat the same mistakes and secretly conduct cruel and inhumane human experiments. In this regard, Tony Stark made it clear at the acquisition ceremony. He acquired the Life Foundation, but not for the purpose of carrying out boring biological research, not interested in human experiments, but want to directly give this company to his younger brother as a gift back home to celebrate. According to rumors, Tony Stark's younger brother Lin Yu has the idea of establishing a superhero brand company, and Superman will officially appear to the public when the company is officially established. Although this has not been confirmed by the parties concerned, but it has attracted widespread international attention, and has been ranked first in the international hot search for 3 consecutive days. Next is the international news section of the Daily Clarion. The Sokovia government has recently been threatened by a group of armed terrorists, which has triggered a series of small and medium-scale exchanges of fire, which have resulted in the death of thousands of innocent residents. Take to the streets to protest against the government's incompetence. Sokovia. On the icy and bleak asphalt road. At the moment there is no car at all. There are only 960 groups of mighty people holding notices and signs such as "Return my family and home," "Incompetent rulers step down," "We need peace," like a long dragon, with people's roars and shouts, on this road that seems to never end. In the crowd, you can see a pair of twin brothers and sisters who look alike. The 2 brothers and sisters only look like they are 13 or 14 years old, and their faces are still childish, but they have already shown a trend of high appearance. I don't know if they are dyed or natural. The silver color of her sister, her long hair swaying down, faintly revealed a few strange crimson. Hey, Pietro, if we don't go home, Mom and Dad are going to be pissed. Let's just stop playing, and these people make me feel so scared. The younger sister listened to the roars and shouts of the people around her, and her beast-like appearance made her a little uneasy. Don't worry, Wanda, I've figured it out. Dad is going to repair that antique clock at Lord Zima's house today. As an outstanding and stubborn watchmaker, he wouldn't even tell him tonight. Strange, she definitely won't be home that early, and my mother is going to Mrs. Sling's house for a party exclusively for women. Tisk. She must have been deeply involved in those cosmetic discussions, so we will be a little later today. Nothing will happen when we go back. Maybe we'll see a note from them asking us to go to Uncle Dun's house next door for a meal. Pietro twitched his fingers and said as if he had already calculated carefully, we can at least play outside, Bath, for 15 minutes and 36 seconds more, although I don't like the very hard taste of Uncle Dun's house, gluten-laden brown bread. Wanda was still very disturbed. Now that the terrorists are making such a fuss, I'm afraid there is danger. Okay Wanda, don't be so timid. After all, we are located in the center of the entire city of Sokovia. Look, not far away is the government department building. No matter how rampant terrorists are, they will not directly attack our nest. Come in, Pietro said. He raised his hand and pointed to the towering and beautiful building not far away, at least 80 stories high. For Sokovia, a small country that is not rich or even has a deficit, building a building with more than 80 floors can be said to be a very extravagant act. From a distance, the opaque glass covering the entire building, reflecting the dazzling brilliance of the sun, makes people feel so bright and grand. It is a symbol of power and status. But at the moment of pointing to that building, Pietro was stunned. His pupils contracted slightly. Can be seen. From the sky, a large, sci-fi-like plane, like a plane that only appeared in a movie, broke through the clouds and appeared suddenly. It was like a falcon swooping down from the clouds, accompanied by a flash of fire, like sharp eyes. Send out the light of forest cold, and follow. Swish, a missile shot out. Next moment, boom, bombarded on the towering building. Everyone has not yet reacted, and the strong and deafening roar has resounded through the eardrums, and the dazzling explosion of fire has filled the eye sockets. Boom, the whole building began to collapse like a giant was broken by the waist. And, towards the flow of people below, rush over. No, terrorist attack? This is a terrorist attack? Those armed terrorists are coming? Escape? Run away? Damn it! Are all the people in the military department eating dry food? Why did the radar not detect such a big enemy plane and let it land in the city center? People gradually changed from roaring and shouting to crying and screaming. This attack was too unexpected. The flames of the explosion carried huge amounts of falling rocks and poured down like rain. Those who could not escape were covered up by the ruins in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the apocalypse. In the dust. No, Wanda, let's run away. Pietro was stunned to see this scene. He also swore a moment ago that terrorists would not attack the city center so easily, but the reality is that the speed of slap in the face is really fast. Oh no, it is too fast. He was about to pee on the spot. However, Pietro's reaction was very fast. When everyone was still in shock, he pulled Wanda quickly away from the crowd, for fear of a stampede, and instead of being hit by falling rocks, he was trampled to death by others. Wanda is about to be completely stunned. She is still a little girl and has never really witnessed such a terrifying scene. Fortunately, Pietro is a natural runner. With him dragging him, it is better than those panicked and crowded parades. People run faster. In a natural mountain forest in Sokovia, a piece of snow can still be seen covering the high-altitude area at this moment. A bald man with a single lens in his right eye put down the military binoculars in his hand. A slight sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph, this is the end of the fight against our Hydra. It's just a poor and declining country. With our Hydra leading the development, the backward city of Sokovia can immediately become a metropolis like New York, but though stupid, it's ridiculous that the rulers of the People's Republic of China care so much about the trivial rights in their hands, so I have to give you a little gift. 39. Talking. He handed the telescope in his hand to the man next to him, waving his hand. Okay, let's go back and pack up. Tomorrow we will go directly to the stage to manage the country of Sokovia. Yes, Baron Strucker. 9. The subordinates responded respectfully, and at the same time, with both hands together, in a punching manner and speed, they raised powerfully side by side. Hydra hail? Well, Hydra hail. Baron Strucker nodded, put on a coat, and boarded a gunship not far away. He looked at the collapsing fire of the city center building in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to think about the construction path of Hydra in the future. Although Hydra is a whole, in fact, each head has its own ideas. As one of the big leaders, whether it is Malik Gideon, who masters Hydra's economic lifeline, or Alexander Pierce, who has sat on the position of SHIELD director and masters a large number of Hydra undercover agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., their main core goal is actually to destroy and embezzle SHIELD. In the shell of S.H.I.E.L.D., doing Hydra things. Baron Strucker thinks this is too petty. He's more into the idea of Red Skull. Conquer the world? And let Hydra's prestige make the whole world tremble. He is a radical military faction, and he is too lazy to engage in those petty intrigues and tricks that keep plotting against you and me. But if he wants to build a powerful force, he must first have a vast base, Sokovia, which is what he likes. In the future, I can also develop all the residents of Sokovia into believers of Hydra, and provide me with constant grassroots fresh blood. In a few years, I can let Malik Gideon and Alexander Pierce know about those two guys. Who is the most powerful head in Hydra? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Baron Strucker thinks about great plans for the future. But right now, the voice of the subordinate's report suddenly sounded. Mr. Baron Strucker, our radar has detected 2 unknown flight objects rapidly approaching Sokovia. Do you want to shoot them down? 2 unknown flight bodies? Are they fighter jets? Baron Strucker frowned. Is Sokovia military counterattack? Not quite right. Those guys in power in the military should have been bribed or controlled by them long ago, and even if there are some stubborn people who want to fight back, this reaction speed is really too fast. Sending troops so soon? No, not a fighter. The subordinate said hesitantly. According to the radar feedback, the 2 unknown flight bodies are smaller than the smallest fighter jets, and they seem to be closer to the human form. Doll. Baron Strucker was taken aback. Lost. Humanoid flight? What the hell? Is it an alien? The other party is already approaching our air flight base. Will you shoot down? The subordinate asked again. Shoot down. Neither did Baron Strucker, much hesitation. No matter what kind of mess he is, just kill him and it's over. Definitely, I still have some curiosity and doubts in my heart. Baron Strucker rolled his eyes, and was not in a hurry to leave. He picked up the previous military binoculars and looked towards the city center of Sokovia. At this moment, the central government building of Sokovia seems to have completely collapsed. From the lens of the telescope, a huge amount of fire continues to spread along with the explosion and the collapse of the building. The dark smoke is like doomsday, and the whole sky is going to darken. I do not know how many people died tragically in this sudden disaster. In the sky, it is the large plane that made it. But it's not so much a big plane as it's a big fighter jet. The entire volume of huge amounts of the fuselage does not look bloated, and the 2 huge amounts of turbines on the wings swallow the surrounding airflow, making a roar, like the roar of a falcon. The moment was accompanied by orders from Baron Strucker. The combat air base immediately turned its direction, the missile port below opened, and along with the sound of precision machinery, an air-to-air missile with a shape like a small rocket appeared. The infrared rays of the ray extend to the distant target, as if a human-devouring rattlesnake spit out its own snake core. Whoosh! Suddenly, the tail flames burst out like bright red blood, and the missile was launched, heading towards the target rapidly. Humph! Whatever you do, kill it first. Baron Strucker watched the missile launch with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, in his telescope lens, he could already see the target, and he saw that the targets detected by the two radars quickly turned from small black dots into objects that could at least distinguish shapes. Well, it really looks like two humanoids. A little closer. Baron Strucker seems to have been able to distinguish very clearly. People? That's right. Then it's just two people. It's just that one of them is wearing a dark blue tights, with a red cloak swaying in the wind behind him, while the other one seems to have exoskeleton steel armor all over his body, just like an Iron Man. Baron Strucker couldn't help but be taken aback. This. Boom. It's too late to say, it was fast. The air-to-air missile that was launched just collided with the two people in a few seconds, and accompanied by a roar, it burst into a hot and dazzling fire, filling the Baron Strucker's binocular socket against the telescope lens. I don't know what that Iron Man is, but the figure in the dark blue tights and the red cloak seems to have seen it somewhere, and that guy is really a flying person. Baron Strucker put down the telescope, feeling strange for a moment. Someone who can fly? What's the situation? Did aliens actually appear? And he vaguely felt as if he had seen that guy somewhere. Or did I just read it wrong? Baron Strucker kept thinking in his mind, forget it, no matter what it is, whether it is a person who can fly or not, there should be no scum left after being blown up by a missile. Shake your head. Baron Strucker intends to leave. In order to take the whole Sokovia in his hands and root his Hydra cronies, he has to do a lot of things next. Bombing the Sokovia government center is just his entertainment in the morning. But at this time, the subordinates were suddenly shocked. Roar said, "No, didn't kill the other party, or even leave him unscathed. How is that possible?" "Right? I remembered it. That's Superman?" "That's right. Superman? Superman has come to Sokovia." Strucker froze suddenly. Then the pupils condensed and shrank. "Superman? Correct. The Superman who saved Tony Stark from the terrorists?" Recently, the media has made the topic of Superman very hot. Although the real face is not revealed, some people have photographed Superman wearing a S mark on the front, a red cape behind him, a blue tights, and helping people. Bright image. Baron Strucker once thought it was just media hype. Even if there is such a person with extraordinary ability as Superman, at least it has little to do with him at the moment, and his main task at present is to win Sokovia. Yet now, Superman actually appeared, and also came to Sokovia? Without the slightest hesitation, Baron Strucker hurriedly raised the telescope in his hand, set the distance that could be adjusted as close as possible, and looked towards the direction where the missile exploded. Flowers 0. It can still be seen that the sky is still sparsely floating with firelight, which is the wreckage of the missile fragments. And at the center where the air seemed to be distorted faintly due to the violent explosion and extremely high temperature, a figure, vaguely visible. It was still the dark blue tights and the red cloak swaying in the wind. Even, the other party's hairstyle did not show any signs of confusion, and at the center of the missile explosion, he seemed to be walking leisurely in his own yard. Superman. Does Superman really exist? Baron Strucker's pupils shrank again. He always thought that this was just a so-called superhero made up by speculation, but now it seems that there is such an incredible beyonder in this world? Too strong. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? Missile bombs can't kill you? No, it didn't cause any damage at all. If I had this kind of power. 0. Baron Strucker grabbed the telescope's hand and couldn't help but force, if I have this kind of power, let alone Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. How hard is it to rule the world? 35. Strength. Correct. In the past, Baron Strucker thought that power was technology, and money was military power. Now, however, he finds that he sees real power. I have to figure out a way to get this Superman, and even become a Superman myself. Baron Strucker suddenly found a new target. He stared at Superman's figure obsessively through the binoculars, as if incarnated as an idiot, tightly, peeping at Superman's powerful physique through the telescope lens, his enviable strength. He can't wait to grow his eyes on Superman at this moment, carefully observe every inch of Superman's body, even every cell. But suddenly, Baron Strucker's heart skipped a beat. He saw it. In the lens of the telescope, in his eye sockets and pupils, Superman's face slowly turned around, and across a distance of several thousand meters, as if he had discovered him, he actually looked at him, even also showed a smile. Baron Strucker suddenly sucked in Roar's breath. Superman, can you see him? But looking at Superman's seemingly non-hostile smile, Baron Strucker's heart loosened slightly, and he also showed a smile, as if he was going to talk to the other side. Roar. But suddenly, he saw that in Superman's smiling eyes, a crimson light burst into full bloom. Follow closely. Wow. The two hot sights meet together, pierce through the void, and shoot in the blink of an eye. Baron Strucker is smiling. Then suddenly, his head is gone. 5. Baron Strucker's men felt a flash of red light beside them, turned their heads to look, and then everyone was stunned. What about the head? What about Baron Strucker's head? Puff. Seeing that Baron Strucker was still holding the binoculars, the corpse fell straight to the ground, blood pouring from his headless neck in an instant, like a legend of the holy light. After the subordinates reacted, one by one was almost scared to pee on the spot. What's the situation? What happened? Why did Baron Strucker, who was fine, suddenly die on the spot? Everything happened so fast that Hydra's head suddenly disappeared, which is really a very important and terrifying thing. But suddenly there was no backbone, and Baron Strucker's men didn't know what to do for a while. Fortunately, these are well-trained Hydra fighters. The sudden death of Baron Strucker obviously means that there are unknown and terrible dangers around. All of them immediately took up guns and alerted them. At the same time, they collected 960 corpses for Baron Strucker. No matter what, this place is no longer safe. It's better to pack up and evacuate as soon as possible. But at this moment, wow, next to the headless body of Baron Strucker, a dark mist surged up. At this moment, the space seemed to be opened by a gap, and the black mist exuded an unspeakable mystery. When it was surging, it swirled around, followed by a pair of claws that were like drops of ink. What the hell is this? The surrounding Hydra warriors were all taken aback. Immediately, they all pointed their guns at the strange claws protruding from the mysterious place. I saw the black mist grow thicker and thicker. Those bizarre claws that were like drops of ink also revealed the true figure of its owner, as if to be seen. It was a monster in the shape of a horse face that looked extremely frightening, with fangs all over its mouth, eyes extremely scarlet, and its whole body. It is a dark and deep color that seems to be able to inhale the human soul. As the monster walked out of the black fog, a pair of black wings also extended. And whoa, take off. The entire figure must be at least 2 meters high, and the scarlet eyes glance at the surrounding Hydra warriors, giving people a sense of horror that is mysterious, deep, and subconsciously trembling in the soul. The devil? It must be the devil from hell. It killed Baron Strucker. When a Hydra soldier saw this monster, he screamed in horror on the spot, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his submachine gun and swept toward the devil-like monster. The rest, though, have some doubts. But seeing the companions fired, all of them immediately started firing. No matter how, whether it's a devil or not, this thing looks weird, and if it frightens them, it's better to kill it first. In an instant, countless bullets flew in the dazzling firelight, pouring on the black horse-faced devil monster. However, this monster is like an invisible body at all, and the bullet actually went straight through its body, without causing any damage to it at all. On the contrary, it angered it. Wow, the monster's mouth suddenly opened. A thick black aura suddenly poured out like a streamer, swept away towards the Hydra fighters who shot, and in just an instant, it wrapped them all. Follow closely. Click, click. The whole body of everyone was filled with dark and purple crystals. In the midst of distortion, pain, despair, and fear, these Hydra warriors turned into cocoons of black crystals and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the horse-faced devil monster didn't care about these guys anymore. Claws grab. That is, the headless body of Baron Strucker was dragged into the mysterious black fog. With the fog rolling, it disappeared soon, and the scene suddenly returned to calm. Until about a minute later. Crack. The black crystalline cocoon suddenly shattered, followed by the ink-like claws, which suddenly stretched out. Hey Lin, you're too cunning. You agreed to take me out to be a superhero for my debut as Iron Man. Why did you suddenly show up in front of me? After making a little higher roar with Baron Strucker, who was peeping from a distance, Lin Yu heard Tony's dissatisfied voice ringing from the tiny communication earphones in his ears. I was able to block the missile just now. I recently researched something from the material vibranium, which can specifically use the impact force to energy absorbing and store it in the armor. Originally, I wanted to use that missile to test it. Just take a moment, and show off the limelight by the way. How do you know that you have preempted it? 99. Swish. Wearing the newly developed new generation Mark 7 steel battlesuit, Tony flew to Lin Yu's side and couldn't stop muttering. You want to do an energy absorption test? Lin Yu looked at Tony amusingly, made a fist gesture, and said, that's okay, I can give you a punch and let you absorb the energy to your heart's content. That's fine. Tony immediately became ashamed. How can the power of the missile be comparable to your Superman's fist? Although my battlesuit has been developed to Mark 7 and has been further improved, but your fist, that is still forget it. 99. Thinking of the scene of being abused by Lin Yu at that time, Tony had a toothache. He vowed never to compete with a pervert like Lin Yu again. Too much self-esteem? Unless Lin Yu let him have 2 hands. Oh no, hands and feet. Oh no, even his head. Fine. Lin Yu was naturally joking with Tony. But there is one thing to say. Stress is something that can really make people progress. Voila. According to the normal timeline, Tony would at most have developed his steel battlesuit to the level of Mark 4, which is the one that debuted at the exhibition in Iron Man 2, and even the palladium element crisis has not been solved. And now, it's the Mark 7, the armor that originally appeared in the Avengers 1 timeline. And since Lin Yu brought back a special material from the Life Foundation company, activated fiber of symbiote, according to the introduction, this thing is an inexhaustible universal casting material. Lin Yu asked Tony to try to get a little down and integrate it into the armor. It's okay if it doesn't work. As soon as I get it, Tony indulges in the research of this material on the spot, and after a few days of fiddling, not only has he come up with the latest Mark 7 steel battlesuit, but even the new element arc reactor has been improved. All in all, now Tony's Mark 7 steel battlesuit can be called the ultimate sci-fi product of the current era. Even in Lin Yu's eyes, due to the symbiote-activated fiber material, the functionality of this battlesuit is close to Tony's future nano armor. Definitely. If you compare the combat power, in Lin Yu's eyes it's still the same thing, weak. However, Tony's application of symbiote-activated fibers is only a fur. As time progresses, more things should be researched. I will wait and see 5. To be frank, Lin Yu kind of sees Tony as a character development game. Nurture it. Lowly or something has long been fed up. To develop an Iron Man is as much an intentional 0.5 male sign thought as having a living humanoid figure, satisfying Lin Yu's ultimate fantasy of being a figure maniac otaku in his previous life. Okay Tony, what kind of debut is it to block a missile in a mere way? Others just listen to a sound and can't see you at all. Lin Yu pointed to the Hydra airbase aircraft not far away. He pointed to the Sokovia people who fled below. The first show, you have to go deep into the people to make people impressive. Now the whole Sokovia is a stage for you to show the majesty of Iron Man. How about we come to compare who can save more people? Yes, you have to save people quickly. 35. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Tony really noticed the Sokovia people fleeing below. There is no hesitation immediately. Okay, then we will save more people than anyone else, and before that, Tony looked at the Hydra airbase plane, and there was a faint sternness in the eyes with the face armor glowing in cold tones. Look at me killing that terrorist plane first. Roar. Wanda, luckily we ran fast, otherwise we'd have turned into a puddle of rotisserie under the boulders and flames like everyone else. Pietro was terrified to death. He had never seen such a disaster scene before. He said before that terrorists would never attack the city center, especially the tall and beautiful government building. Now it seems that such a tall building is a living and extremely eye-catching target. Definitely. Although he was almost urinating in shock, Pietro naturally had to be braver in front of his sister. He looked at Wanda and tried to speak in a mocking and self-deprecating tone. Pietro, let's go home quickly. Wanda looked pale. She didn't know if it was fear or what. Her body trembled slightly, looking at the flames burning in the explosion in the distance. Her eyes were stained with crimson. The surrounding explosions covered up all the screams of people, the scorched smell mixed with black smoke, and also covered the bodies of those who died tragically when the building collapsed, at least making the surrounding disaster scene look terrible and shocking, but at least not some mutilated remains that leave a psychological shadow. It's like a disaster movie with a big scene. At least it won't show you the tragic appearance of people dying in disasters in great detail. But in Wanda's eyes, 31 and ears, somehow, she suddenly heard a series of whispers, despairing, mournful, twisted, full of negative emotions, and it was as if she saw one twisted shape-shifting figure evaporate in the blood-like flames, and finally turned into a terrifying shape. This nightmarish scene made Wanda wonder if it was reality or fantasy at the moment. Now, she just wants to go home and see the faces of her parents so that she can feel at ease. Well, we're definitely going home, and I don't know if the terrorists just hit the city center this time. Pietro is worried that his home has also been attacked by terrorists. If so, the father and mother. Pietro didn't dare to think about it any longer. He looked up at the terrorists' plane in the sky, and at this moment, it happened that this Hydra air base launched the second missile. Just listen to the sound of boom. The whole sky seemed to be dyed bright red. When the fleeing Sokovia people heard the explosion, they almost didn't urinate on the spot, thinking that the terrorists had attacked them again. But when looking up into the sky to look past, in the flames of the explosion, they only saw a figure. It was a figure of a man. The blue tight-fitting uniform and the crimson cloak like the scorching sun fluttered in the wind, concealing the other party's stalwart, admirable, godlike figure in the splendor of fire. God, unscathed in the blast of the missile, was that God? Was it God who came to save us? What God? That's Superman? Yeah, I remember, Superman. Righteous superhero, Superman. Superman is here to save us? 35. Huh? Superman seems to have a flying Iron Man beside him. What is that? 99. That's probably Superman's little follower. I have to say that Lin Yu keeps hyping up on the internet, and he has bought many international hot searches. The effect is immediate. Although his Superman's reputation has not yet reached the level that spreads all over the world, at least it has reached the level of others, everyone. To the extent that they all know. And these days because of the topic of appearance notice, it is when his popularity is extremely hot. When the people of Sokovia recognized the figure of Superman in the sky, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. In the disaster and despair of being attacked by terrorists, they saw the dawn of salvation. Boom, dash. At this time, the sky lit up again with the explosion of fire. It can be seen that the terrorist plane that attacked the Sokovia government building suddenly exploded. The rumbling sound and the strong explosion light that almost covered half of the sky. The whole scene can be described as very spectacular. Simply dazzling, do not know how many times. Seeing this, the Sokovia people who survived on the spot were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes suddenly lit up. Awesome. Superman tackles the terrorist's plane. As expected of Superman. Too strong? I didn't even see Superman make his move, and the terrorist's plane exploded. Could it be that Superman can have such power with just one look? Horrible? Unable to bear, all the surviving Sokovia people all started to go crazy. There were bursts of cheers on the ground, matched with that Hydra airbase aircraft explosion light. It looks like some very festive fireworks display. At this time, Tony attacked with all his strength, and after taking down the airbase plane, he was triumphantly planning to show his handsome appearance as Iron Man in the explosion. But I heard a faint burst from the ground. Superman. Superman. Superman? The cheers of roar. Tony was stunned. What's the situation? Shouldn't this be my Iron Man debut? Why are you all loving Roar Superman? Hey, that's not fair. What about my Iron Man debut? Linear. Tony looked at Lin Yu a little helplessly and aggrieved. It hurts. Superman's prestige is too great. If I had known that he would not come out with this guy Lin Yu, let alone the first show, people would have thought he was Superman's little follower at first glance. Oops, alright Tony, don't worry about the details, it's about saving the talent, this is your real debut. Lin Yu patted Tony on the shoulder and smiled, and don't forget, we have more people to save than anyone else, so I'll set off first. Talking. Whoosh. Lin Yu was the figure flying downward. Although the terrorists who attacked have been dealt with, the disaster they caused has not yet ended. The entire 80-story building collapsed. The damage caused can cause a huge chain reaction. The most obvious, that is the spread of fire. Moreover, although half of the 960 buildings collapsed, not all the people inside would really die, and even those buried in the rubble would still have a chance to survive. Those are all waiting for emergency rescue. Over time, they may not be able to support them and they will die directly. Yes, it is important to save people. Tony took a deep breath, although he felt a little helpless that Lin Yu stole his limelight, but compared to the lives of those who needed to be rescued, it was naturally not that important. J.A.R.V.I.S. Conduct vital response testing. Okay sir, there is a faint life reaction at the position of 300 meters below. Is that Superman? So handsome. Pietro watched the figure of Superman fly through the sky, and the firelight of the terrorist plane exploded, and involuntarily, stars appeared in his eyes. So handsome, so powerful. There are always many fantasies in the hearts of teenagers, and the powerful and handsome figure of Superman makes Pietro feel a little more yearning. It would be nice if he was as good as Superman too. And Wanda raised her head and looked at the figure of Superman flying overhead in the sky. She suddenly found that the desperate whispers in her ears and the twisted and terrifying human figures in her eyes had all disappeared. Superman was like a ray of light, shining into the nightmarish darkness she had just now, dispelling all her discomfort. Wanda murmured the name, and a bright light gradually appeared in the eyes that were originally dull due to discomfort. Without the threat of terrorists, Wanda and Pietro didn't hurry to go home. The two brothers and sisters actually ran to the rooftop of a nearby building, watching the Superman flying around in the sky, rescued one after another. The eyes of the victims who were about to die are shining. In their little hearts, for the first time, they have the concept of idol. Superman is a righteous, great superhero? Yes. I want to be such a superhero in the future. Psst, Pietro, are you kidding me? Hey, Wanda, I'm also an older brother born 12 minutes earlier than you. Can you show some respect for my dreams? Sorry, I can't do this Pietro. You are compared to Superman, that's like a little ant and the sun. I've decided, I'm going to marry Superman in the future. Pietro was unhappy with Wanda's previous sentence. But hear the last sentence. He suddenly laughed pissed. Girl, look at your eyes that are full of wisdom now. It has a special term called nympho. Humph. Pietro, are you itchy? Wanda immediately grabbed Pietro with all his teeth and claws. Due to the existence of Superman, Wanda has an incomparable sense of security at this moment. The haze caused by the terrorist attack has also been swept away, and the whole person is also in a cheerful mood. She has become a normal girl, completely forgetting what she heard before. Hearing whispers of despair, seeing distorted human figures. She and Pietro, you chase after me. After playing for about 10 minutes, I saw that the sky was gradually darkening, and night was about to come, and I finally remembered that I was going home, and hurried to the house immediately. Wanda and Pietro's home is located in the suburb of Sokovia, which borders the city. Plus Sokovia is not a big city, so it doesn't take too long to get home from the city. At the moment night has come. A cold meniscus was faintly hidden in the bleak clouds, and above the towering snow-capped mountains with slight outlines in the distance, there was a chill in the air. Pietro couldn't help shivering. Hey. It's so cold, why do I always feel that the atmosphere around me is a little gloomy, and is it because the street lights are less on? I always feel that this road is much darker than before, and why is there a passerby? Haven't seen it. The location of home is already reflected in his eyes. It was a two-story single-family building with a yard, lawn, and a garage. But somehow, although he was very close to home, Pietro felt a very strange feeling for no reason, as if he had returned not home, but an illusory nightmare land. Wanda also sensed something was wrong. She feels the same as Pietro, but the difference is, faintly, she seems to be able to see the houses of the neighbors around. There are black cocoon-like things, and there seems to be some kind of life in them, is struggling to break out of the cocoon, giving people an extremely creepy feeling. Pietro, let's hurry to the house, I have a very bad feeling. Wanda's heart twitched suddenly. She suddenly thought of her parents, and then immediately accelerated her pace and ran towards the home not far away. Soon, Wanda and Pietro arrive at the door. However, it was found that the door of the house was open and was severely damaged, as if a sharp beast claws had forcibly tore the door. This scene immediately made the eyes of the brothers and sisters shrink. Has your home been robbed? Or a terrorist attack? Boom. 35. Suddenly, a gunshot sounded. It came from inside the house, and along with the gunshot, there was a man roaring in anger and fear. Go away, you monsters! Don't hurt my Maria. That's my father's voice. And Maria, it was their mother's name, Maria Maximov? What exactly happened? Monster? A monster broke into their house? Wanda and Pietro were completely stunned by the gunshots and their father's roar, but they were only stunned for a second or two, and their worries about their parents drove them to rush into the house immediately. But at the moment of rushing in, the scene in front of them caused the two to take a sharp breath, and they froze in place on the spot. Seeing that the house at this moment seems to be burning with soot, it is filled with a deep and rich black aura. And the source of this black aura is two monsters like devils. These two monsters have long and narrow bodies, and it can still be seen that they are in the shape of human bodies, but they are thin and bony, and it looks like a normal person has been forcibly stretched by external forces like a gummy candy. Under the black and naked skin, I can clearly see the terrifyingly protruding ribs, slender and terrifying. Their hands and feet also appear to be extremely slender, with pitch black claws that look like skeleton claws. But the most frightening and infiltrating are the heads of the two monsters. It can be clearly seen that they should have been the faces of two men, but at this moment, the eye sockets of these faces are extremely sunken, showing a strange darkness. Silently opened, there were no upper and lower lips, but the teeth turned out, as if wearing a strange mask made of dark plaster. Wow! From the back of their long and narrow bodies, a pair of black wings kept flapping. It should have been like angels' wings, but at this moment, it has fallen into a demon. What is this? Wanda and Pietro were still 13 or 14-year-olds after all, and they had never seen such a strange monster that would not even appear in a nightmare. Suddenly frightened, not only stagnant in place, the calf couldn't stop shaking. The only thing left is that he almost didn't fall directly to the ground. Wanda? Pietro? Are you two okay? Thank goodness. In front of the two monsters, the husband, Diego Maximov, was guarding his wife Maria with a shotgun. At this moment, he was overjoyed to see that the two children were all right. But soon his face changed wildly, and he frantically shouted to Wanda and Pietro, "Run, you two, hurry up and run." But the two children were completely frightened, their calves were soft, and they could still run, even Pietro, who had been a runner since childhood. This is not like the previous terrorist attacks. Under the terrorist attack, the building collapsed, and it was the instinct of survival that drove people to escape, but at this moment, such a strange and terrifying monster scared people's guts, the sense of horror that hit the soul directly, for the two young children, it is the most feared. Whoa! When the two monsters saw a child, a dark aura circulated in their deeply sunken black eyes. Immediately, he aimed his direction at Wanda and Pietro. It seems to want to attack. Damn, you ugly, dirty, disgusting monsters! Come at me if you have the ability. Seeing this, Diego Maximov was in a hurry. Without the slightest hesitation, he aimed the muzzle at the two monsters and pulled the trigger, and the bullet penetrated the strange black body of the other party in an instant. No attack effect at all. Fortunately, it seems to have the effect of attracting hatred. One of the monsters turned back to Diego Maximov. There was only one other, but he ignored it. With a flap of the dark wings behind him, he flew straight towards Wanda and Pietro, and quickly reached the front of the two. The sharp black claws in his hands were raised with a swishing sound. Grabbed it directly, as if to string the two brothers and sisters together with their claws like candied haws. Not good. Wanda and Pietro finally reacted somewhat at this time. The two want to escape the clutches. However, the ink-like claws have already arrived in front of them, and in just 1 second, they can penetrate their hearts. They can only wait to die. Pissed. When they were dying, Wanda and Pietro could only close their eyes subconsciously. Then, quickly, the sound of the body being penetrated suddenly sounded in my ears. It's just that Wanda and Pietro didn't feel any pain. They opened their eyes with some doubts, but what they saw was no longer the terrifying and ugly black monster, but a familiar, loving face. That's their mother. Child. Maria Maximov showed her last loving smile to the two children, resisting the monster's attack with her greatest back as a mother. Caressing the faces of the two children, her voice trembled with pain, but was still extremely gentle. She said, "Escape, you two, run away, the farther the better. Do not." Wanda completely collapsed in an instant. When she saw her mother's body being penetrated by the monster's claws, tears poured out of her eyes. She let out a hysterical roar. "No, Mom, I don't want, woo-woo. Pietro, take your sister to run. Run, run as fast as you can, run." Seeing his beloved wife being penetrated by the monster, Diego Maximov almost collapsed. His heart hurt like a tear, but as a father, he still endured it and used all his strength to scream at Pietro Deo, and at the same time moved his body, resisting the other monster. Pietro suddenly narrowed his eyes. Not a shred of any hesitation. She grabbed Wanda with a jerk. "Run wildly outside. Run. Use the fastest speed possible. Run." There was only one voice left in his mind at the moment. "No, I don't. I don't." Wanda cried completely, no wangs, and became a tearful person. She wanted to stay. Even if she died, she would die with her parents. But Pietro was a boy after all, and at the time of his life and death, his strength became even greater, and he pulled Wanda away from the door at once, and fled towards the outside. Pissed. At this time, the monster's claws penetrated deeper into Maria Maximov's body. Follow. Wanda saw a scene she will never forget. See, black and mysterious aura permeated from the claws, like black maggots crawling on the body of her mother Maria, and finally burrowed into the skin, making Maria's complexion instantly visible to the naked eye. The speed turned into pitch black like a drop of ink. Even at this moment, as Maria's body trembled, she let out an extremely shrill roar, her eyes and mouth opened wildly, almost tearing the corners of her mouth and eye sockets, followed by a black, full of Liao Ren's breath. Serum, like tears, like saliva, flowed down from her eye sockets and the corners of her mouth, life, and eventually, covering her entire body, turning her into a cocoon of black crystals. This scene made Wanda's pupils shrink sharply. She is incredible. My mind was shaking like a river. Especially at the end, when the home was about to disappear in the field of vision, from the cocoon of black crystals, a dark woman's palm suddenly stretched out. Click. Wanda's consciousness suddenly shattered like a mirror falling to the ground. Wanda, wake up, those two monsters are catching up, and, you are too heavy, I really can't carry you. Vaguely, hear the words you're too heavy. Wanda suddenly opened her eyes, and the little hand subconsciously pinched Pietro's flesh. What did you say? I'm too heavy? Let go, it hurts. Pietro simply rolled his eyes at Wanda. At the juncture of life and death, you actually care about weight, I think I'm convinced. 35. Due to the pain, Pietro regained his spirits, and his physical strength, which was almost at its limit, was squeezed out a little bit of potential. However, when he listened to the back with his upright ears due to his constant vigilance, the darkness was so deep that he even lost the street lights. In the lustrous night, the flapping sound of the black wings was still gradually approaching. Pietro knew that maybe in a few minutes, he and his sister Wanda would be the belly of those two monsters. Thought here. Think about your parents again. There was a haze on his face, and the color of fear accompanied by black shadows continued to spread on his face. At this moment, Wanda heard Pietro's life and death, and suddenly, she recalled the previous memory in her mind, her mother's loving smile, her father's heart-piercing roar, and finally the black cocoon suddenly stretched out. The dark palm of 960. Her expression also began to be hazy. Why isn't this a nightmare? His throat started to choke, but he found that the tears in his eyes had already dried up. Wanda lay on Pietro's back, full of despair. At this moment, Pietro stopped suddenly. Wanda, if it goes on like this, we will die, we will all die. His hands suddenly began to tremble, his voice trembled, and Pietro's gloomy face suddenly revealed a strange, slightly trembling smile, which was intertwined with fear, despair, hesitation, struggle, complexity, cowardice, distortion, selfishness, struggling and so on. Drops of cold sweat dripped from his cheeks. Then, slowly, Pietro's eyes with rich and complex emotions turned to the corner of his eyes and glanced at Wanda on his back. The desire for selfishness and survival instinct began to appear in his eyes. In this scene, he looked a little terrified for a while. His roar breathing gradually became heavier, and his voice trembled as he said, Hey, Wanda, if you give up your life and come to save me, you will do it. As he spoke, he was holding Wanda's hand tightly, but slowly released it, as if to slowly abandon Wanda on his back. Pietro, you. Looking at the fear in Wanda's eyes and the desire to survive, Wanda couldn't help roar suck. What does she want to say? But in the end, she bit her lips, lowered her dull eyes, and nodded. Well, yes, I'll do it, Pietro. Aha, that's really nice. At the moment, the flapping sound of the black wings is closer. Although the night is dark, the two monsters, which are darker and more terrifying than the night, set off the brightness of the night, making people vaguely discern their outlines. Pietro saw the monster and knew that this was his only chance. The only chance to escape. Wanda, I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness. 35. Pietro put Wanda down completely, with silence and apology in his eyes. Wanda nodded. She knew what Pietro was going to do. Pietro is a boy and a good runner. If they can finally escape the pursuit of the monster, only Pietro can do it. Definitely, the premise is to get rid of her burden. To this, Wanda doesn't blame Pietro. After all, if it goes on like this, both of them will die. Instead of this, it is better to leave the one who is most likely to escape, and the other to be the bait to delay the monster. Bait? Suddenly, the pupils in Wanda's empty eyes shrank suddenly. She seemed to have thought of something, and raised her head all of a sudden, but at this moment, a gust of wind blew in front of her, and she saw that Pietro had used his last strength, and the wind ran away from her. But, instead of staying away from the monster, he rushed towards the monster. Pietro was trying to use himself as bait? Do not. Wanda cried out in dismay, only to find that her throat was already hoarse. Pietro, on the other hand, had already run to the front of the two monsters, and shouted, Baff, in an insolent and provocative tone. Haha. You two are filthy, ugly, stinky, like crawling out of a cesspit, maggot-like monsters? Catch me if you can. You can't catch me. You are too slow. The two monsters didn't seem to have much intelligence, but they felt Pietro's mockery. Wow, a black wing on the back. Chi-Chi chased after Pietro. Soon the backs of the two monsters completely sank into the darkness. Likewise, there is Pietro. Wanda's heart throbbed, she slumped down, and the grief had spread all over her. Why is this? Why exactly? No one answered her. Only the low whistle of the cold wind in the night. Wow. At this time, there was another sound of wings flapping, and it was mixed with the sound of breaking cocoons. It can be seen that in the houses on both sides of the road, in the houses that seemed to have no one, began to appear. One after another, the monster figures with their entire bodies were pitch black. Some of them were deformed humanoids like the previous two monsters, while others were in the shape of dogs, with scarlet eyes, ferocious fangs, and drop after drop of pitch-black turbid saliva. Heh. It turns out that everyone has turned into a monster. Seeing this scene, Wanda revealed a silent miserable smile. She was completely desperate. I don't want to run away at all, because she has completely lost everything. Wanda collapsed to the ground, looking at the dark night sky without a single star, hearing the monster's roar getting closer and closer. Her consciousness gradually became hazy. But right now, the roar of all the monsters around, the icy darkness suddenly disappeared. It recedes as fast as a tide. The night sky, which was originally devoid of any starlight, suddenly seemed to tear apart a black curtain, dotted with stars one after another. Wanda's eyes gradually widened, and the dull eyes gradually lit up again. She saw, that's right, she saw him, that figure, Superman. Superman flew through the sky. Although the speed was fleeting, it disappeared in the eyes like a shooting star. But she saw it. Saw Superman. I saw it even more. Hope. Yeah, Superman? Superman, he'll save Dad, Mom, and Pietro. Dawn lit up in the dark heart. Wanda once again thought of the hand sticking out from the cocoon after her mother became a cocoon, and on it, still wearing her mother's wedding ring, after being attacked by monsters. It doesn't mean that it is the most hopeless thing to be assimilated into a monster, but if there is a Superman, maybe there is hope. Those dark monsters, they fear Superman. Wanda stood up. He clenched his small fists. After Superman passed by in the sky, those dark monsters disappeared like an instant evaporation, and she didn't know how to do it. But she realizes that Superman can control monsters, maybe even save the monster and turn the monster back into a human again. I'm going to ask Superman for help. I'm going to pull myself together. I'll get Dad, Mom, and Pietro back to me again. This moment, Wanda's eyes showed incomparable determination in a deep and eerie dark dimension. A shattered planet has been torn apart, and dark energy is climbing on it like a worm, greedily absorbing nutrients, and on the side, Dormammu shows an intoxicated look. Ah, he exclaimed, what a wonderful taste. 35. As a Dark Lord, Dormammu has long been freed from the shackles of matter, and the level of life has jumped to a higher level. Substance. For him, it is equivalent to the existence of food. After enjoying a delicious meal at this moment, Dormammu felt satisfied, and no longer cared about the leftovers on the broken planet. It could be seen that the planet was not completely dead, and there were still some places that were not completely shrouded in darkness. In these places that are not necessarily completely shrouded in darkness, there is an extremely faint light shining faintly. It was an energy shield. If you look inside carefully, you can still see that some strange creatures are constantly resisting, but most of them are still shivering. Seeing the attack of darkness around them, one by one has become too frightened to be themselves. And with Dormammu stop enjoying the food. All over Dormammu, one after another, the dark and twisted figures suddenly made a greedy sound, and plunged into the broken planet all of a sudden. Click. The only place on the broken planet that was not enveloped by darkness, the energy shield suddenly shattered. The next moment, in the pair of desperate eyes, the shrill screams began to resound. Hey, what are these guys doing in such a hurry, and don't leave me a little bit. Grass, I was stunned for half a second. Why is everything alive on this planet gone? You beasts? A very dissatisfied voice suddenly rang at this time. Riot. Oh no, it should be called slaughter now. The massacre at this moment seems to have occurred metamorphosis. Originally, the color of his body showed a cold texture of metallic gray, but at this moment, it has turned into a red like blood, and the eyes outlined like a sickle are also more than the original. Even more twisted and hideous, the aura on his body is much stronger than before. Besides, Carnage seems to have ceased to be a soul symbiote. After being punched by Lin Yu, his body was much more solid than at the beginning, and it was still visible that the rich black energy flowed in his body, making his life form seem to be slightly close to Dormammu's degree. Humph, Slaughter, you were also cultivated by me, Dormammu, with dark energy and magic. You got rid of the original material shackles and completely transformed into a noble energy body like me. You even went to grab those leftovers to eat. Do you still want it? A little face. Dormammu squinted at the grandson of Slaughter and couldn't help snorting. Ahem, that. Lord Dormammu, it's shameful to waste food. I'm also just in case those Sin Eater's cubs don't eat well and thus fail your blessing. Lord Dormammu, I'm here and supervising them. Where are they rushing to eat? Slaughter said with a dry cough and shameless. Ugh. In fact, he sighed inwardly. Since receiving Dormammu's transformation, turning him from Riot to Slaughter, he has become increasingly hungry. Good. Hunger. This hunger tortured him almost all the time, as if he could never be full, and he didn't know if Dormammu was doing it on purpose or what. In short, he didn't dare to ask, he didn't dare to say. Whoa. At this time, a door in the dark dimension was opened, and a distorted and hazy energy mist swirled around. Among them, one after another silhouette with dark wings flew in. There seemed to be hundreds of these figures. Among them, the most eye-catching are the three figures. One of the figures is an extremely tall, strong, and strange creature. It has a human shape as a whole, and has no wings on its back, but it has a pair of extra huge ferocious arms, and black meridians are constantly squirming on it. In addition, its head is very distinctive. In other words, its half-head is very distinctive. The entire smooth and wrinkled surface of the brain is exposed to the outside, as if there is no skull, while the remaining half of the head presents a single eye, a nose, and a mouth. It looked very funny. The other two eye-catching figures took on a normal human form, but their skin was as black as ink, and their eyes were completely pitch black, emitting a strange black smoke. The two stood next to each other, a man and a woman, with two pairs of black wings flapping behind them, and they looked like they were never leaving, like a pair of fallen angels who had been cast down from heaven to hell. Tisk tisk, it seems that the sin-eating spirit magic I created is very effective for the people of the earth. In such a short period of time, 3 unique sin-eating spirits have evolved. Seeing this, Dormammu's black and purple eyes flashed slightly. A smile appeared. Slaughter look over. Seeing those 3 sin-eating spirits, who seemed to be somewhat unique, couldn't help but move their eyes. His figure moved. Swish. All of a sudden, he came to the female sin-eating spirit with 2 pairs of black wings behind him, who looked like a normal human, but with dark eyes. After becoming a sin-eating spirit, although this woman is still in human form, she looks different from ordinary women on Earth. Not only has her figure become extremely good, she is even more supermodel than a supermodel, and her whole body also exudes a sense of beauty. The Slaughter couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated by the eerie dark temperament. Very mysterious. Very exciting. What made Slaying particularly interested was that this woman actually wore a wedding ring on her finger, and she was actually a personal wife, and Slaying couldn't help but get even more excited. Tisk tisk, I like this beauty very much, Lord Dormammu. Why don't you give her to me and let me bring her to Earth to perform my mission well? Flowers 0. The eyes of Slaughter swept wantonly on this female sin-eater. Hihi, if you can control this unique mutant sin-eating spirit, you can bring it to Earth. Dormammu laughed when he saw this. Then I'm welcome? Hearing the words, Slaughter didn't have the slightest hesitation, and with a big hand, he grabbed the supermodel-like sin-eating spirit. But at this moment, the female sin-eater glanced at him lightly, and the wedding ring on her finger suddenly lit up with a black light. The massacre suddenly appeared. In the eyes, there was a blurry color, and he felt. It seemed that there was a very loving, gentle, and wonderful atmosphere surrounding him. It was as if the mother opened her arms and hugged him, a deep maternal love. Like a trickle of water, it washed away in his heart, in his mind, in the depths of his consciousness. Even though Slaughter was born without a mother. 0. But at this moment, he actually tasted what a mother's love was. I really want to sink into it forever and not go out. The Slaughter had an infatuated smile on his face. He was completely fascinated by this mother's love and could no longer extricate himself. Wow! Suddenly, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and thousands of layers of ripples swayed. Slaughter woke up suddenly. But when he woke up, he seemed to understand something suddenly, with a horrified and extremely vigilant face on his face, and suddenly he was far away from the female sin-eating spirit. Slaughter, the ability of mutant sin-eating spirits, is not something you can deal with now. They are mysterious, unique, and contain extraordinary talents that I am amazed by. This is the potential of human beings. 5. Dormammu laughed at Carnage. At the same time, he looked at the 3 unique mutant sin-eating spirits again. There was a mysterious and deep magic light in his eyes, as if he was peering into the past of the 3 sin-eating spirits. Soon, he understood something. The smile on his face couldn't help but get even bigger. Well, from now on, you give you 3 unique names. 99. He looked at the tall and strong man with his entire brain exposed to eat sinful spirits. You, Baron Strucker, crave power, crave dominance, crave the whole world, and you have unparalleled ambition, so I give you redemption, and you will be called the Redemptive Ambition. After naming it, a more powerful aura suddenly emerged from Baron Strucker, who became a sin-eater. At this moment, Baron Strucker looked at the pair of fallen angelic male and female sin-eating spirits. You, Diego Maximov, Maria Maximov, sacrifice your own life to save your children, great parental love, this is the brilliance of human beings, but there is always only darkness, which is your final destination. Therefore, I give you redemption. You shall be called a redeeming mercy. 5. After solving the horror crisis of Sokovia, Lin Yu naturally made use of the resources of Stark Industry again without hesitation to buy hot searches and make the topic about Superman on the front page of various media. As a result, his Superman's popularity has been skyrocketing almost all the time. However, the functions of hot search and news front page are always limited. After the reputation value continued to soar for about 10 hours, Lin Yu found that the growth rate of the reputation seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Now, Malibu Beach. Under the soft and comfortable sunlight, Lin Yu checked his reputation while swimming in the pool. Your current reputation statistics are: Superman, 560W, low speed growth. Joker, 99W, low speed growth. King 0. Yuha 963 Bach, 0. Dio 0. Homelander 0. Godzilla, 0. Polos, 0. Total remaining role value, 50W. Looking at this list of reputation points, Lin Yu honestly felt a little bit of pain, especially when looking at the characters with 0 reputation. Lin Yu couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency. I have to run my superhero brand company as soon as possible, so that it can fully blossom. Otherwise, if I want to make the reputation of the rest of the characters grow rapidly, then I will play it every day, and I won't be able to play it. I am exhausted. It is naturally impossible for Lin Yu to play every role personally. Isn't it good to enjoy life? Why be a liver emperor? Moreover, his reputation for playing Superman has increased very quickly, but now it is only in the early 500 Ws, and he is still close to half the distance from the initial success, 1000 W. And this is also because the role of Superman originally had the Justice Halo bonus. It is a superhero with absolute roots, and it is very easy to be sought after by people and gain prestige. Like Joker. Although it is also a charming character. However, the audience of this role is naturally not as wide as Superman. Therefore, Lin Yu has also used Joker's identity to do some cases these days, and also bought hot searches, but the popularity growth is not as fast as Superman. As for the rest, let alone. Only two characters, Godzilla and Poros, can reap huge amounts of reputation through extensive damage, but these two are both major disasters. It is estimated that the whole Earth will have to be cut off by me. 99. Lin Yu kept thinking in his heart, these two characters with relatively high destructive power, I may be able to put them in other places to harvest reputation, otherwise I will also grab the reputation of my Superman and Joker characters. It is conducive to all-round development. Think about it. Lin Yu is planning to make everyone on Earth feel the fear from Joker. As a result, two fierce men suddenly descended from the sky, Godzilla and Poros, and the destructive power was larger than the other. That people would definitely be stunned by the Joker's threat. This is very detrimental to the development of Joker's reputation. Therefore, unless the two powerful villains, Godzilla and Poros, are first frozen, and the Joker reputation is temporarily saturated on the Earth before releasing it. But this is obviously impossible. According to the current prestige growth, it is estimated that it will take half a year to reach the initial saturation of 1000 W prestige. After all, the further the prestige goes, the slower the growth, not to mention that after 1000 W prestige, there is still a 100 billion target waiting for Lin. What about you? One-liner development is obviously a waste of time. Multi-line development is king. If you want to have no liver, and you need to develop in multiple lines, in addition to creating a company to operate the superhero brand, that is to change the map and increase the scope of cutting leaks. And where does the next map go? Lin Yu already had an idea in mind. He looked into the sky, looked directly at the dazzling sun, and a slight smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Asgard, it's a good place, and maybe the Thor guy is coming. But before that, the growth of my Superman's reputation has been in a bottleneck. I have to create a big event as soon as possible to once again increase the popularity of Superman, and also to increase the popularity of Joker. Lin Yu thought. Move your hand. Wow, a black fog appeared in the void between the distortions. And as the black mist dissipated, a strange brilliance suddenly lit up, and in Lin Yu's palm, it seemed that there was an arc reactor lying quietly. Obadiah, I've raised you for so long, and it's time to start your Iron Overlord script. In a slightly dark villa. Inside the study, Obadiah's entire face was hidden in the slightly yellowish light of the lamp. This caused a deep shadow to appear on his face. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and the corners of his eyes couldn't stop jumping. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, making his words choked. In his throat, he was speechless for a while. Silence for an unknown amount of time. Finally, Obadiah still spoke. Under the light of the lamp, he looked straight ahead, as if it took all his courage. Mr. Joker, what exactly do you want to do? Hehe. 35. Lin Yu let out a faint laugh. Joker's makeup was already painted on his face at the moment, and compared to before, the split on both sides of the mouth was stronger, and the bright red traces were like real blood, and even seemed to be dripping. In this Joker makeup look, Lin Yu did not use the system's illusion function. Because illusion is a shallow thing after all, unable to bring out the essence of Joker. Therefore, he painted himself a 0.5 Joker makeup. 1. Flawless Joker makeup. The reason why the split at the corner of the mouth is so real is because Lin Yu really cut the corner of his mouth, and even made a suture mark with vibranium silk thread to prevent it from healing. It seems to be stitching, but in fact, the corners of the mouth are torn every moment. This makes him look more Liaoran. It also frightened Obadiah even more. Hehe, Mr. Obadiah, don't you think I seem to be more perverted than last time? Lin Yu gave a kind smile. The split at the corner of the mouth easily reached the ears in an instant, and the traces of the stitching became more obvious at this moment. The silk thread was dyed bright red, showing a hideous look, entangled in Obadiah's mind like a nightmare. No. Obadiah subconsciously shook his head. He didn't feel that Joker was more perverted than the last time, but he always felt that Joker was an absolute, top-level pervert. Whether it was more, this was not an important issue at all. Oh, what a pity. Lin Yu shook his head. I was looking forward to getting your compliments, and I heard you say something from your mouth, that beautiful, wonderful, heart-relaxing sound, perverted. In the end, you actually let me down. Why don't you think I'm a pervert? Huh? 35. While playing Joker, Lin Yu's sense of perversion can't help but be stronger than that of Superman. If there is a riot, oh no, it should be called massacre at this moment. If massacre was present, he would definitely not be able to hold back a cigarette and sigh deeply. He has always been perverted. Obadiah almost cried when he heard this. Big brother, please forgive me. I'm really, not fun at all. You'd better play with someone else. Okay, don't be so scared. Look like I'm going to eat you. 55. At some point, Obadiah suddenly found that Joker had appeared in front of him, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. This made Obadiah shiver violently. Almost didn't urinate on the spot. Fortunately, Lin Yu's next sentence calmed him down a bit, and he did not choose to die on the spot. I'm here this time, but I'm here to congratulate you, Obadiah. You have passed the test last time, so, please congratulate. You have successfully become a full member of my Injustice League, and to celebrate for you, I've brought you a reward. Lin Yu laughed in an exaggerated tone. While talking, he also patted Obadiah's face, and patted Obadiah's face swollen. Where did Obadiah dare to resist? He even laughed, the corners of his mouth grinned, and he tried his best to draw the smile from the corners of his mouth to his ears. But this scene of trying his best made him even uglier than crying. Thank you, Mr. Joker. Join Injustice? Obadiah didn't want to join this Joker's so-called Injustice League, and the thought of being in the same organization with Joker made him shiver. He just wanted Joker to leave now. He was almost tortured crazy by this Joker's laugh. You want to kill Tony Stark and gain power over the entire Stark industry? But suddenly, Obadiah was stunned, and heard Joker's whisper like a devil, ringing in his ear, I can help you. Obadiah's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing complexity, showing desire. In the end, a bright light appeared in his eyes. For the first time, he really faced the Joker in front of him, who made him terrified. Mr. Joker, can you really help me? Definitely. Lin Yu smiled. After all, you are now a full member of my Injustice League, Mr. Obadiah. In order to celebrate your joining the League, my gift to you is to fulfill one of your wishes. How about you? Do you want to realize it? Obadiah's mouth was dry for a moment. He thinks. He definitely wanted to. In fact, in addition to recalling the nightmare of being tortured by Joker, his biggest thoughts these days are mainly thinking about how to kill Tony Stark and how to win the Stark industry. Only, all indications recently are that Tony seems to really know the legendary Superman, and has been in contact with him. He had assigned all sorts of good guys to watch Tony before, even assassinating Tony. However, they eventually became silent. So Obadiah suspects that the legendary Superman is always protecting Tony's safety. This made him feel very panic, for fear that one day the Superman, who was like a god in the media hype, found him and then killed him, which made Obadiah almost in recent days. They all want to give up the act of rebellion. However, at this moment, Joker's words made him feel hopeful again. I definitely want to get the whole Stark industry and kill Tony Stark, that dude, just. Obadiah looked embarrassed. Beside that guy Tony Stark, there seems to be a guy named Superman protecting him all the time. I had asked the terrorists to kidnap and kill Tony before, but he was rescued by the Superman. It is said that the guy can do anything in the sky, even the missiles can't hurt him at all. How can I fight the opponent instead? This said, Obadiah could not help but carefully observe the Joker's reaction in front of him. He didn't know how powerful Joker really was. Is it comparable to Superman? At this moment, he deliberately mentioned Superman. First, he wanted to see Joker, a terrifying existence, and what his opinion of Superman was. Is he an enemy? After all, Joker is now a terrifying symbol for him. But the specific combat power is a mystery. I don't know how the opponent compares with Superman. Obadiah's thoughts. Lin Yu naturally saw through it at a glance. The corners of his mouth twitched into a smile, and then, suddenly, there was a grim look in this smile, and it turned into a grim smile. Shocked Obama on the field? Ha ha, ha ha ha, superhuman dash. Lin Yu let out Joker's classic wild laughter, laughing so happily and hysterically. Superman, let me see, when was the last time I wanted to get his skin off? Oh, I remembered. It was 4 minutes, 44 seconds, and 444 milliseconds ago. Not bad, tisk tisk, every so many pleasurable digital hours, I want to peel Superman, cramp, drink his blood, grind his bones, and throw down the toilet, flush 1,365 times, until he completely disappeared from my mind. Do you know? Lin Yu grabbed Obadiah's chin and lifted him up. When you mentioned the name Superman, you reminded me of a very funny joke. That is, you it seems to think that I am not as powerful as him, right? No, there is absolutely no such thing as Mr. Joker? Where does Obadiah know that Superman can make the Joker in front of him react so much? Immediately terrified. But, judging from Joker's reaction, it is clear that Joker and Superman are mortal enemies. Thought here. Obadiah's heart suddenly calmed down a little. I always think that you are the most powerful and powerful. As long as you shoot, the Superman guy will definitely have no bones left. You are the greatest existence in this world. Obadiah slapped rainbow farts in succession, for fear that Joker would tear him apart on the spot. Hear this. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh immediately. To be frank, he really wants to give his acting a compliment. It's just perfect. There is nothing the little golden man has to cry for him when he sees it. In order to bring the popularity of the role of Joker, Lin Yu added the setting Joker and Superman are mortal enemies in Obadiah's script. In this way, it will not only be a show of Iron King vs Superman, but also a show of Joker vs Superman. When the event breaks out and the script reaches the highest C, Superman and Joker will have no reputation. Doubt will be a double harvest. Definitely. In order to make Obadiah's performance exciting, Lin Yu naturally has to make him stronger. Otherwise, how do you hammer Toolman Tony, and then make his Superman character handsome? Obadiah, your speech is as good as singing. If you can talk, talk more. Suddenly, the grim look on Lin Yu's face disappeared. It turned into a peaceful smile. Changing faces is faster than flipping a book. Obadiah was about to be completely soaked in cold sweat. Seeing Joker squeeze his chin's hand and slowly put it down, he was relieved. Well, Mr. Obadiah, that's it for today. 35. Lin Yu waved his hand. Throw an item to Obadiah. Wanting to win the entire Stark industry, killing Tony Stark, and defeating Superman, it's not just talking about it. You're still too weak, you have to get stronger. Between the words, Lin Yu's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness like a ghost. This is a strengthening package I gave you. I hope that when I see you next time, your strength will satisfy me. Otherwise, hee. Mr. Obadiah, you understand. 95. Wandered with laughter. Lin Yu's figure completely disappeared. And Obadiah listened to the Joker's laughter that kept lingering in his ears. He couldn't help trembling again, and he couldn't help looking down at his hands. See you. It was a blueprint, and on it, there was a small arc reactor, with a strange scarlet light emitting on it, and a strange substance like a worm, which was constantly squirming. And suddenly, he climbed directly on Obadiah's hand and infiltrated. For some reason, Tony always feels like he's getting chills behind his back lately, and he can't help but want to sneeze. Why does it always feel like someone's been hitting on me all the time? Touched my nose. There was an odd look on Tony's face. But soon his eyes were attracted by the content of the newspaper at hand, and he saw that the front page of the newspaper was written, "The hero who saved Sokovia, the light of justice in the world, Superman." When I saw this, Tony couldn't help but feel a little pain in the ass. He has read the newspaper many times. However, every time he looked at it, he couldn't help but look a little indignant, and he was very resentful in his heart. You promised to accompany me on the Iron Man debut, but you ended up stealing the MVP? Not happy? So unhappy? Especially the one that made Tony feel depressed. Superman just took his front page, but there are so many idle journalists who like to talk nonsense. For example, interestingly, there is a small Iron Man next to Superman and so on. Using him to set off Superman's strength makes Tony look a little big. Made? What an Iron Man. I'm obviously called Iron Man, okay? And I'm not Superman's sidekick? Superman is my brother, okay? Although it is said that Tony is Superman's #1 superfan, he is also a little uncomfortable when someone says that. Why am I, Iron Man, not worthy of any name at all? Why don't I just announce my Iron Man identity to the press? Tony thought so, but soon shook his head again. No, I'm not well known as Iron Man now, and when it was announced suddenly, and everyone knew that I was rescued by Superman, wouldn't it make me even more convinced that I'm a little follower of Superman? Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but feel even more melancholy. Definitely. He didn't really think there was anything wrong with Superman's brilliance covering him up. After all, that guy Lin was really strong, and he was abused. But what annoyed him was, some unscrupulous media like to step on and hold one. He originally thought that after building Iron Man's reputation, he and Lin Yu, the two brothers, became superheroes, so that it would become a good story. Hey, isn't it a bit strange to describe a good story? Ahem, anyway, isn't it beautiful that the two of them both shine? But now Lin Yu is shining. But he, Tony Stark, was completely in the shadows. Tony found that Lin Yu seemed to be getting further and further away from him, which made him feel a little unable to catch up, couldn't keep up, and even, he couldn't see anymore. It made Tony panic. He was afraid that one day, he could only watch Lin Yu fly into the sky from a distance, farther and farther away from him, until they became completely two worlds. I finally got home, we finally became family again, I don't want you to leave again. Linear 99. Secretly, Tony clenched his fists, so I want to become stronger. I don't just want to be a shadow behind you, I want to walk side by side with you. Nyo Wang hello, Lin? Sir, an unknown explosion has been found. Do you want to rush to the scene and notify Mr. Lin? At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang. In order to improve his Superman reputation these days, Lin Yu naturally goes to various places to play the hero himself. Anyway, those petty crimes are too simple for him to solve, as easy as eating and drinking. And it was JARVIS who was in charge of detecting these crimes, of course. Tony. In order to promote his reputation as Iron Man, he has been following him all the time, but this has made him more and more convinced that he is Superman's little follower. So hearing J.A.R.V.I.S's voice this time, Tony thought about it and said, "Rush to the scene, but don't inform Lin, I will solve this unknown explosion myself." Talking. Raise your hand. Swish. Suddenly, a series of steel armor parts flew towards him in the distance. Boom dash. The terrifying explosion, without the slightest warning, suddenly burst open in this shopping mall where people come and go. The blazing fire is like a ruthless and cruel giant beast, mercilessly swallowing everything that can be burned. A large number of people in the center of the explosion are directly turned into fly ash, and some that deviate farther are instantaneous. His clothes, hair, and flesh were burnt off. Although he was still alive, he was no longer alive than dead. Along with it, there are also a large number of severed limbs, which are constantly twisted with the air in a flame of ruins. And follow. It was panic, screaming, and the sirens of police cars and fire trucks. This area. In an instant, prosperity turned into doomsday. It is sad. And in the ruins of flames, a black figure showed a satisfied smile. Is this the power of extremis? Great, great. I'll be in full control of it soon, and then, hee, Tony Stark, even if you have Superman guarding you, you're bound to die. 9. When this black shadow grinned, he was about to leave. But right now, a boy-like voice suddenly sounded, making him stop. Hey, Eddie, look, could that sneaky guy be the culprit in this explosion? I think it is. You said that punishing evil and promoting good will make me eat my brain. He's a bad guy, let me eat his brains. Damn it, little Venom, can you stop making noises suddenly? Don't you want to run away when you call someone like that? Also, isn't chocolate fragrant? Why do you want to eat brains? 9. Oh, although chocolate is fragrant, it's not bad for your brain. Changing the flavor of sashimi from time to time will help your body and mind be happy. You walk away, the thought of you swallowing a brain in my stomach makes me nauseous. Not good, that guy seems to be running away, let's hurry up. Swish. With this bizarre conversation, I saw a huge and robust black shadow suddenly fall in the air, directly stepping on several cracks on the ground. When the sneaky shadow saw this tall and strong figure, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes. He saw that the other party was a monster with a dark body, a mouth full of fangs, and a long bright red tongue. Looking at the pale eyes, people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? By the way, I seem to have heard recently that there is a man-eating monster called Venom, which specializes in picking criminals to attack. Could it be this guy? Not the slightest hesitation. As soon as the black shadow saw the venom coming, he immediately smeared oil on the soles of his feet and quickly slipped away. And Eddie sees it. Immediately, the muscles in his legs swelled, accompanied by, baff, an explosive force surging from his legs, and his entire body jumped more than 10 meters high, chasing after the sneaky guy who caused the explosion. Since the return of Little Venom, Eddie's mood has always been beautiful, and, after being rescued by Superman, he also intends to become a superhero, punishing evil and promoting good. It can be said that he has found his purpose in life. It's just, this Little Venom guy is like a walking meat grinder. The criminals he arrested have not been warmed up for a long time, and the Little Venom guy has eaten his head with a bite. Therefore, he did not make superhero, but almost became a super criminal because of murder. Fortunately, Eddie recently discovered that the use of chocolate seems to fill the stomach of the Little Venom, thereby reducing the thought of swallowing his head. Because of this, in the recent action of catching criminals, he has more or less regained his reputation, but there are still some bad rumors circulating in the market, and some people even gave him a nickname, Cruelty. Mad? Maid? Thinking of this, Eddie can't help but feel a pain in the ass. The bomber this time is crazier than all the criminals I've ever seen. I don't know what explosives were used to cause such a terrifying explosion effect. It's bloody. 99. There doesn't seem to be the smell of gunpowder in the air. Instead, there was a strong bloody aura. This made Eddie frown. But I'm going to catch this guy soon, and then ask directly, definitely, and also be careful if there is a bomb hidden on him. At this moment, there is a small venom possessed, and Eddie is not comparable to ordinary people in terms of strength, speed, or bouncing power. He moved a little, is to catch up with the bomber, when the opponent is about to be caught. But right now, the other party turned around suddenly, and suddenly opened his mouth. Whoa, a group of incomparably hot flames gushed out of his mouth. Fuck, this guy can actually breathe fire. Eddie didn't nearly urinate on the spot, and immediately backed away suddenly. Although it is said that Little Venom is a symbiote with extremely good genes, it still inherits the weaknesses of the original Venom, or in other words, all symbiotes afraid of fire, afraid of sound waves, and at most it has a little resistance. Therefore, after feeling the scorching heat of the flames, Eddie backed away without any hesitation. At this moment, Little Venom suddenly shouted, "Wow, wow, wow. Hey, what are you doing, like killing a pig?" 35. Eddie wants to catch up with the fire-breathing bomber again, but the cry of Little Venom gave him a headache. Eddie was immediately speechless. With just such a little flame, it won't make you cry so miserably, right? What, am I afraid of such a small fire? I'm definitely not afraid. Little Venom just wow, I called because I felt like something was about to come out. It felt like, a big one. What? You actually want to pull at such a critical moment? Eddie urinated immediately, with a look of disgust on his face. What the hell, why are you so unreliable? Little Venom, don't pull on me, go and go. Cut, who wants to pull a big one on you, and who will pull a big one in their bedroom? Little Venom glanced in white. With a snort, he left Eddie. Then jump. Find a shelter. You don't peek, Eddie. 35. What are you, who wants to peek at you and pull the tuba? Eddie had a black line all over his face, but then again, Little Venom, you've eaten so much before, and I've never seen you pull it before. Why do you suddenly feel something today? And does your symbiote have this function? How do I know that? Little Venom quickly settled the matter, then jumped on Eddie. He looked helpless. Maybe it's because I'm mutated, and I'm not the same as other symbiotes. In short, let's hurry up and chase that brain stab. Oh no, that fire-breathing bomber. Can't let him run away. 35. Talking. It was attached to Eddie again. 2. Eddie jumped up and continued to chase after the fire-breathing bomber, but did not see, just where the Little Venom pulls the tuba, a black sphere began to tumble and twist as if it had come to life. This black ball is about the file size of a jujube, and the overall texture is in a colloidal state. The surface looks very smooth and shiny, like a small symbiont. As it rolled and twisted, the black sphere began to change shape, as if something was struggling inside. Slowly, from the original spherical state, it turned into an ellipse, and then it changed from an ellipse to a muddy shape. The texture looked softer, and soon it became like a thick pool. Thick liquid substance. And from it, gradually, it began to glow scarlet. Constantly proliferates, grows again, grows bigger and bigger, until finally, it turns into a normal human file size, scarlet, ferocious, full of fine fangs, with a pair of sharp claws. From the surrounding flame ruins suddenly stretched out, an extremely excited voice sounded. Ha 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 ha, Riot, no, I slaughtered, and finally came back. Come out. Sin eaters who have returned from the dark dimension with me, today, you will join me in bringing pain to this world? Bringing to this world a never-ending darkness and slaughter? 35. Wow, dark mist permeates the twisted space. Originally, the place was still full of scorching heat due to the explosion, but at the moment, as the darkness rose, dark figures appeared from the darkness, and suddenly, the transparent cold began to spread to the surrounding. Huh? There was an explosion here not long ago, why does it always feel cold? When Tony came to the explosion site, what he saw was not the slightest trace of flames burning. Instead, there was an icy feeling that seemed to come from the Arctic region, and it was cold to the bone. Police have cordoned off the scene. The fire truck simply didn't come in handy, because before arriving, the fire caused by the explosion here was extinguished by unknown reasons. At this moment, the police are collecting various traces at the scene to investigate the real cause of the explosion. But when Tony arrived in a steel battlesuit, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Have to say, iron battlesuits are really cool. There is no need to do anything at all, just standing there is a beautiful scenery line, which is really suitable for standing on the street. An agent walked over to Tony. He was suspicious at first, then his eyes lit up, as if he recognized Tony as Iron Man. I know you? 99. The detective was excited. Tony's eyes moved when he heard the words, hey, is it my little fan? Not easy. I finally have fans. You're that Superman's sidekick, aren't you? The next sentence, however, nearly made Tony fall to the ground. Tony felt so bad. What's the matter? It's okay to be a follower, and he even added a little. He really wanted to smash this bad detective into a small cake with one punch. Has the source of the explosion been found? In the end, Tony resisted the urge to smash people and asked the detective in front of him. It's strange that we didn't find any residue of explosives, and what's even more strange is that no one knew who put out the fire caused by the explosion, but there was no trace of firefighting at the scene. It was as if the flames disappeared out of thin air. The detective answered thoughtfully, also looking at Tony. But anyway, Mr. Follower, this incident did not lead to further tragedies. There should be no need for Superman to take action, and we will investigate this matter slowly. Tony rolled his eyes inwardly. You are Mr. Attendant. Your whole family is a follower? Looks like I'll have to check it myself. Tony instinctively felt that this matter was not easy. He asked J.A.R.V.I.S to scan the scene, then generated a 1:1 scale holographic scene and started walking around the scene. What? Suddenly, Tony's eyes moved. He saw some leftover pieces of meat at the core of the explosion. Logically speaking, the extreme high temperature generated at the core of the explosion should be enough for people to instantly turn into fly ash, at most bone slag, but there are still pieces of meat, which is a bit strange. The meat isn't charred? It even looks a little dirty, but still retains some muscle fibers? Could it be that? For flowers. Tony turned his eyes slightly, and then said to J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, collect similar residue information and restore it on the spot. 99. Okay, sir. Soon, in Tony's eyes, with the continuous flow of the surrounding holographic light and shadow, the entire explosion scene was quickly restored in his eyes. It's like slowly rewinding the movie. It is difficult to find one by one on the surrounding ground. Under the scanning of J.A.R.V.I.S, countless pieces of meat with large file size are all digitalized and holographic, and gradually gathered, combined, and finally restored into a human shape in the analysis of the brain. Looks like. Tony's eyes were fixed on the holographic human figure, and gradually, he seemed to remember something. If I guessed correctly, the explosive should be this person. The genes in his body have undergone special changes, making his skin and flesh extremely fire-resistant and possessing extremely high self-healing power. Therefore, until the final explosion, the shards of flesh were not turned into ashes. 5. But why do people explode, and they also produce such powerful explosions? Wait, don't tell me. Maya Hansen. What? Witnesses saw a black monster fighting with a fire-breathing man? Okay, let's get there right away. 35. Just as Tony was thinking, suddenly, the voice of the detective just now rang out. Damn it, what's wrong with this world? Why are so many strange things popping out all of a sudden? Hang up the phone. The agent suddenly looked at Tony. Hey, valet, I think we've got work to do. Maybe you can call Superman, the big hero. You know, it's a lot easier to have Superman in our work. He's always so helpful. This time will not be an exception, right? Haha, really? Tony glanced at the agent. Raise your hand. Boom. Directly a palm pulse cannon bummed the opponent's car. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said, from now on, I think it's easier for you, sir, because you can just go on vacation. Say it. In the opponent's stand. Hoop. Tony flew straight into the air, leaving only an angry back. J.A.R.V.I.S, connecting satellite data to detect thermal response conditions in the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay, Mr. 35. Stark Industries has its own independent satellite, plus J.A.R.V.I.S, a super-intelligent brain steward. As long as Tony has the heart, he can immediately detect any area on the Earth he wants to detect. The city of Nyo, in particular, is the home of his Stark industry. Soon, J.A.R.V.I.S reported the situation. Road 28 in the third block has a strong and unstable thermal response. 99. Tony didn't have the slightest hesitation, and immediately flew to the place indicated by JARVIS. But when he got there, Tony was hooked on the spot. J.A.R.V.I.S said there is a strong and unstable thermal reaction here, but why does he think it's cold here? It felt like the area where the unknown explosion occurred before. Strange, since there is a strong and unstable 967 thermal reaction, it should appear that the temperature is relatively high. Why does the surrounding temperature seem to fall into the ice cellar? And Tony looked around. It's obviously daytime now, but it always felt a little dark around. Too dark. Boom. 99. Just when Tony felt a little puzzled and wanted to investigate further, suddenly a sound of explosion accompanied the swept flames, and rang in the distance, and a large number of people screamed and fled towards this side, as if watching. When he arrived at some extremely terrifying scene, his face was full of horror. But when they saw Tony in midair, these people were all ecstatic. Look, that's Iron Man. It's Superman's sidekick. Haha, it looks like we don't have to be afraid, because Superman is here. Hearing the cheers of these people, Tony couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Maid. When did his appearance become the hallmark of Superman? But don't blame these people. After all, his previous appearances were basically with Lin Yu, and people would automatically think of Superman when they saw him. This time, I'm going to be a superhero on my own and really make people look up to me and get my Iron Man reputation out? Tony groaned inwardly. He wants to be Iron Man. It's not that he is self-proclaimed, nor is he a follower of Superman, but really, the superhero recognized by others. Iron Man? With a swoosh, at full speed, Tony headed straight for the direction where the explosion sounded. The explosion seen this time is not as large as the previous one, and it is not as destructive as the previous one, but it is more eye-catching. I can see that the scene is a wide street, but at the moment it looks crowded, because all around are all kinds of scrapped, twisted, flaming, and broken car wreckage. Even if there is still a complete car, it has already begun to smoke, and it looks like it is about to explode. And among these broken car wreckage, if you look closely, you can still see some broken bodies, either burnt, bloody, or just a few people who are fleeing in a hurry. What's left is a head, a hand, and a foot, mixed in the scrapped steel. On site, it looks like a serious traffic accident. Looking very startling. The damage caused by the previous shopping mall explosion was extremely serious, but due to the extremely powerful explosion in the core area, there were not many visible corpses left at the scene. But at this moment, it looks like a hell scene. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. You are all forcing me? You are all forcing me, betraying me, and looking down on me? 35. In that case, let me bring you a gorgeous show. How is it? Are you satisfied? Explosion, that's art? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter, constantly hovering in the air. A man whose entire body had been burnt clean and whose skin was covered with lava-like cracks, laughed wildly, grabbed with a big hand, and grabbed a car that was still intact. The shocking crack on his palm was filled with extremely red heat. As soon as I grabbed the car, the terrifying high temperature caused the body to quickly sizzle. There was a tendency to melt almost in the blink of an eye. Follow closely. Wow, the man squeezed his palm. A huge force filled the arms, and it lifted the whole car abruptly above the head, and hurled it towards a tall black figure in front of him. This guy is really difficult to handle. I didn't expect that he would not only breathe fire, but his whole body would be on fire. He is simply a fireman, and it is not easy to approach at all. He looked at a car in front of him. Especially this small car is still smoking, the whole body is full of scorching high temperature, and it looks like it will explode in the next moment. Eddie frowned tightly. Although he has enough strength, he did not choose to hard connect. Instead, the body twisted. Swish. Quickly dodged the smashing car. Really? Boom. As soon as he dodged, the entire car exploded with a bang under the influence of the scorching high temperature. He looked at the blazing fire in front of him. Eddie's expression couldn't help but be a little solemn. If only I wasn't afraid of fire, just like Superman, directly facing these explosions and slapped the fire-breathing bomber with a slap. How handsome would that be? 35. Hehe, I'm so sorry for not making you as powerful as Superman. Little Venom's unhappy voice sounded in Eddie's mind. Cough cough. I don't mean that, Little Venom, it's just that we can't get close to each other now. After all, you will be injured if you get close. What should we do? Do you just let the other party escape like this? 99. If it really doesn't work, Eddie does have the idea of slipping away. After all, this one after another explosion, even if Superman is not nearby, he should receive the news and rush over soon, right? There is Superman. Then solving this fire-breathing bomber is as simple as eating and drinking. Eddie, I don't know why, but I always feel like something is watching us. Little Venom did not answer Eddie's words. He suddenly became very alert. A slightly solemn voice sounded in Eddie's mind. The 0.5 thing gives me a familiar, but very bad feeling. Spy on us. Eddie couldn't help but look up and look around. And when I saw it, I couldn't help but move my eyes, and in the sky not far away, a steel figure flew over here, and the speed seemed extremely fast. What? Eddie's eyes lit up when he saw the steel figure. That's Superman's sidekick? Is Superman here? After Tony came to the scene at this moment, looking at a black and strong guy below, full of fangs, and a bright red long tongue, at first glance, it is not a good thing, and it gives him a very unpleasant feeling, and suddenly there is no hesitation. Just raise your hand. The pulse cannon in the palm lights up with a strong energy light of 100% power. Go to hell. You monster that looks like a giant black spirit. What? Black giant. Eddie was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at the window of a scrapped car beside him, and saw his black and robust figure reflected on the window glass. This body should have been full of violent aesthetics, to be honest. Eddie did feel a little grim and terrifying at first, but after watching it for a long time, he felt that it was still very exciting. But what does the Superman follower in the sky say at this moment? Black giant sperm zi? Grass? What the hell kind of description is this? And it made Eddie even more sore. This giant black jerk is a weird description. I don't know, it's okay, once you know it, look at your own appearance. It does seem to have that smell. Maid? Can't get it out of my mind at all. Huh? Eddie, who is that person, and why are you praising us as soon as he comes up? Praising you bastard, this is obviously scolding us. What? Scolding us? This person scolds us so nicely. To be honest Eddie, from a biological perspective, your human male essence is, in my opinion, a kind of aggressive, and the 31 domineering symbols that are endless and represent their own power and dominance. I also observed yours, but Eddie, your activity seems to have decreased a bit recently. Is it because of drinking too much beer that your uric acid rises? Gout, the kidneys are not very good. Little Venom's words shocked Eddie on the spot. What the hell? Are you a pervert, Little Venom? It's okay to stay in my body on weekdays, is it just to study this? Boom dash. At this moment, the pulse cannon in Tony's palm had already lit up dazzlingly, condensed into a beam full of dense energy, and slammed towards Eddie's place. Eddie was originally trying to correct Little Venom's weird thoughts and 3 views. What's more, this little guy is really getting more and more incredible. But at this moment, when I saw that note, it was a powerful energy pulse cannon. No other thoughts. With a flash of his body, he quickly evaded away. At the same time, he was very unhappy and said to Tony in the sky, "Hey, Mr. Superman's sidekick, I'm not your enemy, but the guy who can breathe fire? He's also the culprit behind the explosion? All this is his fault, don't accidentally hurt your allies. You are the follower. Your whole family is the follower?" Tony couldn't get mad when he heard that. On the spot, the energy brilliance in the palm surged again, forming a beam, and another pulse cannon came towards Eddie. Damn, are you sick? Eddie dodged again and again, dangerously. On the spot, he blurted out a curse. "Humph, you look like a villain, but you're too embarrassed to say you're a friend? Wait, I seem to remember you a little bit. You seem to be wanted by the police recently. What's your name? Oh right, is it called Brutal Head Eater? 35. Tony was flying in midair, looking down at Eddie. In the icy pupils of the metal mask, there was a brilliance of cold tones, and the pulse cannon in his hand was always aimed at Eddie. Eddie was speechless when he heard this. Indeed, his terrifying appearance didn't have a superhero tone at all, and he didn't supervise the Little Venom when he was fighting criminals a few days ago, so that guy swallowed the heads of several criminals one by one. Although he did not feel any guilt for killing the criminal. But from a legal perspective, he is indeed guilty of murder, and in the eyes of the orthodox superhero, he is no different from a criminal. I don't know if Superman sees me the same way. The thought suddenly flashed through Eddie's mind. In addition to staring closely at Eddie, the brutal head eater, Tony naturally would not let go of the man with scorching heat, cracked skin, and scary red cracks. The man was disheveled, crazy looking, looked like a madman at all. Tony can't help but frown a little. Why does this guy always feel a little familiar? J.A.R.V.I.S. Perform face recognition on this man to see who it is. Okay sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately connected to the database for retrieval, and the results came out shortly after. Aldridge Killian, born in Brooklyn, 39 years old, graduated from Imperial State University, has 5 doctorates in physics, biology, engineering, etc. 3 months ago, he founded a company called Pioneer Technologies Company, specializing in research on high-quality cutting-edge technology, has Maya Hansen as a partner of the company. 35. Huh? Maya Hansen? Tony's eyes couldn't help but move, although he can't quite remember the woman he slept with. But Maya Hansen is an exception. Not for any deeper reason, but because when he met Maya Hansen, the other party gave him a special formula, named Extremis. Extremis is the proud research of Maya Hansen, which can greatly activate the regeneration function of the human body, so as to achieve the magical operation of reborn broken limb, which can be called a biological miracle. However, the formula at that time was not very complete and had defects. That is, the regeneration function of the body will be flooded and cannot be inhibited, so that the biological health of the human cell gene molecules will be broken, and a large amount of heat will be generated instantly, and with a bang, it will explode. Maya Hansen wanted him to perfect the recipe, even sacrificing her body, to entertain him for a night. 967 But who is he? Tony Stark? But the famous playboy. He was all too familiar with the operation of eating, wiping, and immediately slipping away. Plus he could see that this extremis was an extremely dangerous study, so he ended up playing dumb and ignoring Maya Hansen ever since. As long as there is no funding and no research resources, the research of extremis will only be aborted. However, at this moment, obviously, Maya Hansen has not given up researching extremis. This matter has something to do with him. Tony decided to put the man called Aldridge Killian into a uniform first, then take it back, if possible, extract the extremis from his body, and then go to Maya Hansen to settle the account. As long as you control this woman, you should almost be able to control the source of the spread of extremis. But just when Tony wanted to do it, accident happened. I saw Aldridge Killian let out a frantic laugh and grabbed a car not far away, and that's when he grabbed the car. What? A woman's scream suddenly rang out from the car. Who is coming? Who is coming to save me? Huh? Has anyone escaped yet? Eddie couldn't help but wonder when he heard the woman screaming from the car. Are there still people at the scene? Seeing such a hideous monster like him, coupled with the madman whose whole body was almost on fire, no one should stay at the scene, and should have slipped away long ago? Could it be that your legs are weak from fright? Yes, after all, she is a woman, and she is timid enough to understand. Eddie's black muscles swelled up and looked radiant in the sun, even showing a dazzling, rather arrogant sense of fitness. He fixed his eyes on Killian, trying to seize the opportunity to save the screaming woman in the car. At this time, Tony naturally noticed the woman screaming for help, and also very clearly saw the appearance of the woman in the car. Seeing the other party's beautiful long red hair, a red OL outfit and a hip-packed skirt, the beautiful face has a slightly upturned nose, and it looks very tasteful. Even with his critical eyes and countless eyes, Tony felt that this woman was very beautiful, and he couldn't help but want to have a friendly match with him. Speaking of which, since Lin came back, it seems that I haven't touched women much. Why don't I take advantage of the situation after the hero saves the beauty today? Although I was thinking about things that are not suitable for children. The movement of the hand is not slow. Tony moved. Swish. With the surging energy of the propeller under his feet, he instantly bullied Killian at an extremely fast speed. When he raised his palm, the dazzling energy beam rushed directly to the opponent's face. Been with Lin Yu for a long time, Tony's fighting style has also become extremely hardcore. Generally speaking, if the opponent has a hostage in their hands, they should consider how to save the person at the first time, and their actions will therefore become more cautious. But in Tony's eyes, saving people is a matter of the way, and killing the Killian guy is equivalent to saving people, isn't it? However, at the moment when Tony's palm pulse cannon blasted out, he thought Killian should dodge, and even if he didn't dodge, he should be blasted away under his pulse cannon, or directly GG on the spot. But Killian not only did not have the slightest evasion. When the palm pulse cannon slammed directly on his face, making his entire face a little bloody, the other party seemed to be nothing. Even a roar. There was an even more scorching heat all over the body. With a big mouth, a violent flame rolled towards Tony, and in just an instant, it devoured Tony's whole body. It's not over yet. Killian's face, which had been bloodied by the pulse bombardment, soon recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next moment, he grabbed it with a big hand. Wow! Grabbing Tony directly, the fierce heat surged up, and in the blink of an eye, the steel battlesuit on Tony showed a tendency to melt. Damn it! Extremis has been researched to this point. Although the Mark 7 battlesuit on his body integrates vibranium elements, Tony is not King Wakanda after all. He has a huge amount of vibranium, and the vibranium that he has spent a lot of money on is very limited. So after making a Superman battlesuit for Lin Yu, he only integrated a small amount of vibranium into the battlesuit, and the main position was still in the arc reactor in front of him. At the moment, being grabbed by Killian's extremely hot palm, coupled with the fiery flames spitting out of the opponent's mouth, Tony immediately felt that he was in the magma, as if he was about to melt. Fortunately, this Mark 7 battlesuit also integrates the symbiont living fiber brought back by Lin Yu. This symbiont fiber material is already immune to fire properties, and there is a repair function. Seeing the armored part that was melted by Killian's palm at high temperature, dense metal lines swelled up, like a living thing, covering the melted gap, causing the gap to heal quickly. Hehe, Mr. Superman's follower, what's wrong with you? Are you dying? Just then Eddie jumped straight over. The figure landed on the car. He sneered at Tony mercilessly, with a smug look on his face and a big hand. Click. The roof of the car was lifted directly. Ah, monsters? Monsters don't come near me? Ah. But Eddie was about to rescue the red-haired beauty in the car, but the other party suddenly let out a high-pitched scream when he saw him, and almost passed out without a single eyeball. Hey, this beauty, I'm here to save you, although I look a little scary, but I'm very gentle, you can trust me. Eddie couldn't help feeling helpless. However, he still tried his best to put on a friendly appearance and said to the red-haired beauty. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. Come on, come with me, if you don't come out, we'll all turn into roast chicken after a while, it's really too hot here. At the moment Killian's hatred was all on Tony though. There was no time to do anything to Eddie for a while. However, the scorching heat radiating from his body made the surrounding temperature reach a level of 40 to 50 degrees, as if he was in a sauna. This was not a good environment for Eddie. Well, although the red-haired beauty is very scared. But looking at this black and robust monster in front of him doesn't seem to mean to hurt himself. Hesitation a bit. Just grab Eddie's hand. Thank you for saving me. 5. You're welcome. Eddie responded very politely. Immediately after that, he hugged each other at once, jumped his body, and headed for a cooler place in the distance. This kid. Tony watched Eddie rescue the hostages in front of him. Although it was a little uncomfortable, this action made him know that this guy who looked like giant black sperm didn't seem to be a vicious person. The changes Extremis has brought to people have far exceeded my imagination. It seems that I have to deal with Killian directly in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when he explodes, the damage caused will probably be worse than the previous explosion. Be scary. 99. Looking at the moment Killian looked crazy. To be honest, Tony was still a little suspicious. He always felt that something wasn't quite right. Logically speaking, this Aldrich Killian's knowledge is not low, and it is a very good partner for Maya Hansen, who can make Extremis research more perfect. But at the moment, this Killian is apparently already infused with imperfect Extremis. Not like a collaborator, but like an experimental body, an abandoned child. Did he inject himself with Extremis? It's possible. After all, there is only a fine line between genius and lunatic. The other party might be such a lunatic. But even thinking about it that way, Tony still felt something was wrong. All in all, let's deal with Killian directly. 5. Tony took a deep breath. The high temperature on Killian's body caused by Extremis did have a great impact on him. If it wasn't for the symbiote fiber material Lin Yu gave him that was integrated into his battlesuit, at the moment he really had a whole battlesuit to be removed by the other party. However, as the melted parts were repaired, he quickly regained his fighting power. J.A.R.V.I.S. Gather all the energy into the arc reactor, and deal the killing blow to Killian. Okay, sir. Fall with the voice of JARVIS. The arc reactor in front of Tony immediately lit up with an extremely dazzling blue light, forming a thick beam of light, as if it would completely engulf Killian. But at this moment, Killian, who seemed crazy at first, couldn't help his gaze. He looked at the arc reactor in front of Tony, his eyes full of tyranny, suddenly sobered up a little, followed by his pupils shrinking slightly. Arc reactor, you're from Stark Industries. Tony's expression changed, his chin lifted immediately, and he subconsciously said, yes, I'm from Stark Industry, and this steel battlesuit is Tony Stark's latest and most outstanding technology product so far. How about it, Aldrich Killian? Is it more high-end than the Extremis in you? Niu Wangzhao, Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Tony was just trying to show off. But as soon as Killian heard the name Tony Stark, he immediately went wild. Tony Stark is, good. Very good. I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to ruin everything for you. Boom. Killian looked up. Then suddenly, bumped straight into the arc reactor, which was shining with intense energy in front of Tony. For a moment. Whoa dash, read. The dazzling white light blooms and devours all the surroundings. Oh, 35. A pair of scarlet eyes opened slightly at an unknown location at this time. The corners of the mouth twitched, exposing the fine fangs in the mouth. Slaughter looked at the place where the dazzling white light was blooming, with a look of great interest on his face. Interesting, it seems that after my guidance, Maya Hansen's research on Extremis has really deepened. I can take advantage of this and let that woman help me conquer the earth. Besides, I'm also very interested in this guy in a steel battlesuit. I even felt a familiar smell from him, and transformed it into a sin-eating spirit, perhaps a variant of alienation. The dazzling white light filled his eyes, and then the sound of the explosion was incessant. Eddie looked at where Tony was, and saw that it had been swallowed up by the explosion, and the violent energy swept up a huge wave of air that spread around, blowing everyone around. Unable to open eyes. This is the fire-breathing bomber. Did it explode? Eddie seemed to be a little aware of the previous explosion at this moment. What was the reason? Although the light of the explosion just now seemed a bit dazzling. But he could still see the man whose body was cracked like magma. His body swelled like an inflatable ball in an instant, his eyes were about to crack, his face was grim, and when he slammed into the steel armor of the Superman's attendant, the energy beam in front of him, the cannon, was fully released, and blend with each other. There was a terrifying explosion that almost silenced the whole world. It all happened so fast. Eddie barely reacted for a while. The whole person was lifted up by the airwaves and flew out far away. However, he has thick skin and thick flesh, and it is not a big problem to fall. After protecting the red-haired woman in his arms, he stared at the heart of the exploding nuclear 970, with a solemn and complicated look in his eyes. Such a strong explosion, that Superman's follower should have been killed. Although the other party seems quite vicious. Treat him like a villain. But Eddie knows that the other party has done a lot of good things with Superman recently, and it is enough to be regarded as a superhero. But he died in the explosion. This is really a pity. Perhaps because of fear, the red-haired woman who was hugged and protected by Eddie cried out involuntarily, and her body was obviously shaking. This beauty, you don't have to be afraid. With me protecting you, you will be fine. Eddie felt sorry for the loss of Tony, but quickly put him behind him and looked at the red-haired woman in his arms with a consoling look. Speaking of, for some reason, looking closely at the red-haired beauty gave him a strange feeling. It's the kind that makes him want to. What? What am I thinking? No, Eddie, how can you be such a beast? It's obviously not the time to do this. Why do you suddenly have such a dirty idea in your head? 35. Eddie quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Well, thank you, hero. The red-haired woman nodded like a chick when she heard Eddie's words. Now, there is a delicate feeling of pear blossoms and rain in her eyes, and people can't help but have a desire to protect, want to take care of the other party, and protect the other party forever behind her, especially with the other parties with a sweet and greasy voice. There is a feeling of wanting to give everything you have to the other party, even if it is your own life. Eddie saw this, especially when he heard the word hero in the mouth of this beautiful woman. He immediately felt that his inner desire for protection became more and more inflated. Don't worry, beauty, I will always protect you, I swear. Eddie was a little overwhelmed on the spot. His breath started to get a little hot. And just at this moment, the little Venom found something wrong, and his voice immediately sounded in Eddie's mind. Hey, Eddie, what are you doing? Oh, you're so disgusting. I feel a weird sour smell in your mind at the moment. Let go of this woman is poisonous. What are you talking about, Little Venom? What do you call this woman poisonous? Can you be polite? Eddie said to Little Venom with some dissatisfaction. Speak up. It's been a long time since he was dumped by his girlfriend that he hasn't touched another woman. And this moment, with this red-haired beauty in his arms, Eddie immediately had a feeling of returning to the youth, and he felt that he should enter a new, relationship. No, there is something wrong with this woman. I feel more and more that she has a problem. She seems to be familiar to me, but unfamiliar. The voice of Little Venom continued to ring in Eddie's mind. However, Eddie didn't have the heart to listen to Little Venom's words at all at this moment. Because of this moment, the eyes of the red-haired woman seemed to be able to seduce him, and they had already caught him tightly. Hero, I'm so scared. Why don't you help me take it home? I live alone, and I have experienced such a terrible thing today, really. Saying that, the red-haired woman showed a sobbing look, looking pitiful. I'm really too scared. Oh, baby, don't be afraid. I swear, I'll be by your side forever. Eddie made the softest voice he felt. However, Little Venom almost vomited. He felt that Eddie at the moment seemed more and more unfamiliar, and the soul seemed to fly away, and the whole person became not himself. Little Venom felt very dignified, so he simply released the state of possessing Eddie. With the surging of the symbiote organization, with a bang, Eddie's head emerged from his shoulders, staring at the red-haired woman with a pair of eyes like a cold scimitar. Hey, who are you? You can see at a glance that you are not a good thing. Monster? When the red-haired woman saw Little Venom's head, she screamed in horror. Eddie was not happy to see this scene. He immediately put aside Little Venom's head and looked like he was protecting the red-haired beauty in his arms, dissatisfied with Little Venom. What are you doing? What are you doing when you suddenly come out to scare people? No, look at you, you'll make people faint. Eddie said and looked at the red-haired beauty in his arms. Seeing the other party seems to have fainted. This made him suddenly dissatisfied with Little Venom. And Little Venom looked at the fainted red-haired woman, and couldn't help showing doubts. This woman is a bit weird, but now it seems to be normal again. Am I worrying too much? Fortunately, this beautiful woman has a driver's license with a recorded address on her body. Eddie rolled over on the red-haired woman. I dug out a wallet and found a driver's license. Claire Cassidy? Live in Queens? Queens is a good place, it's said to be very scenic, and I just happen to be planning to move there. Putting the driver's license back in his wallet, Eddie said to Little Venom, okay, let's go, it's been so long. It's estimated that the police have arrived, so let the police and the detectives do the rest of the work. Alright. Little Venom didn't say anything else this time. He attached Eddie's body again, making Eddie look like Venom, followed the body and jumped. Swish. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the high-rise buildings. Hey, Eddie Bullock, we meet again. Just as Eddie and Little Venom left with the red-haired woman in their arms, a pair of eyes. Suddenly, a slight scarlet glow appeared. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I hope you can like the gift I gave you, and when the time comes, you will discover the true face of this gift. Hehe, don't faint in surprise, my dear Eddie Bullock. The flames are constantly burning. As the distant sirens sounded closer, in the street that had just experienced a terrifying explosion, among the ruins full of high temperature, and even the air was distorted, a bloody hand suddenly stretched out. I'm not reconciled. Constantly struggling. The hand seemed to be trying to crawl out. It can be seen that there are magma-like cracks all over this hand at the moment, as if it is about to burst completely, but the cracked flesh seems to have been injected with life and vitality by a self-healing force, and it began to be constantly self-stitched up. Just as and constantly self-cracking and stitching, another dark symbiote tissue spreads out, covering the hand. It seems to continue to condense into the shape of the armor. But right now, a mysterious black aura rushed in, completely engulfing this palm. District 16. This is a state-of-the-art weapons manufacturing laboratory in Stark Industries. Although the scope of Stark Industries is very wide, as a super business group, the field of making money that it specializes in covers almost all industries, otherwise Tony would not have become a well-known billionaire. But Stark Industries is the most important business, or cutting-edge technology research. especially the cutting-edge technology of weapons. Making a fortune in the war years can be said to be more profitable than any business activity. After all, war was originally a super beast that devoured money. The present era is peaceful. On the surface, it doesn't seem that there are many disputes, and it can't compare with the World War, but the undercurrent in the interior is even more surging. At this time, cutting-edge technology, especially the cutting-edge technology research in weapons, mainly turned to the direction of individual soldiers, elites, secret invasion, assassination of high-level officers, etc. This is the field that Obadiah is mainly responsible for. Tony is responsible for the high-power missile weapons in the general direction. After all, this is the card of Stark Industries. And Obadiah is mainly responsible, and he is more loyal to some sophisticated weapons. In addition, because he is old, Obadiah also began to secretly invest in some technology to study biological genes, in order to live longer, even, to return to the state of youth. Therefore, Obadiah invested in a company called A.I.M, which is pioneer technology. But now, with Joker as a backer, everything I've done before is not worth mentioning at all, right? Obadiah stared in front of him with extremely bright eyes. Right in front of him is a very tall figure, about 3 meters high. The whole body is covered with extremely thick metal armor. The scarlet light radiated from the front of the tall armored figure, which was so dazzling, but Obadiah stared directly at the light, which made his eyes also stained with scarlet. Looking at it, it looks very Liao and strange. Iron Overlord? This is what Joker calls a gift to him. 0. Originally, Obadiah was a little puzzled by this. After all, with Joker's weird temperament, he wouldn't give him something reassuring anyway, right? Obadiah was afraid that Joker was playing him at all. But after reading the design drawings of the Iron Overlord and finding someone in the 16th district to build it, Obadiah's doubts were swept away. Speaking of the recent news, it is often shown that there is an Iron Man wearing a steel battlesuit next to Superman, and I don't know what kind of guy he is, but the other party's battlesuit is similar to my ultimate Iron Overlord battlesuit. Then, obviously more than a little bit inferior. 99. In Obadiah's view, the gifts given by Joker's weird and powerful guy, as long as he's not joking and specially made to make fun of people, are naturally the best of the best. And he also felt that the Iron Overlord alone was not domineering enough. Changed the armor code name of Iron Overlord to Ultimate Iron Overlord, which is the kind that will scare people into pissing. Let me try the power of this Ultimate Iron King. 99. Obadiah couldn't hold back. He raised his palm, touched the icy surface of the Iron King's armor, seeking flowers. And just as his palm touched it, a living thing like tissue appeared from the surface of Tai Ba Wang's armor and wrapped around his palm. The next moment, the entire Iron Overlord armor seemed to melt. Clap. The tissue flow that turned into a living thing completely clings to Obadiah, covering his whole person. Follow closely. Once again turned into the appearance of Iron Overlord. The whole process takes less than a second. With this, Obadiah entered the Iron Overlord's armor, and the Iron Overlord's eyes suddenly radiated scarlet light. Take a big step forward. Boom. The whole ground shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. This made the researchers in the entire 16th district startled, and they ran over to see it. When they saw the fierce appearance of the Iron Overlord, they all gasped. My God, this is so majestic. With this armor, it is estimated that even Superman can't do anything, right? 55. This Iron Overlord is the joint effort of these researchers. Naturally, they would not be frightened by the fierce threat of Iron Overlord. On the contrary, there is a sense of joy that his child can finally walk, and everyone starts to praise them. And Obadiah couldn't help but feel a little proud when he heard the praises of the researchers and felt a powerful force coming from his body. But soon, Obadiah's eyes shrank suddenly. He immediately saw that among those researchers, one was wearing Joker makeup. That's Joker? Obadiah subconsciously made a thud in his heart, feeling very scared, and even made a defensive posture. And right now, I saw the Joker among the researchers with a slight smile, with a light wave of his hand, and slowly walked towards Obadiah. Click. At this moment, the space suddenly shattered like a mirror. Obadiah didn't move for a while, just felt nervous, and suddenly, he saw that Joker had come to him at some point, showing that iconic dangerous smile. He raised his hand and pushed him gently, towards the mirrored space shattered like glass. Tisk tisk, Obadiah, why are you so serious? 5.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.